Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are back tonight, back on the trail of this Dave Grusch story. For those unaware, originally, the many people selling this story promised us. In fact, this story was hyped up for probably 6 months before Dave Grusch ever went public. And we were told by many people including Eric Davis and I believe Corbell and Ross Coulthart and many others, that a new whistleblower was going to be coming forward with bombshell revelations and evidence. He was going to name program names. He was going to name the people who were running the alien crash retrieval programs. He was going to spill the beans and be a, quote, whistleblower, unquote. But like many people in the UFO community before Dave Grusch, Mr. Grusch would assume the mantle of a whistleblower without actually having any evidence. And we have detailed here before just how many people in the UFO world have claimed the title of UFO whistleblower. We detailed some 14 cases of so-called, or what I would call, alleged UFO whistleblowers in our reports, A Not So Brief History of UFO Whistleblowers 1 and A Not So Brief History of UFO Whistleblowers number 2, part 2. And in that detailed report, we showed you that 14 times previously to Mr. Grusch, and by the way, there are vastly more cases, many of which I sort of forgot about. So there's more than 14 times someone came forward and were either called a UFO whistleblower or called themselves a UFO whistleblower. We detailed, however, some 14 cases, much like Grusch, of somebody coming forward with sensational, fantastic claims of alien interactions or with Earth and with humanity. But sadly, as detailed in our two-part report, a not so brief history of UFO whistleblowers, parts 1 and 2, none of the 14 people that we went over from a historical perspective ever actually provided evidence or proof of their claims. All of them appear to be very profit-driven, however, and that is a very common thing that you will see quite often. So when Mr. Grusch came along calling himself a whistleblower and everyone else hyping him as a whistleblower, I wondered, would this time be any different? But it appears that they sold this entire story that is literally built on a house of cards. And for anyone to not acknowledge that this whole story is built on very shaky ground is not being honest at all. What we have is a person with mental problems and autism who has no direct firsthand knowledge of anything, telling us that people told him things. Now, the story, I suppose the story works because, or worked initially because this Mr. Grusch had very high levels of clearances. But as detailed in our previous series here, A Not So Brief History of UFO Whistleblowers, we detailed for you that a number of times before, people with very high security clearances within the United States government or military have come forward making very, very similar claims and then never delivered any evidence. And we have also detailed here multiple times before that there is this cycle of UFO hyped sensationalized stories, which is to overhype and over sensationalize the story and over promise. That's step one. The next step is called the under deliver. They all inevitably under deliver on initial or promises that they initially make about all kinds of evidence that's coming with them or that they'll be releasing. And the third step, of course, is the big letdown. I believe that we're already well into the under deliver stage. After all, the people hyping and promoting and, most importantly, profiting from Mr. Grusch. And let's be clear, I believe that hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of ad revenue have already been generated for people like Ross Coulthart, people like Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, people like News Nation, which, by the way, are all connected because there is a media company connected to all of those people. Well, I guess maybe with the possible exception of Corbell, but they're connected to George Knapp, and George Knapp does a show with Corbell. So, yeah, very cozy arrangement. Nexstar Media raking in hundreds and hundreds of thousands, millions of monetized views, and therefore monetized ad revenue to the tune of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Just one problem with the story, however. Mr. Grusch is a mental patient who has autism, and we've detailed here before. I'm going to try to tread new ground tonight and not repeat myself so much. However, we've detailed here before that people with PTSD have memory problems. Mr. Grusch claims to have PTSD in addition to being autistic and a one-time mental patient. So they sold this entire story based on his impeccable credibility. And then shortly after they broadcast the original piece, his credibility falls apart. Now we have further dishonest tactics that only a garbage peddler would do. And we want to thank Six's Design 6 Cents for noticing this. It passed me right by. I didn't notice this. In the original News Nation piece, Ross Coulthart asks Dave Grusch if he had any mental problems, and he says no. Now, one can argue that autism is a neurological condition, not a mental problem, but he obviously had a history of mental problems, having been locked up in a mental institution by a judge and a court order. News Nation has now cut that segment from the original story, where Dave Grusch essentially lies and says, no, I don't have any mental problems. No, I'm good. No, there's nothing that would cause me to be, not a trustworthy or reliable witness on this stuff. I'm not crazy. Well, and by the way, I'm not saying he's crazy, but he certainly has a history of mental problems. He himself has said he has PTSD. That's a mental condition. He has autism. Some would argue that's a mental condition, but maybe it would be better to classify that as a neurological condition. Yeah. So the entire story begins to fall apart. And now all of the principal people involved in profiting from the story are in full-blown excuse mode. We get excuses for why they didn't tell us that he was a mental patient, and this attack on the journalist who did his job. That's the job of a journalist. And let's be clear, especially investigative journalism, which we try to do as much of as we can here. That's my preferred form of medium, is to investigate things and then show the audience what you have found. So this journalist did the job of an investigative journalist and dug up some information on Mr. Grusch that the people originally selling this story all left out conveniently. They did it on purpose, because then we get the stunning revelation that they knew he was a mental patient, but chose not to talk about that or include that in the original story. Why? Because, listen, people can argue with me all they want, or they could try this experiment. Go ask 10 people, anybody you know, I don't care who, go ask 10 people, preferably people that aren't very interested in UFOs and aliens, or members of the UFO community, or spirit or conspiracy land community. Go ask 10 people. Who would you trust more as a trustworthy witness? Someone who has a history of mental problems, autism, and post-traumatic stress disorder, or someone who has no history of those things? Let me know what they said, what they tell you, because I tried it, and I think 9 out of the 10 people, one person made excuses, kind of like the garbage peddlers are making. Oh, he got treatment and it's not relevant, and but the other 9 said they would trust someone without those issues more as a trustworthy witness. So why did they leave out of the original story the fact that he had PTSD and autism and was a one-time mental patient in a psych ward? put there under the order of a judge and a court order. Why would they leave that out? Well, of course, they left that out because they knew, just as in the experiment that I ran asking 10 people, that most people hearing this story, if they knew he was a mental patient with autism and post-traumatic stress disorder, wouldn't consider him a very reliable witness. So in order to make the story work, listen here, we've got this guy that's got great credentials and high security clearances, but he's got a few problems. So what we're going to do is we're going to massage the data here. We're going to massage the available data in order to sell this story, in order to get as much clicks and views as we possibly can out of this man making these claims. Another problem with the story, there's no evidence, none, zero. In fact, the only piece of evidence he really suggested he had was some possibly hoax documents related to a 1930s alleged UFO crash in Mussolini's Italy. But that entire story falls apart because all the parts about the Vatican conspiracy and the parts about alien bodies were added on to the original story years later by a known UFO hoaxer and profiteer who was involved in other fake UFO stories in the form, his name is William Brophy. He is not someone that you should trust to provide accurate information if he's been caught before selling and telling completely and totally fake stories. The Trinity UFO crash William Brophy was involved in, and that has been very well detailed to be a complete and totally fake story for many, many reasons. The whole story fell apart after Jacques Vallée did a book on it with known UFO promoter, profiteer, Paula. Was it Paula Harris? I think he wrote that book with. She believes everybody is telling the truth. She believes Bob Lazar. She believes Billy Meyer. She believes everybody. Everybody's, and she was a big supporter of Stan Romanek, I believe, as well. We know how that story ended with him in prison for liking pictures of children. This is a shady, shady world. And I have been deeply engrossed in this for some time. And much of what we do here, I believe, is that we have been unveiling, friends, the cosmic charlatans, and talking about the extraordinary claims people make of alien encounters and their profit-driven motives. Tonight, before we begin specifically talking about Dave Grusch, it's important just to recognize history and delve into the intriguing yet enigmatic world of individuals who have made sensational claims about their encounters with aliens and spaceships from other planets. Yet, in 99% or almost 100% of the cases, all of these individuals have failed to substantiate their assertions with actual, concrete, verifiable evidence. We can draw from some historical examples and scrutinize the underlying profit-driven motives. If we investigate some of the people from the past, that will give us a critical look at such claims within the broader context of the history of UFOs and human psychology. The truth is that throughout history, there have been many, many individuals who have captivated audiences with sensational tales of encounters with extraterrestrial beings and their otherworldly craft. And these accounts often stir public curiosity and fervor. But a recurring theme seems to persist, that these claims often lack credible evidence and serve as a platform for a great deal of personal gain. We can explore several historical instances of such fantastical claims and the underlying profit-driven motives that I believe have fueled them. There is an allure of alien encounters. People have a hunger for these stories, and many people who believe they had their own experiences have a hunger for finding the answers that they seek about their own personal experiences. So stories of alien encounters have a great deal of interest by many people. Humans, after all, have long been fascinated by the possibility of extraterrestrial life. And with the advent of modern technology, the idea of aliens and their advanced spacecraft has become increasingly alluring, and some would say even very, very possible. However, this fascination has given rise to a darker side of the UFO phenomenon, where opportunistic individuals exploit the public's curiosity for personal gain. We can give you a few historical examples quickly of extraordinary claims. One example I could think of is George Adamski and the Venusians. In the 1950s, a man named George Adamski, also a UFO whistleblower, claimed to have had meetings. Well, I guess back then he would be more precisely called a flying saucer whistleblower. Same thing. George Adamski claimed to have had meetings with human-like beings from Venus, even though Venus is not a habitable planet and there's no scientific evidence to support any civilization there. But it was the 1950s. Perhaps science had not caught up. So Mr. Adamski chose Venus as the place the aliens he encountered came from. He even produced photographs of their alleged spacecraft. However, experts quickly dismissed these photographs as hoaxes, and Adamski's motives became suspect when he started selling books and UFO-themed paraphernalia, and also holding UFO events. Then we get to the example of Billy Meyer and his sex cult and the Pleiadian connection. Swiss farmer Billy Meyer gained international attention in the 1970s by claiming ongoing contact with Pleiadian extraterrestrials. That would be aliens from the Pleiadian star system. He presented a series of photographs and films as evidence, but skeptics argued that they were fabricated from models mostly. Meyer, like Adamski, also profited from books, lectures, and tours related to his experiences. Next, and I'm hesitant to bring this up because I had a chance to interview this individual, and I came away thinking he truly believes what he is saying his experiences were. But it's still important to highlight that he is one of those individuals who has profited a great deal, and that would be Whitley Strieber. He wrote the best-selling book, New York Times bestseller, Communion, in 1987, recounting his supposed alien abduction experiences. While many readers found his accounts compelling, critics argued that they lacked any corroborative evidence. In fact, Mr. Strieber had no evidence, just his personal retelling of his experiences. The book's commercial success was undeniable, and Mr. Strieber, since then, I believe, has made a full-time living writing about, talking about aliens and UFOs. So I believe that for many of these individuals making claims about aliens, there is a real profit-driven motive. We have book sales and merchandise. One common thread among these claimants is their exploitation of their stories through books, lectures, and merchandise sales, as well as television show deals, documentary deals, and more. The allure of alien encounters generates significant revenue for those who can capture the public's imagination. And then there's the issue of cult followings, because after all, some individuals with extraordinary claims gain a dedicated following, forming cult-like communities. My favorite example of that would be the one-time TTSA crew and later Lou Elizondo. There was certainly cult-like mentality among the followers of both TTSA and Lou Elizondo. And even though it's been revealed that Lou Elizondo never ran a Pentagon UFO program like he claimed, except in the land of make-believe, these cult-like followers have an incredible amount of devotion to dear leader, going as far as doxing, threatening, harassing, intimidating people who disagree or question Mr. Elizondo and his false narrative. After all, he lied to the New York Times, and that's what got a lot of this so-called UAP interest kicked off. It all started on a lie, friends, a big lie. And some of these UFO cult-like groups their followers often contribute financially to support the claimant's endeavors, further fueling profit-driven motives. After all of the people who were huge fans of TTSA and Lou Elizondo kicked in some $2 or $3 million to their organization, and then they produced nothing that they promised. By even Elizondo's account, Tom DeLonge wasted those millions of dollars on a movie, what is it, Werewolves in Hollywood or something? Great. Nothing that they promised, including analysis of metamaterials or alien crash retrieval metals that were recovered from UFO crashes. They didn't deliver the spaceship they promised or anything else, but they did keep all that money. And Lou Elizondo was paid to be a part of that organization. I keep trying to find out how much Lou Elizondo was paid to be a part of the TTSA techno scam, which may be under investigation by the Securities and Exchange Commission, but so far he won't return my calls. Then there is, of course, the media and the publicity, because the media's fascination with UFOs and extraterrestrial encounters provides a platform for claimants to amplify and monetize their stories. Appearances on television shows, documentaries, and podcasts contribute to their notoriety and their inevitable financial gain. I believe that it is crucial to approach anyone making these extraordinary claims with skepticism and demand empirical evidence. Look up that term if you're not familiar with it. We don't want shoddy evidence. We need empirical evidence or smoking gun proof of the claims that are being made. The scientific method necessitates rigorous examination and verification of any extraordinary assertion before it should ever be accepted as factual or true. Without evidence, claims of alien encounters and spaceship sightings remain speculative at best. And certainly, Mr. Grusch was first sold to somebody with a tremendous amount of evidence, but we're almost 90 days in, and we have seen zero evidence of the claims that Mr. Grusch has made. So with just a quick overview there, we can see that the history of individuals making fantastical claims about aliens and spaceships from other planets is rife with stories that often defy scientific scrutiny and lack any credible evidence. And while the allure of such encounters certainly captivates the human imagination, the underlying profit-driven motives of some of these claimants raise questions about their true motives and their authenticity. To separate fact from fiction in the realm of UFOs and alien encounters, critical thinking and empirical evidence must remain the guiding principle of investigating these claims. And here, my friends, is where the problems come in, because the people who are profiting from and selling some of these people's stories, remember, it's not just the claimant who is making the money. And I have seen an incredible amount of examples where the person making the claims only makes a little bit of money, but the person hyping, over sensationalizing, and publicizing the claims, in this example, we would say Ross Coulthard is certainly helping to over sensationalize, overhype, and promote this man's stories. But so I have seen examples where the claimant makes very little money and in fact is being used as a pawn by a UFO profiteering whore like Ross Coulthard, who makes a great deal of money selling provably fake stories. And this is, of course, another problem with this story. Previous to the Grusch story, Ross Coulthard was caught selling two 100% completely and totally fake stories. After the Grusch story came out, he came out with another completely and totally fake story about an egg-shaped UFO and a crash retrieval program in Area 51. Oh, it's going to make a great book someday, but you won't be able to buy it from me, right? That whole story completely and totally fell apart. So what we have here is a mental patient with autism and post-traumatic stress disorder that they forgot to tell us all those things working with a guy who has been caught selling 3 100% provably fake stories. These are facts. And by the way, I'm not arguing with people. You can comment all you want about, awards Ross Coulthart won 22 years ago. I don't care. He's a garbage peddler now. That's what's important. And we have to hammer home the point that in any other situation, if the person selling the story with zero evidence had been caught selling 3 completely fake stories, no one would listen to them. No one would take them seriously. They would just go, here goes Ross Coulthart, crying wolf again, or in this case, crying alien again, right? But it's 2 completely and totally fake alien stories he got caught selling. These things are important, and you can argue with me all you want in the comments. These are facts. Ross Coulthart has been caught selling 3 completely and totally fake stories. And in all 3 cases, he used the exact pattern that I have been harping on and hammering. How many times have we heard me say this? But I'll say it again. In all 3 of these cases of Ross Coulthart being caught selling completely and totally fake stories, he used the pattern that I described. Step 1, overhype, over-sensationalize, and over-promise evidence. Step 2, you overhyped, over-sensationalized, and over-promised too much, so inevitably, after the story airs, you're going to under-deliver on the promises you made in the original piece. People will start demanding evidence when we get to the under-deliver phase. And step 3, the big letdown. Ross Coulthart has fit that pattern 3 times. Over-sensationalize, overhype, overpromise. Then comes the under-deliver phase. Then comes the big letdown. We are leaving the under-deliver phase when it comes to the Dave Grusch story. And the story is falling apart. The house of cards is falling down. Somebody on Twitter correctly pointed out that they believe that the story will still be around for another 90 days. We are approaching 90 days since Mr. Grusch made these extraordinary claims and no evidence. So far, Ross Coulthart and everybody else that promised he was going to name the names of programs. And then of course you get the excuses. Well, he did to the ICIG and he did to Congress, but nobody's allowed to see that. It's all classified. And by the way, Media Watch has slammed Ross Coulthart's fake stories twice now. When you get slammed by Media Watch twice, you're a goddamn garbage peddler. But welcome to America, Ross Coulthart, you bitch. I'm going to cover every fake story that you run for the rest of your sad, sorry life. All right, sorry, get that out. I had to get that out of my system. Because Ross Coulthart has been accusing my government officials of all kinds of things, cover-ups and retribution tactics and all leaking classified leaking personal medical information. And yeah, none of that is true. Ross Coulthart is an Australian citizen. He has no right to come here and interfere with our system of government here. I'm not going over to Australia and complaining about those lockdowns where they put people in camps, right? What the hell is he doing here bitching about UFO transparency? And by the way, Ross Coulthart, you are a sad, bitter, angry little man. You are a sad, bitter, angry little man who sells fake stories for money. No one in the United States government should take Ross Coulthart seriously. Why? Why would you take him seriously? Would they take a National Enquirer writer who writes like Clinton adopted an alien baby story seriously in our Congress? Of course not. Then we shouldn't accept or allow this guy to come in and influence our form of government. He's a garbage peddler, no better than a National Enquirer writer or those World Weekly News that they used to have, right? Where you, in the supermarket aisle, Hillary Clinton has an alien baby. Bill Clinton meets aliens, and then they had the hokey glued together pictures. Ross Coulthart is no better than that. Why would we take him seriously in our form of government here? Why would we waste our senators and congressmen's time when he's no better than the World Weekly News or a National Enquirer or a Sun writer? He's a garbage peddler who sells fake stories for money. And he's been caught 3 times doing the overpromise, underdeliver, over sensationalize. Then comes the big letdown. Or I'm sorry, then comes the underdeliver. Then comes the big letdown. Caught 3 times doing that. Why is this story any different? We're 90 days in. There's no evidence of the claims that Ross made or this Grusch made. 90 days we've waited. And quite honestly, I wanted to shout this from the rooftop 30 days in, but I thought I better wait, just in case this time will be different. Unlike the other, 20 times whistleblowers or 50 times UFO people, whistleblowers, so-called whistleblowers have come forward and made alien claims and claimed they had evidence but never delivered. I'll wait another 30 days, right? And then at 60 days, I said, wow, still no evidence. The House of Cards is falling. I'll give it 30 more days. And just to be clear, we have 5 more days until it's 90 days. 5 more days. It'll be 90 days. It's 85 days in, just to be factually accurate and correct. We're 85 days in, and there's not a shred of any of Dave Grusch's claims. Not a shred of evidence. That's a big problem. And further, what they did, wheeling a mental patient into Congress to talk about alien bodies and spaceships that they forgot to tell Congress or the American public or anybody in their stories, was a mental patient suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder who's also autistic. And not to keep repeating myself, but there are scientific studies. Autistic people cannot tell the difference between somebody lying to them and somebody telling them the truth as easily or as well as somebody not affected by autism. And since Mr. Grusch is only repeating things people told him, we have to bring up the autism question. And by the way, I hate to do that because I have a beautiful 11-year-old son who is severely, severely affected by autism. I've been his primary caretaker for like 10 years or a little less than that. 9 years, maybe 8 years, 8 years, I think. I have read everything that I can on autism. And so when I tell you, as the father of a severely autistic child who doesn't speak generally, he's nonverbal, that the science is clear on this point. People with autism are easily to manipulate. So am I the devil here to suggest, when we can show you, I can show you 15 historical examples of people taking advantage of somebody making claims about aliens to make money. And we have the scientific literature which proves that people affected by autism are easier to manipulate than someone unaffected by autism. Then we add in his, bad history of mental problems and substance abuse. The whole story rests on his credibility, which fell apart with recent revelations. But the other issue is that now everybody in Congress and the Senate are backing off of UFOs because these people profiting from the Grusch story over-promised and under-delivered. Oh, where have we heard that before? And I hate to sound like a broken record, but we've been saying that since the very beginning of this story. They're really over-promising here, and I think they're going to under-deliver, and they did. Oh, gosh, we want to thank Rain Dimensions for a kind and generous $5 and for making me laugh. He says, but Ryan Graves will be at a hearing at Mexico soon. Disclosure is confirmed. Yes. And Ryan Graves, one of this UFO hearings witnesses, who, by the way, is trying to profit off of UFOs like everybody else involved. He's got a profit-driven motive. He's going to be appearing with Jaime Maussan. And we have previously detailed, 55 hoaxes, totally fake UFO stories that Jaime Maussan has been involved in. Yeah, disclosure is absolutely, disclosure is confirmed, friends. It's coming any minute. Disclosure will be here any minute now that Ryan Graves is going to be working with Jaime Maussan. Perhaps the biggest UFO hoax promoter other than Third Phase of Moon. Perhaps the biggest. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous that this is where we're at. And yes, there are people thinking that there will be big disclosures at that at that hearing. Come on, big disclosures. But thank you, Rain Dimensions, for helping us, because just so everybody is aware, all the haters hate it when you guys send me money. They get so mad every time somebody sends me money. So keep it coming just to piss off the haters. Praise the cash, bitches. Praise it. Thank you, Rain Dimensions, for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate you, and thanks for appreciating us. Now, we're going to go over this whole story and the evidence that it is falling apart, because there is a great deal here that I think people are missing. And we're being told by the UFO profiteering whores that are selling this story and profiting from it that a lot's going on behind the scenes. Yeah, a lot is going on behind the scenes. And remember, I told you that they overpromised. What comes after the overpromise? The underdeliver. So we're going to have a real problem. Cold hard. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes, he did. He did start a new foundation to profit from, but then it's interesting that there are witnesses that apparently were in with Ryan Graves who says he doesn't care one bit about aerospace safety. And he started an organization trying to get government contracts to study aerospace safety and the UFO issue. So he's got a big money motive to be promoting UFOs, and he's never seen anything with his own eyes. He saw something on his radar instruments. And he keeps doing the lie by omission. He says things like, we saw things every day. Who's we? You didn't see anything, Ryan Graves. I'm sorry, I don't trust that guy either. I don't trust any of these guys. I think they're all UFO whores. And, they're all UFO whores. And, you got to pay the whore. Like, if you want to have the fun, you want the alien fun, you got to pay. You got to pay. You just got to pay. So we're going to be going over now. When I say they overpromised and they're going to underdeliver, now's where things get problematic, because remember, they claimed that Grusch had all this evidence, the names of the programs, the names of the people running the programs, the location of the alien bases or technology where it's being housed and stored and back engineered at. And he's going to drop all of the evidence. He's going to drop it all. Then he didn't drop anything publicly. But the excuse is he dropped it in congressional testimony, private testimony. But we heard Rep. Tim Burchett himself say that congressional aides heard that testimony and then came to him and called Grusch an unreliable witness. So what evidence does he have? Well, here's where it gets problematic. Oh, we want to thank you, Local 556. By the way, I saved your voicemail message and I kept forgetting to call you back, so I apologize. I'm going to have some time either tomorrow or later tonight. I'll give you a call. I apologize. I saved your number, but just to be sure, please do send it to me on Twitter. Just send me your number again. And if you're up late tonight after the show, I'll give you a call. Dear YouTube, please stop demonetizing Steve's videos. Absolutely no reason for it. Love Local 556. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. I truly appreciate it. We're praising the cash tonight. We are praising it. And the haters are going nuts. Every time somebody sends Stephen Cambia money, the haters cry. Don't you want to make my haters cry? Oh, I love it. Thank you, Local 556. So, Chris G with a kind and generous $5. We thank you. Woo, make all the haters mad. Take that one, haters, right? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I rezzed down for a second there. Just so everybody knows, I'm not real. I'm an artificial intelligence program created by Mr. Ian. And every once in a while I glitch a little bit, It's just Mr. Ian, fix this shit. Okay. So we're going to detail. Thank you. I meant to hit that one. Thank you, Chris G, for your kindness, generosity, and support, and for making the haters cry. They are, oh, I love it. Every morning I wake up and the first thing I do is I drink a big mug of haters crybaby tears. It's beautiful. I love it. I love it. All right. So we're going to detail here. And thank you, Chris G, for your kindness, generosity, and support, and all of you guys. I truly, truly appreciate it. And Patrick Sheehan, I really was only kidding, but thank you guys. $4.99 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. You guys are making it rain up in here. I feel like I'm in the champagne room, but just so you know, there's no sex in the champagne room, Patrick Sheehan. None available. But thank you, longtime show supporter Patrick Sheehan, for your kindness as well. So listen, these UFO grifters have backed themselves into a corner because they all said that Grusch had all this evidence. And now one of their big supporters, Tim Burchett, is going to demand that the ICIG give him whatever evidence Grusch gave him. And that's going to be a problem because they set, I think, like a 30-day deadline. So maybe this story survives another 30 days, but what is everybody going to say when there's still no evidence? Rep. Tim Burchett says during the UAP hearing, David Grusch testified he could not provide specific details about UAP crash retrieval programs or reverse engineering programs, but said the intelligence community inspector general could. So my colleagues and I wrote to him to ask for details. Yeah. So specifically, Mr. Grusch could not provide the names or titles of individuals with firsthand knowledge of or direct access to UAP crash retrieval programs. Similarly, Mr. Grusch could not provide the names or titles of individuals with firsthand knowledge of or direct access to UAP reverse engineering programs. However, Mr. Grusch testified that he provided this information to the Intelligence Community Inspector General's office. Considering Mr. Grusch's testimony was under oath, we request answers to the following questions. 1, which intelligence community members, positions, facilities, military bases, or other actors are involved with UAP crash retrieval programs, directly or indirectly? 2, which intelligence community members, positions, facilities, military bases, or other actors are involved with UAP reverse engineering programs, directly or indirectly? Please respond to these questions by September 15th, 2023. If the information requested in question above contains classified material, we request access to this information in a secure setting no later than September 26th, 2023. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And it was signed by Tim Burchett, Member of Congress, Jared Muskowitz, Member of Congress, and Anna Paulina Luna. You remember her. That hot chick that used to be an Instagram influencer, and now she's suddenly a congressman because she got endorsed by Trump. Oh, gotta love America. So here is the problem. First of all, I just want to put something on the record before we go further, and that is alien technology. Wait, no, I said that wrong. The United States government is certainly in possession of crash retrieval material. There is a long history of the United States government scooping things up that crash, whether that be foreign adversarial aviation technology like airplanes or helicopters or drones, or it be adversarial technology that came from the space programs of our adversaries. In other words, what I want to make very, very crystal clear, I want to be incredibly clear on this point so that no one misunderstands me. Here, we could get rid of that. To be incredibly clear, the United States government has probably now has multiple programs to retrieve crashed technology. When we had those recent flyovers with the Chinese balloons, somebody went and retrieved that material. Where did it go? What did they do with it? Why could we not see pictures of the debris after they retrieved it? Why do we get no reports about what kind of technology that Chinese balloon had on it? Well, that would all be classified. And one can also look into, there's something called Project Moondust. I believe that's what it's called. Let me check real quick. We want to be thorough in our analysis here. So Project Moondust was a covert project by the United States Air Force during the Cold War that existed at the Air Force Missile Development Center at Holloman Air Force Base. The aim of the project was to recover objects and debris from spacecraft that survived re-entry through the atmosphere back to Earth, and to exploit the discovery of Soviet hardware when it temporarily fell into American hands. And that's just one program. There's also Project Blue Fly. Project Blue Fly is a former covert project of the United States Air Force during the Cold War that existed at the Air Force Missile Development Center, also at Holloman Air Force Base. The aim of the project was also to exploit the discovery of Soviet hardware when it landed in American or Allied hands permanently. So, see, in one program, they would recover Soviet technology, and then they would rush to back engineer it or analyze it, get technical details, find out all they could about it, and then they would turn it back over to them. They would keep it temporarily and then give it back. But Project Blue Fly, they kept it. They never gave it back. And then, of course, there's Project Round Robin, also a covert project, also at the Air Force Missile Development Center at Holloman Air Force Base. And the aim of that project, again, was to exploit any Soviet material that fell into American hands, including rocket boosters and satellites. So what would happen is the Soviets would launch a spacecraft for whatever reason. And you know how the booster rockets come off, and then a lot of times they just go in the middle of the ocean somewhere? We had teams of people, highly trained, highly skilled, people with high security clearances that would go and scoop those things up and bring them back to the United States so that they could be exploited. Remember, these were our adversaries. This was the height of the Cold War. Any technology they had or were using, we wanted to know about. Any technological advantage that they came up with, whether it be in material science, rocket science, electronics, computers, communications, whatever our adversaries had, we wanted to know what they had. And if they had anything better than us, we wanted to exploit their tech so that we could leapfrog them, or at least catch up. If they had better rocket boosters, we can make our rocket boosters better. If they had better satellite communication systems, we can make our satellite communication systems better. If they had better navigation systems, we could look at what they were doing and make ours better. These programs have existed for decades and decades and decades. The United States government currently has some programs that are also covert or top secret programs. And those programs are running around. And by the way, I've been told this by a very good source that I trust. There are United States government programs that are covert, black or special access projects, some USAPs, unacknowledged special access projects because they're so secret. There are teams of people running around picking up things like Chinese drones. There are teams of people running around picking up Russian technology and drones in the middle of perhaps war zones going on right now, or anywhere they crash. So when people use the term UAP crash retrieval programs, what are they talking about? Well, you would think they're talking about unidentified objects. And certainly the United States government, if there's anything unidentified in the sky that crashes, they're going to go and pick it up. Just like this Project Moondust or Moonbeam or these other projects that we have mentioned to you. Project Blue Fly, Project Moondust, and Project Round Robin. Those are just 3 examples from history that I'm giving you. There's many, many more programs like this. So I want to put on the record that the United States government in the past, historically, and currently, they go pick up anything, any technological flying object, whether it be space or from within our own atmosphere, that crashes. Additionally, there is historical examples of the United States Navy and military, our military, picking up sunken ships from adversaries. It's enough to say that there are historical examples, and ask anybody in the intelligence community today, if a Chinese drone crashed, would they pick it up? Would they analyze it? Would they back engineer it? Absolutely, 100%. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear that I'm not saying there's no crash retrieval programs. Certainly there are. There is a mountain of evidence that there have been crash retrieval programs. Where I draw the line, however, is when people jump right to the aliens. What I believe Mr. Grusch may have found some evidence of is one of these modern day crash retrieval programs that has similar goals to Project Moonfly, Project Moondust, or Project Round Robin. And perhaps somebody misunderstood what was picked up in some of these instances and believed it was alien technology. And so, some rumors began. Remember, all he's doing is repeating stories people told him. He has no firsthand knowledge or information. So I believe that some of these people who he talked to may have simply been mistaken. After all, we need to make sure that we understand there's a goddamn Chinese drone base, I believe it's a drone base, off of Cuba, on Cuba right now. And that's just 90 miles, right? It's 90 miles from the continental United States, Cuba is. And there is literally a Chinese spy base there. Could it be perhaps that the United States government's got ships all around those shipping lanes and are trying to pick up any Chinese drone technology that they could get their hands on? Because, and let me be very clear in saying this, I don't want people to interpret this as being me being stereotypical. But here's what I will say. And I don't care if you're going to call me stereotypical. The Chinese people are great at technology. Now, some would say they're great at copying technology, not coming up with technology of their own. But hey, gunpowder, fireworks, they've come up with a lot of great technology. I worked for a Chinese family in the computer business once, and that entire family was amazing with technology and computers and software and programming. Maybe it's just my experience, but in my experience, the Chinese people that I have known have been very, very technically skilled, right? Could it be perhaps that incredible civilization which developed fireworks and gunpowder and many other weapons of war have developed some sort of advanced propulsion systems? And that may be the cause of some of this? Certainly, I think so. So we're going to get into some of the evidence and disinformation. Because this story has run on disinformation from the very beginning. Here we have Mike Colangio. Retired Army Carl Neal went on the record to the debrief, stating of Grusch, his assertion concerning the existence of terrestrial arms race occurring sub rosa over the past 80 years focused on reverse engineering technologies of unknown origin is fundamentally correct, as is the indisputable realization that at least some of those technologies are of unknown origin and they derive from non-human intelligence. Well, those are big claims, but there's a big problem with that. And that is, and this is more, I emphasize those ICIG investigations included multiple interviews with firsthand witnesses to the NHI crash retrieval and reverse engineering program known to Mr. Grusch, as well as other evidence. Other firsthand witnesses have also testified to the intelligence community inspector general who are not known to Mr. Grusch, backing his allegations. That's a quote from Ross Coulthard, except the problem is, according to Dave Grusch's own lawyers, it didn't. Here's a quote from Dave Grusch's own lawyers. The whistleblower disclosure did not speak to the specifics of the alleged classified information that Mr. Grusch has now publicly characterized, and the substance of that information has always been outside of the scope of Compass Rose representations. So there's a great deal of disinformation. You know, people say things and then we find out, oh, it's not really like that. And also, one of the things that people keep saying, and I cringe every time I hear it, people keep saying that the intelligence community inspector general found Dave Grusch's alien body and alien crash retrieval and spaceship claims urgent and credible. No, he did not. Show me a quote from him, from the intelligence community inspector general. That's a lie. That's a Ross Coulthard bluff. You know how Ross Coulthard likes to bluff that he has evidence that doesn't exist. The inspector general of the intelligence community never said that Dave Grusch's alien claims were credible and urgent, that his claims of alien spaceships were urgent and credible, that his claims of crash retrieval programs were urgent and credible. That never happened. He called his complaint that he filed urgent and credible. And his complaint was about apparent retaliation for looking into these alien programs. It could just as easily be that the so-called reprisals against Mr. Grusch were because he was hanging out with people known to leak classified information from the United States military in the form of Mr. Corbell and Mr. George Knapp. You can't leak a still image from a video inside a classified briefing. You can't do it. And if some high-ranking intelligence official was hanging out with somebody that did that, there would be consequences for them. But the major point is that people are confusing things. This is what Ross Coulthard does. He massages the data, right? Oh, Dave Grusch, he filed a whistleblower retaliation complaint. And when he filed a whistleblower retaliation complaint, the intelligence community inspector general said that that complaint was urgent and credible. Not his claims of aliens, not his claims of alien bodies, not his claims of alien spaceships, but his complaint. And in time, I believe that that complaint will either be leaked or released to the public. And what we're going to see is that people have been lying about what information was given to whom. And now, tick, tock, man, because we have till September 15th. And gee, what do we think is going to happen? Or September 26th. So this story may still linger on for 30 whole days more before we find out that Ross Coulthard is full of shit and Dave Grusch is full of shit. And I, for one, think that would be an acceptable outcome. If we only have to sit here and watch these UFO grifters, profit from this story for another 30 days before it's all over, I think, okay, all right, we'll do another 30 days. And also, some evidence of the story crashing and burning can be easily provided by analytics. I'm going to thank Sixus Design for finding this. If you go to Google Trends and search Google Trends for the term Grusch, and by the way, we did it both ways, just Grusch or David Grusch or Dave Grusch. We did it all ways. When the story came out, there was a huge spike in interest in people searching that term. But now it's dropped to next to nothing. So what happened? Well, I think the big letdown happened. And most people, even people interested in these topics, oh, I'm sorry, let me make that bigger. I always forget. Pardon me. So I think what happened, you see that big spike? The big spike was the initial interview. And then after the interview, there was another big spike. And then it's in the crapper now. And what happened after those first two big spikes is everybody found out that Dave Grusch is a mental patient. Oh, it's a mental patient saying the government has alien technology. Oh, it's a mental patient saying the government has alien spaceships. And this is where the people like, Corbell and Knapp are getting pissed off. And Coulthart's really pissed because if that revelation that their primary, UFO cash cow here in the form of Grusch was a mental patient hadn't come out, the interest would have kept going, I believe. But people hear, oh, that guy's just a mental case. And the interest just went to nothing. Nothing. Just went to nothing. It's a shame, but this is what's happening. The big letdown is happening. So interest in the story is completely gone. And now you also have to remember that members of Congress who were once very interested in pursuing this topic were all embarrassed by the fact that these UFO grifters wheeled a mental patient into Congress to talk about alien bodies and cover-ups. And now they're all backing off. And even Coulthard himself has got to admit this may stall things for years. And in fact, I believe he pretty much did admit that. Yeah. And by the way, we're going to put our fair use banner up. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. Is the David Grusch house of cards about to fall? Let me know what you think in the comments. If you're just joining us, this is our special report. Is Dave Grusch's house of cards about to fall? Well, we have detailed that the interest in this story is gone. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist anymore. And we have detailed that, yeah, there's crash retrieval programs, but we don't have evidence or proof that they involve aliens. These are big, big allegations to make. And also, of course, remember that Grusch said that people were murdered. People were murdered to protect the secrets. Well, can we have the names of the people that were murdered so I can look up their stories? Of course not. Of course not. Is he just simply repeating UFO mythology that he heard from people like Stephen Greer or Hal Puthoff or Eric Davis or Lou Elizondo or Corbell and Knapp or Coulthard? Why can't we get the names of the people that were murdered? That would seem to be an important part of your story to me. Let's look into those murders. Of course, we're not going to get any evidence of that. But next, we get even Coulthard admitting that things may stall for years now because of this garbage that they peddled into the Congress. Congratulations. Any of you who are pissed off that we don't get disclosure, there's the guy that screwed the pooch on disclosure. And you know why he did it? So he can fill his pockets with money. You stupid people defending him. There's the traitor to disclosure right there. He screwed disclosure for years by wheeling a mental patient in the Congress to talk about alien bodies and cover-ups and people being murdered with no evidence. And he did that to fill his pockets with UFO dollars. He did that to profit. So all of you stupid people defending him, he screwed disclosure for years. Thank him when you don't get that disclosure you wanted. And by the way, according to Ross Coulthard, he knows exactly where an alien spaceship is. So he could bring its disclosure tomorrow. Why won't he? Could it be because he's full of it? He is a garbage peddling huckster of lies and disinformation and fake stories, fake news. And by the way, I'm going to make sure we put this on the record. Mr. Coulthard is very right-wing, and he's a big fan of this Vivek guy, Vivek Ramaswamy. You know that guy? Hey, Ross Coulthard, you dummy. Stay out of America because you don't know shit about anything, and I'm sick of this Australian Crocodile Dundee sounding idiot coming into our country and injecting himself into discussions he has no place in. Vivek Ramaswamy, Rami or whatever, the Republican presidential candidate, Ross Coulthard is praising him left and right. What a great guy. What a great candidate. Do you know how that guy made his money? He made that money running what could only be described as a completely and totally immoral and unethical pump and dump stock scam, in which he purchased a worthless drug from, I think it was GlaxoSmithKline, for $5 million. Then that drug couldn't pass clinical trials for some reason when GlaxoSmithKline had it. So Vivek Ramaswamy got his mother to tweak some things, and then they ran it through a clinical trial with very flawed data, by the way, and showed that it might show some promise to slow down Alzheimer's. But you have to get through a third phase of clinical trial. Before they actually did that, Vivek Ramaswamy and his family started a company and then they had an IPO. They had a public stock offering that was huge. The stock doubled in price in one day. And then, oh, the big letdown. Maybe he likes that guy because he likes the big letdown too. He uses it. So did Vivek. After the stock went public and Vivek and his mom and his dad and his brother and everybody else involved around him made millions and millions of dollars on the stock, they sold all their stock because they knew that drug was worthless. It couldn't pass the third phase of clinical trials. The stock went from hundreds of dollars a share to pennies in one day. That's who he's praising. A stock pump and dump scammer. But scammers love scammers, so it makes sense, right? But even Mr. Garbage Peddler Coulthard has to admit that disclosure is screwed.
Yeah, just one thing I want to make a point about, because I want to come back to this. I want people to...
by the way, Ross Coulthard and Bryce Zabel's show is called Need to Know. And what you need to know about Ross Coulthard and Bruce Zabel, whatever his name is, Mr. Zabel Fable, who, by the way, wrote a book about what happens after disclosure 11 years ago. He kept all the money, still no disclosure. Great. He wrote that book with Richard Dolan, who's participated in many UFO fraud hoax cases, most notably the Roswell Slides case. So what you need to know about these two guys' show Need to Know is that they sell fake stories for cash. They've been caught selling a completely and totally fake story recently. It's still on their YouTube and fully monetized.
Be very aware of just how important this Schumer legislation is.
Yeah.
It has been conveyed to me by multiple sources.
Conveyed to him by multiple sources. Why are we buffering?
Now, that if that Schumer legislation, the legislation that demands...
what are we doing here? 1 second, friends. I apologize. I don't know why it's buffering.
That both the defense and intelligence community and private aerospace...
1 second, friends. Let's see if we can fix that. No. Just bear with me 1 moment. I apologize for the buffering. I don't know what the issue is.
Yeah, just one thing I want to make a point about, because I want to come back to this. I want people to be very aware of just how important this Schumer legislation is.
Yeah.
It has been conveyed to me by multiple sources now that if that Schumer legislation, the legislation that demands that both the defense and intelligence community and private aerospace reveal what they know about non-human intelligence or non-human intelligence technology, if that amendment doesn't go into the legislation at the end of this year, I'm told any form of public disclosure of what they know will be delayed by years.
Yeah, and what you have to know is that all the congressmen and senators are going to know that that legislation was prompted by Dave Grusch, a mental patient with autism and post-traumatic stress disorder who made massive, massive allegations against the United States government of an alien cover-up. That legislation was prompted by Mr. Grusch before everybody knew he was a mental patient. So that legislation, I doubt, will pass. I highly doubt that legislation will pass. So we can thank Ross Coulthart for bringing a mental patient into Congress to testify about alien bodies, who got the ball rolling, but now the Congress people and the senators will be fully aware that this was prompted by a mental patient with no evidence. They're not going to pass this. I doubt it. I really, really doubt it.
That's not a good thought.
And this is what's going on.
All right. I've had enough of that one. I apologize. We'll move on to the next part. It's interesting that I watched some news from the Hill, and boy, the couple of anchors there, I know one's name is Brianna Joy Gray, and the other gentleman, good news program. I tend to watch several different news programs because I want to get both sides of the issue or the slant, right? So UFO intel blob, desperate. That's pretty big headline, right? Desperate to control UAP crash story and discredit Dave Grusch, according to Jeremy Corbell, who has been caught selling fake stories about aliens and UFOs many times. By the way, fair use. This is fair use. This is a transformative
Congressional
work.
leaders have written a new
Educating
letter
the public
addressed to Inspector General of the Intelligence Community on specifics of whistleblower David Grusch's congressional testimony. Congressman Tim Burchett tweeted yesterday, during the UAP hearing, David Grusch testified he could not provide specific details about UAP crash retrieval programs or reverse engineering programs, but...
Yeah, and by the way, the DOD cleared him to talk about crash retrieval programs. They cleared him to talk about alien bodies and spaceships. So why, if it's not classified by nature, why can't he talk publicly about it? The DOD confirmed that those things were not classified, according to the DOD releasing him to speak about those things.
But said the Intelligence Community Inspector General could. So my colleagues and I wrote to him to ask for details. The letter, signed by Representatives Tim Burchett, Jared Moskowitz, and Anna Paulina Luna, Nancy Mace, Eric Burleson, and Andy Ogles, who have largely been front and center leading the UAP inquiries on Capitol Hill, they write that considering Mr. Grusch's testimony was under oath, we request answers to the following questions.
I love this monkey in the middle here, you know? And, you know, I've really been thinking a lot about the fact that this man may have been used by these grifters to sell their fake alien and UFO stories, like so many other people these people have used to profit from. And if that's the case, that's really sad, because that would mean this man threw his entire career and reputation away so that other people could make money. And I wonder how his wife would feel if she knew that the people that he's hanging out with have been caught selling fake stories multiple times. Corbell, Knapp, all been caught selling fake stories. Ross Coulthart, all caught selling fake stories.
Questions: which intelligence community members, positions, facilities, military bases, or other actors are involved with UAP crash retrieval programs, directly or indirectly? And which intelligence community members, positions, facilities, military bases, or other actors are involved with UAP reverse engineering programs, directly or indirectly?
Yeah, and by the way, this is going to be a real problem, because what happens in 30 days when we find out exactly what Grusch apparently evidence he had?
Meanwhile, recently, Jeremy Corbell stressed the need for government transparency about UFOs in a conversation with Chris Cuomo. Let's watch.
Oh yeah, Mr. Transparency. Yeah, we need transparency. The guy who is not transparent in his own stories when he's selling a story that's really about military flares and claims it's an alien pyramid spaceship or triangle spaceship, whatever. We need transparency.
They want to make an example of David Grusch.
I apologize. I don't know what the buffering issue is about tonight. We could skip this. We covered this previously when we covered that Cuomo interview. I really don't want to listen to any more of Corbell than I need to, right? I don't know about you. I've had enough Corbell to last, you know? We've had enough of that. We've had enough. Maybe it's a bad idea to try to share clips from Twitter, because every time I do this, we have some sort of issues. I apologize. Let me see if I can close out some things. Yes, I can. I don't think it's a memory issue. I think it's a crap issue. Look at that. Just buffering away. Let me catch up in the live chat while we wait to see if this resolves. My apologies. Why is this not working? Oh, jeez. Always when it's live. It always works for me when I'm not on a live show, right? Oh, come on. Maybe we should have just sat through the Corbell crap. All right. You know what? This whole story is simply that what we've already covered tonight, that Representative Burchett requests details from firsthand UFO witnesses. Are we going to get their names? Are we going to get the evidence that Ross Coulthart claimed that Mr. Grusch was in possession of 90 days, almost 90 days ago, 85 days ago? I don't think so. I don't think we're going to get any evidence. All right. Well, I got one that's working. We'll try this next clip. Yeah. And again, thanks to Mike. He finds the best clips, so I don't have to. I appreciate him. And he's a great follow on Twitter. So
UAPs,
we'll give you his Twitter handle in a moment.
Unidentified aerial phenomena, or the alleged aerial phenomena that these whistleblowers are talking about. 6 lawmakers sending a letter now to the intelligence community demanding information on a potential crash retrieval program of alien spacecraft.
And you'll probably remember News Nation broke the story in an exclusive report. A whistleblower telling
they
us
sure
that
did
the
break
United
the story.
States government is in possession.
He's not a whistleblower
of
unless he has
extraterrestrial
evidence.
Spacecraft. That story sparking a quest for answers in the House of Representatives. Tom Dempsey has the latest on that from Washington. Tom.
Good morning, Markey. Yeah, this all stems from the testimony of Air Force veteran
I don't know what
and
this issue
former
is.
intelligence officer David Grusch, who testified in front of Congress last month about the federal government allegedly recovering non-human biological pilots of unidentified aerial phenomena that were downed. Now, this latest push for information comes as some Congress members have questions about things like the alleged crash retrieval program and the alleged reverse engineering program run by the federal government. Grusch testified about those programs during that hearing in front of the congressional members, saying he had access to the information due to his official duties in the intelligence community. He told Congress he was unable to go into.
No, he had access to the information, but he has no firsthand information of his own. He is simply repeating stories that people told him. And this is where the media keeps getting it wrong.
To specifics in a public setting because that information was classified, but said he did.
Yeah, and why would the DOD clear him to talk about alien bodies and all this other stuff and say that's not classified? Then when he's pressed to actually provide the evidence that Ross Coulthart, Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Leslie Kean, Blumenthal, and others selling this story said he had in the original stories, when pressed to provide the evidence, oh, that's classified. Well, the DOD said that you could talk about all this. Why can't you give us any of the evidence?
Provide those details to the Intelligence Community Inspector General's office. In a new letter addressed to the Inspector General, Representative Tim Burchett asks for any names, positions,
and here we have this letter again.
Facilities and bases directly or indirectly involved with the alleged UAP programs. This latest push all comes after News Nation's sister publication, The Hill, hosted an event on UAP.
Oh, The Hill is also owned by Nexstar Media. Isn't that great? They're covering a lot of this.
Where lawmakers spoke about the
I didn't know
need
that.
for more
I'm gonna have to look it up.
transparency and SCIF meeting.
And you gotta play those fake Corbell UFO videos? How many times? And by the way, I want to know if News Nation is paying Corbell a licensing fee for the footage that they constantly play of his, because that's taxpayer funded film. Corbell has no right to get royalties from taxpayer funded film.
Referring to gatherings inside sensitive facilities where classified documents and details can be shared.
We're working on getting access to be allowed to use this SCIF. And the good thing is that we have multiple lawmakers that have signed on to a letter that Representative Burchett has put forward. And then we are also requesting to ask for a special select committee to investigate this so that we have subpoena power. Because,
and by the way, they're not going to get the select committee or subpoena power. They're not going to get it. Do you know why? Because all of this was started by a mental patient who can't share any evidence publicly. They're not going to get the select committee. Oh, they're not going to be able to subpoena shit, because this was all built on a mental patient that can't share any evidence.
As you're seeing, there's so much stuff that we've had to really overcome hurdle-wise that they've just tried to throw at us to prevent us from doing this.
The lawmakers set a deadline for mid-September for the intelligence community inspector general to answer their questions. And if he has any information containing classified material, they also request a classified briefing with that information by the end of September. So we might get those answers soon, guys.
Yeah. And what's going to happen when there is no credible evidence that Grusch provided anybody? Are we going to kick the can? Are we going to chase the carrot for another 30 days after this next 30 days? Because after this next 30 days, we'll be up to almost 120 days, meaning 4 months, no credible evidence of the original claims made. How long, how many months are we going to go without evidence on this original story? Six months? Somebody responded to a tweet today, told me that they think it'll go another 90 days. But at that point, it will be around 6 months of zero evidence of Grusch's claims. So let me know what you think in the live chat and in the comments. Is Grusch's house of cards going to fall in the next 30 days? Or are we going to need another 90 days before we find out there is no there? And all of the evidence that all the profiteering whore hucksters promised us at the beginning of this doesn't exist.
Thank you for watching.
Oh, that's enough of that one. I apologize. All right. So at least it's not buffering now. I got just a couple more to share with you, and we will make it through. A couple of more clips to share with you. This one is great. UAP investigation stonewalled by congressional leaders despite huge public interest, right? And it's funny, Mike Colangelo, it's at Mike Colangelo, at MikeColangelo. He's a good follow if you're interested in this topic. He posts great clips of everything going on. He says, Brianna Joy Gray and Robbie Soave discussed the latest UFO news. It sounds like both news anchors have lost patience with the entire topic. They asked the audience what experts they should have on their show. Lots of sci-fi references in this segment. Yeah, interesting. So even the people covering this for the news channels are getting sick of the lack of evidence, right? I think that's relevant. Maybe even members of the media are experiencing the big letdown.
UAP transparency champion Congressman Tim Burchett told The Hill that he and a bipartisan group of representatives, including Matt Gaetz, Jared Moskowitz, and Anna Paulina Luna, are demanding a select committee dedicated to UFO findings.
By the way, Burchett is on the record saying that he doesn't believe they're going to get a select committee or subpoena power. That's of the last several days he said that. This is a bit of an older report.
Let's watch.
We'd like for Speaker McCarthy and, well, Chairman.
Oh, come on. It's the only thing I have open.
To appoint a select committee just to do just that. So we would have subpoena powers and we could bring those people in I think the thing is, if they don't have anything to hide, if the Pentagon doesn't, then they shouldn't throw up another roadblock as they.
Yeah, and I believe that what we're going to get 30 days from now is claims of a cover-up. That's what we're going to get. When the reality is Grusch has nothing. He has nothing but stories from people like Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff and Lou Elizondo and his boss, Gary Nolan. Nothing but stories, nothing but garbage UFO mythology, right?
They've done in the past on some of this other stuff. So hopefully Chairman Comer, I suspect the American public, though, is lighting him up and
I have no idea why this
Speaker McCarthy about this issue, because it's polling shows that there's over more than half the population believes that there's something else out there, and those are pretty good odds for a politician. I always say 50% plus one is all you need on election day, but they clearly and it's really touched a nerve.
Burchett says that so far he has not heard back from Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
Meanwhile, General Mark Milley may have tried to debunk whistleblower David Grusch's bombshell testimony from the UAP hearing last month, but did he succeed? Here's host of the Redacted podcast and guest.
Oh, and you got to love this. This is why I selected this clip. The Redacted podcast are idiots, because do you know who they're bringing on as their expert? Michael Salla. And listen, for those who are unaware, Michael Salla is the guy who brought us one of the people largely responsible for bringing us Corey Goode as a whistleblower. So Redacted is going to him to be their UFO expert, the guy who sells fake stories constantly and talks about the Galactic Federation and the sex colony on Mars and the secret space, this and that, and the Galactic Federation of Light. That's who they have as their UFO expert. Welcome to the circus, bitches. We're in the UFO circus now.
Dr. Michael Salla.
And I don't know what to make of the Mark Milley side of this, but does that seem to be where we're going here? They're going to try to push for this idea of a fake alien invasion as some sort of a cover for disclosure?
Well, that seems to be where they're heading, because the UAP that have been cited and discussed in Congress and in reports have always done in the context of them being some unknown national security threat. And Milley is on board with that. He's saying, yes, the UAPs are real. They're a national security threat. We need to put attention on that. But he just says what Grusch had to say.
Dude, if you're going on TV, comb your hair, man, and do something about the eyebrows. Does anybody remember? I offered to pay for this dude to get a brow job, right? You just go into those wax places, dude. It's not that hard, you know? It only hurts for a minute, right? You just go there, they wax them up, and they rip it off, and then you won't look like Eddie Munster, dude. Come on, you're going on national television here, aren't you? Like, do something about that shit.
About them in some way being related to these retrieved non-human craft, and that people are being injured or have been killed for revealing the truth. Now, that is something that Milley has pushed back against. So, we do see clearly that there are people
General
within
Milley
the
said
Pentagon,
he hasn't seen anything like
going all
this.
the way up to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, that want the public to think that UAPs are a threat, but that's it.
Someone has been killed over a threat to release this information. People have been injured over the threat.
Yeah, and isn't it funny how many people repeat that lie? Oh, people have been murdered to cover this all up. Really? What people? Who? They all repeat the same talking points that are evidence-less. There's no evidence to support that talking point. Why do all these grifters keep repeating that talking point? It's absolutely ridiculous.
To release the information. Who?
Exactly. Who? Who was murdered?
I'm saying this in the interest of wanting to take this as seriously as the gravity of the accusations that were just made in that clip. If the argument is that people who are threatened don't want to be hurt, I understand why you wouldn't want to make disclosures. What is the rationale for not talking openly about people who are already deceased as a consequence of coming forward? At a certain point, I'm sorry, I feel like I keep saying this. It's not that I don't want to believe, but what is, like, the allegations are escalating without the specificity escalating.
Right. Or without any evidence.
Yeah.
Escalating, like being revealed to support what they're saying. It's just people testifying about.
Yeah, they're not, these people, these two, God bless them, they're trying to do a good job, but they're not familiar enough with these UFO grifters to be able to successfully navigate why people make fantastic claims with no evidence. They haven't been around it. They don't know these people's history. Do you think if these two knew that guy, Michael Salla, has been pushing stories about space battles and space arcs in Russia and galactic federations of light and councils of aliens and reptilian overlord invasions of Earth, they would take anything that he says seriously when he claims people were murdered to protect the alien secrets? Of course they wouldn't, but they don't know this man's history. And they should have a producer that is good enough to research these claims. But most of these people do a piss poor job of researching the characters involved in the claims being made.
About things they've heard. I'm more skeptical than you are on this issue. I mean, so I was interested to hear Burchett make the popularity argument there, to say that officials who, in his view, are stonewalling, maybe not stonewalling, just not expressing enough of an interest, as much interest in him. His interest seems pretty sincere, that he cares about this issue, but he's pointing out that so do a lot of people, bipartisan, that it's not particularly ideological or party based. Want to know, do think that the U.S. government has evidence of extraterrestrial or at a minimum technology or even life, that the people believe that, and they want more.
Did I miss some? I think
to be done to declassify that, and work, serving that goal is a publicly popular thing to do, and
we'll get to those
which is
next.
true. Like,
friends.
We talk about UAPs a lot on our show these days because we can see the audience interest in wanting to learn more about it. But at some point, we don't have anything new to tell them about, to tell you who's watching the show about.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's a lack of evidence for the claims being made. And these two, at least they're seeing that, and good for them.
Except that a lot of people are making, a number of people have made claims, David Grusch and others. It's great that they have come forward and they're making their claims in public. And in fact, they swore them before Congress. And I appreciate Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna and other people's interest in this topic. And maybe a special a committee with subpoena power would do a lot of good if we could actually subpoena the people who are standing in the way of greater disclosure, or who are making these threats, or who are the government agency. But I haven't even gotten a clear answer. Before you could subpoena a specific person, I haven't even gotten a clear answer on what is the agency that is doing the that is stopping the disclosures from happening.
Yeah, no, what you're going to get is vague talks about a deep state and the Men in Black and a cover-up. You never get specifics. Okay, there's a cover-up. Who's covering it up? Well, we don't know. It's really, really ridiculous. And it gets more ridiculous the deeper you get into the circus.
Happening. Is it the CIA? Is it the FBI?
Yeah, you referenced in the clip
Homeland Security?
Someone blocking.
But it's always someone, but it's not. Can we have greater specificity than that? Like, can we narrow it down to an agency?
Of course not. You got to keep it vague and sell the story. Again, these people aren't familiar enough with the UFO circus to understand what's happening here, or with the UFO mythology history.
There can be, as long as it's just a nefarious generic other, we'll never have actual accountability until we know what branch of the government we're even talking about.
What do you make of this argument that a threat of an alien invasion could be wielded as an excuse to not give more substantive disclosures? Like, so basically saying our national security interests in preventing, I guess, a wide-scale invasion are why we're not telling you more about our knowledge of.
Yeah, we can't tell you about the aliens because we have to be prepared for that alien invasion that's coming.
I know our viewers love my nerdy references, but Watchmen is a big part of Watchmen is the villain fakes an alien invasion, fakes a attack by this giant squid that attacked New York in order to get everyone on.
I had to go back and look for that. I forgot all about that. That could be where the whole fake alien invasion grift came from. People got that idea from the Watchmen movie.
Board with it. Actually, he's left wing. It's to get everyone on board with like his progressive policies to like take climate change more seriously and have Robert Redford elected president, which is pretty interesting. But yeah, he fakes it. It's not a real, it's a creature he creates in a lab. It's not an actual alien invasion.
Yeah, I mean, look, on one hand, I have a lot of respect for, I think there's a lot of credibility in the idea that national security interests or the specter of national security interests are leveraged to justify non-disclosures at the time. We're still being told over half a century out from the Kennedy assassination that...
Yeah, that's an interesting point. There are sometimes when national security should be invoked and things should be kept from the general public. But at some point, you know, like the Kennedy assassination, everybody knows that was a conspiracy. Everybody knows that there was more involved than what we were told and much more to the story. Why can we not see all the documents? We're how many years on now?
There are documents that cannot be released in national security interest, even though they were supposed to be released. The last of them were supposed to be released in 2017.
Disclosures would make people want more funding for the military. Is the piece of this puzzle that doesn't quite fit.
I tend to agree.
Some disclosures would. I mean, we saw what the patriotic fervor after 9/11 demonstrate. Even shreds of evidence that there's an actual off-world threat. Would the military budget could go through the roof?
Yeah, and I agree that a lot of this may be about gaining additional funding. And of course, we talked at the beginning of this broadcast about everyone's profit-driven motive. Dave Grusch is a member of a UFO-related organization. That's his job, according to one document. He works for Gary Nolan, and they're going to have an organization centered around UFOs. Mr. Ryan Graves has his own organization that's trying to profit from UFOs. And certainly the military would try to profit from any threat narrative that they could.
I wouldn't be inclined to agree.
They could leak it and then pretend they didn't. They do that with everything.
Also, what are we talking about? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to keep referencing sci-fi, but in some ways that's the most specific stuff that we have to lean on in terms of theoretically how this stuff could play out. I just watched all of season 1 of the Invasion on Apple TV over the weekend. And that show, I think conceptually was very interesting, although I have my thoughts and feelings about how it played out. This is not a TV review show, but
I haven't seen Invasion. Somebody tell me in the live chat, is it worth a watch or not?
Conceptually, I liked it because many TV shows, yada, 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 the invasion part. You know, you see them in the sky and then we're colonized already, or it's a fight that happens in deep space, or there's an asteroid coming, something like that. You know, you don't often get like the global, what if they actually tried to globally, put tentacles down and start colonizing the earth, what that would look like and how scary that would be and how the governments would respond and how they'd figure out what was even happening.
Yeah. And I also think, I don't know, does anybody else agree with me? When you see a science fiction movie about like an alien invasion and humans fighting back the aliens and winning, that is completely and totally garbage, because any species with sufficient technology to travel between star systems could just exterminate us in an instant. But that wouldn't make for a very good movie, I guess, right?
And I did enjoy seeing that play out. But one of the things that was somewhat gripping about the show was how overwhelming the aliens were from a technological perspective, how it didn't seem that they had any vulnerabilities the way that the aliens in, say, War of the Worlds were allergic to water, and that ended up ending them at the end of the day. Spoiler alert for a very
that
old
was
book.
microbes and germs.
Is it water?
Water, yeah.
Well, it's water in Signs, too.
It is.
Yeah.
But here in this show, they didn't give you that. So the point is, what does it mean? An alien species, apparently capable of light travel, incredibly technologically sophisticated. According to these reports, they have craft that can move in ways that are incompatible entirely with both what human ships can do and even human physiology in terms of the G-forces they would exert. And you're telling—
Yeah, but here's the problem. Many people have claimed that UFOs exhibit physics beyond our understanding or capability. These things defy the laws of physics. How many times have we all heard that argument? Where's the evidence of that? Can we get the evidence of that? Or is this just another repeated part of UFO mythology? Just like people have been murdered to protect these alien secrets. People just repeat that over and over and over again. These things defy the laws of physics. I have heard so many people say that. I have heard no one prove it.
Telling me that we are on the precipice of going head to head with these folks, and the government thinks it's the best idea to not mobilize all the people to start turning our canning factories into weapons manufacturers and innovating and trying to fight back and analyzing alien technology from a downed craft so that we can supercharge our own technology so that we have a fighting chance, but that we should just keep us all in the dark because reasons. Like I'm struggling. I want to believe, Robbie, but I am struggling.
Remember in Independence Day, we upload a computer virus that's
100%.
compatible with the alien defense.
Just get that USB key in there.
How absurd.
No, but honestly, compared to Invasion, that made a lot more sense.
God,
I don't want to get into it, because at least then there was an
And
acknowledgement.
here's what this has
set up
devolved
the idea
into.
that
They're just going to talk about science fiction because there's no evidence to talk about.
That there was this vulnerability, and we could exploit that vulnerability. In Invasion, it's so much dumber than that. It's giving Stranger Things mind melding with the child. It's giving ridiculous. But the point is, like, back to the news story. Like, if there are good sources, and I do know that there's a very robust UFO UAP community. I have looked at some of the message boards on Reddit. I have seen their frustration with some of the news coverage, but it's not clear to me that there's a lot of basis for that. So if there are particular links, if there are particular experts that we should be looking to, learning from, having come on the show, please do let us know in the comments, because I do very much want to understand why there is so much invested relief despite there being a real trickle of new information.
Trickle?
Absolutely.
There's no new
Let us know,
information.
and we'll have more rising right after this.
Almost 90 days. The only new information we got is that the cash cow that they created this story with in the form of Dave Grusch is a mental patient. Was a mental patient. That's the new information that we got. We got no new information in the past almost 90 days other than that, which I think speaks volumes about the whole story. We were promised evidence at the beginning of this, even before the story began. They hyped up this whistleblowers coming forward, and they're going to have all this evidence, right? And just to be thorough and clear, they mentioned in one of these pieces General Milley. General Milley insists, I haven't seen any kind of that stuff, right? I'm sorry, I can't read you the whole article. Army General Mark A. Milley has a momentous and at times polarizing 4-year run as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff under Presidents Trump and Biden. In the first of a series of articles ahead of scheduled end of his tenure, General Milley sat down with senior Washington Times military correspondent Ben Wolfgang to discuss some of his achievements and controversies as his time. In that interview, he stated, I haven't seen any of that kind of stuff. So the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff hasn't seen any evidence of alien technology, hasn't seen any evidence of alien crash retrievals, haven't seen any evidence of alien bodies, hasn't seen any evidence of recovered intact non-human spacecrafts. So that guy's in charge of the entire military, essentially, and he hasn't seen any evidence of this. That's a problem. That's a real problem. And it will be hard for people to do anything about that. We want to thank Las Gods for a kind and generous $5 super chat. This is another piece of disinformation, unfortunately, Las Gods. Hey, after Grusch swore under oath, could he face jail for false statements? Great show as always. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And this is another talking points of the people selling this. Oh, Grusch can't be lying. Why would he lie under oath? He could face jail time. Well, go check how many people have faced jail time for lying under oath to Congress. It's incredibly, incredibly rare. And additionally, Mr. Grusch is simply recounting or retelling things that other people told him. it'd be very, very difficult to prove that he was lying or to prosecute him for lying based on the fact that he's not a firsthand witness. He never saw anything with his own eyes. He didn't see the spaceships or the alien bodies or any of that stuff. He's just repeating what people told him. And if he believes that what people told him were true and he's just repeating it, he will never get popped for lying to Congress. Never. And we thank Zizix for two things, being a member and a kind and generous $5 super sticker. We thank all of you guys. Very, very generous of you, Zizix, longtime show supporter. And we've got Real Steel Rumblehead. By the way, I love that movie, Real Steel. I'm a big fan of robots. I once worked at the Drexel Robotics Lab, and I once built a lot of robots. You go, Steve. Keep killing it with the truths. Enjoyed your show last night as well. I was too tied up to participate, but I listened and laughed. Rock on. Well, we thank you, Real Steel Rumblehead, longtime show supporter and fellow robot fan. We thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. And we want to thank all of you people who are constantly there to help us praise the cash.
Praise the cash! 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 Thank you!
Thank you guys for helping us to praise the cash. You guys are making all the haters cry tonight. Remember, every time you send me money, they cry. They cry. The more money people send me, the more they cry. I love it. And I love the support. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. And by the way, there is a new feature with, I think it's a new feature. I never noticed it before, but they auto star super chats now for me. So I will never miss one again. And we thank all of you people who have so far sent a super chat. For those unaware, we thank every single person every night. Every time somebody sends a super chat, we make sure we recognize and thank them for their kindness, generosity, and support. Oh, there's another one. Rain Dimensions with another kind of generous $5 super chat says, by the time the Grusch documentary comes out, there'll probably be no disclosure and they'll tease that it is still imminent to hype the suckers again. I agree with you. Absolutely. And by the way, I heard from a source that I trust who's in with the Believer crowd that they are rushing the Grusch documentary into production. That's not a good sign. If they are rushing that documentary to finish it, it is because they know, friends, that Grusch's house of cards may be falling very, very soon. And they need to cash in and cash out before the whole story comes crashing down. But we thank all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And, of course, for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, 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 praise the cash. Subscribe and hit the like button. Smash it like it's hot.
Hot. Smash it like it's hot. Hit that like button. We appreciate all of you. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Now I got to get back to the regular live chat. War of the Worlds, fake alien invasion from radio days, says Patty Wilhelm. Yeah, it's alien invasion or fake alien invasion has been a thing for a long, long time. So I've got just one more thing to share. One second. Let me see if I can't find the last clip here. Oh, this one. I saved my favorite for last, friends. I saved my favorite for last. Rorschach Mad is here. Welcome, Rorschach, longtime show supporter. Chuck Bam says, hey, I am trying to sleep. Well, we got to praise the cash, Chuck Bam. I don't know what to tell you. Turn your volume down or something. We have to praise the cash. It's important. Yeah. Is Grusch producing, is Corbell producing the Grusch documentary? I don't know who's producing it, but I know that Ross Coulthard is directly involved. And that Mr. Grusch had a documentary deal in place as of May 15th, which is almost a month before he became a public figure. So isn't it a little suspicious that this guy was making documentary deals before he ever went public with his claims? He already had a documentary deal in place before he made his claims. To me, that proves that this is a profit-driven, he has profit-driven motives. Then Lizzie Borgen says, give Daddy Cambia money so a little poser can cry like a little dingus. Shut up, you Satanist. The drama rama. All right, we're gonna share my screen and present you this last clip because this is pretty funny. This is also The Hill, and this is Bobby and Brianna have a discussion about the alleged egg-shaped UFO at Area 51 and the 40 witnesses Dave Grusch spoke to. This is interesting because the reason this is interesting is because this entire story has been called out as being completely and totally fake. Completely and totally fake. This Ross Coulthard story that they're covering in this piece is completely and totally fake. We proved that. That's one of the 3 100% fake stories that Coulthard has been caught peddling. Hope that music's not copyrighted.
A man witnessed an alleged spacecraft retrieved in the 1980s and stored at Area 51. That's according to investigative journalist Ross Coulthard, who...
Yes, except it was a third-hand account. A guy selling a patch on eBay who in one post claimed he got it from his uncle, and in another post claimed he was the guy at Area 51, and in other posts claimed other things trying to sell this patch. But apparently a guy selling a patch got a patch from his uncle, and his uncle was part of a crash retrieval program at Area 51 and then heard stories about alien spacecraft being recovered. So what we get is a fourth-hand, really, account from Ross Coulthard retelling the story. But remember, we have the guy selling the patch. That's the first account. This is like a bad game of telephone. The guy selling the patch, the uncle, and then the uncle heard the story from somebody else. That's 3. And then Ross Coulthard is telling the story. Yeah, we're getting a fourth-hand retelling of this story from Ross Coulthard. And by the way, in case you're curious, the whole story is fake because the patch was not from any kind of crash retrieval program at Area 51. It was from a radar program. And so Ross Coulthard didn't do 5 minutes of research, or he would have known that the whole story was fake and falls apart under the least little bit of scrutiny.
During a recent interview, discussed an alleged anonymous source who has contacted the all-domain anomaly resolution.
He's not anonymous because researchers from Metabunk found him, and they found all of his original eBay postings with all different stories designed to try to get big money for this rare Area 51 patch that was not any of the things that he said it was. Had nothing to do with crash retrievals. It was from a radar program.
Resolution Office, an office that investigates unidentified flying objects, about the alleged craft.
According to the source, his great uncle worked at Area 51 and saw a photograph of the object. And according to Coulthard, said it was, quote, absolute proof of non-human craft. Let's hear more about this alleged object that was stored.
He said, quote, the object was egg-shaped, about the size of an SUV, silverish grey in colour, smooth, seamless, no control surfaces. Or
smooth and seamless, no control surfaces. Wow, where have we heard that stuff before? Maybe Bob Lazar? Maybe a bunch of other people who told stories of alien spaceships. They're always smooth and seamless, no rivets, no fasteners, no joiners, no seams.
Propulsion visible, no writing, no symbols of any kind. A few men could pick it up, yet it could not be cut open and X-rays couldn't penetrate it. The best engineers at EG&G tried to figure out how to activate it and what its power source was to no avail. They finally came to the conclusion it was a probe craft sent here from another planet.
Oh, so they couldn't cut it open, but they somehow knew it was an alien probe craft from another planet. That might be your second indicator that this story is fake. That, plus the clown trying to sell it with multiple fake stories on eBay about where the patch came from. That may be a clue that this story is fake.
This anonymous individual is willing to testify under oath before Congress. He also took a smartphone image of his great uncle's EG&G engineering group and their insignia patch, and he's authorized me to allow us to show that patch, which I'll send you after this chat.
But then they didn't show the patch. You know why? Because Ross Coulthard had a money gig coming up, a public speaking gig where he wanted to retell this story and get paid for it, I believe. And he knew. Ross Coulthard knew that those goddamn silly debunkers would find out that this patch was probably fake right away. And it honestly, it took a day or two, but people from Metabunk, good people, they found an Area 51 expert who took one look at the patch and knew that Ross Coulthard was 100% wrong, and that this patch had nothing to do with alien crash retrievals or any kind of crash retrievals or any kind of back engineering. It had to do with a radar program.
And you can cut it in, my friend. This individual has also interviewed with Arrow and has signed and dated an official memorandum of record. And he's also...
by the way, there's no proof that he testified to Arrow. None. Zero. I've reached out to Arrow trying to get clarification and have not received a reply. But Ross Coulthard provided no evidence that this person testified to Arrow. But he did use this as an opportunity to attack Arrow for saying there's no proof of extraterrestrial technology based on a scam artist on eBay selling a fake patch that he claimed had to do with alien crash retrievals, but did not. This whole story is a perfect example of Ross Coulthard selling fake stories, not doing his due diligence, not investigating before he runs to make money on a story.
Spoken with Tim Burchett as well.
Meanwhile, UFO investigator and co-host of the Weaponized podcast, Jeremy Corbell, says that as many as 40 whistleblowers ready to come forward after David Grusch's bombshell.
It keeps growing. It was 10. I think it was 25. Now it's 40. That's another thing that we will find here. As the stories begin to fall apart, the claims get grander to try to keep people interested. Oh no, there's 40 whistleblowers all coming forward. By the way, now many of these UFO con artist grifters are saying, oh, because of the retaliation against Grusch, they're not going to come forward now. And by the way, most of them are saying there's 40 whistleblowers ready to testify before Congress. Guess what? There's no UFO hearings anymore. You know why? Because these clowns wheeled a mental patient into Congress, and they try to base all of this off of a mental patient's claims with no evidence. Congress is not going to sit through 40 more of these guys with problematic backgrounds or maybe mental illness or other issues. They're not going to do new UFO hearings for a while because this one blew up, and they all look like idiots because why didn't Congress vet Dave Grusch and find out he was a mental patient before wasting Congress time with a mental patient talking about alien bodies and crash retrievals and not providing any evidence to the public of his claims, right? The whole congressional thing is over. So you could thank Ross Coulthard, Jeremy Corbell, and George Knapp for why there won't be UFO hearings in Congress for a while.
Testimony on Capitol Hill. Let's watch.
Oh, I think you'll be hearing directly from people that have worked on these technologies, people that might even have their clearances held in a kind of purgatory so they can't leave. I think that you're going to hear directly from people that ran programs, which, by the way, there were supposed to be 2 other legacy UFO program witnesses, one from an agency, that actually have much more of the story than you or me or anybody else. So that didn't happen.
Oh, I wonder why that didn't happen. Because could that person have been one of the people that didn't pass a basic background check on his credentials and education? So he got booted, right? And then we hear that the 2 witnesses, those 2 extra chairs, remember, there were supposed to be 2 more witnesses. Oh, Corbell and George Knapp were supposed to testify originally. So see how we can't get a straight answer? Who are these other 2 witnesses? Why didn't they testify? Well, in one telling of the story, the witnesses were Corbell and Knapp. Corbell is here saying, oh no, it's somebody from a legacy UFO crash retrieval program who knows the whole story. And that didn't happen. Why didn't that happen? Could it be because it was another mental patient?
That should tell you something. So who are you going to hear from as long as there's not some major problem that occurs?
Now remember, this is an overpromise right here. This is a typical example of overpromising. And what do you think is going to happen when this doesn't happen? They underdeliver. And then the big letdown. Oh, there isn't 40 witnesses, 40 firsthand witnesses with direct knowledge of alien technology and alien bodies and alien spacecraft that are going to testify before Congress. This is never going to happen. Mark my words. Never. This will never happen. This is Corbell bluffing and overpromising to keep people interested in the story. And they're already backpedaling on these talking points and assertions that they've all been making.
Oh, you're going to hear from everybody involved. I mean, you're going to hear, man. This is something that's coming out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we are? Can't wait to hear from the 40 witnesses.
All as you go, piece by piece, to start to understand a different version of what you've been told that reality is.
When's this going to happen, Jeremy? Do you think September?
I do not predict things I do not have direct control on my finger on the button of, but I will.
I don't predict things, but he just said, you're going to hear from all these people. You just predicted that. And now you're saying you don't predict things.
Tell you, not only have plans been made, they have been enacted to make sure to protect people. How the world handles David Grusch is going to change everything.
Well, how did the world handle David Grusch? They asked for evidence, and he didn't have any that he could share with the American public. And what that does is make this a subject of mockery. Oh, yeah, that guy that went in front of Congress and said we had alien bodies and intact space. Yeah, he was a mental patient. And the whole story's falling apart now, right? Interesting. Interesting that it's all falling apart.
I want to believe Robbie. But here's my question.
No, I'm the skeptic. You do believe. I want to believe.
When Jeremy says there's nothing stopping it now, my question is, what was stopping it before and what has changed?
Nothing.
What accounts
Nothing
for
changed.
all of the
Good
people
point. Absolutely
who
nothing
are
has
still
changed.
Anonymous? There were the two anonymous people who were supposed to testify that didn't, or was it three? There is this person who has the photographs of his dad's insignia and this knowledge that's been passed down from his father who worked at Area 51, who is still anonymous, but says he is willing to go on the record if there's a congressional hearing context. Why are they still anonymous? What is holding?
Why are they still anonymous? This person talking about the egg-shaped craft will never testify before Congress because the so-called evidence he provided in the form of that patch was not what he claimed it to be. Period. Full stop. Totally fake. It was totally fake. The whole story was totally fake, based on a patch that had nothing to do with crash retrievals or anything. It was from a radar program. So he's never going to testify before Congress. Why would they listen to a liar who's scamming people on eBay?
And what substantively has changed
that patch, but it had nothing to do with aliens, right?
Caused the government, which has apparently for
this buffering issue. Thank God we're almost at the end, though, friends. I apologize for the buffering issues. I don't know. You know what it is? It's the cover up. It's the Men in Black. They're trying to stop us.
70 years tried to keep this under wraps. Suddenly make a big to-do.
Yeah, 70 years they've covered this up.
Having congressional hearings about it.
I mean, look, it is possible for a news event to throw open the floodgate on other Me Too, for instance, right? There, a prominent sexual assault accusation, news cycle.
And I love how the Rising, the Hill TV covered this. Completely and totally fake story. Alleged egg-shaped non-human craft recovered in the 1980s. Report. Alleged egg-shaped non-human craft. And what was the evidence of it? A fake patch that had nothing to do with anything, that was being sold by an eBay scammer.
And then all of a sudden you have a lot of people coming forward.
Oh, I think we made our point. I'm gonna bounce out of this. Yeah, we've made our point. They covered a completely and totally fake story from Ross Coulthart. You know why? Because they don't have a skeptical voice on that network. And maybe, just maybe, I will accept an invitation from them to come and educate them. And God help you, Ross Coulthart, if I get that spot. God help you, because any fake story that you try to push that they cover, I will destroy, like the last 3 fake stories of yours that I have destroyed and educated people on your piss poor history of selling completely and totally 100% fake stories. That's their problem. They need someone who can help them navigate the UFO circus, and they don't have that. They're playing clips from Michael Salla. They're playing clips from Michael Salla, who's one of the biggest UFO garbage peddlers ever. It is an amazing turn of events that we are witness to, friends, when Michael Salla is on a so-called credible news show as an expert, right? Yeah. Noble Truth is here and says, I'm a mental patient and have experience to believe it's the government's tech. This whole patient attack by mainstream media should not discount my experience, especially one that goes against the government. Well, that I'll agree with you. And, my point about the mental patient is just that does affect his credibility and his believability as a witness, especially when there's no evidence. So all we have is his testimony. And are we going to trust the testimony of a mental patient? I know I would think twice before trusting the testimony of a mental patient. No offense to any mental patients. My mother was a mental patient. Why is everyone so excited about aliens landing when there's a good chance they may eat us? Well, according to Kerry Cassidy, first they bang you. First they bang the hell out of you, then they eat you. That's according to Kerry Cassidy, totally reliable source about alien and UFO information, I think, right? Patty Wilhelm says, get him, Stephen. Yeah. We will. So now is a good time to tell you about our new show distribution partners and sponsors, Pill.net, which is a new platform for free speech that I'm very excited about personally. As a content creator, it has been the absolutely easiest experience live streaming there. It's easier than Rumble, in my opinion. It's easier than Odyssey, and it's endlessly easier and works much better than DLive, which was a total mess for us. It is free speech based. There's no censorship. You can say anything and not get demonetized, unlike here. And by the way, I do want to take a moment just to update everybody on the increased censorship and scrutiny that we are facing, because apparently you are allowed to sell completely and totally fake stories on YouTube and remain fully monetized, like Ross Coulthart does, like Jeremy Corbell does, like News Nation does, like everyone else does. But if you make a video that is critical and reveals that the stories that those people are selling with monetized ads are completely and totally fake, you get your video demonetized. We have been experiencing this for the past several months now, meaning that we have lost probably hundreds of dollars in revenue that I believe we've earned. I showed up, I did the shows, we did not curse, we did not, we did our very best to stay within advertiser-friendly guidelines that we were given by our sponsors here, but we're still demonetized for a while, for about the last 2 months. As soon as I click go live, it seemed like they would change it from monetization on to little or no ads. Then recently, I think because we put out several pre-recorded videos that they checked first and those were okay. I don't know why. We can make it through a live broadcast now and they leave it monetized through the live broadcast. But then as soon as the live broadcast ends, they change it to little or no ads. I'm going to just share my screen. And by the way, for those unaware, if you do a live show, most of the views all come in the first 3 days. So what has been happening to us is that they turn off the ads. This video may earn limited to no ad revenue due to content identified as not suitable for most advertisers. So I have a question for Team YouTube, because apparently I've been keeping a spreadsheet of all of the fake stories on YouTube that we have exposed. And all of those completely and totally 100% fake stories are all still fully monetized on YouTube. However, our videos that show overwhelming evidence and proof that those stories that are monetized on YouTube by these people get demonetized for the last 2 months as soon as we go live, before I've even said anything. But recently, they leave the ads on. As you can see here, tonight's this video is being monetized. It's still on. But the last 2 shows that we did this week, the ads were on until the show completed. And within an hour or 2 after the show finishing broadcast, they changed it to limit to no ads, which I guess is better because at least we get some ad revenue while the show is live. But what everybody needs to know is that when they make you do the review, you'll see we immediately, as soon as I see that, I tell them to review it. And then they say, this video is being reviewed to determine whether it is suitable for most advertisers. It takes them 4 or 5 days to do that. By the time they make a determination, by the way, you'll see they always side with us eventually, usually. This one they didn't. This one was confirmed. So we can't do a show on government psyops, disinformation, even though that piece is fully sourced and factually accurate and correct. For whatever reason, they didn't side with us on that one. Same with this one. But most of them, they turn the ads off, and then we request a review, and then it takes them 4 or 5 days. By then, all the views are finished, so we lose all of the ad revenue, and then they turn them back on. This is an ongoing problem, and it is, in my opinion, somebody's got their thumb on the scale here, and they like fake stories about aliens and UFOs, and they don't want someone like us with investigative skills and actual sourcing and evidence to come along and prove that those stories were 100%, in many cases 100%, completely and totally fake stories. This is why I am really enjoying Pill.net. One of the reasons, because I can do or say anything on Pill.net, and no one has their thumb on the scale over there preventing us from earning ad revenue. And if you're a content creator, you just sign up over there. It's www.pill.net. Use my name, even if you're not a content creator. Use my name when they ask who referred you. We want our new partners, distribution partners and sponsors to know that we're sending them users. They're having a big push to try to get more users. They've been working on this thing very, very hard since 2018. And ask any programmer to look at it. They'll tell you they've been working on this thing very hard. And a lot of people have asked me, well, why is it different, Stephen? What is it about Pill.net? Pill.net is interesting in that, in my opinion, as a programmer, they borrowed the best of many different things, the best parts of Twitter and the best parts of Facebook, the video sharing and live streaming on YouTube. I swear they even got some stuff from MySpace that I remember, and also RSS feeds and other things. It's a very interesting site that combines many of the best elements of many different platforms you've already tried and enjoyed. The difference is it's a free speech platform. There's no censorship. There's no demonetization, no matter what you say or do over there. And to me, as a content creator, I really like knowing that no matter what happens over there, we can still earn revenue, unlike other platforms. And here's a quick video just to tell you a little bit more about the platform.
Welcome to Pill.net. We aren't just another social media platform. We are the home of free speech. Pill.net offers people a place to share their thoughts, ideas, and content without the threat of censorship. With live streaming, uploaded content, social media posting, and more, Pill.net goes the extra mile by introducing innovative features like mobile push notifications that keep you connected without relying on big tech app stores. These notifications allow creators to instantly alert their audience when they're live or have posted new content, ensuring that your message reaches the right audience at the right time. Plus, with monetization available from day one, you can turn your passion into earnings right from the get-go. Donations and subscription options make it easier than ever to earn income with your content. And it doesn't stop there. Pill.net is constantly evolving to meet your needs. Our updated direct messaging system makes it easier than ever for content creators to engage with people privately. Anyone can also go start their own group chats with friends. Pill.net is more than just a platform. It's a lively community where everyone's voice counts. Make your account today and let our team welcome you to Pill.net. Free speech lives here.
Imagine that. Freedom of speech on a big tech platform. Now, let's be clear, they're not quite a Google competitor yet, but if people support them, they may be someday. And you too can get in on the ground floor of an emerging new platform that actually respects your right to freedom of speech and freedom of expression. Now, along with that, certainly there's going to be people saying things on there that you're going to strongly disagree with. So I encourage you, don't get upset that there may be people saying things you don't like on there. Become involved. Sign up at pill.net. Put my name, Stephen Cambion, in the Who Referred You line. And if you're a content creator, contact me and give me the email address that you use to sign up for your account. I'll contact the creative team over there and help you to try to expedite. They have to turn the switch before you're able to be a live streamer there. I've gotten many people already set up over there. A friend today was recently commenting that he couldn't believe the help that he got. He was having an issue with live streaming. They contacted him. They got a technical team to help him work through his issues. Where are you going to get a real person on one of these other major platforms? You can't contact real people. They have real people helping the users with whatever issues they have. Anyway, I highly recommend them. Check them out, www.pill.net. We want to thank them. They really rolled out the red carpet for us. They're putting us in their promo section, so we're getting more views over there than we would if we just signed up and nobody knew who we were over there. They gave a real nice welcome message welcoming us to the platform and many other things. I think it's a good place. Now, if you're one of those people that likes big tech censorship and people being muzzled, you might not like it. And I get that. I got a few emails. Oh, I don't like that this content creator is on here saying this and this and that. Yeah, it's a free speech network. If you don't like that, you might find some things over there objectionable. But I, for one, enjoy the freedom of speech and expression and the guarantee of that brings me. And in fact, we'll be doing our Truth Seekers Uncensored show. We're going to do it on Pill.net because we can do or say whatever we want. We can have dancing girls in the intro. We can do whatever we want over there and not worry about getting demonetized or banned or, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure at least one stream we did on a major platform, they pulled the stream. And I don't even remember what we were doing or saying, but they pulled the stream. It might have been we were playing something copyrighted or so. I don't remember. But none of that happens on Pill.net. You can do whatever kind of show you want to do, and it's the best. I'm having a great time over there. I'm discovering a lot of new content that I haven't seen elsewhere. It could be because a lot of those people have been banned on other platforms. But check them out, www.pill.net. Patty's asking, can you get on using my phone? Yeah, as long as you have an email address to sign up with, you can. It works great on a phone. It works great on I have it on my phone, on my laptop, and on my desktops, web-based on the computers. But I think there is an app. But I'll check into that for you and get back to you. I need help on Pilled. Well, they have a technical team that can probably help you. No Bull Truth says Truth Seekers After Dark. I might steal that. That's a good name for a secondary show for us. We were going to do My children are going back to school. I decided to take this week and next week, we're going to remain doing just 3 shows a week. But after that, we're going to be doing many more shows. And we may do something called Today on Truth Seekers and Tonight on Truth Seekers. Tonight on Truth Seekers will just be like this, the regular show that you've come to know and love at 9 p.m. Eastern. But today on Truth Seekers, we're going to cover a completely different range of topics and many more topics, a little more variety show format, different stories in a 1 or 2 hour format show. And that'll probably be at like 1 p.m. Eastern. I've got the time. We're slowly getting together this new studio. By the way, I'm right when I finish this broadcast tonight. Well, 2 things. Right when I finish this broadcast tonight, I'm making the first video on the new set, and that will be for Patreon supporters and channel members. But then I'll make it public sometime early next week. Just to introduce and show you the new set and the new capabilities and some things that we got going on here that we've been working on behind the scenes. And then the second announcement I'd like to make is that a few people contacted me. Why is the audio podcast behind? It was behind. I've been busy. That's all I can say, and I apologize. But today I got loaded up on caffeine and I got us all caught up. Except for the show that you're watching right now, every other show is all up to date and caught up on the audio podcast side. And I apologize for that. I'm just glad people notice, you know. Like a few people messaged me like, Stephen, I went to the latest shows and you're like a week behind. I go, I know, I apologize. So that's up to date. We'll have a Patreon and members video for you. I'll try to get it posted later tonight, if not early tomorrow. Just showing you the new set, and it's really coming together. And I'm so proud of that because I don't know. I always wanted a set like the one that I'm building. You know, kind of like I get to live my Johnny Carson dream almost over there. And by the way, it's right in front of me, but I can't show it to you because things are still messy and I don't have the lights up right now. I'll be getting them up and showing you Patreon supporters and members, what we've been going on. As long as it's good responsive design, they won't need an app. Yeah, I think you could do it on a mobile browser on a phone. I just do it on my phone, but I have some special hacks on my phone so that I don't have to be forced. One of the things I hate about phones is when they force you to use the mobile site when they detect that you're running it on a phone. No, I just want to run the browser. Leave me alone and let me see it like I see it on a desktop. But anyway, I'm too nerdy like that. I think you can run pill.net on your phone. Let me see though. I could check real fast. I don't know if they have an Android app. I check. I think they do. They showed the phones in there. Let me see. I don't know how to check offhand. No, it just goes to pill.net. I'll have to check on that and get back to you guys. Well, let me see if it's Apple app. They showed phones in the promo, and it runs on my mobile browser, but I have a little bit of a strange setup on my phone. No, I'll have to get back to you guys on whether there's an app or not. But it is good and responsive, so I think you could just run it on your mobile browser. Dancing fake journalists. We're definitely on Truth Seekers Uncensored. We're going to have dancing fake journalists. Of course we are. Why would we? Jesus J says, new studio. You're sounding like David Wilcock. I'm kidding. Yeah, I am. I definitely am. Crank Yankers typing. There are a lot of those drama student news networks online these days. Yeah, that's how I feel about Windows updates. Yes, Foxhole app on phone. Oh, the Foxhole app. That's what you need to run it. Yeah, you can run it with the Foxhole app. So check that out, Patty. Otherwise, I would try the mobile browser first. Entity Seeker, that's interesting, but I'd rather not share your comment on the screen. I apologize. Foxhole and Pilled were merged together at some point. Oh, okay. Excellent, because journalists are super fake, and Foxhole is the live stream side of Pill, if that helps. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, good to know. Well, I'm still a new user there. I'm still learning. But so far, my experience there has been great. So we're going to be taking comments and questions from the live chat. But now, one bit of business, we have to remind you that we are a viewer-supported show. And I just want to stress and tell all of you Patreon supporters and YouTube channel members how important your support is. We've displayed for you this monetization issue where we've taken a big hit, losing a lot of ad revenue. And by the way, I'm getting attacked by critics saying that's why your YouTube channel got demonetized, because you do this or that. Our channel's never been demonetized, just the individual videos have been for a short time until they review them and then they turn it on. But the end effect is the same. We're losing all the ad revenue. So what used to be a good income source for us, probably half of the income from YouTube was the YouTube ad revenue. It's gone now. It's completely gone. But you supporters really do help make up for it. And I appreciate you, all of you, immensely. And just so everybody is aware, I don't take money from the show for anything personal, like my bills, my medical expenses, my groceries, and by the way, I have 2 children. My grocery bill is big. I don't, the show income is only used for show expenses. And I have a separate account, and my wife's an accountant. We have spreadsheets. We do not double dip or, commingle funds. So an example would be this new set. We built a whole new set. And where did I get the resources and the funds to do that? I took it out of the till. And we let that till build up. And we're thrifty with it, trust me. So we appreciate all the help and support. And despite what my haters will tell you, and by the way, the same goes for the t-shirt, the merchandise sale income. Shout out to merchandise sales. That's also another part of income here. That it all goes in the till for the show. I don't use it for any personal expenses. I'm not having Coke and stripper parties with it. Just in case you were wondering, we use it for the show. It's here to support producing this show. And so I put the money in the till when we need something, like this whole new set. The entire set came out of the till here. The backdrops, the furniture, the microphones, the everything, as well as some donations. I had somebody donate to me 3 nice desktop computers that are pretty new. I think they're 1.5 years old or 2 years old. Whatever, and some of the lighting, one of my friends had some lighting that he wasn't using. He said, hey, would you like this for your new set? Sure. So we do the best that we can with the resources that we have available. I just want to make it clear that unlike what people may tell you, first of all, I'm not getting rich here personally. And second of all, I don't take any money from this to pay my bills or my car insurance. None of that. None of that comes out of the show expenses fund. That money that is very generously gifted by all of you just goes in the show till. And when we need something, we take it out. And I can't tell you how wonderful it is to have your support. And it also makes things peaceful in my home, because I don't want to have to tell my wife that I need, $1,000 for something, or $500 or $200 for some microphones, or whatever. It's in the till, and we thank each and every one of you. So the show is not over. I always have to make sure that I say that, because people see I don't know what it is about these bumpers, but when I play these bumpers, a lot of people drop off. I get it. You don't want to sit through a commercial, especially if you've been here so long. It's a couple minutes here, but we do have to remind you we're a viewer-supported show. So the show's not over. I'll be back to take comments and questions from the live chat. Please put them in all capital letters so I know they're for me. We'll be right back after our golden-voiced announcer lets you know how you can support our show.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Okay, so we're back, and we'll take some comments and questions before we bounce on out of here, friends. Nerve Damage Studio is here. It says, I've got my tinfoil hat on, and I'm ready to go. Okay. Robert Redmond from the Clip Channel says, one of my friends ordered a Truth Seeker shirt a day or so ago. Oh, good. Thank them for me. We appreciate it. And this one's my favorite because it's just a logo. And I got to tell you, when I was originally starting this show, I really did spend like 3 days trying to design a logo and finally settled on this one. And it was a real thrill to me to know that that work was well spent. You know, I'm a little OCD about certain things like logos. They're very important. So I really put some time in. And it's nice to see them on shirts, and even nicer to see people send me photos of them in the shirts. And we've got a lot of stuff to choose from. A lot of people are asking me this question, and we answered it earlier. Will Grusch face charges for lying to Congress, or will Ross or Corbell be facing them instead? I don't believe, even if it's proven that Mr. Grusch's allegations are completely and totally false, and his claims are completely and totally false, I don't believe he'll ever face charges of lying to Congress. First of all, it's incredibly rare for somebody to be charged with lying to Congress. Incredibly rare. And second of all, if all Grusch is doing is repeating things that people have told him, then he's not technically lying, especially if he believes that those people were being honest with him. So, no, I don't believe he will ever face criminal charges. And also, that is being used as a talking point to support his story by the true believers. They say, and the disciples of disclosure, they say, oh, he wouldn't lie. Why would he lie to Congress? He's facing jail time. He can't be lying. It's got to be all true. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to all be true. And no, he's not going to ever face charges. I guarantee it. No matter what we find out, he will never face charges for lying to Congress. Will this new network allow you to do more? I don't know what ESC streams mean. What do you mean by ESQ streams? We'll be able to do anything we want. So probably not to give you more work than you need, but what about a history of alien abductions? Yeah, it's on my list. I'm finishing up. Every week I kick the can on the history of UFO crashes. But next week we're going to get her done because we've got Luis Caetano, who's an incredible, excellent researcher. He's coming here on Monday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time will probably be our next show, next Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to have an excellent guest, Luis Caetano, who's an excellent researcher. And we're just going to have a talk about UFO crash retrieval cases in general. And then directly after that, and by the way, I'm selfish. I need to do that interview so I can get some clips to support the other show that we'll be doing, which is a not so brief history of UFO crash retrievals. We'll be covering everything from all the major cases. I think there's 7 or 8 of them, from the 1898 Aurora, Texas UFO crash. You remember that, where they said an alien crash landed, and the little alien, they buried him in the local cemetery. And oh, it's a great story. One of my favorites. Jim Morris really covered that a lot. We're covering everything from the 1898 UFO crash all the way through the 1960s Kecksburg UFO crash that happened right in my home state, Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. Yes, and Thin Lizzy Borden will have a killer picture in her shirt. Yes, we're getting Thin Lizzy their shirt. Hey, do you think there is any truth in what Max Spears and James Casbolt were saying? No, none, Daddy O'Baggins. I think those guys were grifters. James Casbolt, very problematic. Max Spears, no truth to any, lots of conspiracy theories, but no proof or evidence of the claims that they made. Lots of lying politicians and generals lying in government. Grusch has no worries. Exactly. Yeah, there's so many people that have lied to Congress and provably lied 100% to Congress and were never prosecuted. So people lie under oath all the time, every way. Oh, esoteric. Yeah, we can do more esoteric shows over there and nobody will care. Patty says, Luis, yes. Yeah, I'm excited. He's always a great interview. Gifted on Pilled. MK Ultra Hikes gifted the can 200. Hope you are well. Oh, thank you. Oh, somebody's throwing money at us on Pilled. Praise the cash on Pilled. We're praising the cash over on Pilled.net. And by the way, you can too. Go over there and sign up for an account. And as soon as they flip the switch and you're a content creator, you can make money over there. So thank you, MK Ultra. And you know what, 6 cents? I'm going to have you. I'm volunteering people now. I'm going to volunteer the 6 cents to monitor the Pilled live chat and let us know if anybody throws money at us so that we can thank them live on air, because it's like impossible for me to monitor all of this stuff at once. Lots of mystery behind that one. Crash Dive with a kind and generous $1.99 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and your support. Thank you. We appreciate that. And boy, what can I say? We had a great night for praising the cash. I have to remember to get to the PayPal as well. But we thank you for helping us to praise the cash, Crash Dive.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
Thank you, Crash Dive, for your kindness, generosity, and support. We're praising the cash like professionals tonight. Randy says, PA is my home state. Really, Randy, where do you live in Pennsylvania? And do you want to come here and be a live in-studio guest? I need locals to do that, you know. Thin Lizzie Borden wants me to shake it. Be careful. I already got accused of flirting with you. Be careful telling me to shake it there. Max has an interview with Cassidy saying he's a Fourth Reich Nazi. Yeah, you can't really take much of what Max Spear says. 200 gold pills we got on Pilled. Excellent and excellent. And I'm happy to hear that. And by the way, just so people are aware, since I'm new to Pilled.net, I may throw some of those pills at other content creators just to try to pay it forward and things like that. So I appreciate the support on Pilled.net and people throwing money at us. Oh, Brandy Phillips, I grew up in South Philly. Do you live there now, Brandy? Do you live locally? Oh, by the way, we're putting out a call to action. So if you are a guest local to the Philadelphia region of Pennsylvania, you know, if you live in Pittsburgh, I get it. You might not want to take a 5-hour drive here to do an interview. But if you live local to the Philadelphia region in Pennsylvania, I live right outside of Philadelphia in a little town called Warminster, Pennsylvania. That's where the new studio is in my home. New home studio. If you are local to me, if you're in Pennsylvania or New Jersey or Delaware, and you are willing to come here for an in-person interview, please email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. We got this fancy new set that can accommodate in-person, real live guests. And certainly we want to take advantage of that capability, but we need people local to me to do that. Obviously, if you live in California, you're not. If you want to, you know, you can, but I doubt that people who live, you know, don't live within a few hour drive would be willing to do it. But if you are willing to do it and you live within a reasonable distance from me, the deal is we buy the guest dinner or lunch, depending on what time you're here, whatever, and hang out with you. Then we do the interview. Yeah, we'll have some show swag here for everybody that comes here in person. I'm trying to get mugs so that when people come here, I can give them like a mug and a shirt just to thank them for doing the show or something like that. So email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com if you're local to me and would be willing to travel here to our top secret bunker location to do the interview. I would sincerely appreciate some live in-person ads. I just saw a Gaia ad, but I bet they still demonetize you for advertising unfriendly content. Yeah, I really don't know. Oh, William Runner is here and says, never been to Philly. I have a half-brother in Lancaster. I grew up hanging out in Lancaster. Lancaster, for those unaware, has a place called Dutch Wonderland. And when I was a child, I loved that place. To this day, I still love that place. It's a little amusement park. And they had, when I was growing up there, they had pools. They had 2 little pool stadiums, and they would do a diving show in one of them, and then they would do a dolphin show in the other one. They don't do the dolphin show anymore because PETA and all that stuff, but they still do the diving show. And I love that place. They have this rocket ship ride that when I was a kid, oh my God. And it's so stupid. And like you get in this rocket ship and then the rocket ship goes up and down synchronized to this film that they play. And it was so fun when I went back there, having not been there for decades, but took my children there and saw that so many of the rides and everything looks the same. Very, very interesting. Yeah, G7. He said he was a hitman, just saying. Yeah, he said a lot of things. The problem is he never proved most of it. Yeah. Yep, that's a scratch and grift. People in chat can win gold pills. It's something new, so they are working on it. Really? You can win gold pills? That's pretty cool. Midwest says, I missed the entire show. Please start all over. Appreciate it, bro. Well, you know, there's a rewind button for a reason, Midwest. Can you imagine, like, okay, greetings and salutations. Welcome to the show. And we'll just do it all again for Midwest. I wish I had the energy to do that for you, Midwest. It would mean more views, you know, if we stayed and did another 3 hours, but we're approaching 3 hours. Brandy doesn't take bull. Squatchin' in Maine says, Steve, do you believe most people that follow or are in this channel are here because they had some strange experience in their lives? Many of them did. And by the way, so did I. That's what got me down the rabbit hole, having a strange experience as a child. And I started researching and reading and buying books and seeing every documentary I could, trying to understand my own personal experience. I think we have a lot of people that experienced something that got them interested in this, and others that are just interested in strange and esoteric topics, and there's nothing wrong with that either. But yeah, I've talked to many of our show viewers, and many of them recount their personal strange experience to me, whether it be a cryptid creature or shadow people or an alien abduction or seeing UFOs or, somebody once talked to me about having their house was haunted. So yeah, we've got a lot of people that have had very strange experiences, right? Yeah. B. Baker says, I think many of us have had strange things happen. Yeah. And B. Baker, Patty says, same here. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Squatch in Maine says, same, half-mile UFO in the daylight, 5 people watching. Well, if you want to be a guest, email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. We have something called the Experiencer Files. We haven't done one of those episodes in a while. Then Lizzie Borden says, I was born into a rabbit hole because of my grandma Borden. That's interesting. Have dozens on video, broad daylight. Well, email me those at truthseekershow@gmail.com. Shadow people experiences for some of us. Yeah, that's why I mentioned I hear the shadow people experience a lot. I hear that an awful lot. It's interesting, but I heard it said recently, and I completely and totally agree with this. Who was it that said it? Hold on. Oh, Lou Jimenez from, I was in a Spaces with UFO Shane and Lou Jimenez and a couple of other people. By the way, Shane, why don't you record that and let me post it, right? It was a great talk. But in there, UFO Shane expressed that he came here, which I think he meant here by the UFO community. He came to the UFO world or community to try to understand his own personal experience. And Lou Jimenez remarked, and I think incredibly insightfully and correctly remarked, that if you are looking for the truth of your own personal experience that you may have had, be it paranormal or UFOs or aliens or demons or shadow people or whatever, coming here to get answers, this is not the place. You're not going to get answers to your own personal experience here. I do think that you may find some like-minded people and learn to understand what it is you experienced a little better. But you're not getting answers from UFO celebrities about what you saw, if you think it was aliens or a UFO or whatever it is. Oh, I understand. Sasquatch Maine says, I'd share in private, but I don't need more attention. Yeah, I understand that. told my story of what happened to me a long time ago, but then I took it down because people kept asking me for more details, and there were none. And I just decided to keep my personal experience personal. You know, other people love to tell a story of what it is they experienced, right? Real Steel Rumblehead is pissed. He said, Steve, I have sat through 3 ads on your show tonight. You better get paid. Yeah, I'm sorry you had to click skip 3 times. Yeah, they're on right now. They'll shut it off in the next hour. I guarantee it, right? The Rorschach Man is here. Welcome, Rorschach. I originally sent my own video for Steven to help me figure out what agency messed with me, not debunk my experience. I took it wrong. Well, I think, Noble Truth, that you did the same thing a lot of people did to me, is that you send me like the piss poorest video and ask me to analyze it. And if the object in the video that people send me is comprised of 3 pixels of the total video, like there's no analyzing that. There's just not enough data. People send me really crappy, and by the way, I'm not being critical of you, Noble Truth. I'm just telling you the reality of how things kind of work when it comes to analyzing a video. If you send me, a 320 by 240 video taken at night on a phone, there's no pixels. There's not enough pixels there, and then usually when people send it to me, the whole frame, let's say this is the whole frame where I'm sitting. The UFO will be one little speck in this huge frame that's 320 by 240 or something, and then say, tell me what that is, or you debunk it I can't. There's 3 pixels making up that object. So there's not enough data to even enhance the footage or zoom in, or, people need to send me 4K video. That I can do something with. Unfortunately, most people don't have that, right? Squatch and Main says, I've never seen a Squatch in person, but I had deep guttural guitar sound, gorilla sound 50 feet from me, huge rocks tracks. I'm convinced, though. Oh, that's interesting. I love Bigfoot. I'm not sure I'm a believer in a flesh and blood creature out there in the wilderness, but I love Bigfoot. At my cabin, I got a Bigfoot face right on the middle door. This was also before I watched 5 seconds of your YouTube, so none taken. Yeah, I mean, if people send me video where there's enough data there to actually enhance it or zoom in, I do it for them. You can ask. I've done it for 10 people. People send it to me. I will zoom in. I'll give them stills of the object if there's enough data there to do that. But just blowing up a 2 pixel, it's 2 pixels. You're never going to see any more if I blow it up. It's just going to distort the image, the data that is there. So I don't think that's very helpful. Patty says, I have been studying the UAP subject for years, and I've been trying to separate the facts from fantasy. Yeah, that's where we're at. Dots in the sky are useless unless it's something extraordinary. Yeah, a lot of people send me lights in the sky videos that I really can't do very much with. Squatch and Main says, my videos are 4K. Send them to me. I'd love to see them. And Patty, are you making progress? Asked Brandy Phillips. Seems like that's the hardest part. That is the hardest part. Mark Toronto reminding everybody, if you like Steven's work, please like, share, and subscribe. Watch another one of his videos. Everything helps. Yes, that is our call to action. If you watch one more video, YouTube I've been told this, they decide that I must make good content, good enough for viewers to come back and watch another one, and then they crank up the recommends, and that really does help us to reach more viewers. So maybe not today, maybe not tonight, but tomorrow, while you're driving, while you're working, whatever you're doing, go watch one more show. We've got over 1,000 shows in our live archive. You can use the search bar, search for a certain individual. Like if you want to hear about Richard Dolan, we did a bunch of stories on him. Ross Coulthart, a bunch of stories on him. Linda Moulton Howe, a bunch of stories on her. Stephen Greer, a bunch of stories on them. Third Phase of Moon, a bunch of stories on them. Corey Good, David Wilcock. Even though I get these critics that say, oh, he only covers the same 5 people. Well, up until recently, we never covered Ross Coulthart or Dave Grusch or anything. We cover what is out there, what is worthy of us covering. So we do our best. If there's somebody specifically you'd like to see me do a show or a deep dive on, you're free to email me at this email address, and I'll put it on the list. Unfortunately, there's a lot of things on that list, but eventually I try to get to everybody's requests. one 5-person UFO sighting and one weird maybe abduction experience. And when I was 4 or 5, I knew my Uncle Bobby was coming to visit on holiday, even though he was stuck in Germany on base. Well, that's weird. Really? TR3B over this town? You got to send me that. There's my email address. At least let me watch it, even if you won't give me permission to share it. But I'd sure like to see that. I'm going to make a whole heaping pile of videos as soon as I get the Stephen Greer app to work. Oh, Midwest is the comment of the night. I'm going to make a whole heaping pile of UFO videos as soon as I get the Stephen Greer app to work. Brandy, yes, there's a lot of factual information on this channel as well as others. I'm a skeptic. I think that should be everybody's default before. And unfortunately, around here, it seems like everybody just jumps right to the alien explanation, no matter what that they're saying, right? Linda Moulton Howe is a cow killer. Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, we've got an upcoming story that you're just not going to believe. And it's a great story because apparently we have been contacted by a whistleblower. We got a whistleblower of our own. That's right. We have a whistleblower of our own. And that whistleblower is telling an absolutely unbelievable story. I put this on Twitter. A new whistleblower has come forward and confirmed our theory. He was an eyewitness to some of this. It's true. It's all true. Special report coming soon. Linda Moulton Howe killed those cows with a shovel and mutilated them all so that she would have fake alien stories to tell. And if you think I'm kidding, wait till next week, right? We're going to have the whistleblower. He's going to tell his story about how some crazy old lady paid him off to kill cows with a shovel, even gave him the shovel. And he just thought it was some crazy old lady that didn't like cows and was paying people to kill cows because she didn't like cows. Then he found out she was selling these stories about aliens mutilating cows after he killed the cows for her. Oh, man, it is going to be the greatest Linda Moulton Howe story we have ever done, friends. I'm telling you, Linda Moulton Howe killed those cows with a shovel. That's what happened. And by the way, just so everybody's clear, there is more evidence available, more proof and evidence that Linda Moulton Howe killed those cows with a shovel than there is evidence that aliens did it. Just take from that what you will. I'm convinced Linda Moulton Howe killed those cows with a shovel. Okay? Patty says she looks pretty good there. William Runner says crazy old biddy. Yeah. The obscure body count music that was censored. Yeah. William Runner says she probably did. Yeah. Randy says that's the last thing those cows saw. Absolutely. She killed those cows with a shovel. And listen, we've seen people do slimy shit to get alien stories to sell people. We've seen people use to go rob graves and glue together body parts and bones and shit to sell a fake alien story. You think that old bat, that old crazy bitch, she wouldn't get a shovel and take it upside the head of a cow so that she could make a few $1,000s? I know her enough to tell you that if she knew she could make a couple $1,000s smacking the shit out of a cow in the head with a goddamn shovel, she would do it. She would do it. I'm telling you. Wait till you hear this whistleblower. He's gonna be spilling the beans, right? Yes, and we will. We got to stay monetized here. We got to keep praising the cash. So B. Baker is correct. We will be selling special truth seeker shovels that will have Linda Moulton Howe's face on them. We're going to be selling Linda Moulton Howe shovels. And you, too, can take that shovel and smack the shit out of a cow on the head with it. And listen, I just want to warn you, though, because I talked to a cow rancher, and he told me, you really got to hit that. You really got to bear down hitting that cow on the head, or you might just knock it out and not kill it. So we're going to specially weight our shovels with Linda Moulton Howe's face on them so that if you want to get a shovel and try to kill a cow and sell a fake alien story about cattle mutilations too, you can. And you'll be able to do it easier. Linda Moulton Howe had to smack the shit out of those cows on the head like 10, 12 times before they finally died. That's abusive. You should only hit it one time and just kill it, right? We're going to have specially weighted shovels. And I can't wait to bring you this whistleblower. He's telling an incredible story. He's like, I don't know what happened. I thought this old bitch just had something against cows. And he feels terrible because it ain't easy to kill a cow with a shovel, right? It ain't easy. Ask a cow rancher. You gotta really smack that cow like right on the dome with that shovel, right? Yeah. Linda's got a mean backswing. Yes, she does. Got a mean backswing. Heather Birdie is here. Welcome, Heather Birdie. Good to see you. Says, make that UFO money, Cambion. Absolutely. We are praising the cash. Praise the cash, bitches. Thanks, Heather Birdie. Linda Moulton Howe has a bounty on her from the ranchers. Yeah. They got real tired of her killing their cows so that she can make money selling fake alien stories. No Bull Truth says it's all in the hips, B. Baker. Patty says Awardgate. Cowgate. Cowgate. Yes. Yes. It should be just COW gate, though. Don't confuse people. Just Cowgate. William Runner says Clank. We need Ludacris telling her to move. I got to tell you, too. Linda Moulton Howe supporters are so stupid. They were arguing with me on Twitter. People were arguing with me. Like, no, Stephen, she didn't murder those cows. She was investigating who did murder those cows. Like, come on, dude. Really? And I'm like, no, she killed those cows. I played along. I'm like, no, she definitely killed those cows. Then he comes back and he says something like, there were mutilated cows all over the country, Stephen, not just where Linda Moulton Howe lived at the time. And I was like, maybe she killed the ones near her then. And then he's like, I want to hear this whistleblower's testimony. So now we're going to do it. We're going to give it to you. I said, soon enough, you will hear the whistleblower's testimony. And Linda Moulton Howe is going to pay for her crimes against cows. I can't believe that they were arguing with me and like seriously arguing with me that Linda Moulton Howe didn't kill those cows with a shovel. Yeah, exactly. My whistleblower Operation Shutdown is here and says this whistleblower sounds like the real deal. My whistleblower has more accurate information and more evidence than Ross Coulthard's whistleblower David Grusch has. There's more evidence that Linda Moulton Howe killed those cows with a shovel than Dave Grush's claims with no evidence. We're going to have evidence to show everybody. So it is what it is. Nice to know. Similar like you in IT operational security. Just love the subjects. I'll be in touch. I'll show you a few videos when I have free time. Yeah, send those along. I appreciate that. Martin Taylor is here and says the whole CIA pre-programmed Patsy's Clan used to shut down any chance of anything being disclosed. That's the comedy of errors. It's all farce. Yeah, you could be right. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what happened. That's what happened. Good. We've got another plot point. Linda Moulton Howe started killing the cows where she lived, and then there was copycat cow shovelers. That's our story. I'm sticking to it. Are you sure she didn't frisbee a Billy Meyer bin lid to the cows? No, she killed them with a shovel, according to our whistleblower. It's not with the why with the E? It should be just COW gate. You're gonna confuse people. They're gonna look for Cowgate, not Cow E gate. Cowie gate. Keep it Moulton Howe. Linda Moulton Howe's believers still believe her video game cover is a picture of a real alien. Yeah, those people that follow Linda Moulton Howe are a special kind of stupid. Can we get an Anjali-style press conference in D.C. when this whistleblower comes forward? You know, that's a good idea. I only live a couple hours. I could drive there and just stand in front of the Lincoln Memorial. with the whistleblower, right? Noble True says, in all seriousness, you think a farmer could be paid off to have a herd mutilated for a documentary? I think so. They always need money. Farmers always need money. I used to think this was a meme-like joke. If there is evidence for this, I will nearly faint. Holy smoke, says Amy Collins. We got a whistleblower, Amy Collins. We're going to play his testimony. He's saying that she paid him to hit cows in the head with a shovel and then go back with a scalpel and mutilate them and drain their blood so that she could make up a story and sell a story about aliens. That's what we're being told. She killed an ancient Antarctican bovine herd. Could be. There is a giant blue chicken statue in D.C. Oh, that's interesting. I have never heard that one. Well, yeah, Heather Birdie says it's totally believable. I think it's believable. So, friends, we have done our due diligence, except for one final thing. We got to check our PayPal pledges. For those unaware, we read every single super chat and we read all the PayPal pledges. Instructions in the description of the video. You can send a PayPal pledge, and if you do so, wow. If you do so, please give your chat room user ID so that I can thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. If you send a PayPal, you simply add a note and give me your chat room user ID. Otherwise, I'll just read your initials because sometimes people are sending me their real name through PayPal, not their chat room user ID. So we want to thank initials CR for their kindness, generosity, and support. A $25 PayPal pledge that simply says, thank you. No, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, CR. We appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support. And wow, very kind and generous. $100 PayPal pledge from Kent, initials KE. And by the way, the last one is Colleen, initials CR. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And wow, Ken, $100 PayPal pledge. Oh, that ought to make some haters cry. Thank you, Kent, initials KE, for your kindness, generosity, and support. Then we have our friend David, initials DF. The note. I'm sorry, not David. We have from Mr. Fish. Sorry, I had to cancel my YouTube membership, but still enlisted. Yeah, no problem. No, please, nobody ever apologize to me if you have to drop out of the PayPal or the channel membership. I understand it's rough out there, brother. Can you spare a dollar? Which is why we always maintain those extra benefits for anybody having a tough time. You can just email me at trueseekershow@gmail.com. But Mr. Fish with a kind and generous $5 PayPal. Well, that's the same as the YouTube membership, so you didn't really drop your support. But we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Then we have Stephen, initials SM, with a kind and generous $5 super chat, or excuse me, $5 PayPal pledge. We thank you for your generosity and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Then we get Maria with a super kind and generous $150 PayPal. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And Maria says, this week's shows have been fantastic. Please keep it going. Well, thanks to your generosity and support, Maria, I'll be able to for a good long while. Thank you very much, all of you, for your kindness, generosity, and support. And hey, we'll do it one more time. We want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors, you Twitch subscribers, you Patreon supporters, you YouTube channel members, super chatters, super stickers, super thanks, and you PayPal pledgers. And of course, you gold pillars on Pilled. Thank you, MK Ultra, for sending us some money on Pilled. And for everybody that has sent us money on Pilled, we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We thank all of you for helping us to praise the cash, bitches.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Raise the cash. Raise the cash. Raise the cash. Raise the cash.
Thank you all. Such a generous crowd, and you guys all give me an attitude of gratitude. You know, I've been teaching my youngest son, Xavier, who just entered 2nd grade, about having an attitude of gratitude. I keep telling him that. You got to have an attitude of gratitude, son. Do you know what that means? And he's like, to be thankful when people do nice things for you. Exactly. And I've been really trying to teach him that. And interestingly, I was complimented on how good his manners are. Like, he please and thank you and everything. So yeah, I really do have an attitude of gratitude. Everything that we have needed here has been manifested thanks to the kindness, generosity, and support of all of our benefactors, wonderful people from all over the world. And I get a real kick out of it. I'm looking at that at those PayPal pledges, and one came from Australia, and one came from England, and a few came from the United States, and one came from Mexico. Like, that's amazing to me that just people all over the world keep finding us, and I'm thankful for all of you. So we have done, the Debster. I almost missed one, the Debster. Hey, don't forget me. Laugh out loud. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate that immensely. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. And thank you for helping us to praise the cash and for being a YouTube channel member. Very generous of you, the Debster, a longtime show supporter. Thanks for your constant support. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us.
Raise the cash. Raise the cash. Raise the cash. Yeah. Raise the cash. Raise the cash. Raise the cash. Yeah. Raise it.
Praise it, the Debster. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. So we've done our due diligence, friends. Not just, for the week, we've done our due diligence on live shows. I may have some premieres tomorrow and the next day to keep you guys happy until I come back on Monday with a new live show. This coming weekend is the very last weekend at the cabin for the summer. And we're going to have a family cookout. I'm going to have a cabin full of guests, including my brother-in-law and sister-in-law and their child, who's my son's best friend. They're the same age. My wife and her sister were pregnant at the same time. And so those two grew up together, and they're like best friends. But then they argue all weekend and fight with each other. It's funny. And my mother-in-law is coming as well. And when my mother-in-law comes, I like to cook some special seafood dishes because she's like me. She loves seafood. So we're going to have some shrimp and some trout, maybe a fish fry. I don't know what all we're going to be doing, but we're definitely going to be having a couple of big cookouts and enjoying the very last of the summer. I'll still be going to the cabin every weekend to work on it, but my wife will be done for the summer. My wife only really prefers to go to the cabin in the summer because there's a pool and a lake and things for the kids to do. In the fall and the spring and the winter especially, there's not much to do there. So I want to spend that quality family time. Hope you do something that you enjoy this weekend as well. Take the time to do it. Summer's winding down. Get that last swim in. Go sailboarding or sailboating or canoeing or kayaking. Take that hike. Ride that bike. Do whatever it is that you didn't fit in with the rest of the summer. I think if you do so, you will be very glad that you did. So we've done our due diligence on live shows, but I've got a couple of premieres and special pieces for you, including some of you have been here long enough to remember when we did the David Wilcock and the Box of Dildos Challenge. You remember that, where I buried a huge box of dills somewhere on Earth. and I challenged him to find it with his superpowers. Well, we're finally going to do the big reveal. It's been 3 years we've been waiting for David Wilcock to find that box of dills. He hasn't found shit. And wait till you guys see where I buried it. It is going to be one of the most wondrous Truth Seekers moments ever. When you see where I buried that box of dills for David Wilcock to find, with his alien friends and his superpowers and his deep state connections and his alliance buddies and all their technology, and he's talking to angels, and he should have been able to find this box, especially when you see where I buried it. Can't wait to bring it to you. But listen, no place I would rather be, but our time is running short. So that's all I got for you, friends. But we'll be back soon enough. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
What? I never took people's money for nothing. I mean, next you'll be comparing me to Dr. Stephen Greer. Crap that do not exist. we still on camera? No. Good. Aren't they suckers? They give me so much money for putting this shit out. I remember when I was a kid and I used to think, I love UFOs, and maybe when I'm older, I can make videos about the stories other people make up about UFOs, and then, you know, make money. What a career. Wow.
Maybe he's just a confident, well-spoken, ex-military intelligence officer who just happens to have lost his mind. Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Have you ever had a psychosis, a delusion?
No.
Is there anything in your medical history that might be capable of being interpreted as a reason why you might be confabulating, making things up?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Maybe he's just a confident, well-spoken, ex-military intelligence officer who just happens to have lost his mind.
My boss got the email, he forwarded it to me, and he's like, do you want to do this? And I thought, well, I guess I was kind of the right guy that was chosen to do this thing, I guess. But maybe it was like a joke or something. Maybe it was like a psyop on me or something. I don't even know.
Do you want a chocolate?
Everybody watching this right now is looking at your face. We are not alone. There is an intelligent species engaging with this planet. So who is this guy really? I'm Ross Coulthart. There is a non-human species, and it's incredibly benevolently well disposed to the human race. Everybody watching this right now is looking at your face.
Truth seekers, seek of truth. A truth so bold it's hard to hold. Truth seekers, yeah. Face the cash, face the cash.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and we are back once again covering the alleged UFO whistleblower, Dave Grusch. I just want to make sure that we begin tonight's broadcast by pointing out a very factual statement that people are really losing their minds about, that I have been harping on and insisting on, and somehow this makes me the bad guy. But on the suggestion of a viewer, we made a countdown timer for how many days it's been since Dave Grusch made his original claims. And coincidentally, it's the same amount of time that it has been since we have seen any verifiable proof or evidence of the original claims that he made some 98 days ago. Now, we have detailed here numerous times. In fact, 14 examples of previous so-called UFO whistleblowers who have all made outrageous claims, and yet who some went years and years and years and never proved their original claims. So pardon me if I was curious, how long is this guy going to go before he actually puts up some actual verifiable evidence of his claims that he made 98 days ago. Friends, if I was going to construct a UFO grift, this one is brilliant because there's built-in excuses. Oh, he can't release any of that. It's all classified. But no, it's not, as evidenced by the Pentagon pre-publication DOD clearing him to talk about alien bodies, crash retrievals, alien spaceships, non-human biologics, and all these other things. These claims that he could make have been cleared, and therefore are by definition not classified. So where's the evidence? Where's the proof? 98 days now, and let's be incredibly clear, everybody pushing, promoting, and are all seriously profiting from this story. I am amazed at how much money, my friends, can be made on a story that has absolutely no evidence other than, trust me, bro, people told me this stuff. And who were those people? Well, apparently, so far, verifiably, people like Lou Elizondo is telling him these things. People like Gary Nolan, who he works for. They kind of try to, obfuscate that, not listed on the website of the organization with Gary Nolan. Or maybe they've fixed that when people like me started calling them out for the fact that it wasn't very clear that Mr. Grusch works for Gary Nolan, another wackadoo who has made outrageous claims in the past, who has co-signed many different fake UFO stories and huge hoaxes. But, don't let any of this affect your belief that it's all real. This man confirms everything, the bodies, the crashes. History, my friends, is the greatest teacher. 98 days, 21 hours. It's going to be 99 days soon. Still no evidence of any of the claims made. And what we have seen is layers upon layers upon layers of deceit used to push this story into the mainstream. It didn't quite work out, though, like the Grusch Squad planned, because did you catch that clip in the beginning of our broadcast where Ross Coulthard asked him if he had any mental problems? No, I didn't know. Yeah, he did. And Ross Coulthard, Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, everybody selling and profiting from this story knew that he had spent time in a mental institution, but somehow they all decided to leave that out of the story. That's not, and he suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. And I'm sorry, I know military men, my cousin was in Desert Storm in the Marines in actual, bullets and combat. I would love for people to explain to me how an Air Force intelligence officer somehow ended up in, battles to the point where it was so traumatic for him that he experienced post-traumatic stress disorder from battle. Or was the post-traumatic stress disorder from a friend of his committing suicide? Because that's not how this works. But we have two separate stories for how he got post-traumatic stress disorder. Some of the people selling the story, like Ross Coulthard, he's a war hero, and we can't hold his post-traumatic stress against him. Yeah, I agree if he got it in battle, but where did he get post-traumatic stress disorder? Do you know that Air Force intelligence officers are generally, I'm told, I'm no expert, but I asked some, generally Air Force intelligence officers are not on the front lines of battles with, and by the way, I'm not saying he doesn't have post-traumatic stress disorder, but it's interesting that there are layers of deception even around that simple thing. Which is the correct story? Did he get it from a friend of his committing suicide? And by the way, I don't think that would be post-traumatic stress. If your friend kills themselves, isn't post-traumatic stress related to wartime and, people in battles? People are arguing with me on that point. Oh, no, you can get post-traumatic stress disorder from a friend killing themselves. Okay, well, then it wasn't from battle. It wasn't from being in wars. Why are people conflating these two issues so, easily? Facts matter. Where did he get the post-traumatic stress disorder? And wouldn't that be considered a mental problem? Yes, according to the American Psychiatric Association, post-traumatic stress disorder is a mental problem. Therefore, did he lie when he was asked if he had any mental problems? Because later, he has post-traumatic stress disorder. They pull out post-traumatic stress disorder as an excuse for why he was locked up in a mental institution. None of this makes any sense. And there are layers upon layers upon layers of deception used to deceptively edit. Oh, by the way, that clip with them asking him about his mental problems was cut from the original interview. Last I checked, they cut it because they don't want you to know that there was literal fabrications and lies in the original News Nation interview with this guy. It's just like I said, if you're going to construct a UFO grift, this is perfect. You get a high-ranking person with what appears to be a good resume on paper. Just leave out the part about him having mental problems, post-traumatic stress disorder, and being autistic. Don't get me started on that again. It's a great business. You don't need any evidence. Friends, I believe, I'm trying to count it up. I have to get an accountant to help me, and we can go through all of the monetized videos that have been made about this man and his claims since June 5th. And I believe that I would be accurate in reporting that millions of dollars so far may have been generated, or at the very least, for sure, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars have been generated from this story. And the story largely is based on his impeccable credentials, which we later find out are not so impeccable. He's under investigation for hanging out with UFO grifters. His clearance gets revoked or suspended. And sometimes it's just a grift, friends. What if, right? Imagine if they just put this guy up to saying these things. And there are new clues that, yes, people just put him up to saying these things in this latest interview, which we will detail for you and break down for you tonight. But before we begin tonight's presentation, I just want to make sure that we recognize the live chat. Welcome one and all, wherever you are chatting in our live broadcast, live chats. There's the Pill chat, the Rumble chat. You can comment on Twitter. You can comment on both Facebook feeds, the Truth Seekers and my own personal Facebook feed. And of course, the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. Most people are in the YouTube chat. Links are on my Twitter at Stephen Cambion. If you'd like to participate in the live chat, we'd love to have you. All are welcome. All we ask is that you treat others how you wish to be treated here. Spooky with a kind and generous £2 super chat. Can't rush the Grusch. Apparently, I'm rushing Grusch because I want to see evidence. It's almost 100 days now. Still no evidence of all the original claims made. And let us be very clear on a very important subject. Yeah, there was a new interview of Grusch over the weekend, and about 25 people sent it to me. And we're going to be breaking it down for you tonight, as well as some other recent developments, like this Art Levine article in the Washington Spectator. And by the way, I heard the people from the debrief throwing shade about viewership or something like that. Like, because they called the debrief an obscure internet publication or something. Well, I don't really care about a pissing contest between two, let's just call them news outlets, both of them. But in the case of the debrief, you've been selling and promoting provably fake stories for years now. Of course you're going to have high viewership. You're a clickbait merchant of doom. You're a garbage peddler. And that's just the way it works. Big sensational stories about aliens and UFOs for years on end is going to get you millions of page views. It doesn't mean that your information has been accurate. It doesn't mean that you're any more worthy of respect. In fact, you're a piece of shit for all the stuff you pushed. McMillan and gang of garbage peddlers. That's who brought us this story, and who brought us the Batman balloon story and everything else. And by the way, isn't it interesting that the very first week that that website was in operation, they got picked up by CNN and amplified all of their garbage peddled stories about UFOs and aliens. It is what it is. And now we'll get into this Washington Spectator. Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh, but before we do, yeah, there's something very important. I just wanted to make sure that I put on the record that I have military members and veterans in my family, some of which who have experienced post-traumatic stress disorder. I'm not discounting that this man claims to have that, but it would be a factual statement to point out that there's multiple stories for how he got post-traumatic stress disorder. And that's problematic. And this man was asked on an on-camera interview, do you have any mental problems? And he said no. So there's a lot of inaccuracies already. And also, let's be sure to make sure that we recognize, I got in a lot of trouble today for doing nothing more than reposting a picture. And I'm going to show you the picture. We used it in tonight's thumbnail. And I wrote, UFO Messiah or mental patient repeating the same old stories no one has proven true for years. Your choice. And what I meant by that is that this story has polarized even people that are deeply into UFOs. And everybody is arguing, is this guy really on the level or is this just another grift? And boy, if this is a grift, this is one of the biggest UFO grifts ever. And one of the biggest, boldest bluffs of fake stories I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot. And it is interesting that several people who have bluffed big sensationalized stories about UFOs and aliens with fake evidence or faulty evidence, like flares, or claiming that you have conclusive proof of alien technology when you have nothing. The big UFO bluff is nothing new. But what is interesting to me is I think this is, if it is a bluff, it is one of the boldest bluffs ever. And I can only assume that it is a bluff because we're almost 100 days in. And remember, this man was hyped for months and months and months. People were hyping this whistleblower coming forward. And what did they say? They said that he was going to name program names. He was going to give the locations where the alien artifacts and intact spacecraft are being stored and back engineered. He was going to name program manager names and name names of people who are working on these alien back engineering programs. He was going to spill the beans on all of it. Then he came out and he made very fantastical claims about aliens and or non-human intelligences. I think that's a cop-out. I'm not saying it's aliens, but it was aliens. Then alien bodies, intact spacecraft, and his only evidence that he's put forth so far is a completely debunked hoax UFO crash in Mussolini's Italy. That's based on what some call fraudulent documents that just ended up in some UFO profiteer promoter's mailbox, and no one can find any historical references that prove that those documents are real. And the original researcher claims that some of the documents passed forensic analysis, but he won't release who did the forensic analysis. Boy, what a bluff. Otherwise, this man has produced no evidence for all of these fantastical claims, claiming to hide behind things being classified, which is completely and totally garbage, because the Department of Defense pre-publication office cleared him to talk about all of this stuff: alien bodies, crash retrievals, intact alien spacecraft, non-human intelligence, alien organics, or is it, oh, I'm sorry, non-human biologics. He's allowed to talk about all that stuff. But when pressed for specifics about any of his claims, he hides behind classified. Oh, you know, it's classified. I can tell you in a skiff. Well, then why did the DOD say you're allowed to talk about all this stuff publicly? But you can't give us any details? The details are classified? Come on. It's a bluff. It's a bad bluff. And hundreds of thousands of dollars has been generated by this guy's story. Oh, but back to the controversy. So listen, I just want to make sure that everybody realizes how toxic and nasty people get about this stupid UFO stuff. And I got to tell you, increasingly, I got to laugh just to keep myself from crying. There are people in this thread attacking me, essentially saying, why did I choose the worst, most unflattering photograph I could possibly find of this man in order to humiliate him or mock him? Or no, I didn't pick this picture. This picture was picked by the person who did his most recent interview. I just cropped just the Dave Grusch portion of it. But geez, God, people are wishing I get cancer in this thread for picking this picture. I agree. It's an absolutely ridiculous picture. And it makes him look like a mental patient and a space cadet. Almost like they want to make him look like a mental patient and a space cadet. Almost like there's some, I don't know, psychological operation being perpetrated against the American public by some nefarious group or group of individuals. And there's evidence of a perception management operation. And the evidence is very simple. There are hundreds of brand new, nameless, faceless, brand new Twitter accounts, all of which, if you post anything critical of this man, will come and argue with you and tell you how wrong you are and how he's got the goods and he gave the evidence to this person or that person and you don't know what you're talking about, and attack you, wish cancer on you, hope that you get cancer in your asshole and die because you don't believe what we believe. He's the UFO Messiah. Praise the UFOs. Bullshit. And he's not even a whistleblower. Look up the legal definition of a whistleblower. He's not a whistleblower. Listen, he's not a whistleblower. Lou Reviews, you didn't have to do that, but thank you, sis. Tag teaming this stupid video with Camby, and nobody's getting cancer from a thumbnail made by Jesse Michaels and crew. Thanks for your kindness, generosity, and support, Lou Reviews. And when I get done ripping this to shreds, I'll come on your show too, or you can come on here. I got to get through a bunch of stuff, though, because this is where it gets funny. And I think that I'm correct in pointing this out. 98 days now without any evidence of original claims made. No 40 witnesses, no program names, no storage locations released. No corroboration from the alleged firsthand witnesses telling him these things. And then people are complaining because I'm attacking a man with post-traumatic stress disorder. I'm trying to explain, I have tremendous sympathy for people like that. And then, of course, like we see these, this one is not one of the bots, but we have plenty of bots. Fettuccine split, disgusting commentary. Everything that I posted is factually accurate. And I also did comment, somebody said, what's my qualifications? Well, I have an 8-year track record of getting stories factually correct. Unlike everyone promoting, selling, and profiting from this Grusch story, who have all been caught selling 100% fake stories multiple times each, right? And it is interesting. It is interesting how many of these people that are attacking me are brand new, nameless, faceless accounts. Let me see here. Paul Soderberg, relatively new account, October 2021. And then we have this DJ 808. Oh, no, that's not one of the bots, is it? Well, 2021. All these accounts are 2 years or less old that are defending the Grusch story. They're all brand new, nameless, faceless accounts. And we know how the disinformation crew are. James Allen, I don't think he's one of the bots. Let me check. February 2011, no. So see, when you are on Twitter and you're looking through this stuff, here's somebody just attacking my appearance, vaguely brand new account, just a couple of years old. Eating crow is in your future. Brand new account, brand new, nameless, faceless account. You will find that if you post anything critical of the Grusch narrative, nameless, faceless, brand new accounts, April 2020, no profile picture. Stop gaslighting other people, Stephen. Your choice. Well, this one's relatively older. And by the way, thanks to Phil, I stole his graphic about Ross Coulthart, disgraced journalists, and here's the faces of Grusch. Does this look like a man who is a serious whistleblower, or does this look like a mental patient? It's almost like they wanted this. They wanted people to think, right? Stephen Greenstreet, they couldn't find a better picture for the YouTube thumbnail. I mean, oh, I'm sorry, copyrighted music. Yeah, and by the way, I'm getting attacked like crazy for using that picture, and it wasn't me. I did not pick that. The person that interviewed him picked that. Now here's what we get. You're sick, Cambion, picking the worst possible photo of Grusch to publish. If you disagree with Grusch, it's one thing, but to make fun of his mental health, PTSD, his testimony under oath is disgusting. Anyone who likes Cambion's posts, everyone sees you. So now you're going to like shame people and tell them not to like my posts, right? And I said, again, I did not pick the photo. It came from the original interview. And here is the original image. That's what I took. So I'm getting attacked, right? For what? For using the same photo that the interview I'm covering used? And look at that. Look at this photo. He could have picked anything. He picked this on purpose. He looks like a mental patient. And Ryder Lee chiming in with non-human biologics, and me chiming in with that look you get when it's proven your 40 witnesses have no evidence of alien anything. And then Ryder, yeah. The uncanny valley. You are the one calling him a UFO messiah. The rest of us are trying to learn more. Blindly believing is as bad as blindly refuting. At least the last 20 minutes of video point out a mass psyop over 100 years involving this many people is just not possible. Okay, if you say so. Yeah. So, and again, brand new nameless faceless account, right? Yeah, brand new nameless faceless account. Caesar Rex. You are such a scumbag. I don't wish cancer on anyone, but I would be happy if your pathology report came back positive. There are people in here wishing cancer on me because we report on facts. That's how toxic this is right now. As neither a believer or a non-believer, your snark is disgusting and says more about you. Klaus, and yeah, this is a brand new account. Oh, no, not that one. The next one is a brand new account. July 2023, another brand new account. Stephen Cambion, freak, incel, grifter alike, desperate for a niche, cherry picking. Okay, if you say so. And here's another, I think this was another one, brand new account again. Well, Stephen, given a choice between the two, I say you more closely resemble a mental patient. And you are an idiot. Please ignore this obvious attack on a true whistleblower. No, John Strader, you're the idiot because Grusch does not meet the technical, the dictionary, or the legal definition of a whistleblower. Because a whistleblower is supposed to actually have evidence and not excuses, right? And it just goes on and on and on. People just love to argue about this stuff. I just thought I'd point out, people wishing cancer on me. Like, people wish I would just die because they just want to live. You want to live in your delusional fantasy world? Do you want to live in your... Show me on this doll where Stephen Campion hurt you on the internet with his facts and his evidence. 98 days, no evidence from this guy yet, right? But keep wishing that I die. I'm going to be here for the next 90 days, reminding everybody there's no evidence of any of this shit yet. Nothing. 99 days, no evidence. Come on. Bring it, right? You wish I get cancer and die? What? This is ridiculous. Chris Demares, with a kind of generous, 1999, very generous of you, says towards Dave Grusch's new book, I Know UFOs because George Knapp told me to. Oh my God. That's going to be an excellent book. And we thank you, Chris Demares, for your kindness, generosity, and support. Longtime show supporter. Thanks for stepping up and helping us to praise the cash, Chris.
Where's the cash? 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 Where's you?
By the way, I just want to point out that I was in a Spaces over the weekend and people were accusing me of all kinds of evil deeds that I knew nothing about. But it reminded me, and thank you, Chris Demares, for your kindness, generosity, and support. Longtime show supporter. Thank you. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. Listen, so I get it. I didn't mean to become the guy that everybody loves to hate, right? I would think that honor would belong to, the people that keep getting caught lying to their audiences, pushing fake stories, supporting hoaxes and hoaxers. But here we are. Who would have ever thought that I could become so hated for reporting facts and evidence? And but this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. I'm the bad guy, and people want me to die. I'm not going anywhere, friends. I just got blood work. I'm in excellent health, and I just lost 20 pounds. My spare tire is gone. Believe it or not, yeah, a spare tire can get that big, 20 pounds. I'm in excellent health. I'm at high energy. My blood work is good. Everything's good. So I'm going to be here for a while. You better get used to me, bitch. You hope I get cancer? Jesus, what kind of person says that to somebody just because they disagree with your belief system? And let's be clear. You have no verifiable evidence of any of this shit. So it's just a faith-based belief system. Or some call it a cult. And look at the cult-like tactics, right? The fair game. I have been doxxed. People threatened me, my family. People are on the internet wishing I get cancer and die. Why? We have an 8+ year track record of getting stories factually accurate here. We've busted more UFO scams, UFO hucksters, UFO fraudsters, psychic fakes, psychic healer frauds. We have busted more than anybody, right? And I would think that having an 8-year track record of getting the story factually accurate, 8 years, right? And now I am the bad guy, even though I'm reporting on other people, all of which who have been provably caught selling 100% completely and totally fake stories multiple times before. And I'm the bad guy here. Why don't you people that are so nasty go after the fraudsters? Because that helps nothing. You're not getting disclosure from a fake whistleblower with fake stories that were never proven, and a tapestry of so-called evidence that's all on shaky ground. You can't just weave together 10 stories, all of which have never been proven, and that's your argument? You've got 10 shaky stories that have never been proven as true? The arguments for alien crash retrievals. See our last video. a history of UFO crashes from 1897 and 1965, you'll notice something. Despite the huge claims of all those stories, none of them have ever been proven to be true. So if you're going to believe that aliens have crash landed on Earth and there's been recovery efforts and the government hid it all and all that, shouldn't you at least prove one of those stories is true before you base your entire belief system on that and go on the internet and wish somebody gets cancer? I mean, it's a little cultic, right? But I'm the bad guy. Remember that. And you know, I'm perfectly at peace with the fact that I am loved by some and hated by others. I can't please everybody. Look at this situation. I just got attacked by like 3 or 4 different people for using an unflattering picture of Grusch when all I did was copy it from the guy who just interviewed him. Shouldn't you go after him then? Like, you know, what am I doing that's so wrong here? I'm giving you the truth instead of lies, deceptions, half-truths, and the lie by omission in order to reinforce. If that's all you want, you just want to reinforce, you just want people that will come into your mind, into your eyes, into your ears, like we do here through this medium. And you want people that will reinforce something you already believe, then this isn't the place for you. Go to fairy tale land. Go listen to Linda Moulton Howe or Ross Coulthard, who's been caught selling fake stories 3-4 times now. Right? I forgot he was involved in that Chris Lido flashlight story too. So that's 4 fake stories, right? Great. But you know, come on, man. Get some perspective. Calm down, right? And here's what I always say. If you want to really shut me up, right? Then go prove me wrong. And I mean smoking gun, verifiable evidence and proof. Prove me wrong. And if you can't, then it is extremely unethical and dishonest for you to attack me. Because no matter what you're going to do, what kind of mental gymnastics you're going to do, I'm right. And I've been right about every story we've covered for 8 years. Now, the story is still unfolding. And by the way, I haven't said that Grusch is completely and totally full of shit. What I said is we're 99 days in, 98 days, 99 days, no evidence of the original claims that he made. We didn't get all that he was hyped to be 6 months before he was ever public. Oh, this whistleblower is going to name names and program names and the locations where the stuff is being stored. It's going to drop bombs. And then what do we get? Stories. And oh, there was this hoaxed UFO event in Mussolini's Italy in 1933. That's his evidence. That's his proof. Where are the names of the people that told him all this stuff? I believe there's a reason they don't want to drop names, because their names we're all familiar with. People like Elizondo, Gary Nolan, Eric Davis, Hal Puthoff, and others who have all been pushing this stuff as true for decades. Some of them never proved it, but they sure wasted a lot of taxpayer dollars, and they sure collected a lot of money telling everybody it's true without actually proving that it's true. Complisert with a kind and generous £2, such a sick Cambion. I hope he's being sarcastic. I believe that he is. UFO Shane is here with a kind and generous $2. He's got his popcorn ready. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, both of you guys. Thanks for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right, so we're going to begin tonight's presentation. Sorry to rant for so long, but I think it's kind of necessary. You know, I feel like grabbing some of these people and just smacking some sense into them. Like, you know, relax, calm down, and let's look at this from, you know, a more grounded approach. If somebody came to you and told you, let's say, for example, that the world was going to end in 2 weeks, or let's say the world was going to end in 1 year, if somebody came to you and said, the world's going to end in 1 year, and then you found out they were a mental patient, and then you found out they had post-traumatic stress disorder and they were autistic and were just repeating things people told them. And then it was 99 days in and there was still no evidence that the world was going to end. Would you prepare for the world to end? Or would you wait to see some evidence? And how long do we wait? You know, I have previously commented, I'm so curious, how long is it going to take for this entire story to fall apart? And honestly, I'm shocked. I thought it was going to take 2 years. It is slowly degrading and falling apart. And before we begin, oh, okay, so he was being sarcastic. Compliments here. Only love and respect, honor from Frankfurt. Broody, yeah, thank you. We appreciate you. So there are some layers of deception that have been used here. First, he had no mental problems. Then we found out he did. Then, of course, the other layer of deception that they're all using to sell this story, and this is driving me nuts, is that the intelligence community inspector general found Dave Grusch's alien claims, his claims to be credible and urgent. Never happened. Show me a statement from the intelligence community inspector general saying that Dave Grusch's claims of alien bodies, alien spacecraft, or crash retrieval programs are, quote, credible and urgent, unquote. You can't. This is the layer. This is one of those layers of deception. They're massaging data. He may have said that about his complaint about retaliation against him, as all complaints of retaliation are considered urgent and credible. But the intelligence community inspector general has never co-signed Dave Grusch's alien claims. Never. Show me a quote. You can't, and you won't, because it never happened. Yet that hasn't stopped Jeremy Corbell, Ross Coulthart, and so many other people from repeating that urgent and credible lie over and over again. And this is where we get into some problematic things, like the non-responsiveness of government. We here have sent 4 different requests for clarification on that issue to the intelligence community inspector general. We did an exhaustive search. We can't find him saying Dave Grusch's alien body claims are urgent and credible. We can't find him saying the alien spacecraft claims are urgent and credible. We can't find any of that. Could it be that people who routinely massage data and construct false narratives based on shaky or non-existent evidence may have twisted the words around here to help sell the story? After all, whoa, what a great prover maneuver. Well, the inspector general of the intelligence community examined all of Grusch's claims and investigated. By the way, that's an ongoing investigation. They act like he already investigated and all the alien stuff that Grusch said or gave to the ICIG is true. Never happened. Show me a statement. So the story is constructed. You wouldn't have to massage the data so much if the story was true. And you wouldn't have to talk about Grusch's impressive credentials and history so much if there was any evidence to talk about. But there just isn't any evidence to talk about. So this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. So from our friend Art Levine, UFO tales and witness credibility falling apart after congressional hearings. In the wake of the July 26 congressional hearings on unidentified anomalous phenomenon, formerly UFOs, the claims of alien visitations and secret government crash retrieval programs remain unproven, while questions about the credibility of the witnesses and the political motives of their patrons in Congress have fueled increasing public skepticism. There was little in the way of skeptical mainstream coverage either in the run-up to the late July House congressional oversight hearings on UFOs or afterwards, but such outlets as CBS News and the New York Times, the ballyhooed hearings before credulous members of Congress from both parties featured unverified tales of a football-sized flying object, along with testimony indicating dead aliens were hidden as part of a purported multi-decade government cover-up of retrieved non-human crash spacecraft. Both before and after the hearings, the Washington Spectator and such prominent skeptics as former UFO advocate Stephen Greenstreet of the New York Post raised alarms about the legacy of unproven and wild claims marking the entire UFO field, and those told by the 3 ex-military witnesses who came forward. None of the criticism mattered, as it turned out. The witnesses, 2 former Navy pilots and an ex-Pentagon intelligence officer, were ritually thanked for their service and uniformly treated as brave truth tellers confronting a nefarious plot by the government and military contractors to hide the truth about alien visitations. As Jared Moskowitz, the Democrat from Florida, said, taking the lead role for malleable Democrats at the hearing, declared in his opening statement, the American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomenon. Indeed, it felt while watching the hearings as if my months of reporting and years of skeptics analysis puncturing the dominant pro-UFO narrative has been expunged from the public record. Among these findings, 2 of the leading ex-DOD officials, Christopher Mellon and Luis Elizondo, who successfully promoted UFO disclosure legislation, face a potential SEC investigation for alleged investor fraud in a UFO hyping company that they helped lead. And none of the military witnesses at the hearing have ever offered verifiable evidence to back their claims. So interesting, facts. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was so small, friends. Facts matter. And the facts are the facts. There's no evidence. All this is built on shaky ground. But it is what it is. This is where we're at. And, what I said in my original tweet, I really, truly believe, and that is, people are going to believe what they're going to believe. People are going to believe that it's all true, or, they're going to demand evidence. And with a lack of evidence will come a realization that maybe this is just another in a huge line of stories that people are telling for profit that never, ever pan out. They don't pan out, friends. We have seen a history of 14 former so-called UFO whistleblowers before this man, all of which made huge claims and never proved their claims. But don't worry, they all made a lot of money. And don't worry, so will Mr. Grusch. I'd be anxious to see, was he paid for his interview with this gentleman? We are going to send a message asking if he was paid for this interview. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But it's worthy of asking that question. And also, Mr. Grusch apparently was in possession of a documentary film deal as of May 5th, a full month, the week of May 15th, I believe. Almost a month before he ever became a public figure. Why does he need a documentary deal? If he really cares about disclosure, shouldn't he just throw the proof down and say, there's the proof, bitches? People like when I say that. There's the proof, bitches! But he doesn't. Instead, when pressed for details, he continuously makes excuses for why he can't provide any additional information. And this excuse is extremely problematic because the DOD cleared him to talk about all of this stuff, which means nothing he says about alien bodies and crash retrievals and alien spacecraft is considered classified. Therefore, he wouldn't violate any security oaths or NDAs or anything by saying whatever he wants to say. But somehow he can't. If you're going to construct a UFO grift, this one's brilliant. You give him an excuse for why he can't show any evidence, and you just keep kicking the can. And I believe that what we're going to see soon is that this person is never going to prove the original claims and is suddenly going to start telling new stories. It's coming, friends. I believe by the very next interview. And by the way, isn't it interesting that Jeremy Corbell, completely wrong again. Remember, Corbell talked about Mr. Grusch being muzzled, right? Turns out, no, he wasn't, because if he's muzzled, why is he doing interviews with huge YouTube channels? That makes no sense, right? But I am going to share, there is a thread on my Twitter. You can follow me at Stephen Cambion about the person who did this interview. lots of strange and weird and suspicious stuff, not the least of which, he was the producer for Weinstein. And there's some very strong connections with Peter Thiel and others. Very suspicious that this guy gets the big interview right after disgraced journalist Ross Coulthart gets the big interview. And I guarantee that this content creator will most likely get 1 million views off of this. And that would be Jesse Michaels. Mick West chimes in and says, this isn't a groundbreaking interview with Dave Grusch. It's a vehicle for Jesse Michaels, Alchemy American, to riff on his personal valet-inspired theory of everything. Top secret time-traveling zookeeper gods in a simulation, using Grusch as a foil. Could be, I really don't know if that's the case, but Mick West not too happy with the whole situation. Okay, well, thank you. Somebody's sending me information. Apparently, there is a personal statement from Mr. Grusch that in which he claims his post-traumatic stress disorder came from both Afghanistan and his friend's death. Okay, interesting. And also, we have I have another fun thread to share with you. And that would be that in the actual interview, there was a number of really factually wrong, completely and totally factually wrong things. And the use of mislabeled media and things like that. You know how they say UFO when it's really flares. Well, it would be important also to point out John from the Black Vault's contribution. John says, I am sorry to say, but this clipped video being passed around, used tweet below, is not accurate. And with respect to David Grusch, who I really did enjoy watching in the documentary style interview, it is, in my opinion, being misrepresented to prove a point. Sadly, the point is easily negated with proof. I know that won't stop the general public from cheering Mr. Grusch on that he pulled a fast one on a DOD. Yeah, that's in this latest interview. Mr. Grusch states in his hypothetical, when asked about DOPSR, that's the Office of Pre-Publication, that a 3-letter agency will cite a security classification guide and that it can be litigated after to fight any erroneous objections, rejections, redactions. And then Mr. Grusch stated that he would just publish that and the public could make its own interpretation. Out of the SCG reference, 3-letter agency reference, and redactions on his original request. I'm sorry, that is not accurate or how it would play out. So how many lies are we going to catch Mr. Grusch in? He already lied and said he had no mental problems. First, an SCG cited does not have to be made public at all. Below, I attached a couple of examples of classified documents which I forced the declassification of in part prior to their declass dates. And these records show the government can easily exempt from public view where the classification decisions derive from. That practice shields the public from seeing exactly what Mr. Grusch stated he would have shown if he was denied being allowed to speak about crash retrievals. So completely and totally inaccurate information being pushed in this. And because here, so they'd have, he claims he kind of, he tricked the government, right?
How do you think they approved it?
Catch-22. Because so they'd have to self-identify and highlight their concerns to redact. So the office who would propose a redaction, say it's a 3-letter agency or whatever, right? They'd have to be like, this office objected to you saying crash retrievals. Here we're citing the security classification guide. No. And then you can litigate that, right? To get it unredacted if you think
apparently this is completely inaccurate.
Security. If it got
how does a high-ranking security officer for the intelligence industry of the government of the United States not know how any of this works? But John from the Black Vault does. Little perplexing, right?
Redacted like that, and it cited what organization and what security reason it is. I would just publish that, and then the public can make its own interpretation why the U.S. government's withholding information about that kind of thing and wanted to sequester my speech. So it's a catch-22, honestly, for them. And damn if they do, damn if they don't.
Yeah, completely and totally inaccurate part of the interview. And we're going to get to more of that interview we'll try to go through some of it. However, I have more to share. This is interesting from Charlie Weiser, who caught several inaccurate things in this interview. Completely manufactured, false. In Alchemy American, Jesse Michaels' latest Grusch interview, Grusch gives Russia as an example of the phenomenon being global. This is the image displayed on the screen. And interestingly, it's actually the lights from Radio City Tower in Liverpool, United Kingdom. You know how we've been saying that these narratives are carefully constructed and often involve layers upon layers of deception. Why would you use an image from the United Kingdom when pushing a story about UFOs from Russia? Michaels, or whoever he wants to blame for this bunk, Googled Russian UFO or something and grabbed the image to slot into the Grusch interview about Russian UFOs. And it's a UFO-shaped building in the UK, United Kingdom. Great work, guys. And here we have it time-stamped already, so we can show you that.
Like, why is this always happening in America?
The phenomenon's global, 100%. Like, I mean, you look at aerial schools, Russians have reported stuff. The Chinese have what they call the Journal of UFO Research, which is a published periodical.
Yeah, so a completely and totally fake image used to press the point of Russian UFOs. That's kind of amateur hour mistake to make, in my view, especially for a piece that you should be very careful with, considering he's going to get 1 million views from this interview. He's going to get 1 million views. Compley Zert says, classified as hell documents are real. Yeah. Noble Truth says, hurts to see fellow DOD members lying, especially after quitting their jobs to continue to lie for them. A lot of people think it's one big grift. We'll see what happens, but you know, it's not looking good. If you need all of these layers of deception to sell this story and it's still falling apart. Yeah, by the way, Mr. Jesse Michaels will definitely get 1 million views. He's already up to 650,000 views, and this interview only debuted 22 hours ago. So there's big money in bullshit. Big money in bullshit, friends. There is huge money in bullshit. You too can listen. It's somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000 for 1 million YouTube monetized views, and good for them. But no evidence, really? You're going to take $10,000 or $20,000 from a story that has zero evidence? But this is the way it works, and I'm sure that others, including News Nation, have gotten 1 million views, $10,000 to $20,000 of monetized views and more. News Nation did nothing but cover this story for months on end now, right? Or virtually nothing. I mean, they do some other stories, but they've become the United States UFO channel suddenly, and creating an awful lot of monetized content. And we're 99 days in, and there's no evidence of Mr. Grusch's testimony being true or real. So we're going to go through a portion of this interview, but I have linked the interview into the video. First, I want to also be sure that we point out that this content creator is basically trying to prove his case by citing a bunch of shaky stories that have never been proven to be true, misquoting things. There was a quote attributed to Robert Sarbacher, and there's no proof that he ever said that. It was in a document that was from the Canadian government by Wilbur Smith. You remember him. He's the wackadoo who looked into UFOs while he worked for the Canadian government and essentially created a UFO landing strip and, you know, was in telepathic communication with aliens. See, it gets wild if you know the actual truth behind the so-called evidence used to support the arguments in this piece. It's extremely weak to take a bunch of stuff Now, what we've got so far is Grusch with absolutely no evidence. He'll be talking in this. He provides absolutely no evidence for any of his past claims, and basically makes some, I think that this is proof. This interview is proof that he was groomed by Elizondo, because he gives an entire interview and gives absolutely no information, no specifics, couple of cop-outs for why he can't, right? I think it's pretty interesting and clear that he was likely groomed by Elizondo, because Elizondo was a master at doing a long-form interview and not saying anything. And this is what we get in this case. So also cited in this interview is the Maelstrom incident, which again, you can't say it's fact and real and that really happened unless you can prove it. So essentially, the content creator here weaves a bunch of never proven stories. And it's important to note that this man is in with all of the people like Hal Puthoff and others, Gary Nolan, right? He's interviewed all the top tier grifters, right? And he did so. Look at his content. The best views that he gets is from the UFO grifters. So can we really trust him to give an honest interview? I don't think so. He's doing the circle jerk. He's just doing it on a bigger scale that some of these loser podcast UFO hosts do. Trying to push things through to the mainstream. So we're going to get into this interview. I don't think we're going to go through very much of it. I got to try to keep tonight to a reasonable length because I have so many other things to do this evening, but wanted to be sure that we jump on here and go through this. Also, important to point out or remind you of our new distribution partners and sponsors, Pill.net. We're broadcasting live there right now. We're fully monetized. We're praising the cash over on Pill.net. And if you're a content creator looking for a new place to stream, imagine a censorship-free platform where you weren't penalized for anything, where you're fully monetized and you actually have free speech. Imagine that. Here's a quick video from our new distribution partners and sponsors, Pill.net.
Welcome to Pill.net. We aren't just another social media platform. We are the home of free speech. Pill.net offers people a place to share their thoughts, ideas, and content without the threat of censorship. With live streaming, uploaded content, social media posting, and more, Pill.net goes the extra mile by introducing innovative features like mobile push notifications that keep you connected without relying on big tech app stores. These notifications allow creators to instantly alert their audience when they're live or have posted new content, ensuring that your message reaches the right audience at the right time. Plus, with monetization available from day one, you can turn your passion into earnings right from the get-go. Donations and subscription options make it easier than ever to earn income with your content. And it doesn't stop there. Pill.net is constantly evolving to meet your needs. Our updated direct messaging system makes it easier than ever for content creators to engage with people privately. Anyone can also go start their own group chats with friends. Pill.net is more than just a platform. It's a lively community where everyone's voice counts. Make your account today and let our team welcome you to Pill.net. Free speech lives here.
Yeah, imagine that. A free speech platform with no censorship. www.pill.net. Check them out. Put my name. They're going to ask you who referred you. We'd like our distribution partners and sponsors to know that we're sending them viewers. They're doing a big, we're sending them users. They're doing a big push for new users, trying to expand the platform. And I think you should check it out. Use my name in the referral. We appreciate that. By the way, I don't get, paid by the referral or anything like that. It's just, I want them to know that we appreciate their kindness to us. They really rolled out the red carpet, made us a content creator instantly. We can live stream there. It's easier than any of the other alt video platforms, including Rumble, Odyssey for sure, and DLive, Rockfin. It's just easier. It just works. Check it out. And if you do want to become a content creator, they got to flip the switch. So you might want to send me your email address you signed up with. I'll see if I can't expedite that for you. And you'll be able to live stream and you'll be able to praise the cash over there just like us. So we're going to get to this interview. I doubt we'll get through very much of it. It is a very long video, 2 hours. Yeah, and I'll put our fair use banner up. I have today actually finally remembered to post the video elsewhere unmonetized, so we don't have to sit through all the commercials. It's loaded with commercials, friends, absolutely loaded. And by the way, I'm a content creator. I don't blame them for loading it with commercials, but you might, if you're going to get, I don't know, I try to stay grounded and realize, like, is this just sour grapes or me being jealous? They're going to get 1 million views and they're posting pictures of the wrong thing in the interview, in the video. And they've got a guy who for 99 days now has not provided any evidence, but they don't point that out in the video. What I will say is that they didn't repeat some of the layers of deceptions and lies like Urgent and Credible and all this, like so many of the other people selling this story. I have heard various things about this content creator. Some people love him. Some people hate him. Hey, I know something about that. Some people think that he has a genuine interest, is well read on the topic. I don't really get that from him. I think that I get him repeating UFO grifter talking points and so-called evidence points that are shaky at best. But maybe that's just my perception. Let me know what you think in the comments. So we'll get into this interview. This is Jesse Michaels and David Grusch.
3 men who previously served in the military are set to speak publicly about what they saw in the sky and heard behind closed doors.
All right, one more.
Guy in the white tan suit.
They have let in 15 people from the public.
There is David Grusch, who's a former intelligence official. He has knowledge of.
And by the way, Jesse Michaels got into the actual hearing. How or why? Many people were turned away and were unable to get into the hearing. Did he have reserved seating like some of the other people, like Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp? And if so, why?
A covert government program to recover crashed alien spacecraft.
You solemnly swear.
Nice use of the previous material, though, in order to sell this thing.
Or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
That is David Grusch.
Yeah, that's David Grusch. Hold on one moment, too. We have to be sure to put our fair use banner up. This is fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about this recent interview of alleged UFO whistleblower Dave Grusch, who so far for 99 days, 99 days, has not provided a single shred of verifiable evidence of his claims. And yet people are continuing to make tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars producing stories with him front and center.
Former Afghanistan combat veteran and 14-year high-ranking intelligence officer.
Hey, nice to meet you. You travel light, man.
In 2019, he was tasked by the Pentagon to investigate UFOs as part of the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Task Force.
Yeah, he was tasked by Jay Stratton, who also believes that poltergeists and werewolves followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch. Just an important, kind of important detail. Is this the lie by omission? Maybe. I think it's important who sent him on his mission to find the aliens. And it's another guy who's a complete and total wackadoo that I don't understand how he ever maintained a government job, considering his wackadoo beliefs that poltergeists and werewolves followed him home from a ranch in Utah and haunted him and his family. But here we are.
I had no interest in, UFOs or whatever, but I thought it'd be kind of an interesting thing to see what was going on.
During his investigation, Grusch started to uncover a program that was being systematically hidden from him, the American public, and our elected representatives.
Again, this Jesse Michaels is making statements of facts without facts and evidence to support those. I screw up myself and forget to use words like alleged or claims. He didn't say he claimed he uncovered a program. He said he did uncover. He's making statements of facts here without any facts or evidence to actually support that those are facts. It's false facts until proven to be facts. It's sloppy as hell. And in my view, it is a purposeful crafting of the story to sell it. Why would you state things as facts if those facts have not been established with any evidence? Maybe because you're trying to sell a story.
We're done with the cover-up, and we're going to get to the bottom of it, dadgummit.
A program whose mandate was to find and retrieve crashed UFOs and attempt to rebuild them into functional vehicles that humans can fly.
And I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, well, this is a thing.
Thanks to new UFO whistleblower protections, Grusch gave comprehensive documentation about these programs to the Inspector General in the summer of 22.
Yeah, and by the way, what does that mean? What documentation? Did he include documentation from the Italian 1933 UFO hoax crash? Because there's documentation for that. That likely proves it's a complete and total hoax. You know, this is the problem. And did you catch that detail about we're recovering alien crash retrievals vehicles and attempting to rebuild them for human pilots? That's an odd detail. That where did he get that from? Did he get that from Grusch? And is there evidence to support that? Probably not. More stories.
He had brought people on the secret UFO programs directly to meet the Inspector General's team and had even given the staff the names of the aerospace companies involved in these programs and the locations where the UFOs were ostensibly being kept.
These, again, are all claims. These are claims he has made, but he has released zero evidence to prove any of those claims. And who did he take to testify? Would it be people like Eric Davis or Gary Nolan? Why can't we get the names of any of the people? Could it be because we're all familiar with the people who are likely feeding him this largely false information, like the Italian UFO crash hoax?
Filed my complaint. I told them who to interview, and they ultimately were like, "Holy shit, this is credible."
In June of 20,
this is credible. Show me. Now I was wrong. I must have missed that on the first listen through. Everybody is saying that the Intelligence Community Inspector General found his alien claims urgent and credible. Show me a statement from the Intelligence Community Inspector General co-signing his claims of alien crash retrievals, co-signing his claims of alien bodies being recovered. You can't, because there exists no statement confirming that. So is this another lie? Or is this just a massaging of the available data? I believe that they are conflating two separate things. A complaint about being retaliated against and claims of aliens, alien bodies, alien spacecraft crash retrievals, and more. Those are two separate things. Which did the Intelligence Community Inspector General call urgent and credible? His claims of so-called retaliation against him, or the alien claims? And just to be clear, we've reached out to the Intelligence Community Inspector General's media person multiple times now. No reply back. Why? Don't they have a responsibility to provide the public with accurate information, or are they just going to let UFO grifters keep saying that he said things he never said? This is a real problem. And all I can do is keep shooting off emails demanding some clarification or evidence. Either way, they need to confirm or deny that the Inspector General of the intelligence community is finding Grusch's alien body claims urgent and credible. Because everybody's saying that as if it's fact. Show me the quote. Where did he say that? I believe that they are purposefully conflating two separate data points in order to sell the story. This is one of the layers of deception used to generate this story and all of this tremendous money everybody is making off of this story.
23, he outed himself to the public, giving News Nation and The Debrief exclusive interviews.
Do we have bodies? Do we have species?
Naturally, when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots.
Then in late July, he testified before Congress in Washington, D.C. The hearing was a wild moment in history. Yup.
Yeah, and again, this person gets access to the hearing when most other people were turned away. There was a huge line. He somehow gets access. Funny that. And now he's here pushing the narratives with false information, fake facts, false images of things being discussed that aren't what they are being shown to be. Oh yeah, Russian UFOs. Yeah, here's a picture of Russian UFOs. Oh, that's not a picture of Russian UFOs. That's a picture of a building in London that's shaped round. Great, great. And of course, the urgent, incredible lie, which was not caught nor drilled down upon. And by the way, I fully support anybody interviewing Grusch, but this person did nothing but sell the narrative that we've already been sold by Coulthard and others with the same fake facts, with the same claims, without clearly, marketing. Look, these are claims made. This man claims these things. No, this Jesse Michaels is stating all these things as if they're facts. These facts have not been established. They're simply claims so far. There's a difference, huge difference.
There I am with a Marcan deal from the second best YouTube channel online, Yes Theory. If you want instant inspiration and exposure to untold human stories across the world, throw them a subscription and stay tuned for their UFO documentary.
Your UFO
including
friends,
Dave
or
coming soon.
YouTube friends.
I've
I
known
guess.
Dave for about 2 years when we were introduced by a mutual friend who had served on the Air Force with him. And through many a phone call, he's put up with my wild speculations on the truth behind UFOs.
Sometimes I'm like hanging up the phone, call me, and I'm like, I don't know about this guy. I think he's really losing his grip.
Good morning.
Yeah, I will say this. This was an incredibly well-produced piece, and this person, Jesse Michaels, appears to have been following the story. He went to Washington. Good for him.
During the lead up to the hearing and in its aftermath, we were granted exclusive access. We actually held the first and only public hearing with Dave and 20 young Yes Theory fans in Washington, D.C. after the congressional hearing.
Yeah, and this is where it gets cult-like, because I don't know if they were trying to get in this guy's good graces. It appears so. They went and got a very kind, believer-based audience that would cheer him and clap for him and applaud him. It's a little culty. Let's roll out the red carpet for this guy so he does more interviews with us. After all, we're going to make $10,000 to $20,000 per appearance he does on our YouTube channel. We're going to get millions and millions of views out of this guy. We got to make sure that he likes us and has a pleasant experience. I have a real problem with this. After all, if you're really trying to get to the truth or doing real investigative journalism, it's adversarial. You're not hanging out with the guy, having lunch with them, collecting an audience to cheer and clap for everything he says. But that's just my opinion, but I'm entitled to that opinion. So there it is.
We traveled with him, hiked the mountains of Colorado, got covered in dust on ATVs.
Yeah, this isn't investigative journalism. This is exactly like Jeremy Corbell, like hanging out and going fishing with Bob Lazar in a local lake and spending all day hanging out with him and buddy with him. It's clear that Dave Grusch and him are friends and have been for some time now.
Hung out with some llamas.
He can't be objective. He can't be objective, or apparently he can't ask hard questions.
The name of the llama? Playboy. Playboy. I think the name of the llama was Boy.
And of course, had a long-form conversation. We discussed the history of covert UFO research programs, their connection with Robert
And here, this person, this content creator, is citing the 1933 hoaxed UFO crash of Mussolini's Italy, which we have detailed before, is built upon multiple different stories being smacked together. And one of the people who layered on that story was William Brophy, who's been involved in multiple UFO fake stories. The fact that they didn't mention that, they just, of course, these are all prover maneuvers. Oh, urgent and credible. That's a prover maneuver. It's a lie, but it's a prover maneuver to try to bolster that Grusch and his stories are true, right? let's use fake images that have nothing to do with what's being discussed to basically deceive people. Okay. And also, we'll throw in a shot of this UFO crash that Mr. Grusch talked about that hasn't been proven to be anything other than a hoax that was contributed to by a known UFO fraud hoaxer in the form of William Brophy. Very irresponsible. We're only 3 minutes and 30 seconds in, and look how much deception has been used so far to push this narrative. And let's be clear, it's a narrative.
Oppenheimer and the Manhattan Project, why presidents and elected officials may have been shielded from the UFO secrets in the past, and of course, his best theories as to how these UFOs fly, who their occupants are, and why they're here.
Okay, so what we're going to get is theories. That's interesting. So we're going to get theories from Mr. Grusch. We're not going to get any evidence. We're going to get theories. Does that sound familiar to anybody else? Because Mr. Elizondo spent years and years doing hundreds of different media appearances talking about theories, but he never provided any evidence or proof of his claims. Funny that. And Mr. Elizondo groomed this man who is now going to provide us with his theories instead of proof or evidence of the claims that he made being accurate and real.
While you'll see a candid side of Dave that you've never seen before, he's still somewhat limited in what he can and can't say.
Now, here comes the Dobser lie. They're going to claim that he can't give details because those details are classified, but he's been cleared to talk about this stuff through Dobser.
I don't want to get into specifics. Okay. I don't want to get into that. Yeah, I can't go really beyond. Can't make a personal. Yeah, I don't get that. No.
If anything slips that wasn't pre-approved by the Defense Department, he could literally go to jail.
Yeah, great. Sure, he could go to jail. Way to drama up the story, right? He's been cleared to talk about alien bodies, cleared to talk about alien spacecraft, alien crash retrievals. He just can't give you any specifics. And you don't think, Mr. Jesse Michaels, that this is a little suspicious or convenient for somebody making a lot of money off these stories? But then again, everybody around him, including Jesse Michaels, is making a ton of money off of this. Jesse Michaels is going to make between $10,000 and $25,000 off of this one interview.
But there's a lot of pretty insane new stuff he does say.
Manhattan Project, they were kind of the first blue book.
Do you think Bob Lazar is full of shit? Have we made any agreements with any of the aliens? Do you have a sense of, the species?
And if you combine...
Why not let him answer the questions? It's pretty much a tease, right? Keep watching. Got to get that watch time.
In our open source research with his revelations, you can actually piece together a sort of coherent picture of what's going on with UFOs.
Only if you're willing to do overwhelming mental gymnastics and use piss poor, unproven narratives and stories of the past that have never been proven to be true to bolster or reinforce his stories with no evidence that have so far, 99 days in, not proven to be true.
And human attempts to reverse engineer them.
Buckle up, I guess.
So without further ado, this is the atom bomb of American alchemy episodes. It's been marinating for months, and it was executed with Manhattan Project style secrecy. All of the crew members weren't allowed to disclose what they were working on. But I'm so excited that it's finally dropping, and you are here to see it. So get your radiation goggles on, hit subscribe, and brace yourself.
Get your battle helmet
for a brain dump of everything you've ever wanted to know about UFOs from today's American alchemist, David Grusch.
Oh, now David Grusch is an American alchemist now? Okay, if you say so.
Different parts of the brain have different activities.
You know that, don't you?
Maybe you should interview me.
Yeah, I don't get this part, but okay. Great Nietzsche quote. Not sure it applies here.
Crazy day.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So what happened yesterday? I didn't read the news.
My name is David Charles Grusch. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARROW.
Why were you placed on the UAPTF? And the UAPTF, for the people that don't know, is Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Task Force.
The UAP task force director funneled a request through the ops center, like, "Hey, is there any intel officer?"
Yes, he is directly connected to
your
Peter
agency
Thiel and
would
Dark
be willing
Enlightenment.
to, be a representative on the task force to kind of fill that void with expertise from NRO and the Air Force. And my boss got the email. He forwarded it to me, and he's like, "Do you want to do this?" And I thought, well, I'm a reservist. Like, I can put it on my performance report that I worked on like a task force. I thought it'd be kind of an interesting thing to see what was going on.
When did you start to read?
Yeah, and interesting, the person that tasked him with this is Jay Stratton, again, who is the man who believes that werewolves and poltergeist followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch and haunted him and his family. We want to thank Keith Gardeck for a kind and generous $20 super chat. Says, "I'm willing to accept that Grusch was used as a rube, but it begs the question that the only folks who benefit from it, everybody selling his story is benefiting from it. It seems to be the hucksters like Corbell and Knapp. Yes, and we can add this person, Jesse Michaels, to the list now. Everybody profiting from him is suspicious to me because, at some point you have to say 99 days in and still no evidence of the claims made, right? But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Keith Gardeck, longtime show supporter. Thanks for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, 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 praise the cash. Subscribe and hit the like button. Smash it like it's hot.
Smash it like it's hot, friends. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We'll continue. This whole thing is so problematic for me. And honestly, I'm so disappointed that so many people are just willing to sell their souls and help sell a lie because there's money involved, Oh, and by the way, I have been accused again of running my own grift, and that grift would be to be the skeptical guy. And there's a whole industry of skeptics making all of this money. That's a garbage assessment. That's completely and totally stupid. And I'm just going to repeat this one more time for these stupid people who keep saying this. If I was only interested in money, I would go full tilt believer mode. Man, we'd have alien people that, get abducted here every night. We'd have alien hybrids here. We'd have people who, had alien hybrid babies here. We'd have secret space program people. I would go full believer mode if I was here for the money. It's ridiculous for anybody to suggest that somebody on the skeptical side is here for the money. I'd say on average, we're able to make about 1% of what people that are doing this can make. So this guy, Jesse Michaels, will make between $10,000 and $25,000 from this video that he made. And I'll make $6 for covering it from a skeptical view. So if I'm trying to run a grift, I am the worst grifter on planet Earth. But, keep on telling yourself that, I'm some kind of scammer if that makes you feel better, right? No, the people who are scammers are the people selling these fake stories. They've all been caught selling provably fake stories before. And here we have Jesse Michaels. Does he even know that Hal Puthoff was fooled by a fake psychic with magic tricks, doing children's magic tricks, into declaring him a genuine psychic with superpowers? He didn't bring that up during his interview with Puthoff, the granddaddy of UFO grifting, right?
Realize that you weren't just kind of looking at, anomalous phenomena and trying to classify it in the air, but you were being sort of systematically lied to about an internal reverse engineering program within the government.
Yeah,
and let's be clear, I've said it multiple times, I'll continue to say it, the government has crash retrieval and reverse engineering programs. Absolutely. Where I draw the line is when people claim that those programs are centered around alien technology, because everyone who has ever claimed that has failed to provide documentation, evidence, or verifiable evidence to support that that's a fact, that these crash retrieval programs or these back engineering programs are about aliens. Most of the time, it can be verified through things like facts and evidence that these programs center around recovery of adversarial technology. Chinese drones, Chinese spy balloons, Russian satellites that survive re-entry into Earth's atmosphere, and more. These are verifiable facts. Project Moondust is a good place to start if you're interested in the truth about real crash recovery programs and real back engineering efforts. I think that it could very well be that people just hear rumors of these crash retrieval programs and suddenly assign aliens to their purview of what that program is doing without actual verifiable evidence or proof. It's a huge leap to make from something that is factual and real, like the government has crash retrieval and recovery programs, to it's about alien spaceships.
Certainly going into it, I thought it was going to be, air trash, some prosaic natural phenomenon. I remember starting interviewing some military members that saw some really profound stuff, like, large, triangular craft, football field size. That they,
football field size craft. Where have we heard that before? Well, from his buddy Jeremy Corbell, who just sold a bunch of flares as a football field size triangle giant craft. So interesting that he mentions the same thing.
Over them, and I was like, whoa. And these people were very serious, very upset to actually divulge that, a personal thing. It's nothing classified. It was a personal observation they had on a drive to work. Yeah. And then, one thing led to another. I had, certain colleagues of mine that I've known for years approach me, close the door in my office and was like, look, you need to know about some other stuff you guys are not, getting access to, and
yeah. And I believe it was people like Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis that did that. That's my personal belief, and I'm entitled to it. And by the way, just so everybody is clear, Eric Davis famously claimed that the United States government was in possession of alien spacecraft or non-human craft some 3 years ago in a New York Times article. 3 years, no evidence of that. 3 years, no proof of Dr. Eric Davis' claims. But Dr. Eric Davis was one of the people hyping this so-called whistleblower and claiming that some of his testimony would be based on Eric Davis's work on these programs. Everybody's big on claims, but everybody's very light on proving things.
And, kind of led down
Why do you think they talked? Why do you think they spoke to you?
Yeah, I think a lot of these guys were, they've kept the secret for so many years. They knew me. They knew what I was looking into. We reported to the Deputy Secretary of Defense in Congress at the time with the UAP task force. And I think they wanted some change. At least that's what they espoused to me. Is
why do you think they wanted change?
They felt that they were kind of limited in bringing people in, the support they were getting, their treatment was harsh sometimes.
True,
and I
Patty.
guess they weren't really feeling the love anymore.
What's the first moment where you saw irrefutable evidence that what you're dealing with is truth, is reality?
I mean, there were certain military cases, we were analyzing that I just really couldn't explain in a prosaic fashion.
What can you tell me about these craft?
Yeah.
Why do you know it's exotic?
Based on the very specific properties that I was briefed on, isotopic ratios that would have to be engineered for it to be at those levels. And then, of course, read some, intel reports that were provided to me in that regard. And, I took that.
Yeah,
and
interesting.
Went to the agencies that.
Well, we'll talk about that for a moment. He's so vague, I didn't even think about it before. And there's a perfect answer for everything. He's so confident and doesn't seem concerned about all of this. If I really knew there were bodies, yeah, I would think that he'd be a little more concerned, a little more he'd be suffering from his own version of ontological shock, right? It's just all matter of fact, like, oh yeah, alien bodies, yeah.
That wrote those reports and asked for access, and when they deny you access, then it's a thing. So it's and that's what happened to me time after time over a couple of years.
So what, like, there wasn't a singular moment where you're.
And by the way, him being denied access to certain programs is not proof of anything, because there are things called SAPs, special access projects, and there are things called USAPs, unacknowledged special access projects. And you have to be read into those programs. You don't just automatically get to get all the goodies. Could have been a multitude of different projects dealing with these special access projects. Him being denied is not evidence of anything. Only in the UFO community is absence of evidence put forward as, evidence somehow. Like, oh, they denied me access. They wouldn't let me get that information. Therefore, it's a cover-up. No, there are policies and procedures around these things, and he knows that, being a lifetime intelligence officer. So it's dishonest for him to push this information as if this is proof of some cover-up. Oh, I was denied access to some programs. It happens all the time. If you don't have a need to know, if you're not read into the project, you don't get access.
You're like, just open the folder and you go, what the fuck is that?
It was kind of like a slow burn culmination as I was processing it, allowing my worldview to open. And yeah, I don't know if there was a singular moment. I think it was, some of the really, really trusted high level people we talked to, when they, stared us straight in the face very seriously.
Why can't he name any of these people that stared him straight in the face seriously and claimed that the government is in possession of alien bodies, alien spacecraft? Isn't it convenient that he can't name any of the people that told him this information that he is regurgitating? There's a reason he doesn't want to name them, because I believe that the people who told him all of these things are less than credible individuals, and they are people that are known to us, people like Travis Taylor, Gary Nolan, Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Eric Davis, Hal Puthoff, and others who have been involved in, maybe Lukatsky and some of these other people that are all involved in the Skinwalker scam. It's no coincidence that all these people who have been scamming for paranormal money for years and years and years are all around this man, verifiably providing him with some of the information he is regurgitating, like Lou Elizondo in the Italian case, or Gary Nolan and his so-called exotic metals, right? But he won't name who's giving him this information. Why not? It's very convenient, very convenient.
And confirmed a lot of this information. And the quality of people we talk to, if they ever go public, it'll blow your mind who we talk to. I was like, wow, I can't believe I'm talking to X, who's a really important person, and they're confirming these certain details.
Yeah, and by the way, just to make sure that we restate a point that we make here all the time, high-ranking government people who believe in the whole aliens and crash retrievals is nothing new. We've had multiple examples of people with super high clearance, very important people that believe it all. Christopher Mellon comes to mind, right? Was he the Undersecretary of Defense or worked for the Undersecretary of Defense? High-ranking people within the United States government believe this stuff. It doesn't mean it's true because high-ranking government officials believe it's true. Evidence means it's true. And if those high-ranking people really believed it, couldn't they, if they're high-ranking, couldn't they give you the evidence that you could then share with the public? And why are we getting no evidence?
And they're saying, like, we need to protect this at all costs. And they're giving me kind of the whole speech about it. And I'm sitting there, it's like an out-of-body experience. I'm like, okay, well, this is a thing. I don't report to anybody, and there is no plan. Yeah. I'm not a part of some slow drip disclosure or anything. If there is a plan, I'm totally unwitting, and holy shit, they've controlled me in a very passive manner that is like masterclass.
Right.
Yeah. Again, here he is essentially admitting that he may have been manipulated. And remember, he has autism, which means that he is more likely to be manipulated or not be able to tell the difference between somebody lying to him or telling him the truth. That's a scientific fact. If you don't like that, send me some more hate mail.
But yeah, I'm not a part of some weird shit, you know.
Did you ever at any point try to suss out whether you were being lied to? Because all of these people
100%.
are coming from the same programs. And so presumably there's some level of coordination between them. So how do you kind of get through and just make sure that they're not, you know, meeting in some back room saying, you say this to Dave, I'll say this to Dave, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure. So like, I thought maybe it was like a joke or something. Maybe it was like a psyop on me or something. I don't even know.
He thought maybe it was a joke or a psyop, but apparently people convinced him of otherwise. And again, it's important to note that Mr. Grusch is autistic and will have problems discerning truth from lies, more so than someone unaffected by autism. That's just a fact. That's another fact backed up by scientific studies in Scientific American. If you don't like that, you can send me some more hate mail.
And then, but the, you know, near 40 people we talked to, a lot of the guys, I've known my entire career. And like
40 people. And he's known his entire career. Could that be people like Jay Stratton and Eric Davis and others? All UFO wackadoos that make huge claims and never prove anything. Could be.
Like they wouldn't lie to me.
And here's the line again. We have 40 witnesses. Great. Can we have the list of witnesses? And I'll start interviewing them. I'll interview all 40 of them. And by the way, there's my firm commitment. If Mr. Grusch will simply release the list of the 40 people that told him all of this stuff, I'll start interviewing them immediately. I'll do 2 a day. In 3 weeks, we'll have all the proof and evidence we need. We'll have all the answers. I'll get it done. You have my word and my commitment. I'll drop everything else. I'll stop everything other than interviewing the 40 witnesses that this man claims have provided him with evidence and proof of alien visitation on Earth. I'll talk to all 40 of them. I'll drop everything else. I'll stop sleeping for 20 days if I have to. I'll get it done. Why is none of the other people that are making all this money on this story offered to interview those 40 witnesses? Isn't it convenient that there's 40? Wow, 40 witnesses. That's another bluff. It's a prover maneuver. Where's the list? And are these first-hand witnesses, or are these second and third-hand witnesses, or fourth-hand witnesses, third-hand witnesses? And where's all the documents? Where's all the evidence? Where's all the proof that we were told this man had at the beginning of this? Remember, he was going to name names, and why can't you name the 40 people? It's a bluff.
Yeah, I have like a friendship with them. And for them to disclose to me that kind of stuff and it ended up being a false would have totally torpedoed the friendship. And I also went out of my way to find people who don't know each other either. And I had
great. So if you're friends with Grusch, he's just going to believe you because he doesn't believe that people would lie to him. Did you catch that? He essentially doesn't believe that people would lie to him because they're his friends. This has all the earmarks of an autistic man being used and manipulated and deceived by people for some nefarious purpose.
Other very higher ranking colleagues of mine go talk to other people that I didn't even personally talk to. That group, of course, we took all that. And I'm like, all the people who conducted those interviews, I made them get interviewed by the Inspector General because we're crossing our T's here because this shit is crazy. Yeah. And you can never be perfect, but man, I was so freaking careful to make sure I wasn't getting fed some bullshit. If they were in coordination together on a disinfo campaign, holy fuck, I shouldn't even be an intel officer because I should have sniffed that shit out. So
in the last
so interesting. Now instead of evidence, we're getting trust me, bro, it's not a disinformation campaign. I know it's all true. Well, great. Then can you drop the evidence that convinced you that this is all true? Oh, I can't give any details. Remember that little montage in the beginning of this piece? Oh, I can't get into specifics. Oh, I can't really go there. Oh, I can't really, This is exactly like Elizondo jumping to his non-disclosure agreements every time he was asked for details of claims that he was making or evidence or proof of claims that he was making. Interesting that Brian Bender and others have said that Lou Elizondo groomed this man. They did a good job because he knows exactly how to deflect any responsibility for actually providing evidence of the claims that he is making.
This couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Oh,
Yes,
big
personally.
drama.
There's
Ooh,
a
big
Chris
drama.
Mullin story where he's supposed to meet with somebody on the program and he has the meeting all set up. And 2 weeks before the meeting, he says that the guy just randomly has a heart attack.
We were about 2.
Yeah, and this is another bluff prover maneuver, because multiple people have said that they were supposed to get the goods and talk to the firsthand witnesses and get all the evidence. And then right before they had that talk with the person that could provide overwhelming smoking gun proof, it was pulled away from them. You know, like Lucy and the football with Charlie Brown. Christopher Mellon has claimed this. I believe Richard Dolan has made similar claims, and so has Ross Coulthart. It's a common riff. Oh, I was going to get the evidence. Oh, I was going to get the proof, but then they stopped me right at the last minute. I was so close to getting evidence for you to prove all this stuff is true, but I just couldn't get it.
2 weeks away from meeting when he died, when he had a heart attack.
What was the last special act?
Implying that that man was killed to prevent him from spilling the alien secrets. Just like Stephen Greer says that people were murdered. This man, Dave Grusch, claims that people have been murdered by aliens. Wouldn't that be like important to provide the evidence for that being true? Doesn't he care? What if more humans get murdered by aliens because he's not dropping the evidence? This is so stupid and childish. It is a constructed false belief system that is built on half-truths, lies by omission, old unproven theories, stories, and hoaxes.
Access program that leaked. They don't generally
Yeah,
leak.
people are like, oh, dude, wouldn't it be broadly leaked or whatever? I'm like, as somebody who is super cleared to a lot of that conventional stuff over the years, stuff never leaks.
Yeah.
It doesn't come out. There are plenty of things that are pretty serious. They're broad.
Well, stuff leaks. Stuff leaks. If stuff didn't leak, we'd still all be living in a country where every single phone call, text message, and everything else on our phones was being collected, analyzed, and used against its own citizenry. No, things leak all the time. You know, this is where we get into the mental gymnastics, because in order to believe in this whole cover-up theory, we'd have to believe that there's literally tens of thousands of people and nobody talked about this. Tens of thousands of people and nobody has leaked anything.
That have never seen the light of day.
Of course, like, you're gonna tell someone that their entire life and their family and their kids, like, everything is in danger. It doesn't feel too far-fetched that someone will keep a secret if it threatens their life.
Look, dude, you're not getting promoted.
Yeah.
You're going to lose your job. You know, the psychology of the typical career government worker, right? Stable paycheck, pension, maintain clearance. So if any of that's threatened, you know, they're going to capitulate in most cases, right? The threatening nature of some of their indoctrinations where they're like, this is treason. You're going to Leavenworth. If you ever tell anybody not in the program, and oh, by the way, what's the penalty for treason? Oh, right. Execution, right? And I was like, well, fuck it. I'll be the mouthpiece for.
Come on, show me the last time that somebody was executed for treason in this country. More over-dramatized stories, right? More over-dramatized stories. And this is all being used to justify some massive, vast cover-up of tens of thousands of people are involved in.
For you, I'll be the leader, I guess, and I will shepherd you privately to the appropriate people that could be a recipient of your disclosure. You don't have to go public, but I'll do the thing.
Oh,
I mean, you know, it's not just me.
He'll be the hero and bring everybody disclosure. Where have we seen this narrative before?
Me that, you know, has come forward, really, because I mean, Schumer, Rubio, all those guys are like, look, a bunch of freaking high-level officers came to us, and either they're crazy or the shit's real.
Most of these people at some point, or maybe even have held very high clearances and high positions within our government.
And then Schumer.
And there are multiple examples of people who held very high clearances with the government who said wackadoo things, like Eric Davis, who's worked on a bunch of government projects, who said that the government is in possession of alien spacecraft, or I'm sorry, non-human spacecraft. He said that 3 years ago. He never proved it. So is he a wackadoo? Is he crazy? There's multiple examples of many high-ranking government officials who say these things. There's zero examples of any high-ranking government officials who actually prove these things. And this is the problem that I have. You can't. This is the wackadoo prover maneuver. You get one wackadoo who says some things, and that supposedly reinforces the things that this other wackadoo is saying. Neither of them has evidence or proof to support their claims, but somehow two wackadoos prove it's true. Or 3 or 4 wackadoos. Get as many wackadoos as you can, all of which have no evidence, no verifiable proof, certainly no smoking gun or empirical evidence or scientific evidence, but just put a bunch of wackadoos saying things together, and therefore it must be true because multiple wackadoos are saying it. It's the wackadoo prover maneuver.
Schumer was compelled to write that big 64-page amendment that talks no shit, non-human tech, recoveries, and you're the majority leader who's tight with the president, putting out a law that will be signed here hopefully this fall that really puts the fucking executive in a bind.
Yeah.
So I don't think that was done in a vacuum.
I think the one thing that can get the left and the right together is bloat in the military-industrial complex.
Yeah, and we've heard this argument multiple times. I don't think that either side of the aisle cares very much about this. If they can get, whatever it is that they're looking for, sound bites on national media to increase their political presence or whatever, they're going to endorse it. They're going to jump right on it.
Malfeasance therein,
Yeah, nobody likes that. I don't think members of Congress don't like getting the door shut on them either. So they want that information because they represent the
they want answers. Yeah. And that was the Matt Gaetz story.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew.
He was basically denied access to a crew that had seen kind of a diamond-shaped formation of orbs.
Allegedly saw a formation. And interesting, I do think that it is interesting that ranking members of Congress who are on the appropriate committees are still being denied information from other entities within the United States government. Is this a case of one hand not knowing what the other hand is doing? Or is there some nefarious attempt to cover these things up?
He should be fully clued into if, it is terrestrial in origin because he's overseeing
He's on the Armed Services Committee.
If you could just name anything, titles, programs, departments, regions.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Again, this man claims that he has 40 witnesses, but when push comes to shove, I can't name any of them. Like I said, if you were going to construct a UFO grift, this is perfect because you have a built-in excuse. You could just say these things and never provide any details or evidence and roll on making money after money after money. Guy's already got a documentary film deal. We're 99 days in. He can't name any names. Then what kind of a whistleblower is he? He's not a whistleblower. He's a storyteller or a grifter at this point. And that's a fact. Write me some more hate mail. Tell me you hope I die, right? Very, very interesting. And I'm going to take a moment to try to catch up with the live chat. I apologize for being so far behind. 1 second. Let me just catch up with the live chat. If you're just joining us, you're watching Truth Seekers. And we're doing a special report tonight on alleged UFO whistleblower. Everybody knows how I feel about this. If you're a real whistleblower, you have evidence, you drop evidence, you break security oaths, you break NDAs, you do whatever you have to do to put that information out there. This man is no whistleblower, just like all of the other 14 friends, UFO whistleblowers before him we detailed in our 2 previous special reports, A Not So Brief History of UFO Whistleblowers. These so-called UFO whistleblowers always make these or similar claims, and nobody ever proves it. Yeah, Moody Mongol is here and says, they'll give us all the stories we want, but not the truth. Imagine that. Yeah. Interesting that this man can just make I'm just fascinated that this much money has been generated from a story with zero evidence so far. There has been tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of dollars generated from this guy's story, and he hasn't provided a single shred of proof of any of this shit.
Thank you.
Maybe in a, if we could get in a confidential area skiff, we could talk about that. But unfortunately, we were denied access to the skiff.
A lot of the narrative for the whole thing was that you were denied a skiff. What does skiff stand for, just for people?
It was a specialized compartmented information facility, right?
Which basically means that you guys...
Oh, yeah, he needs to do it in a secure skiff, right? You know, I don't want to... 1 second here. Let me just check on something. I don't want to discourage people from coming to our live chat and asking for help. But I just want to mention to you, Wave Drummer, that if you're going to say something like that in the middle of a live broadcast, you should check, right? You check multiple browsers. Go on a different computer and try it. Go on your phone and try it before you tell me something like, did Discord get nuked? I just checked. It's there. It's fine. I don't know what kind of technical problems you're having, but please don't do that to me during a live broadcast. The Discord is fine. I apologize if you're having technical problems, but people do that to me often. Like somebody came in the live chat during our last broadcast and said, the website's not working, Stephen. Did you delete the website? And then I go and the website's fine. Same for the Discord, apparently. I've just refreshed it twice. The Discord is there. There's no problems on my end, and no one else has reported any problems. I would suggest you try a different browser, refresh, or a different device. Make sure that you have the proper Discord links, and one of our YouTube chat moderators will be able to give you a fresh link that you can use to go find the Discord. Moody Mongol says, I live for hearing the word daggummit. Yeah, dagnabbit. Yeah, I understand, but there's nothing wrong with it on our end, so it's got to be a problem that you alone are experiencing. Some technical glitch or problem. Usually refresh. Did you try turning the computer off and back on again? Did you know I spent years in in IT and management information systems, and most of what I did was tell people to reboot their computer? It works. That's why we tell everybody to try that first. Victor Wag says, Grusch got that wrong. Specialized department information facility. Well, I think we're splitting hairs. I don't really care.
Just get into a secure place where you can share.
Yeah, that's a facility that's accredited to talk at the top secret sensitive compartmented information level. And yeah, the members are pretty incensed that I believe it was like they couldn't reserve a skiff and then they couldn't give me a one-time read on back into the right accesses since I left the government.
Do you have any sense of why that?
Yeah, very convenient excuse for, and again, he doesn't need a skiff to talk about any of this stuff, according to the Department of Defense Office of Pre-Publication. He's been cleared to talk about alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, recovered spacecraft, back engineering programs. Why does he need a skiff?
That was denied?
I don't know. No, I don't really have insight. It was something they mentioned to me. It was security or something denied it.
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
as I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Biologics.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
Who was that,
One
Eric
sort
Davis?
of bombshell soundbite from the hearing is Congresswoman Nancy Mace asked you about biologics. Ross Coulthart in the News Nation interview asked you about pilots coming out of these crafts. Do you want to just speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it is a mind-blowing side of it, right? It's a little easy to imagine, you know, an artifact or whatever, but when you start talking about, you know, the biological side of it, it really throws you for a loop psychologically. It did for me. And, you know, I talked to the people that, you know, were on that aspect of the program, if you will. And I mean, it comes with the territory. I mean, Buck.
Yeah, I talked to the people that were involved in that side of the program, but I can't tell you who they were. Just trust me, bro. It's all true, but I can't tell you any specific details. And apparently, Mr. Grusch has at least 40 anonymous sources that he's drawing all this information from, but no one's allowed to interview those 40 witnesses. No one's allowed to verify that they even exist. We're just supposed to trust him. Trust me, bro. I interviewed 40 people about the aliens. Great. Can you give me the list so I can interview them? Oh, sorry. It's all classified. It's all classified. Wait, but the DOD said it's not classified. Why can't you give specific details of your claims? Oh, it is classified. No, it's not, according to the DOD. And here we go, back and forth.
Buckle up, I guess. I call them pilots because that's like our vernacular. I don't know what their actual job was. Yeah.
Non-human intelligence.
Yeah.
But they had bodies.
Yeah, I mean,
were they alive? Were they dead?
I don't want to get into specifics. Okay. Yeah, I know a lot of that stuff.
Out of curiosity, why are you allowed to say that NHI pilots came out of the craft, but you can't go more?
That's all I put in the pre-publication stuff that got approved. I mean,
got it.
I could go back and ask for more, but like I said to you earlier, man, like
not your place, not your job. And it's helpful context for the audience. Yeah. To realize that you literally have like these contours with which you have to operate with.
A big, huge bluff. Why can't he give us specifics? He can't tell us if the bodies were alive or dead. He's already been cleared by the DOD pre-publication office to talk about the bodies. Therefore, it's not classified. He can't even tell us their status. Were they deceased? Were they living? Oh, I can't tell you that. Oh, that's top secret. No, it's not. No, it's not, according to the Office of Pre-Publication. Come on, man. This is such a bluff.
Any specific?
Oh, I know all about that, but I can't tell you about it. I know all about that, but I can't tell you.
Knowledge I garnered when I was on the other side of the door. Yeah. If I want to talk about that publicly, everybody who has had a job like I have has to submit it to a thing called DOPSR at the Pentagon.
Said none of this is classified.
You know, even if it's about this stuff, like I know it sounds insane, but like you literally have to say, like, this is what I want to talk about.
Why do you think they approved it?
Catch-22, because so they'd have to self-identify and highlight their concerns to redact. So the office who would propose a redaction, say it's a 3-letter agency or whatever, right? They'd have to be like, this office objected to you saying crash retrieval.
And this is the part that we've already been over, which John from the Black Vault says is completely and totally fake. Completely and totally inaccurate information being presented here in this so-called interview. He's completely and totally wrong here.
Here we're citing the security classification guide. No. And then you can litigate that, right? To get it unredacted if you think that's an inappropriate application of security. If it got redacted like that and it cited what organization and what security reason it is, I would just publish that.
I agree, Drew Williamson.
The public
that is
can
improper use of the word.
Make its own interpretation why, you know, the U.S. government's withholding information about that kind of thing and wanted to sequester my speech. So it's a catch-22, honestly, for them.
I agree.
And damn if they do.
And I agree with Al Garay.
I just wanted to put enough out there to touch on all the most sensitive parts, like the biologic side and like things that really need to come out.
Yeah.
But I don't want to overly disclose because it's not my job, but enough to, you know, put the.
This is where I have a problem. He doesn't want to disclose. That's not his job. He's the person claiming the title of UFO whistleblower. If it's not his job, then whose job is it? Oh, those firsthand witnesses, all 40 of them. Great. Then just drop the name and address of those 40 people, preferably with email address, social media contacts, Twitter handles, so I could go interview all 40 of them. Oh, I can't tell you who those are. This is just as bad as Corey Good. This is just as bad as David Wilcock. This is just as bad as any of the other grifts that have gone on. He's got all these information sources, but we're not allowed to see any of them. Just trust me, bro. And I'll keep telling stories, and me and everybody around me will keep collecting money. But 99 days in, no evidence yet.
Flag out there that we need to elevate this. This is serious. Some of the uncomfortable stuff, like the biologic stuff, like I mentioned during the hearing.
Yeah.
You got to realize some baggage is coming with it besides, the Indiana Jones, warehouse thing that everybody thinks.
What does that even mean? Some baggage is coming with that. What does that even mean?
Why do the politicians, why do the people who are higher up feel like they need to hide that, evidence? Or, I'm just, the root cause, why is this, a topic that's so...
Yeah, I can only know what the mindset was, multiple decades ago. And, anything in government, they're resistant to change. So this is the way we set it up.
And look at that. A bunch of adoring audience members just lapping up everything that he's saying. No one offering critical questions or demanding evidence. Funny that.
You remember trust in government was high back in the 40s post-war, and then also society was less secular. So there's, they're worried about the religious ontological shocks as well. And they never really developed we'll call it disclosure plan for what it's worth. And they just were like, this is the way it's been, and we're going to keep it that way. And we don't want Russia and China to be exposed to any of this info. And
this is all UFO mythology that has been repeated for decades. And yet no one who has stated this very mythology has ever proven any of this. Now, there does exist a document, I believe it was a NASA document, which basically states that if NASA were to find proof of aliens on, let's say, another planet in our solar system, that we would not tell the public about it for concerns about how it would affect the public. But it's really a stretch. This is basic UFO mythology. Oh, they couldn't tell us because, world religions would collapse and this and that. No proof of that. In fact, there are world religions, specifically the Catholics, who basically embrace the idea of extraterrestrials or life on other planets and say it wouldn't change anything about their faith. So it's a very flawed argument that Mr. Grusch is making, and it's the same argument that countless people before him have made, yet no one has proven this mythology is factual or real or accurate yet.
We don't want to give them an edge, and unfortunately it's that kind of low energy thinking.
If you got to ask one question to ask someone who is not alive anymore that you feel could answer a lot for you, who would you pick and what would the question be?
I would probably ask Sarbacher, Oppenheimer, and be like, what was your...
Yeah, and not so much Oppenheimer, but it's important to note that Robert Sarbacher has, at least to my research efforts, been known to be involved in the UFO file. Let's just call it that. In UFO matters. And later in his career, I believe it was in the 80s, essentially said that they did discover alien bodies, which were created bodies that were like insects. And Sarbacher believed that they were manufactured to withstand the conditions that these UFO craft fly under or in, these massive speeds, instant acceleration that people claim, 90-degree turns that would just destroy a normal human body. Robert Sarbacher has been known to have been involved. Go look him up. Very high-ranking science person, director for research, National Scientific Laboratories. He has long been rumored to have been one of the so-called MJ-12 members or people involved in secret government projects involving UFOs and aliens. However, I think that it's difficult to connect those dots. And again, we get into one person making unproven, unverifiable claims being used as proof by another person making unproven, unverifiable claims without evidence.
Thought process in the 40s and 50s, squirreling this away. I mean, besides overlaying the Manhattan Project secrecy.
Because Oppenheimer was the one who created the classification that included the UFO stuff?
Oh, all those guys.
Now, this is something new that I have never heard of, but apparently Grusch is claiming that Oppenheimer and the Manhattan Project were also directly involved in UFO studies, which I can find no verifiable evidence of.
The guys that were involved in Manhattan were overlaying the same ecosystem of secrecy and some of the same ways to protect stuff that they were protecting our nuclear secrets.
This is, again, an unverifiable, unprovable, unproven claim. There's currently no available evidence to support that anyone involved in the Manhattan Project was somehow involved in UFO studies and using the same levels of classification to hide things. This is more allegations from Mr. Grusch that are being put forth with, again, trust me, bro. No evidence, no proof, just trust me, bro. I mean, maybe this is just a theory of his and speculation, but it should be labeled as such, especially because there are no facts in evidence to support these statements being made, and they're being made as factual statements, just thrown out there. Oh, this is what happened. Well, can you give us some evidence that that's what happened? Oh, that's right. You don't have any.
If you read the definition of special nuclear material in the Public Atomic Energy Act of 1954, it basically states any material that releases any kind of atomic energy.
That would be retrieved crash material. So it's kind of a sneaky way.
No, it is. If you actually read the Atomic Energy Act, if something is not...
And here he's connecting an awful lot of dots with no other tangible evidence. I don't get it.
Not a
I
nuke,
just don't get it.
but it has radiological energy coming off it, alpha, beta decay, whatever.
Same secrecy.
Same secrecy.
Until now, we haven't really had an exact understanding of the mechanisms of UFO secrecy. We do get a few hints throughout history, though. In 1947, in the aftermath of frequent UFO sightings across the United States, Nathan Twining, the head of all aircraft development for the Air Force, wrote a famous letter. He writes that the UFO phenomena is something real and not visionary or fictitious.
Yeah, and if I had a nickel for every time I've seen somebody cite this document, listen, there are unidentified flying objects. Sometimes there's things in the sky that people cannot identify. So yes, the UFO phenomenon is something real and not visionary or fictitious. But almost everybody who uses this uses it to argue that UFOs are aliens somehow. And that's not what the document says.
Everyone today focuses on this part of the now famous Twining memo, that top brass at the Air Force is conceding the reality of UFOs. But the far more interesting part of the letter is the postscript, where he writes about the possibility of American programs trying to build crafts with these capabilities. He writes that any developments in this country along the lines indicated would be extremely expensive, time-consuming, and at the considerable expense of current projects, and therefore, if directed, should be set up independently of existing projects. If you were the military-industrial complex and had to keep a top-secret UFO reverse engineering program fully shielded from elected civilian representatives moving in and out of government, which past programs might be your inspiration?
Yeah, and so essentially, this whole interview goes this way. Grusch says stuff, and then here comes the show host to argue that his points are correct based on very flawed, connecting of dots. there's no evidence or proof that the Manhattan Project had anything to do with UFOs.
The Manhattan Project.
Manhattan Project, they were kind of the first blue book. You know, they were getting UFO reports back in the day. There's some people I'm colleagues with that, like, their grandparents were actually, you know, the UFO.
So now he's repeating second and third hand accounts that people from the Manhattan Project were getting UFO reports. You know, those UFO reports, if sent to the Manhattan Project, would be FOIA-able. John from the Black Vault, get on this shit. Prove him wrong. If people were submitting UFO reports to the Manhattan Project, those things would be, I believe those would be FOIA-able. But, you know, don't let things like facts and evidence get in the way of a good bullshit story that you can weave with a, trust me, bro, I talked to people, they told me this. And you notice this overwhelming theme? I talked to these people, they told me this. Go to the next segment. I talked to 40 witnesses, they told me this. Go to the next segment. Now he's talking to people that told him that the Manhattan Project somehow had some involvement with UFO projects. Well, you couldn't tell us who the 40 witnesses before were. Can you tell us who these people are? Can you tell us who you're talking about here? And I'll interview them and verify they really told you that and that they actually exist and you're not just making shit up. Do you see the problem with this? This whole thing is, trust me, bro. And he keeps making more and more claims. And is this what we're going to get? Are we going to get like another 6 months of this guy making claims with anonymous sources? And at what point do we say, I call your bluff? Tell us who told you that. Let's get some corroborating witness testimony to support that which you are putting forth as true and factual. Because until you actually provide evidence or corroborating evidence that what you're saying is true and factual, you're just another bullshitter telling stories with anonymous sources.
UFO report people on the Manhattan Project, and I remember being told that. I'm like, really? Holy crap, that's crazy. You know, there's like a whole other side of the Manhattan Project.
This is a wild revelation. Blue Book was the Air Force's official program tasked with investigating UFOs in the 50s and 60s. But it was basically a propaganda mouthpiece for the Air Force, explaining away and downplaying the phenomena for the public.
Well, that part
Here,
is true,
Dave is saying,
and there's verifiable evidence of that. But see, this is what some of these people do. They'll give you one real fact, and then they're going to build a bunch of bullshit on top of that one real fact, as if presenting one fact proves everything else they say after that one fact.
Saying that there might have been a real, deeper program than Blue Book studying UFOs at the time. And it was probably very tied in with the Manhattan Project.
Probably. Or you might use the word allegedly, Mr. Jesse Michaels, because there's no evidence to support that other than Dave Grusch telling stories with anonymous sources.
Legendary French UFO researcher Jacques Vallée told me the exact same thing.
Oh, that's right. He interviewed Jacques Vallée, who's been caught selling a completely and totally fake story recently in the form of the Trinity crash. Remember that William Brophy that was involved with adding on details to the Italian UFO crash? Yeah, he's a complete and total bullshitter and made up a bunch of fake shit, and Jacques Vallée ran with it, producing a book full of lies. So let's use him to prove that Grusch is telling the truth after he's just recently been caught selling a 100% completely and totally fake story in not one, but 2 editions of his famous book.
Project Blue Book was the best I could do at the time because I felt they had a real project going on that was secret.
By the way, there was a classified version of Blue Book that has been proven by people like Stanton Friedman and others. And he talked extensively to me about that separate program. If there was UFO sightings that would be considered possible adversarial technology or a danger to our airspace, a danger to national security, those were handled separately and off the books. In other words, sort of classified. They did not make those reports or their findings on those reports public. So again, I suppose even a broken clock is right twice. There's always a nugget of truth somewhere to be found in all the bullshit here.
The Manhattan Project would have custody of it, and then it would go into the Atomic Energy Commission and then it would go into the Department of Energy, which has its own line of clearances.
But
yeah, so isn't it interesting that Jesse Michaels does this interview with Jacques Vallée, I think a year or more ago, and Jacques Vallée says that the Manhattan Project was somehow involved with UFOs. And then Grusch tells the same story. So what we have here, again, is the wackadoo prover maneuver. We've got one person saying things with no verifiable facts or evidence to support that they're facts, and then we get another guy to say the same thing. Oh, we've got two guys saying the same thing. It must be true, even though neither of them presented a single shred of evidence to support that those statements are true. This is how the UFO grift works, friends.
Where were these top secret UFO programs taking place? Well, the first hint we get might actually come from the quintessential UFO story, the Roswell crash in 1947. As the story goes, in 1947, mysterious debris from a crash was retrieved by a rancher named Mac Brazel. After collecting the wreckage, the Roswell Army Airfield issued a pretty insane press release stating that a flying disc had been retrieved from a local ranch. But within 24 hours, the military announced that the saucer had actually just been a weather balloon. Cut to 1978, Lieutenant Colonel Jesse Marcel said that this was all just a cover story to divert public attention away from
and this is another problem. Jesse Marcel Jr. is shown. Both Marcel Sr. and Jr. were talking about essentially a debris switch.
The truth that the Roswell debris was extraterrestrial tech, which contained bizarre hieroglyphics and malleable memory metal. According to him, the materials were eventually taken to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. This actually makes sense. Wright-Pat was the place that the military would take enemy equipment in order to reverse engineer it.
Yes, and we have detailed that here. It's called the Foreign Technology Division. That's exactly where all foreign technology would be taken. So there's nothing mysterious about that. Yeah, it gets. This is essentially a retelling of the Roswell
years
story.
Earlier, the base was used to successfully reverse engineer a German pulse jet engine.
Yes, exactly. Back engineering adversarial technology. And there is verifiable evidence that the debris from Roswell was flown there. What doesn't exist is verifiable evidence that that debris was alien in nature and not what it was purported to be later, which was a mogul balloon, a program of top secret balloons with sensor equipment to detect atomic weapons tests of the Soviet Union.
When prominent elected government representatives would ask what was going on at Wright-Patterson, they would get shut down. It didn't matter who they were, senators, presidential candidates, even presidents. If you didn't have a need to know, you were on the outside.
I'm not aware that there's verifiable evidence of a president being denied any information about what goes on at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. I am aware of a senator, was it Goldwater? I think it's this person here who claimed that he tried to look into it and was warned off by a high-ranking military official.
I called Curtis LeMay and I said, General, I know we have a room at Wright-Patterson,
Famously called the Blue Room,
where you put all this secret stuff. Could I go in there? I've never heard him get mad, but he got madder than hell at me, cussed me out, said, don't ever ask me that question.
And again, this is, even if that story is 100% true, it's not verifiable proof or evidence of alien technology at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They handle some of the most sensitive, or at the time, they would have handled some of the most sensitive secret projects involving adversarial technology. We just heard an example that they back-engineered a German jet fighter. They back-engineered all kinds of stuff there. So any programs going on there would be highly sensitive, highly classified. It doesn't mean that it involves aliens, but that's the jump that you have to make. You know, this person was denied access to that information. It must be aliens. It's a huge jump to make.
Like, well, what's going on? Why would General LeMay act like that to a sitting senator?
So unless you're George H.W. Bush, Bush 41, who is...
Yeah, why would he act like that? It must be aliens. Again, no verifiable evidence or proof. It's quite a leap, a big jump to aliens from you can't have access to top secret projects here. Remember, a lot of these programs, special access programs, unacknowledged special access programs, you have to be read into, you have to have a need to know. There's multiple reasons why he could have been denied access to whatever was going on there. It's not proof of alien technology there, but yet everybody uses that as proof of alien technology.
As director of the CIA, as the president of the United States, you probably don't even know.
Yeah, unless you've done the blood oath and you were like the CIA director or something previously. Unless you have to stroke a pen to sign like an executive order or something. Well, why would you have a need to know unless you literally, as the commander in chief, need to know it to make a decision?
What else was housed at Wright-Patterson? Well, it would become a nuclear engineering test facility and an anti-gravity research center. It also was the site for Blue Book, the anti-UFO psyop that the Air Force ran in the 50s and 60s. So when you're running a secret UFO program, you have people working on the UFOs, and then you have people working on throwing the public off the trail and basically ensuring that they have no idea what you're doing.
The official Air Force
this is, again, connecting an awful lot of dots.
reply has long been that there is no cover-up,
And here's another problem, because this quote, UFOs are classified 2 points higher even than the H-bomb. In fact, this is the most highly classified subject in the U.S. government at the present time. This quote is attributed to Robert Sarbacher. However, it came from a document written by Wilbert Smith, a Canadian UFO researcher who was a complete and total wackadoo who claimed that he talked telepathically to aliens from Saturn and Venus. You know, the problem with many of these stories is that there's a surface level here of information being presented that sounds good if you want to believe the story is true. Oh, this high-ranking government official said this? Well, a wackadoo wrote in a document that he said that, but we don't really have real verification or evidence that he actually indeed said that. And the person who claimed he said that makes all kinds of fantastical claims, including talking to aliens from Saturn and Venus in his backyard. We have to go a little deeper with the evidence that's being presented, because there are layers upon layers upon layers of deception being used to push that this is all true. It's very problematic. There's no evidence that Robert Sarbacher said that, except it's written in a document by a UFO wackadoo from Canada, who, by the way, was pretty much fired for being a UFO wackadoo, to the best of my knowledge. His funding was cut when they realized what he was doing, right?
You know, I've seen this in other conventional programs. You compartment it so much. You know, some people don't know really what they're working on.
Yeah.
Only the people that have the top level accesses can look down on all facets of the pyramid, as we say.
Oh, the compartmentalization
that hinders
excuse.
progress.
We hear it all the
certainly
time.
with this subject, when you're trying to crack an unknown, that kind of obtuse security doesn't help either. So.
When you say unknown, you know, is it the USB drive to a caveman analogy, where it's like the caveman doesn't know information theory, doesn't have a computer to plug the USB drive into, and we just don't even know where to start in terms of reverse engineering things?
Well, yeah, it's like other people give the analogies, like giving Galileo the TI-83 plus graphing calculator. They open it up and they see circuitry and they're like, well, what is even this? I don't have a concept of a transistor.
But even that, or like a monkey with an iPhone, you kind of know how to, if you open it up, sure, you're confused, but you kind of know how to press the buttons and you realize there's this graphical interface or whatever. That seems easier than caveman with the USB drive. So like, where are we in that?
Yeah, I mean, some of it is, it's hard to gauge how far in advance it is because you're just assuming a certain linear progression.
I agree, William Roner. He would probably have a need to know.
They made an asymptotal leap that, put them over the edge to a different kind of plane of.
That's pretty fast.
Yes, absolutely. Interestingly, Mr. Grusch was apparently Mr. Grusch, jeez. I'm gonna get more hate mail. Let's see if this is a brand new faceless account. No, this one's an older one. I'm shaming a decorated soldier. Okay. You know what? Maybe he should actually have evidence of the claims he's making before misleading all of you wackadoos, right? Hold on to your disclosure, boner. Here's some new stories with no evidence. Hold on to that disclosure, boner there, Piper. There's some new stories with no evidence. We're 90 days in. He hasn't proven the first stories. Now we've got new stories with no evidence. Shouldn't he prove the first stories that he told 90 days ago before he comes up with new stories? But here we are, new stories with no evidence. And somehow we're supposed to forget that he made all those other claims 90 days ago and still hasn't provided any evidence. And wasn't he supposed to be muzzled? Yes, I believe that he was. And interestingly, that was completely and totally wrong. And that was, of course, pushed by Jeremy Corbell, said that he got muzzled. But now he does this big interview with a huge YouTube channel. So how muzzled could he have been? I don't get it. I don't understand this. It's interesting, though, that, I continue to get attacked. I'm not attacking a veteran. I'm questioning. Am I allowed to ask questions? Like, how did he get PTSD? We've got a statement. I can share it. Apparently, he got PTSD from both things. That's why there's two stories. I'm willing to be corrected, but I'm going to keep asking questions, right? I'm going to keep asking questions. And if you don't like it, then, sorry, send me some more hate mail. Tell me I should die of cancer because I'm here asking questions, right? How dare I ask questions about this story, right? How dare I ask questions? Just trust and believe. Just trust and believe, right? Let's get back to the video, friends. Sorry, I was trying to find the clip of Corbell saying he's been muzzled. You have to trust me. Corbell said that recently. Completely and totally wrong. Corbell wrong again. Imagine that.
Face or whatever. That seems easier than caveman with a USB drive. So
Yeah.
Like, where are we in that?
Yeah, I mean, some of it is, it's hard to gauge how far in advance it is because you're just assuming a certain linear progression. I think some of this is they made an asymptotal
Could be
that, put them over the edge to a different kind of plane of.
That's pretty fascinating. Like a different timeline almost.
I was betting, man, some of this NHI, they're similarly as advanced as us, but they've asymmetric evolution or whatever. They went a different path where we made nuclear weapons and stuff. They ended up making this like civil propulsion kind of equivalent discovery where they're able to do this now, but they're actually not that much more advanced than you and I.
So they're not that much more advanced than you or I, but they're able to travel between vast star systems. And hey, we've got the whole Griff squad here because now we've got Gary Nolan, who Dave Grusch works for. Isn't that cozy, right? And we previously heard from Jacques Vallée, who made unsubstantiating claims about the Manhattan Project being involved in UFOs. And then Dave Grusch repeats those claims. And now we have Gary Nolan. My favorite scientist wackadoo. Well, him and Eric Davis are my favorite scientist wackadoos. Total true believers.
We found interesting, sort of the monolith in 2001 Space Odyssey, which is this sort of thing placed on Earth that it inspires tech innovation. It's almost like John Mack would talk about a lot of these alien sightings being slightly more advanced but barely comprehensible tech for the time, almost inspiring tech innovation.
I often think of it as laying breadcrumbs in a direction.
Well, the communication could be, you think you're really smart because you blew up a weapon down the road here. Now, look at this.
Right.
Well, it's just like, we went from, you look at our own human development, we immediately, once we cracked the atom, holy crap, nuclear power, nuclear weapons.
No, we went straight to weapons first. Power came next.
We went from, orders of magnitude of energy extraction, right? Up to, 10 to the 6 tons of TNT equivalent. And that's kind of what we're talking about is like, we're like one, discovery away to, maybe manipulate space-time or whatever.
Based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes. By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and who are they using for that assessment? Robert Salas of the famous Maelstrom incident, who claimed that UFOs shut down nuclear weapons somehow, but there's no documentary evidence to support his claims.
The nuclear UFO connection is deeper and more bizarre than you can ever imagine. Remember that Vice story that ran in 2022 about a town in Japan that's obsessed with UFOs? Well, it's a place called Ino, and it's right next.
They're really mixing in everything in this thing.
Next to Fukushima, where a 2011 earthquake triggered a famous nuclear power meltdown. Or take this incident in 1994.
Yes, Jason Parker, piled higher
62
and deeper.
elementary school kids at the Ariel International School in Zimbabwe said that they saw a silver craft descend from the sky and land on a field near their school. Well, guess where the Ariel school was?
And an Ariel school that was near a uranium mining site.
That is right.
Yeah.
Again, connecting dots. Oh, there's a uranium mining site nearby. That must explain what the aliens were doing there. And again, all of this is all these shaky, unproven stories weaved together to form a narrative. Somehow some of these people believe that if you just throw enough shit at the wall, something's going to stick. So far, all these claims are all unproven claims, almost all of them. There's a few real, actual facts, but we're 30 minutes in, and we're using unproven stories from decades ago that have never been proven to be true, that are often debated as possibly being hoaxes. We're using John Mack, the alien abduction researcher, Jacques Vallée, who just got caught selling a completely and totally fake story, Gary Nolan, who's been caught being involved in huge UFO hoaxes, including the Atacama humanoid with Stephen Greer, and later with Ross Coulthard's Big Bluff, both completely and totally fake stories that were overhyped, over-sensationalized, and under-delivered when it came to evidence. Boy, we really got to push a lot of bullshit up this hill to make this whole thing work. And I'm sorry, but these are too many dots to connect. And one unproven story or 10 unproven stories tacked on top of Grusch's unproven stories doesn't prove anything. It proves that you're weaving together an awful lot of unproven stories to form a narrative.
As far as I understand. Yeah. But maybe the best collection of evidence around the UFO nuclear connection comes from a very creatively named book called UFOs and Nukes by Robert Hastings.
He started to investigate and just speak to all of these radar operators. And a lot of them claim some pretty crazy things around seeing UFOs around nuclear bases.
Over the past 37 years, I have personally located and interviewed more than 120 of these former or retired military personnel.
Yes. You have Robert Salas at Malmstrom saying that the whole...
Yeah, so Robert Salas and this book is what is often cited. And by the way, I have seen some evidence that UFOs, remember, there's a long-standing belief that all the UFO sightings started because we were using nuclear power and that somehow affected them in their dimension or whatever. Again, all unproven UFO mythology and theories or claims that have been made for decades.
The whole base was actually rendered inoperable.
This time he was screaming into the phone saying they're looking at an object, a red glowing object.
Yeah, the sites were going down,
Sites
one by one.
Very rarely does a missile malfunction, and I don't think much more rare would be 2 at the same time, but never 10.
You have Bob Jacobs at Vandenberg in '64. He's a photo instrumentation specialist. They were launching dummy nuclear warheads off of Atlas V missiles. And
another story about a missile launch that took place whereby people claimed they witnessed a UFO shooting down the missiles.
And seeing a UFO kind of wrap around it and take it down.
And I said, it looks like we got a UFO.
You have hundreds of accounts of these missile man radar operators at nuclear sites who have no incentive to lie. In many cases, the incentive, or on all cases, the incentives split in the other direction, saying that they're seeing stuff.
Well, no, the missileer.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit skeptical that there are hundreds of on the record reports. I don't know where he got that number. I've seen a few, but literally a few, not a few hundred. So I'd love to know the source of that claim. And here's the problem. If you're going to make huge claims like hundreds of people near nuclear sites have seen these, well, then show me the case files. Show me the witness reports. You know, throwing out a statement that huge and just moving on, not providing any factual evidence to back up the claim. Do we see how this whole thing is built? This whole thing is constructed on all kinds of shaky maybe evidence, tantalizing maybe proof. We've called it that before. But you have to do an awful lot of mental gymnastics and connect all these dots. And again, these are unproven stories that you're using to bolster Grusch's unproven stories. One unproven story doesn't prove somebody else's unproven story is true. But this is the methods of the layers of deception used to sell the narrative.
You know, they're on what they call PRP, personal reliability program. Like they have to like report if they're like, you know, taking ibuprofen for God's sakes, because you know
I
they're
agree,
a key turner
taxpayer.
for nuclear weapons.
These missileers go through the most stringent of mental health exams to get their jobs.
Grasping at
They're
straws,
literally
yeah.
the people we task with hitting the button that sends a nuke. By definition, they are the picture of mental health. And they are all steeped in a culture that frowns
Sure they
upon
do,
attention.
Dimensional Legend.
Time and time again, these missilemen would see UFOs. near
Yeah, one of
nuclear
Greer's
facilities, and
witnesses,
without
yeah.
fail,
Shaky.
the Air Force Office of Special Investigations would show up Men in Black style, confiscate the footage, threaten the witness, and swear them to secrecy.
And he said, Lieutenant Jacobs, you are never to speak of this again. It never happened.
From Hastings' work.
Yeah, again, there's all kinds of classified projects. So if somebody saw a classified project being test flown, they would confiscate the equipment, or excuse me, they would confiscate any images, records, or whatever to protect that national security secret. It does not prove that what the people saw was alien technology. It's another leap.
We now know that UFO sightings were happening all across American nuclear production, missile storage, and deployment sites. Plutonium enrichment sites like Hanford, Washington, and Savannah River Site in South Carolina, to nuclear stockpiles at Fort Hood, Texas, and Killing Base.
No remote viewing
From
me
Los
or
Alamos to
otherwise.
Sandia to Malmstrom to F.E. Warren, the list goes on.
What is the connection with nuclear? Is it the kind of benevolent protector theory? They don't want us to destroy ourselves? Or is it the
why would they knock out a dummy missile
or something, and so they want to protect their resources? Or is it the power unlock thing where we could rip space-time and maybe be able to travel like they can travel?
Yeah.
And so, you know, nuclear power is the axis along which we're making progress towards that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it might be as simple as like it's an attractant, like a fly or a mosquito.
More speculation, more theories, no evidence, no proof. I'm going to say that one more time. More speculation, more stories, more theories, no evidence, no proof. 90 days ago, more than 90 days ago, I believe it's 99 days ago now. Have to check our counter. By the way, in the description of the video, you too can check how many days it's been since Dave Grusch has made these fantastical out-of-this-world claims, and yet has so far been unwilling or unable to provide any actual verifiable proof or evidence of his claims. It's been 99 days now. Interestingly, instead of proving, you know, oh, I'm getting a new interview, so I have an opportunity to prove the claims that I made 99 days ago. Instead of proving any of the claims he made 99 days ago, he's going to tell news stories, and he's going to give you his expert speculation about what's really going on after he made absolutely out-of-this-world claims 99 days ago and still hasn't proven anything that he originally said. Now we're on to news stories and speculation and theories and and his expert opinion on these matters. Well, I don't know what makes him an expert, but I'm sure I'll get some hate mail about that too.
To a blue light, right? It could be something as simple as that. I mean, it's so hard because to put yourself in a different sentient shoes to understand intent and all that. I mean, could be probing, could be reconnaissance, could be just mere.
Could be probing. You mean anal probes, Dave Grusch? If you ask me, some of these UFO people seem like they've been anally probed a lot. That's just my opinion. I'm entitled
curiosity. Yes, they're only 2 or 3 orders of magnitude away. Energy extraction from manipulating space time and an occubear, warp drive type thing, and maybe they're interested in that too to understand our development as a civilization. I mean,
yeah, and these are all he's repeating UFO mythology. This is all accepted UFO mythology. And by the way, those who think that we're on the verge of being able to discover how to alter space-time. Altering space-time would take ridiculous amounts of energy. I've heard one physicist describe it as the total amount of energy of 100 suns would be required to do something like that. That's an awful, and that meaning 100 suns total energy output for the sun's entire lifetime. You need 100. It depends on what physicist you ask. Try to figure that math out. How much energy does it take to alter space-time? It's a lot of energy. I don't think we're anywhere near being able to do that.
Without having...
But people use that all the time in the UFO community. If we could just generate enough energy, we could alter space-time. It's literally mission impossible. How do you get the total combined energy of 100 suns' entire output during that sun's lifetime, 100 of them, to alter space-time? That's just an absolutely overwhelming, unimaginable amount of energy. But don't let things like real science and real facts get in the way of a good UFO talking point that can help you sell your bullshit stories. This man is a physicist. He knows the amount of energy that it would take to do that. And I think he's being dishonest, including this talking point.
A penetration into their OODA loop or whatever, we'll never really know.
Yeah.
It could be all of the above. And it's really impossible to.
Could be, maybe, it could possibly be. Great, lots of speculation, still no evidence.
Really ever gauge intent.
The controller told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up, for those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet in space.
You're right, UFO Shane. Thanks for being a member.
Sort of recursive unsolvability, where it's just very hard to classify. It's almost like playing with you a little bit. Even Commander David Fravor in his account was like, the thing felt like it was like breathing and looking at me and knew, he even said it, you let it slip in there. It was like, it definitely was aware of our existence. I'm like, how do you know that, man? You're not in the UFO's shoes, but I understand what he was
People
saying.
are getting eaten by aliens.
Somebody's looking at you.
Yeah, I know. I've had some folks I talked to that had their own kind of up close kind of sightings. They said that they got that vibe too. And who knows if that's psychosomatic.
Yeah, very good point by Dan Plass, who says, appeal to authority fallacy, claiming that Grusch is an insider with secret knowledge. So far, he hasn't proven that he knows anything other than what's on the internet about aliens and UFOs. I'm going to say that one more time. So far, Grusch has not proven that he knows anything other than what's on publicly available on the internet about UFOs and aliens. 0 verifiable new proof, 0 verifiable new evidence, 0 evidence 99 days in. But here we are, new stories, new speculations, new expert opinion from a man who hasn't claimed anything in 99 days now.
Or what, but they did get a vibe like that too.
When you stare into the abyss long enough, the abyss stares back.
Yeah, exactly. And then of course I've had a very smart guy was like, well, did Darwin care to fully conceal himself when he studied the finches? And it's like, they observe, they don't really care.
More
Right.
And they don't really
speculation.
care to interact, but they're just here to observe. But
Is that your bias, that it's sort of an anthropological, zoological model where they're like studying us and we're in this kind of petri dish kind of
I
thing?
think, I'll give credit to Lou for the whole gorilla in the cage and,
Well, that's
throw
your
the banana,
opinion.
throw it to-
That's your opinion, and you're entitled to that, Linz. But he hasn't provided any evidence for any of this shit in 99 days, and now he's telling news stories with no evidence. So, Linz, I have a feeling that that's the way this is going to go. He's never going to prove the original claims that he made 99 days ago. But now he's on to telling news stories that have equally no evidence. What's going to be in the next interview? Is he going to prove everything he said in this interview or all the stuff he said 99 days ago? Or are we just going to keep getting news stories, chase the carrot, and no evidence? I know what I believe, and you're free to believe whatever it is that you wish. However, you might want to check out our previous coverage of 14, count them, 14 UFO whistleblowers, all who made very similar claims to Dave Grusch, none of which had any evidence or any proof, though initially many of them claimed that they had all kinds of evidence, just like Grusch claimed he had all kinds of evidence, 40 witnesses, all kinds of stuff that he was going to drop. So far, nothing he said is anything other than what you can find on the internet about UFOs and aliens. He's no expert and he's no whistleblower. Sorry, not sorry.
the key and see if it could unlock the cage, and maybe that's what's some of these crashes were, and it wasn't really a mission failure, if you will. It was maybe some seeding. This is total theoretical framework here.
So, at least he admits that this is theoretical framework. So this is all speculation. We've had 10 minutes of speculation. And by the way, let's be clear. This seems like a bad rerun to many people. In fact, I got messages from people that said, this sounds like a bad rerun. That's because all of this is happened before, and it will all happen again. Every time somebody's new on the scene, you got to find out, you got to ask them, why do you think they're here? And then their answer is complete and total speculation. What do you think? How do you think they get here from wherever they're coming from? And then their answer is complete and total speculation with no evidence or proof of anything. And over and over and over again. What do you think their culture is like? What do you think their technology is like? Speculation, 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 speculation. Lou Elizondo did it for years. Never proved anything he said. It was all speculation and his expert opinion, having run a Pentagon UFO program, Lou Elizondo, in the land of make-believe. He never ran a UFO program, but he's an expert. This guy claimed that he had 40 witnesses, but he can't give us any of the names of the witnesses so that we can interview them and find out that they even exist. And by the way, I'm not saying he's just making up all these sources, but it's awfully convenient. He can't name any of them so they can be interviewed and questioned about whatever information they gave this guy. It's very convenient. It's like it's a carefully constructed grift, right? You can't prove or disprove anything. And by the way, there is a concept called falsifiability. If I can neither prove that everything that Grusch is saying is true or prove that it's not true, then it doesn't pass the test of falsifiability. Therefore, his information has zero value. I can't prove it's not true. He can't prove it's true. So here we're at the impasse of the UFO dorks of disclosure getting their disclosure boners off, right? Oh, everything we believe, he's telling us it's all true. He's another guy with no evidence, repeating the same shit everybody's been repeating for 70 years, and none of the other clowns proved any of this. Why are we still listening? It's 99 days in. What the hell am I doing here? I don't know. I guess I just want to see how the story ends. How long are even the true believers going to listen to this guy before they wake up and go, oh, yeah, he didn't prove anything he said 99 days ago, and here he is saying new shit. That's all speculation. Oh, it's theoretical. Oh, in my opinion, great.
It's like
we'll never really know, but
see what you can do with this, or the key is nuclear power or something, and it's like the gorilla we have the key. Another analogy that Eric Weinstein loves to use is
I think and by the way, this person was Eric Weinstein's producer, I believe, and also worked with Charlie Rose and worked for Google. Interesting. And I believe the analogy he was looking for was from Stanton Friedman. The kids have found the matches. That's why the aliens are here. They're concerned with our safety somehow, like parents observing children who found the matches.
He talks about North Sentinel Island, which is an island of Aboriginals who basically have not made any contact with civilization. It's off the coast of India. And the Indian government basically just lets them do their thing and kind of respects them. And take this analogy, if the North Sentinelese started developing nukes, maybe the Indian government would start to pay a little more attention.
Again, more speculation, more maybes, possibilities, hope-sos, no evidence.
To the extent that there is interference, I think one anomaly that's important to talk about is it seems to be like there's a lot of electromagnetic radiation that comes off of these crafts. And I remember talking to Gary Nolan, and he mentioned...
Okay, so the boss of Dave Grusch, who mentions all kinds of things and has been involved in multiple fake UFO stories, not a credible source of verifiable or accurate information. Sorry, not sorry. Dr. Gary Nolan is a garbage peddler who sells his credibility and the credibility of Stanford University, in my opinion, to UFO hucksters who want to sell fake UFO stories. He's done it multiple times before, and I believe he'll do it again unless I'm correct in that the Stanford Code of Ethics doesn't allow him to personally profit from the use of university labs, equipment, or personnel. He won't answer any questions about doing that multiple times before to help UFO grifters sell fake UFO stories, which apparently or allegedly Dr. Gary Nolan was paid to be a part of. So did he profit from using university labs, equipment, and personnel to help UFO grifters sell stories? I believe so. But Mr. Gary Nolan won't answer any questions about those ethics standards, claiming that I'm starting conspiracy theories about him. Okay.
That he was kind of given a file by the CIA, and he was tasked with looking into this, and it was two things. It was people who had anomalous UFO experiences, and it was people who had experienced Havana syndrome.
Diplomats and spies began to hear sounds and fall ill with a mysterious illness that people struggled to explain, what became known as Havana syndrome.
Yeah, and this is where it gets real conspiratorial. If you want to really sell a conspiracy story, you got to tie in Havana syndrome. I have asked Dr. Gary Nolan, who in the CIA contacted you? Crickets. Can we see those records that you saw? Crickets. This is another unproven, unverifiable story, in my opinion. But hey, how many unproven, unverified stories are we up to now? We're not even an hour in. And so far, this has been a cavalcade of UFO, fantastical stories with almost or little or no evidence, never proven to be true. And this person, Jesse Michaels, just keeps putting forward these things as these are 100% factual events. No, every one of these things is super shaky, built on it's a house of cards built on, the most earthquake-prone ground you could possibly imagine. All of these stories fall apart under scrutiny or when you demand evidence, or many of them do. And just tacking them all together to prove Grusch's unproven stories doesn't work, at least not for anybody that is capable of actual discernment or, evaluating evidentiary value. What is the evidentiary value of 10 completely and totally unproven old stories from UFO land? I don't think that has any evidence. Just tacking together 10 or more unproven stories to prove the stories of a new guy who's repeating the same shit, it does nothing. Welcome to the UFO circle jerk. It just goes round and round and round and round. And after Grusch is gone and people tire of him not having evidence that they claimed he had 99 days ago. What we're going to get is a new guy that's going to come in, and we'll all go round and round again and hear all these unproven things weave together to somehow prove it's all true. But they never do. You can't prove a story is true with 10 other unproven stories. Sorry, not sorry. There's something called standards of evidence, right? If you were in a court of law, you couldn't bring in 10 completely and totally unproven crimes. You couldn't do this. There's standards of evidence, and tacking a bunch of unproven things that are all built on shaky ground and hope-sos, maybes, possibilities, absence of evidence being called evidence, the lie by omission, unverified claims, anonymous sources. We've got it all here. All of it. It's all come together and proves nothing.
And in both cases, you have these kind of severe electromagnetic radiation effects, and often differences in the caudate nucleus and putamen, which is in the basal ganglia, the dorsal striatum of the brain, the scarring, but also the neuronal density of that area of the brain would cause somebody to even make.
Is this guy a neurologist? Because I don't think he's qualified to make these claims. Has he looked into those claims?
Sort of.
These are Gary Nolan's claims, essentially. So did he just interview Gary Nolan and take this story as 100% fact? I think he better take a second look.
Contact. But do we have any theories on kind of the electromagnetic radiation component?
I mean, certainly if we were to look at it from like a...
Do we have any theories? So now he's asking Dave Grusch to speculate more. How much speculation have we been through? We've been through 40 minutes of speculation so far. No verifiable facts offered as evidence, no new evidence being put forth to prove that the claims being made are true. He hasn't proven the claims he made 99 days ago in the original debrief article, but now we're on to, let's just have him speculate about everything and fill this with 2 hours of speculation from a so-called expert who is so far essentially just repeating stories from the internet and has offered zero verifiable evidence or proof of his claims.
Relativistic perspective, well, that sounds like visible band light being blue shifted into the ultraviolet, and you're getting literally
sounds like.
And
if
you look at an Ocubear type thing where light's getting lensed around the craft, etc., stuff should be blue and red shifting. So things coming towards you would actually redshift spectrally, and the people getting like burns. So that's ultraviolet. That's like ionizing radiation.
You got to use close encounters to prove your theory.
Being blue shifted into the ultraviolet as it's lensed across the bubble that the craft creates. And so we are seeing
pure speculation
artifacts that seem to show that they're basically manipulating space-time.
And I guess that's why you get this sort of...
Can he prove they're manipulating space-time? Of course he can. Again, all theories, all speculations, no evidence, no proof of any of this. It's just, trust me, bro, they're manipulating space-time. We see evidence of this. Can you show us the evidence of this? Oh, no, I can't. I guess that's classified too.
Skipping across time effect or something. It looks like the things are just, you're literally folding space-time, I guess, so you can get from point A to point B.
You're riding a wave, basically. You create a wave, and you're on top of the tsunami wave.
Living with gym shorts, yes.
Space-time.
That's fascinating.
More speculation.
The other
more
thing
speculation.
Is, like an Einstein-Rosenbridge thing.
Oh, you got to bring in the wormholes.
And you
the two pieces of paper.
The way they're jumping around and skipping is...
we've seen hundreds of UFO people take out a piece of paper and explain this Einstein-Rosenbridge wormhole theory, where you punch a hole in space-time and you take a shortcut through the universe. It's all theoretical physics. And none of this is proven to be factual. So what we're getting from Grusch is a repeating of the same old shit that every other UFO clown getting interviewed has brought up in the past. And again, no evidence or proof to support. It's all just speculation. And that's what this whole world is built on. Well, it may be. Well, it quite possibly could be. Well, theoretically, it could be that they're doing this. Great.
Is if you're riding the wave, it looks like you're moving very rapidly and like punctuated kind of movements. Because if think of an accordion and the wave you're riding is the accordion. When you flatten out the accordion, like flat space time, you would smoothly move across. But I think we're stuck with like Einstein's stuff was amazing, and nobody's really. I mean, there's obviously people with string theory, M-brain, all these other different physics theories, quantum gravity, other theories, but there hasn't been something that's unified all the weak and the strong force, etc.
Yes,
and that's
there is no unified theory
thing. And I think finding the Higgs boson is going to be the big answer.
Yeah,
more speculation.
So speaking of string theory, it feels like it just hasn't shipped a product. You have our best and brightest, often really smart people.
And now they get into a whole conspiracy theory that string theory was put forth to throw everyone off of the UFO trail of how the UFOs really work and how physics really works. It's a huge stretch. And by the way, I know a theoretical physicist that heavily concentrates on string theory. It's a real thing. It's not a red herring.
People getting into this sort of field that maybe you can detect black holes with strings, but generally it's just not that useful.
Well, string theory, I mean, mathematically, I get it works
more
out,
speculation,
right? But like most of the stuff you can't empirically observe because the strings are so small and subatomically. There's just like no way of
it's 11 dimensions.
There's like no way of verifying that. So it's a nice, I'll call it like overlay, or that maybe this is reality, maybe it's not. It mathematically works out.
I think it's force fitting general relativity and quantum field theory, but. This brings up an interesting question, which is, can we go down the tree trunk of physics and then find another branch?
Clearly, quantum physics, with nuclear and hydrogen bombs as its byproducts, was becoming dangerous.
It is
I agree, Randy.
It is a harnessing of the basic power of the universe.
After the invention of these apocalyptic weapons, was true
dimensional
physics
legend.
then concealed in deep black aerospace? While public-facing physics was sent into a cul-de-sac so it could do less damage?
Look at David's wormhole.
Were there actually updates in physics, maybe mid-century, that were not disclosed to the public? Okay, I realize this sounds kind of insane, but hear me out.
Imagine that this billiard ball is a proton.
And here we have complete and total speculation, and now we've tacked on a whole new conspiracy theory on top of all of this unproven UFO stories from decades ago in some cases, misquotes, graphics that depict things that aren't really what's being talked about. We've got Grusch with no evidence for 99 days now, and now he's going to tack on a whole new huge conspiracy theory to try to explain why there's a cover-up or how they did it.
Golden age of relativity was a wild, forgotten time in the history of American physics. This was a period in the 50s where the study of anti-gravity, yeah, you heard me right, anti-gravity, experienced a dramatic resurgence of interest, not just among quacks, among real physicists.
Since then, there has been a steady but constant improvement.
Roger Babson, a patron of science, was obsessed with finding the solution to anti-gravity. His Gravity Research Foundation held a popular essay contest, which garnered contributions from many of the top minds at the time. Meanwhile, another industrialist, Agnew Bainson, started the Institute of Field Physics in North Carolina, also dedicated to the study of anti-gravity. His Chapel Hill Conference in 1957 included top physicists like Bryce DeWitt, Richard Feynman, Peter Bergman, Freeman Dyson, and John Wheeler, all there to discuss the role of gravity in physics. As physicist Lewis Witten would go on to say about anti-gravity in the 50s, it was in the wind, meaning it was everywhere.
He said, "What are you doing about anti-gravity?" And I said, "Well, I'm not against gravity."
Witten actually worked in Martin Corporation's anti-gravity research unit. That's right, they had an anti-gravity research outfit. It was called Research Institute for Advanced Studies, or RIAS for short. And Martin Corporation, of course, would later become Lockheed Martin. Lewis Witten's direct boss at RIAS was a guy named George Trimble. In a 1956 article found in Jane's Defense Weekly, George Trimble said, "We're already working on nuclear fuels and equipment to cancel out gravity." and added that the conquest of gravity
Grusch
could be done
generation,
in about the amount of time it took to build the first
Journey to
atom
Truth
bomb.
is
By the
next.
time the
Yes.
60s had rolled around, most people had kind of forgotten about anti-gravity.
It quieted down because nobody ever got anywhere.
Yeah,
Or it quieted
it's
it down
an
because
echo
it did
chamber.
get somewhere and it went
Oh.
black.
You gotta bring in Hal Puthoff to prove your point. A man who was fooled by children's magic tricks into believing that a man had superpowers in the form of Uri Geller. This is extremely problematic.
It's kind of weird where, as far as I know, in my kind of topological physics history knowledge, where
Yeah, they
there was all
forgot
these
to jam in
anti-grav
ancient
groups
aliens.
up until the early 60s. And then
I know this is all
really
regurgitated
vaporized.
bullshit.
You know that there's physics knowledge held by aerospace companies that is not
There
known.
certainly is materials knowledge.
Materials.
Well, let's listen to the guy who was fooled by children's magic tricks into believing
It's
people
hard
had
to say whether anything
superpowers,
real was discovered
and who is also a high-ranking Scientologist who believes in Xenu and all that bullshit, right? You gotta love it.
the realm of
And listen, all you have to do to make this story work so you can get 1 million views is forget to tell people all the truth that I've been giving you through this whole thing so far, right? Lots of lie by omission, lots of fake, unproven stories, throw in some hoaxes, some false, misquoted statements that no one can prove the person actually said that, but a wackadoo said he said that. Whoo, man, this whole thing is built on super shaky ground.
anti-gravity, or if it went black. But when aviation journalist Nick Cook tried to meet with the then long-retired 80-something-year-old George Trimble,
Oh,
a
and here
friend
we
of
go
his
again.
at Lockheed Martin,
Here we
this
go again. Somebody doesn't want to talk to this journalist. Therefore, there's a cover up and it's aliens. This is what you have to do to make these stories work. You don't have real or verifiable proof or evidence of claims being made. So you got to cherry pick things like, oh, somebody that worked on secret projects wouldn't talk to a journalist. It must mean that there's an alien cover up. It could mean 100 different things. Like maybe he had security oaths and clearances he wasn't willing to, violate. And he worked on secret programs, but not alien programs. But you got to make the jump right to the aliens. That's what you have to do in order to make this shit work.
was the message he received back. Quote unquote, I don't know who this old man is or what he once was, but he told me in no uncertain terms
My
to get
buddy.
off his case. He doesn't want to speak to me and he doesn't want to speak to you. Not now, not ever.
See?
I don't mind telling
He doesn't
you
want
that
to
he
speak to a
sounded
journalist.
scared.
That's
Did
proof of an
Black
alien
Aerospace
cover up.
secretly make a huge breakthrough in anti-gravity? Well, when he worked for Martin in the 50s, Lewis Whitten specialized in nonlinear algebra and topological
Cookie,
physics,
yes.
the two things that you'd need to investigate gravity, and maybe how to beat it. He also did contract work on gravity for Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
The reason there was a laboratory at Wright Field was to find out what we were doing and to help us do it. And I got a contract from Wright Field to do it.
Yeah, the government offers contracts to study all kinds of things, including theoretical physics. This is not proof of anti-gravity technology being cracked or discovered or being known by the United States government. It's just more dots connected, more mental gymnastics.
To do gravity, which I did very happily.
And who is Lewis Whitten's son? Ed Whitten. Just the most
we got to connect some more dots.
Formidable proponent of string theory, maybe of all time.
Do you think that string theory, which Ed Whitten worked on, is intentionally a bridge to nowhere?
I have privately said to you that string theory was a very odd development because it both allowed physics to proceed as if it was doing something new while breaking no new ground in the physical world in which we live. I don't really know. If you were trying to stagnate the field, string theory is pretty brilliant.
Yeah, so I like how he can use Weinstein to try to bolster his claims that the entire field of string theory was put forward to throw people off of the physics of anti-gravity or free energy technology somehow, as many people claim is involved with UFOs. But he leaves out that Weinstein talked about the fact that all these people keep lying and saying that UFOs defy the laws of physics. Weinstein asks, show me a physicist who says that. And who does he get? Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis, two complete and total wackadoos that have been involved in fake stories of aliens, superpowers, psychic powers, remote viewing, alien crash retrievals for years that have never proven any of their claims. More problems, right?
And remember that Chapel Hill conference that's thrown in 1957 by Agnew Bainson, who's obsessed with anti-gravity? Well, Lewis Witten was there, and the conference helped establish quantum gravity, of which string theory is an offshoot. In an interview with the American Institute of Physics, when anti-gravity gets brought up, Lewis Witten says, a guy named Townsend...
Oh, they're going to bring up the bismuth claims, right? The arts parts and everything else. Linda Moulton Howe claims. We're into Linda Moulton Howe territory here.
Discovered that there was a type of bismuth that was repelled instead of attracting.
There was a vice president of the Martin Company who brought that up. He said, I read about a guy in Indiana who says the rock of bismuth shows anti-gravity.
And where have we heard about bismuth with possible anti-gravity properties before? That's...
Yeah. So I don't understand this. Like, again, show me verifiable evidence or proof that Townsend Brown discovered anti-gravity with bismuth. You can't. But now we'll get another wackadoo. You know, again, this is like one unproven claim. Let's just... apparently, the creator of this content thinks if you just get two wackadoos to say the same thing or agree with each other, it's all true. Even if the two wackadoos have no verifiable evidence or proof of their separate claims, if we just smash these two completely and totally unprovable claims together, then it must be true. That's not the case. It's false equivocation, friends. False equivocation.
Gary Nolan, Stanford microbiologist and Nobel nominee, who claims to have UFO crash parts.
Yeah, and by the way, this man is an immunologist. He is not a qualified materials scientist or engineer.
With isotope ratios that don't occur naturally on Earth. One of his pieces that we looked at together.
I don't think that he is even qualified to do materials analysis based on his education and credentials. He's an immunologist. What does somebody that studies, vaccines know about material science? You need a material scientist to do the evaluations, not an immunologist. That would be like, I have a background in computer science. That'd be like giving me a project in, rocket propulsion. Maybe I'm a science guy and I can figure it out, but I'm not the best qualified person to do an analysis or to work on a project on rocket propulsion, since my education and background is in computer science. But somehow, hey, we need a scientist to bolster our bullshit claims of alien technology on Earth. All we can find is a guy who studies vaccines to do that for us. That's fine. He's still a scientist. We'll just use him. None of this makes any sense. Welcome to the goddamn land of make-believe.
The other one I visited was magnesium bismuth.
Bismuth layers of less than a human.
We got three wackadoos saying bismuth is the key to anti-gravity.
Here.
Why can't he prove it then? Why can't they prove it? And remember, Tom DeLonge and Hal Puthoff of TTSA fame famously claimed that they had materials that were exhibiting anti-gravity properties. Tom DeLonge claimed it on Joe Rogan. They never proved it, ever. But hey, now we got three people making unverified, unprovable claims that bismuth is the key somehow to anti-gravity.
Supposedly picked up in the crash retrieval of an advanced aerospace vehicle.
No. Supposedly. This is arts parts, largely debunked. And somebody was able to recreate this material and said that it was industrial waste, like from a smelting operation.
Where could we find any evidence that anybody ever made one of these?
And who's this Townsend guy Witten's referring to? Witten had to have been talking about Townsend Brown, one of the country's leading anti-gravity researchers at the time.
Yeah. And you can't take anything away from T. Townsend Brown. He did do a lot of study on electrogravitics. And if you see things like lifters today and things like that, most of that came from the research of T. Townsend Brown.
Yeah, and there's a guy named Townsend Brown who had a theory that if you took two charged plates and then you put something neutral between them, the neutral thing would sort of gravitate a little towards the positively charged plate, and you could basically figure out anti-gravity. From the outside, Townsend...
Well, he made an awful lot of claims, but he hasn't proven most of them, and he's since deceased. There's an awful lot of conspiracy theories around him and his work. Again, we're on very shaky ground using completely and totally unproven theories, claims, and speculation to prove another conspiracy theory or tacking on to this whole thing. Layers upon layers of bullshit. It's getting deep in here.
Townsend Brown sort of looks like an amateurish mid-century physicist and failed inventor exploring the kooky world of anti-gravity just to end up failing and creating the intellectual property behind the Ionic Breeze air purifier. I'm not joking. But a great biography called The Man Who Mastered Gravity by Paul Schotzkin tells the real story. He parachuted...
No, allegedly tells the real story, and that book is largely problematic. But hey, let's not let things like facts and evidence get in the way of a good bullshit story. And by the way, it is verifiably true that T. Townsend Brown did a great deal of research into electrogravitics, or what is commonly called electric wind. And that is a method that may be used in spacecraft, long-haul spacecraft. An ion engine is also a form of electrogravitic propulsion. So not to take anything away from T. Townsend Brown, but there's a far cry from electrogravitics to anti-gravity.
Behind enemy lines into Germany in 1944. And started looking into the German UFO reverse engineering program.
That's crazy.
OSS and MI6 super spies Bill Donovan and William Stevenson needed the Allies' preeminent anti-gravity scientists to investigate the notorious Foo Fighter phenomena.
Well, now we're going to get into paperclip, of course.
These were bizarre orbs that looked like intelligently controlled
We're bringing in Foo Fighters. At least there's some verifiable evidence. There's an awful lot of that I'll concede. There was an awful lot of eyewitness testimony, even photographic evidence of the so-called Foo Fighters of World War II, which were reported to be electromagnetic in nature, balls of plasma that would dance around bombers and fighter aircraft during World War II, largely believed to be one of the German so-called wonder weapons that was being developed with some form of exotic technology.
And popping up all over Germany in the early 40s and messing with Allied fighter pilots. I couldn't find a ton of corroboration outside of Schotzkin's book on this story. But here's why I think it's true.
I'd love to talk to T. Townsend Brown's family and see what they think about these, top secret claims that he parachuted into Germany to study Nazi UFOs. I mean, it's a huge stretch here.
You know for a fact that Eisenhower sent General James Doolittle to investigate Swedish ghost rockets. These were tons of UFO sightings in Sweden and Finland in the immediate aftermath of World War II.
Sure. And by the way, if an enemy was using weapons that you weren't familiar with, aware of, or knew anything about, you would certainly send somebody to investigate those weapons so that you could gain a tactical advantage in defending against those weapons. Again, this does not prove aliens or anything.
Curiously, Doolittle then went
another story that may have nothing to do with aliens or UFOs tacked on as some form of evidence or proof. Very weak.
Back to the United States just to found the Lindbergh Foundation, which researched novel aviation propulsion methods. So I wouldn't be totally surprised if Townsend Brown was tasked with the same thing with Foo Fighters.
I mean, there's some other stuff too.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was tasked with the same thing with Foo Fighters. So again, this is all speculation. There's no evidence or proof that T. Townsend Brown actually studied the Foo Fighters for the United States government. This is just a theory, speculation put forth. How much theory and speculation are we up to now? Apparently all of it. You know, the amount of dots, the amount of dots you have to connect here, it's just, it's overwhelming. So many, it's like, let's just weave together every UFO story that's never been proven, and that'll somehow prove that what Grusch is saying is true. You wouldn't need to do this much mental gymnastics if Grusch would just provide the evidence that he claimed he had 99 days ago. But here we are. More speculation, more connecting all kinds of dots, that are completely disconnected stories that may have nothing to do with one another. This is a monumental effort to push this narrative. I'll give him that.
Too, that I can't talk about that was way before that you're like, oh shit.
But what did Brown's work in anti-gravity have to do with UFOs? Well, his gravitator looked exactly like a flying saucer.
He found that circular craft were better for that application than winged craft.
And
exactly, David Wilcock level, Dan
Brown
Bias.
was obsessed with UFOs. He even created NICAP, the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. When Townsend's daughter, Linda Brown, and his biographer requested the scientist's records from the Navy, they were at first very uncooperative, and then eventually they hinted that a lot of Brown's work was still classified. But why would Brown's work be classified if he was just a failed hack?
The National Secrecy Act prevented scientists like T. Townsend Brown from commercializing or even publicizing any technology which could potentially be interpreted as having a military application.
Well, we know from Shotskin's biography that Brown actually had meetings with the highest level officials in American atomic
Department of
programs.
Defense.
People like Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, and General Curtis LeMay, both deep insiders when it came to atomic secrets. Townsend Brown's daughter Linda even recalls that he was often taken home in a black Cadillac, driven by a man that she would eventually come to know as Robert Sarbacher. And where have we heard that mysterious name before?
Sarbacher, somebody purportedly involved in the stand-up of the stuff that I uncovered, right?
Yeah, and that part is true. Sarbacher has long been rumored to be involved with whatever secret government shadowy organization was in charge of the UFO secrets.
But if you look deeper, things get even weirder with Brown. In the naval records that we do have, it shows that Brown was suddenly terminated by the Navy in 1942 with no explanation, despite strong performance. 2 weeks later, he mysteriously pops up as an employee at Martin Corporation in Burbank, just 50 miles from where Skunk Works is founded a year later by legendary aeronautical engineer Kelly Johnson. Skunk Works was created.
I'm really getting like whiplash from the number of dots being connected here. Like, and I'm losing the plot. Like, would this content creator need to go to these lengths to connect all these disconnected, possibly completely unrelated stories? If Grusch would just show the evidence, like, wouldn't it be easier for Grusch to just go, here's the evidence, bitches. Here's the evidence of the aliens, bitches. But instead, we're an hour in, and what are we up to? Like 15 completely and totally disconnected stories that may have nothing at all to do with Grusch's claims, and no evidence or no proof of a lot of this stuff. It's just keep going, keep throwing stuff against the wall. And somebody in the live chat mentioned, and they're completely and totally accurate and correct, this is David Wilcock or Alex Jones level of just keep connecting dots until they believe the story. It would be awfully a lot easier for this content creator to just ask Dave Grusch for the evidence that he claims he's had for 99 days now, but we don't get that.
To house Martin's most advanced secretive work. Over 80% of its current projects are still classified.
Yeah,
is it a coincidence?
On national defense programs, of course the programs will be classified. It doesn't mean it's aliens because it's classified.
It's that Townsend Brown joined Martin Corporation a year before its founding. And guess who else funded Brown? None other than Agnew Bainson, the same anti-gravity financier who helped send physics into a dead end by popularizing quantum gravity.
He just said that as a statement of fact. He helped send physics into a dead end by popularizing quantum gravity and string theory. That was speculation on the part of the content creator. It's not a proven fact, but he just stated it as a fact. This whole thing is garbage. This is David Wilcock, Corey Good level, secret space program level of connected dots garbage peddling.
Okay, Townsend Brown. Remember that. I want to look that up. I've heard of him in one of the documentaries, I believe.
Because there was this golden age of relativity in the 50s, and then everything sort of went silent. And I think that's an interesting axis for you guys to look into. Okay, this is all interesting, but I know, right? We don't have a smoking gun that any of Brown's work actually got implemented.
They don't have a smoking gun for anything that you've said for the first 52 minutes of this video. You got a lot of unproven, unverified claims. You've got misquoting people or putting forth quotes from people that we can't really verify actually said that, except a wackadoo said they said that. We've got mislabeled or misidentified, UFOs from Russia that are really a building that looks like a UFO in the United Kingdom. And we've got Grusch, who hasn't provided any evidence for 99 days, speculating for 50 minutes. And we've got to connect all of these dots. And somehow this content creator thinks if we just keep throwing out unproven, unverified claims, somehow that'll prove that what Grusch is saying is true about the aliens and the bodies. And I will give him this. This is a monumental attempt at proving a narrative with a bunch of garbage information, false information, misquotes, unproven, unverified, 10, 20 stories. Just keep tacking them on.
By Deep Black Aerospace. Well, that's actually not true. We kind of do have evidence. In March of 1992, Aviation Week broke a story about the B-2 stealth bomber. It used an electrokinetic effect in its wings, producing a Byfield-Brown effect. The B-2 surfs its own electrostatic wave, the negative cloud chasing the positive wing. This is an exact...
Yeah, this is a method of reducing fuel consumption. This is not an anti-gravity method.
Description of Townsend Brown's work, and the Byfield-Brown effect is literally named after him. And the B-2 was built by the merged Northrop Grumman, whose major investor, Floyd Odlum, was the same guy that...
How many dots are we going to connect here?
Guidance technology.
My goodness.
I guess Townsend Brown isn't just the wacky fan guy anymore.
Yeah, Townsend Brown did some really good research into electrogravitics and ionic wind and other real forms of physics and science. But this is quite a stretch to go from that to like, oh, aliens are here and it's all true. I don't get it. I don't get how connecting all these disconnected stories proves anything. Oh, you got to have the Ben Rich quote that all people pushing alien stories. He did say that. However, I don't know that proves anything. Ben Rich from the...
There's just like this parallel history. It's very tightly coupled to what is known publicly, paperclip, etc. But there's this like other side of it that a lot of it dealt with the UFO-UAP issue in earnest.
Again, a statement of fact without facts and evidence to support that.
Paperclip was a secret CIA program.
Well, now we got to go to Paperclip. For those unaware, that was a real and verifiable program in which the United States government recruited all of the greatest scientists of Nazi Germany and then whitewashed their Nazi past, including using slave labor or being in charge of slave labor camps, so that we could get the benefit of their scientific knowledge, especially their scientific knowledge of rocket and exotic technologies and propulsion technologies, jet technologies. To me, it's a real dark chapter in American history that we were willing to just whitewash all these Nazis' history of abuse, probable murder, use of slave labor for their projects. It's a sad story, honestly.
That took more than 1,600 former Nazi scientists and engineers and placed them in senior leadership roles in American military, intelligence, and space programs in the wake of World War II.
But again, this is a real and verifiable fact that Project Paperclip happened. However, I don't understand connecting that to aliens are here. Project Paperclip was a real thing. That doesn't prove that even if you believe everything that you could read about Project Paperclip, it doesn't prove that anything that Grusch has claimed for the past 99 days is true. You know what would prove that? Evidence. And that's what we're not going to get. But keep piling shit on top of shit on top of shit to try to prove this guy's telling the truth somehow with a bunch of disconnected stories, most of which aren't true. But hey, once in a while, we'll give you a real piece of verifiable historical fact, and then we'll pile bullshit on top of it. Let's see if they pile bullshit on top of it. I think they're going to pile bullshit on top of this real and verifiable fact.
Germans made more progress than anybody at the time, just in aerospace generally. The V-2 flying rocket was 20, 30 years ahead of anybody else.
ME-262 jet fighter and
the whole Wunderwaffe arsenal. And one has to ask, why do we have such a pressing need to get Wernher von Braun and Arthur Rudolph and all these guys? The NASA Saturn program was literally a transplantation of the Nazi program. Why was there such a pressing need to get all these people?
Because we wanted to advance. We wanted to scientifically leapfrog our adversaries. We made it a point to grab all those Nazi scientists before the Soviets could.
In the U.S., and maybe
none of this proves it had anything to do with aliens, alien technology, UFO technology, exotic propulsion, anti-gravity, or anything else.
Had something to do with the UFO thing. Who knows? Because Wernher von Braun.
Well, there we go. Bullshit on top. It might have had something to do with the UFO thing. More speculation that proves nothing that Grusch has said is true. 99 days now, no evidence.
Very trippy guy.
Remember that story about Townsend Brown parachuting into Germany to investigate Foo Fighters and Nazi UFO programs? Well, maybe Operation Paperclip had a little more to do with UFOs than meets the eye.
Maybe.
Yeah, Paperclip's pretty nuts when you think about it, like ethically.
More speculation piled on top of speculation, piled on top of false quotes, piled on top of shaky, unproven claims made by wackadoos, more claims made by wackadoos, people who have been proven to be involved in UFO hoaxes in the form of Gary Nolan. I mean, boy, this is really a house of cards. But hey,
morally,
that's what they got to do because they don't have real evidence.
Who were going to be tried at Nuremberg.
Yes.
They took off that and then they snatched them and brought them back to the U.S. and a lot of them became seniors of what became the CIA and NASA.
I agree, Free Brogan.
And it's like, I don't know if that would have happened nowadays. I feel like we would actually not be able to turn a blind eye to that.
Oh, there's no chance.
Yeah.
Wernher von Braun oversaw a brutal, mostly Jewish slave labor camp where...
Well, at least they mentioned Wernher von Braun's use of slave labor to produce Nazi weapons of war.
Tons and tons of people died.
Yeah.
And then he went on to literally run our space program. It's pretty interesting history.
It's a sad part of American history.
His boss, like the German general that von Braun worked for back in Germany, came over and was like very high up in, I think it was NASA.
Hermann Oberth, by the way, studied plasma. That was his area of expertise. And apparently Wernher von Braun lobbied to get him to become part of this Project Paperclip, saying he needed him to continue his research. Interesting little side note there.
After so many witnesses have seen the so-called flying saucers, their existence can no longer be denied.
It's kind of like getting red pilled in the Matrix. It's like, whoa, holy shit. Reality is like way crazier and weirder than I thought.
There's more likely people from the program watching your channel than ours.
Maybe.
I can tell you that for sure. They're like, this Jesse guy keeps making speculations. He's coming closer and closer.
What's the thing is, if you have somebody who has
all they have is speculations because Grusch will not release any evidence.
a great intelligence on this, you should probably bring them in and not, leave them out there speculating, right?
Exactly. If you're on the program, no.
Yeah.
Mine's strictly the nightmare type.
Reports of flying saucers are nothing.
Oh, now we get a montage of past information.
From the beginning.
Let's just keep recycling this shit until people believe it.
Of recorded time, men have been seeing unexplainable things in the sky.
One of you told me the other day about this saucer, the flying saucer. Someone said that word before it became in movies or something.
Yeah.
And we had a public hearing with the Yes family that was brought up. Anyone wanna
Yeah, Kenneth Arnold in 1947, 2 months before Roswell.
Again, regurgitate stories from 50 years ago.
Was looking for a
More than 50 years ago. Sorry, 70 plus years ago.
On cargo plane in Mount Rainier. He saw this kind of
like saucer skipping or something
saucer
like
skipping.
That.
It was they were in a flying V formation.
But yeah, I think the point of that was in culture, the word flying saucer was not derived from fiction. It's the other way around. It was like our depiction of aliens and flying saucers were derived from people's real life stories, not the other way around. And that's always a misconception about.
Yes, but this is an important conversation. I don't know if you have an opinion on this, but
yeah, let's get another opinion from UFO whistleblower expert Dave Grusch. Instead of asking him for evidence, this entire interview so far has been this content creator asking Dave Grusch to speculate and then going to the ends of the earth to connect endless dots, pile shit on top of shit on top of shit so that you believe what Grusch is saying somehow with very, very flawed data points. Very problematic and flawed data points.
Looks like American Cosmic by Diana Pasulka and Passport to Magonia by Jacques Vallée do talk about how the noble mythology of the time, whether it's the religion or media, do play somewhat of a role in sort of shading how you recollect an experience. So the classic example is Betty and Barney Hill in 1961. Outer Limits was a CBS show that had played 11 days before that abduction experience. And it showed aliens with eyes that wrapped around the rims of their head. And that's exactly what they sort of described.
Yeah, no coincidence there.
It's almost like we discussed before, where you had like, witches sitting on the chests of people feeling paralyzed in medieval times. It's like,
more UFO mythology. Yes, before when people felt sleep paralysis, they assumed it was a witch or a demon sitting on their chest, and now they assume it's an alien. Doesn't prove anything, but another UFO talking point that people have been using for decades.
Our overlay is this classic alien kind of motif, but like you look at what they said before, it's the same phenomenon basically, but their analytical overlay is different, so they describe it in a different way.
Right,
so,
leprechauns, fairies, elves, angels.
Yeah, maybe they're seeing things through the cultural lens of their own database of knowledge and experience.
Demons.
We just superimpose our own reality onto the thing.
Yes. It's almost like you have like a meme library in your head, and then you have this higher Platonic thing that's happening, and you attach the closest meme that you can to it.
Yeah, exactly.
People have been seeing the same stuff. Like, so the Tic Tac of today was the flying butane tank of the 1950s, and you can find declassified Air Force OSI reports that are publicly searchable right now that talk about these like flying white butane tanks.
Right.
And, the Foo Fighter phenomenon in World War II.
Yeah, so we somehow, again, we have the Tic Tac, which is largely unproven. Okay, I get it. People saw something that resembled a flying propane cylinder. Then we find another account of a similar craft being seen by people. Again, let's throw those two out and they prove it's true. Two unproven, unverified claims. This is the way this whole thing has gone.
And then if you were to go way back, you see stuff that's basically described the same in antiquity as well. So whether it be extraterrestrial, I don't know, some other kind of origin, crypto-terrestrial, some of the other stuff people postulate. We deserve to understand, truths of the universe, and if we have,
you gotta throw in some philosophy too about worldview and how this is going to change the human paradigm. Grusch is doing nothing new here. All the so-called UFO whistleblowers have speculated similarly. Interestingly, they all speculate instead of just dropping the evidence and going, "Here's the proof." I think that would be much more helpful, but let's listen to more speculation and philosophy.
Answer one of life's questions, right? What happens when we die, and are we alone? If we can answer one of those, but it's kept in secret because they believe the public can't handle it, or it hinders this Cold War arms race that I talked about in my first public interview. That seems pretty messed up to me.
Now, this is a commentary live stream. If they're pushing false information.
Think
I'm going to
about
comment
elite
on that.
interest in the topic. So the Rockefellers funded Stephen Greer in the 90s.
And John Mack.
And John Mack.
Yeah.
And they funded the Princeton Parapsychology Lab. Then you have Chris Mellon, who's a Mellon, obviously sort of interested in the subject. I think there are letters between Lawrence Rockefeller and Hillary Clinton in the 90s where he's sort of pushing for disclosure.
That's right, because I think was David Rockefeller also involved in that, and it was like a Camp David meetup.
Okay, so again, we're throwing in more completely and totally unrelated, just these stories are all unrelated to Grusch's claims. Why doesn't this content creator ask Grusch for evidence of his claims, and we can stop with all of these other disconnected stories? I don't get it. You got a chance to interview this guy for days, and all you did was go over, everything that's on the internet about UFOs and aliens. This is awful. And you know what? We're gonna table it right there. So we made it an hour in. There's another 52 minutes. The link to the description, the link to the video that we were commentating over and covering tonight is in the description of the video. And interestingly, friends, we detailed for you before how if you make a video critical of the Grusch claim, your ads on your video get instantly turned off, limited or no ads. We haven't covered the Grusch story in let me see. Let me look at the last time. The last time we covered the Grusch story was August 31st. So the last bunch of, I guess we did sort of cover the Joe Rogan and Jeremy Corbell. But interestingly, we've been talking about this sort of thumb on the scale and why I'm convinced that this is a perception management operation being run either by members of the United States government or perhaps by former members of the United States government for one reason or another. I think there's a thumb on the scale because we have just detailed for you how many false stories, complete and total lies were included in this story. That's fully monetized and getting 1 million YouTube views. But if I make a video critical of the claims being made and the complete and total lack of evidence and the layers of deception that are being used and all the dots you have to connect and the mental gymnastics to believe these stories and how he didn't once ask Grusch for, well, maybe once ask Grusch for evidence and go, I can't go there. You can't make a video being critical of Grusch's claims and pointing out the logical problems here, like 99 days with no evidence, and have your video be monetized. So the lesson really is you're allowed to make a video full of speculation and nonsense, not proving anything, but claiming all kinds of fantastical things like aliens are here on Earth. And you can be fully monetized on YouTube. But if you make a video critical of Grusch and his claims and his apparent inability to provide any evidence for 99 days, then your video gets demonetized. So here we are again. They have done it to us again. Limit it to no ads. I don't want to get too conspiratorial, but why is it that every time we make a video critical of Grusch, it gets demonetized before we're even finished the stream? I didn't curse very much. I certainly didn't violate any user ad-friendly guidelines. The lesson here really is that you can completely and totally make up fake stories, make fantastical claims about aliens and UFOs with absolutely no proof, and you can be completely and totally monetized. But if you make a video pointing out that the people making these claims and making literal tens of thousands of dollars off of monetized views on YouTube, you get your video demonetized, as we have. So, just make sure that you keep in mind that every time I have to cover Grusch, I'm doing this for free because there's a thumb on the scale. Just as there's hundreds of brand new, nameless, faceless, anonymous Twitter accounts defending the story all over Twitter, there is a thumb on the scale. I don't care what anybody says. The evidence shows there's a thumb on the scale of this story. And if you're going to make videos praising Grusch as a hero and saying that he must be telling the truth, you can make all the money you want. But if you make a video critical of his claims or pointing out the facts, like he hasn't shown any evidence of the claims he's been making for 99 days now, and now we're on to news stories, speculation, philosophy. How did they get here? What are they doing here? Project Paperclip must have been involved in UFOs. Robert Sarbarker said shit that we don't have proof he ever said, but some wackadoo from Canada said he said it. We're going to mislabel something a Russian UFO, even though it comes from the United Kingdom. All of that is lies and deception and unproven claims. And you too can do that and be completely and totally fully monetized on YouTube. However, if you make a video pointing these problems out, no money for you. The thumb is on the scale, friends. There is a thumb on the scale. And I don't care. I'm saying it publicly now. There is, in my opinion, a perception management program taking place here. Why are there so many brand new nameless, faceless bot accounts defending the Grusch narrative all over Twitter? Why can you not make a video critical of these claims being made without getting demonetized? Meanwhile, all of the liars, grifters, scammers, and UFO hucksters who have been pushing these narratives can make as much money as they want on YouTube. I think there's a thumb on the scale. I think, and this has all the hallmarks of a psychological operation. And I wish that I could prove that. But so far, all I can do is offer you the evidence that I've seen. Why are there hundreds of brand new nameless, faceless accounts on Twitter that are defending this narrative, that are telling everybody they're wrong if they're critical of it, that are repeating all of the lies, like the Inspector General of the intelligence community found Grusch's alien claims credible and urgent? No, he didn't. That never happened. All right, so we'll take a few comments and questions from the live chat. Randy says the aliens are at Las Vegas gambling. Well, according to Charles Hall, the tall white aliens go to Las Vegas and they love gambling, right? Martin Taylor says, breaking news, new info. Peter Pan and Jay Jumbo just appeared as whistleblowers on Dream Nation. Yeah. Yes, Complizer, the algorithm got a Grusch on you. Yeah, and you know what? I hate to say it, but the thumb on the scale is working, because I don't even want to cover this story anymore, because I pretty much know now, like, if I'm going to talk about this story, I can't make any money that night. I just have to be willing to work for free. Is Dave Grusch working for free? Is Ross Coulthart, Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp working for free? No. They're making tens of thousands of dollars. News Nation has probably made hundreds of thousands of dollars from this story, just doing the True Believer Super Chat Shuffle UFO circle jerk. But I'm not allowed to be critical. I'm not allowed to show you facts and evidence that shows that this story is a literal honey trap of UFO belief. That's what this is. Oh, do you believe in UFOs? We've got a guy that says it's all true. Great. Can we see his evidence? Oh, he doesn't have any. He claimed he had all this evidence, but it's 99 days now. We haven't seen a single shred of any evidence to prove anything he said so far. But I'm the bad guy for pointing that out. And I'm the bad guy who gets demonetized for telling the truth. We sent a spreadsheet off to YouTube previously showing them a fake story. And by the way, this one's a little bit of a gray area, because this content creator is not outright, really like Ross Coulthart, completely and totally lying in his stories. here, but he's connecting all these different disconnected stories that are all built on shaky ground and wackadoo testimony and unproven things, and connecting all these dots to try to you know. And I noticed that there's a sort of team tag thing going, you know, like, let's get Grusch to say some stuff. Then I'll do all this work and show you all these dots we can connect to support what Dave Grusch just said. Even though Dave Grusch offered no evidence, and all those disconnected stories are all built on shaky ground, sometimes with wackadoos making claims that were never proven. Sometimes these stories that he's connecting, he's throwing so much at you, all these disconnected stories, many of which are unproven to this day. They're just claims. And again, you can't use 20 claims of other people that were never proven true to prove the claims of Grusch that have never been proven true. It's false equivocation. This is not how the rules of evidence work. You know, if I'm in a criminal case, I can't just bring in 10 wackadoos that are going to agree with my version of events that weren't there, were never, and those version of events were never proven by them with evidence. If I have no evidence, and the 10 wackadoos that I bring in saying similar or vaguely similar stories have no evidence, then we're still at the same place we've always been. No verifiable proof, no smoking gun evidence, no empirical evidence, no scientific data, no sensor data, nothing but stories. And welcome to the world of UFOs. Lots of stories, no evidence. Listen, if this guy, this content creator, Jesse Michaels, had any evidence that Grusch was telling the truth, he could have showed it in 5 minutes. Instead, we get 2 hours of him trying to put the pieces together and connect Project Paperclip. And, oh, there's this vast conspiracy that string theory was put out there to throw people off the path of anti-gravity. Come on, man. And listen to all that speculation. And this guy is doing the same thing that all these other UFO whistleblowers did. Well, let me tell you why they may be here. And let me tell you how they may get here from other star systems, how travel between worlds may be possible. Let me tell you how their propulsion systems may work. Let me tell you, may, could be. It's all speculation. Lou Elizondo did the speculate out your ass tour for 2 or 3 years, and he never proved anything. It was just all opinion, speculation, and philosophy. Oh, well, you know, it could change everything. If we find out there's other intelligent species on Earth, it would change everything, and we'd be somber. And, you know, this has all happened before. It's all going to happen again, friends. I have tired of stories. And if you're just okay with just stories and never getting to the evidence or proof and playing this constant game of chase the carrot, kick the can, the evidence is coming soon, disclosure's coming soon, new whistleblowers are coming. Well, this first whistleblower hasn't proven anything in 99 days. Are we going to get new whistleblowers that will equally prove nothing in 99 days or 6 months? And how long are we going to wait? Even the true believers, I give this guy another 3 months. And if he doesn't prove all the original claims that he made, then even the true believers are going to say, this guy's full of it. And this has all happened before, friends. You can see our previous detailed report here, A Not So Brief History of UFO Whistleblowers, Part 1, where we detailed 7 people doing this exact shuffle. Oh, there's all kinds of evidence. I have to be very careful because some of this was classified. And, there's always an excuse. They always overpromise, underdeliver, and then inevitably comes the big letdown. We're getting into the big letdown phase. And already Dave Grusch is telling new stories and has entered speculation and philosophy mode because he doesn't have any evidence to talk about. If he did, he wouldn't need to babble about theoretical physics and maybe that this is all why they're here and all this speculation. No offense, I don't care what he thinks. I want to know what he knows. Show us the evidence or proof you promised you had 99 days ago, or get the fuck out of here. It's enough with these grifters. Enough with the grifters. The grifters have had enough. They've all made enough money on speculation, philosophies, how they may get here. Look, come with evidence or get out of here. We've had enough of the speculation and the wackadoo prover maneuver. You know what? Let's just bring in 10 people who said similar shit and never proved it in the past. And that somehow might mean that this guy's telling the truth. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's false equivocation. You can just search. If you're on a desktop, Zippo Fantastic 77 Outdoors, hit the little magnifying glass. It doesn't work on a phone. In order to search our channel, you got to be on a desktop. And just put in the words Bob Lazar. You'll find a multitude of shows that we have done covering Bob Lazar in the past. Victor Wag says, third phase is calling you. Come with evidence or get out. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's just how I feel about it. I'm sick of these people. I'm sick of these people with their claims of evidence and never delivering. And we've been here for over 4 hours. So, you know, I hate to get bitter, and I'm trying my very best not to get bitter about this monetization issue. But this just means that I just worked for 4 hours for zero. Well, I apologize. I want to thank the kind and generous people who sent super chats, because that makes up the difference, I suppose. But it's still not fair that I just worked for 4 hours. I get zero ad revenue, right? Because I submitted it for review. Listen, they just finished the review of the Grusch piece from August 31st. All the views are done, and I got zero ad revenue since August 31st. I think yesterday or the day before they turned the ads back on. Great. So I can look forward to ad revenue from another 100, maybe 200 views that video will get. This shit is so unfair. And, you know, what I do have to say is they shouldn't piss me off, because I really work harder when I get pissed off, and I'm getting pissed. Why should I have to work for 4 hours? I'm, you know, the voice of reason here, bringing people facts and evidence and verifiable factual information. I'm not just telling stories here. I get demonetized. Jesse Michaels and Grusch can make all the money they want to, telling all kinds of stories and not providing a single shred of verifiable evidence or proof of the claims being made. And that's the system that we're in. And to you idiots who say, you know, you're a grifter because you're making money too. No, I just got fucked out of 4 hours of my life by a probable CIA or other intelligence organization perception management psyop. But I'm supposed to be okay with that, right? Just give away. Listen, time is our most valuable resource, and to just give it away, it's great. Great. And on top of that, we got an idiot in the live chat. And you know what? I'm not taking your nonsense on top of just working for 4 hours for literally free. But thank you to the people who send super chats and PayPal, because that really does help offset things. And bye-bye customer service. Go fuck yourself. Don't come here and troll me, bitch. And by the way, I know who that is. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could curse as much as I want to. We're 4 hours in. Are they really going to check that I started cursing 4 hours into the video because I'm pissed off that I keep getting fucked out of money, right? While these people are earning every fucking tens of thousands of dollars, these assholes are getting paid to push lies on YouTube. You tell the truth on YouTube, oh, fuck you, we'll take your ad pennies. And by the way, it was probably only $12. And for how long now? I've been telling myself, don't get upset. It's $12. I don't need the $12 that bad. It's the principle. I can't make $12, but these people can make tens of thousands of dollars pushing lies, but I can't make my $12 telling people the truth. All I'm asking for is a level playing field. The playing field is not level. There is a thumb on the scale affecting people's ability to do good journalistic work on these topics. And that's just the way it is, right? Yeah, and exactly. Over the course of a month, last month, we lost hundreds and hundreds of dollars in revenue. And then to make things even worse, then YouTube starts bitching at you like your revenue is down. Better create more videos. Maybe I'm not feeling very motivated to do more live shows or create more videos since I keep getting screwed out of the $12 that I was due. But $12 over the space of a month, yeah. Every day, if there's a show every day, and sometimes there is, it's a couple $100. And that's how we're able to operate here and pay for our expenses. But we can't. Why? Because we are battling a false narrative being pushed by UFO profiteering whores. But it is what it is. The PayPal name is, I'll put it in the live chat. It's truthseekershow@gmail.com. And instructions for how to help via PayPal are in the description of the video. And we appreciate all of you Patreon supporters, YouTube channel members, Twitch subscribers, gold pill senders on pill.net, or anybody sending any support. We really do appreciate it because we are facing unprecedented censorship and unprecedented attacks on our ability to earn income, bringing people the actual verifiable factual truth. And by the way, I've been in communication with many different people who have done stories critical of the Grusch narrative, and all are experiencing this, or several other people verifiably are experiencing this same situation with getting demonetized for going against it gets better. It gets better. One second. Let me just check into this next thing. Apparently, the person who made this Grusch interview video used copyrighted music. So now this video can't be monetized at all. Unless I cut that, which I'm willing to do. I don't even know what song it was, but there was something. That's another fun YouTube thing. So here, I'll show you this. Yeah, let's just show you this. This is another method that the grifters use to stop people from covering their nonsense. So they played a piece of music from essentially for 40 seconds. They played a piece of music in this interview, and we were commentating over it. So our video is now ineligible, can't be monetized because they used a copyrighted piece of music that they must have. They must have the rights to, but we don't. And you'll find that this is a common tactic that the UFO Grift Squad uses to prevent people like me from covering their material. Great. Yeah. So demonetized on two fronts. First, YouTube just turns off the ads. And then because the original creator of this video used a copyrighted piece of music for 40 seconds, 4-hour-long broadcast. Copyrighted music was used for a few seconds. And by the way, I'm not going to play it for you, but I don't even think it was 40 seconds. It was like 5 seconds. I just checked it before I showed it to you. Completely demonetized, right? Victor Wag with a kind and generous $27.99 Canadian says, unthumbed. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We certainly appreciate those people who are helping make up the difference. So forget it. We made, not only did we get our $12, we got even more than that, thanks to the kindness, generosity, and support of people like Victor Wag, and all of you other people with your kindness, your generosity, and support. we're going to take a moment just to re-recognize all of you. Spooky with a kind and generous £2. Lou Reviews with a kind and generous $5. We have Complizert with a kind and generous £2. We have Chris Damaris with a kind and generous $19.99. We have Complizert with $2. We had UFO Shane with $2. We have Keith Gardbeck says, we read that one previously. And we had Victor Wag. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. It really does help that so many people are supporting us despite these attempts to silence us. Listen, I think that this is being done to stop people from interfering with whatever narrative these people are pushing, which is just bizarre to me. There's senators in on this scam. There's congressmen in on this scam, allegedly. I'll say it that way. It's just absolutely crazy. And we want to thank Initials AM for a kind and generous $9.57 PayPal pledge. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And whoa, look at that one. We thank Maria for a kind and generous $150 PayPal. Well, that'll make up for the lack of $12. And suddenly I'm in a better mood. Praise the cash, bitches. We always win, no matter what. You can put your thumb on the scale. You can take my $12. But I'm starting to get pissed. I want my $12. You know why? I earned my goddamn $12 here. And why should I just keep giving away my $12? $12. Anybody remember the movie Better Off Dead with that kid? There was a kid who delivered newspapers, and he was coming after the main character played by John Cusack, screaming at him, $2. I want my $2. I'm going to become like that kid. I want my $12. In fact, I'm going to find that clip and we'll make a fun. I want my $12. I'm owed my $12. JD says, Stephen, Grusch is referring to OSAP as being the program, meaning its 40-plus anonymous sources were the 50 full-timers from the Invisible Wackadoo College, just like I've been saying. Thanks, JD. I agree with you. And please do email me. We'd like to have you as a guest here. I need more like-minded people that are, listen, some people are very good at this and are able, like me, to peel back those layers of deception and see through the deception that these people are using to make all this money selling bullshit. And we need more people like you there, JD, or others. And in fact, this week we're going to be doing a panel show. Let's do a panel show and discuss all of this. And by the way, believers, skeptics, everybody's welcome as long as you're respectful while you're on the panel here. I believe we're going to have a few different people. Maybe Art Levine will join us, the Washington Spectator reporter who did that recent story. Luna Sparkle says, try not to let it bother you. Yes, I agree. We have Initials. One second. This person did not give us their chat room user ID or anything like that. In fact, they do have a message. You don't need to mention me or thank me. Well, we're thanking you anyway. A kind and generous PayPal pledger with a kind and generous $55 PayPal pledge. Boy, we're praising the cash tonight, bitches. That's what we're going to do. You know what? I am kind of been thinking, like, I want to grow our following of you kind and generous people so much that I could do this anywhere and still be able to continue the show. I'm getting that disgusted with some of this stuff. And by the way, remember we mentioned pill.net and what a great alternative it is? Completely and totally free speech platform. Imagine that. In a perfect world, we will generate a big enough following that there'll be enough generous people that we could just go forward with our PBS model. It won't matter where we broadcast to. We'll be able to make sufficient income to keep the show going. And just to be clear, I've said this a whole bunch of times, especially to people who keep claiming that I'm running my own grift here. I don't live off of the show income. I have other income. I don't use the show income for personal expenses, medical expenses, grocery expenses, gas expenses, car expenses, house expenses, kid expenses, all of that. No. We use the show's income just for the show. We built sets, we buy equipment, we pay the show's monthly bills, buy software, webcams, microphones, whatever we need for the show comes out of the till here that is generated by all you kind and generous benefactors. By the way, we just want to take a moment to recognize and thank all you kind and generous super chatters, PayPal donators, Patreon supporters, channel members, super chatters, super sticker purchasers, all of you really give me an attitude of gratitude. And even though we're literally getting robbed for telling people the truth instead of jumping on the lie train and making millions or hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of dollars like the Griff Squad, we're still praising the cash here, bitches. Praise it! Praise the cash! 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 We're going to keep praising it. And we thank all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It really does matter, especially considering that we're losing hundreds of dollars in YouTube ad pennies. Those pennies add up. I was going to buy a new microphone for my new desk for the new set. Right? Now I have to rethink those plans. No, I'm buying that microphone. I earned it, right? I want one of them big old ones, right? That looks like a retro one. Yeah. I like them big, friends. I like them big, right? Complizer says, "Hail Chewbacca, king of remote chewing." Yeah, and I haven't even played the beggar bumpers yet, right? The e-beg bumpers, where we got to beg for money to keep telling people the truth. I don't see Jeremy Corbell begging for money to tell lies. I don't see George Knapp begging for money to tell lies. I guess if you want to tell the truth, though, you need to have the beg bumpers going, right? Yeah, we're a viewer-supported show. And even though we've been in this for 4 hours and 21 minutes, it's a good time to remind you that we're a viewer-supported show. I like the PBS model. My father was a big supporter of PBS because they played war documentaries from World War II and Vietnam, history documentaries. This is before cable. And every year my dad would bitch because he would send them like $300 and they would send him a tote bag for his $300. And he would get kind of pissed. Like, that's all they gave me is this goddamn tote bag. But he knew that his money was going to support good programming and good content that he enjoyed. It wasn't about the tote bag. And I just want to tell you, I ain't even giving you assholes tote bags. We don't have shit. We don't have shit to give you except our gratitude. And I'm sorry. Eventually, we're going to have fun and prizes. We have occasionally. I gave away rosary beads for a while, or 3D printed pieces of Roswell wreckage and other things. Anyway, here's the man with the golden voice, our announcer, to let you know how you can support our show.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Question, Jeff, where are you? Right there.
Yeah. I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it.
Greetings and salutations, friends. Welcome back. We are here today. I wasn't going to do this, but considering the reaction that our coverage got yesterday, I thought, no, we'll go through the remainder of this interview of Mr. Dave Grusch. But before we begin that, I do have to address another bit of controversy, because apparently you're not allowed to ask any questions about Mr. Grusch's claims, even though he has provably lied multiple times. We have him lying about having mental problems. That's a provable lie. He's already lied several times. And we have him lying about the Dobser process in this recent interview as detailed by John from the Black Vault, or at least providing completely and totally factually inaccurate information. So, sorry, not sorry, I don't trust any of this man's claims. And in fact, I will question everything he says, as everyone should, since this man is a proven liar now. Multiple times he's lied in recent interviews. So, I'm not sorry. Oh, I will say this. I'm sorry if I didn't articulate my thoughts and feelings on this particular subject well. However, the gist of me making the statement that I made about his post-traumatic stress disorder is that I'm questioning that, because there was two separate stories about where he got the post-traumatic stress disorder. If you listen to some people, oh, he got it in because he was in battle. I'd like to know what battles he was in. Sorry, not sorry. But Lou Elizondo, UFO whistleblower before this, that turned out to be completely and totally fake, right? Because he didn't run a Pentagon UFO program that was funded to the tune of $22 million or was official. He ran a Pentagon UFO program in the land of make-believe. And he also told people war stories about being in battles. Remember General Mathis jumping out of an armored carrier with machine guns to save him? It's a famous Tom DeLonge clip. And maybe you can buy the book, but not from me. I wonder where the Pentagon UFO program from the land of make-believe's book is. Oh, it's just been delayed indefinitely. Maybe because the publishers figured out that his entire story begins on huge lies that he told the New York Times. After all, he was the original source for that article, with all those completely and total lies, factually inaccurate statements, whatever you want to call it. But it is what it is. We will continue to cover this subject and probably all others from a critical perspective. So here's what I did say, or, the questions that I raised that, and by the way, let's be clear, these people are just looking for an avenue of attack. That's what this is about. It's not because they're completely and totally offended, right? All this fake outrage. How dare you question this man? He's been caught lying multiple times now. I'm going to question everything he says from here on in. And if you don't like it, maybe you should drink some more cult Kool-Aid. I said he's also autistic, which means he can't tell when people are lying to him. That's a scientific fact. And by the way, it's backed up by scientific studies that prove that people with autism often do not or are unable to discern when people are lying to them or not, as well as someone unaffected by autism. We showed you the scientific studies. People want to argue with me on that point. I'm not arguing with you because I stand on the side of the science, which says that's a fact. And I'm not going to argue on that point. Now, on to the post-traumatic stress disorder. And I said, and you don't get post-traumatic stress from a friend's suicide. You get that from being in battle. What battles was Grusch in as an Air Force intelligence officer? Two different stories about his post-traumatic stress disorder. And let's be clear, there was two different stories. Some people were saying he got post-traumatic stress from a friend's suicide. Some people are saying that he got it from being in battle in Afghanistan or being in war in Afghanistan. I'm not allowed to ask what battles he was in Afghanistan. I'm not allowed to ask that. This is the cultic behavior that goes on. And then, of course, they're going to manufacture all this fake outrage because how dare I ask questions of a man who's provably been caught lying several times now and has provided no evidence of his out-of-this-world alien claims for 99 days now, right? In come the excuses. Oh, no, there's evidence. It's all classified. But Dobser cleared him to talk about that, meaning by definition, it's not classified. But, you know, these are the excuses for why there's no evidence for 99 days. And let's be clear, there were two different stories being told by different people about where or how he got his post-traumatic stress. And I'm allowed to ask. And I'm also allowed to question how a man who was an intelligence officer got post-traumatic stress disorder, because most of them are not involved in frontline battles or in, you know, battle areas. They're intelligence people. They're behind the lines doing the intelligence work, usually from a safe location near the battles, but not in them. I'm not allowed to ask about that. I'm a bad guy if I ask about that. Okay. And by the way, this man Grusch is directly connected to all these different people who have provably been caught selling fake stories multiple times each before. Everybody promoting and profiting from this story: Ross Coulthard, Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Leslie Kane. They've all been caught selling provably fake stories before. So am I supposed to just turn off my skepticism for this one? Even though all the people that are promoting and profiting from his story have all been caught selling fake stories? Shouldn't we be more critical? Shouldn't we be more skeptical of a man like Grusch, considering who he's directly connected to constantly being caught selling fake stories? Shouldn't we be more critical? Shouldn't we be more skeptical? I think so. You know, people calling me ignorant and telling me all these things. And I should explain that that statement was made, you know, a long time ago. A much wiser man than me taught me to have facts in hand before putting mouth in gear. And yeah, I guess I'm guilty of that because I didn't do adequate research and relied on my own personal experience. I have had several people in my life commit suicide, sadly and tragically. And it made me very sad. It made me despondent, full of grief, hopeless. But it didn't give me post-traumatic stress. And I just found it odd that a military man would claim that his friend committed suicide. And by the way, he didn't, near as I understand, he didn't witness the suicide. I did find some examples of people getting post-traumatic stress if you witness somebody killing themselves. Surely that would be a traumatic event. But to me, in my own personal experience, yes, I guess it was traumatic, but somebody taking their own lives, it's always tragic if that happens to you, especially if it's somebody very close to you. But in my opinion, and by the way, am I allowed to have one? Oh, that's right, I'm not, because you just got to do the cult think thing and think what you're told to think. I'm allowed to think that it's suspicious that a person claims they got post-traumatic stress because one of their friends killed themselves. Considering the guy got caught lying several times and he's been locked up in a mental institution, I'm not going to trust anything he says. And I'm going to question everything he says. And that's healthy. That's a good thing, especially when somebody is around all these grifty grifters that have all been caught doing the grifty grift and selling completely and totally provably fake stories. Not once, not twice, multiple times each. They've all been caught selling fake stories. So, you know, and the other issue is I've been through this before. Did you know, does anybody know or understand or remember that there was another so-called UFO whistleblower before Dave Grusch and before Lou Elizondo, I believe? And that would be Corey Goode. And during the course of Corey Goode's run, he once claimed to have post-traumatic stress disorder. Never provided any evidence or proof that he did, and a lot of people believe that he claimed to have the post-traumatic stress disorder in order to garner sympathy for him and to shut down criticism. Because immediately after Corey Goode claimed to have post-traumatic stress, by the way, there was multiple stories about how Corey Good got the post-traumatic stress too. In some instances, he got it fighting space aliens. In other instances, he got it somehow through, a stressful job or an eye surgery. There was all these different stories of how he got it. And I believe that it was used to garner sympathy for Corey Good, and that Corey Good would essentially use that. And his cult members would attack anybody that questioned Corey Good's narrative. How dare you question him? He's suffering from post-traumatic stress. Is this just a device being used to shut down criticism or people asking critical questions? And again, shouldn't we be more critical of a man who was in a mental institution locked up by a judge against his will for, whatever? Shouldn't we be more critical, more skeptical of a man making those kind of alien claims that hasn't provided a single bit of evidence in 99 days now? By the way, it's going to be 100 days real soon. Probably by the end of this broadcast, it'll be 100 days since Grusch made his original claims, and we have seen zip, no evidence, none. We'll get excuses for why he can't show us, right? This is so childish. It's like I've said this before. It's a great analogy. It's like a bunch of children in a playground, and one of the children comes to the other children and says, "I got a laser gun." And the other kids say, "Wow, that's cool. Can we see the laser gun?" And the kid says, "No, I can't show it to you because it's top secret." That's how childish and stupid this is. And I'm sorry. It's been 100 days. How much time do we have to wait before we all realize that he doesn't have the real and verifiable smoking gun evidence and proof that this story was originally promised with? Remember, you do the overpromise, underdeliver, and then comes inevitably the big letdown. The big letdown's coming, friends, because I'm aware of some things going on behind the scenes. That Dobser thing is being FOIA'd by John from the Black Vault, and we may get it sooner rather than later. I can't wait to see what he was cleared to talk about and what's in those documents. It's all coming out. And there's a reason. Oh, and by the way, Dave Grusch can release that document today and save everybody the FOIA trouble and all of that stuff. It's a public document. He won't do it. He refuses to so far. Why? Could it be that there's things in that document that don't really support the narrative that him and the people profiting from this story and promoting it have been dealing with for all this time? Interesting, right? It could be that there are some things in that document that Grusch and the people selling the story don't want us to see. Otherwise, why not release it? It's a public document, right? Incredible. But just, and then here's another thing. I'm getting attacked for attacking somebody that's mentally ill with, whatever. I'm getting attacked. I'm not attacking the man. I'm attacking the claims that he is making with no evidence for 100 days. Is that not permissible? I'm not allowed to ask for evidence of claims being made, including claims of post-traumatic stress disorder. Do you know how easy it would be for Dave Grusch to just get the paperwork from his doctor or his psychiatrist or whoever diagnosed him with PTSD and show it to us? And by the way, really, in a long span of his incredible, outrageous claims, who cares if he has PTSD or not? It's not relevant to his alien and out of this world claims. It doesn't matter. So what do we, okay, we're all going to attack me for a full on day because I questioned something about his statements he made. This is cult-like behavior. If I'm not allowed to ask questions and you are attacking me for asking questions, then you're in a cult. I'm sorry to tell you, you're in a cult. If you're in a faith-based belief system where you and your friends have to attack people that are asking questions about that faith-based belief system, then you're in a cult. Let's take a moment, however, to correct some things. First of all, I have members of my family who were military men, including my father and my cousins, some of which who fought in Desert Storm. I have tremendous sympathy and empathy for anybody suffering from anything, including post-traumatic stress disorder. And my simply asking Mr. Grusch questions is not a personal attack. It's simply a desire to get to the truth. Is this man telling the truth about this or not? He can easily prove his earthly claims, but he chooses not to, just as he chooses not to disclose that information that he claims is earth-shattering, the proof of alien visitation on Earth. He has that proof, but he's refusing to release any evidence or specifics, even though he's been cleared by DOPSR to talk about all of this. None of it is classified by definition then. But back to the post-traumatic stress disorder. I have an article here, Causes, Short-Term and Long-Term Effects, Effective Treatments, and Psychological Consequences. Post-traumatic stress disorder is a complex and debilitating mental health condition. So remember, Dave Grusch was asked if he had any mental problems, to which he replied, no, he did not. Post-traumatic stress, you can't have it both ways. Either I'm not allowed to ask questions because he's got post-traumatic stress, and we're not allowed to question anything because he's got post-traumatic stress, or he is completely and totally stable. These people want to have it both ways, right? Oh, he was treated for that and he's completely stable now. Great, then I'm allowed to ask questions and it shouldn't bother him, right? Oh no, you can't ask any questions. That would be being rude to a veteran with post-traumatic stress disorder. Okay. And remember, he straight lied when asked in the original interview, and they cut it. They cut this part from the original interview because they don't want you to know that he lied in the original interview. Post-traumatic stress disorder is a mental disorder. It's a mental condition.
Maybe he's just a confident, well-spoken, ex-military intelligence officer who just happens to have lost his mind. Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Have you ever had a psychosis, a delusion?
No.
Is there anything in your medical history that might be capable of being interpreted as a reason why you might be confabulating, making things up? Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
So which is it? Am I not allowed to question him because that would be rude because he's mentally ill, or he has no mental illness? Which one is it here? I think some of you have been drinking the Kool-Aid too long. When people are straight lying on public interviews about their history, that's one thing, right? But put that to one side. Now you're going to take the fact that he claims to have PTSD after he lied about having no mental illness and tell me I'm not allowed to question him on that? I'm not allowed to. Come on. You can't have it both ways. Pick one. Either he's a mentally ill mental patient loony, right? Or he's not. One or the other. Pick your poison. Now, as far as this entire situation goes, I don't really believe that anybody is that outraged that I ask questions about his post-traumatic stress. Though there has been all these posts with complete and total fake outrage. How dare you? How dare you, Stephen? How dare you question a man who's provably been caught lying in public twice in public interviews? How dare you question anything he says? This is the cult-like behavior that you get with some of these people. It's absolutely, completely, and totally ridiculous. And while we're on that subject of ridiculousness, I also want to make sure that we point out that there are people provably using sock puppet accounts to defend the Grusch narrative. This is 100%. Here's some more facts for you, you Kool-Aid drinking cult members. Here's some more facts for you. You know, you can cry in my inbox all you want, but these are facts. There are a great number, perhaps hundreds of nameless, faceless, brand new Twitter accounts, all of which are actively harassing, intimidating, threatening people, wishing death on people by cancer and murder and shoots down the hell and other shit. And they're doing that to people who question Dave Grusch's narrative. Why are there so many brand new, nameless, faceless, brand new Twitter accounts defending the Dave Grusch narrative? It's interesting. And I just did a real quick investigation into this phenomenon today. And I posted this here, brand new, nameless, faceless, anonymous Twitter sock accounts, all attacking people questioning the Dave Grusch story. By the way, some of these accounts are spending hours and hours and hours a day arguing with people about how legitimate Grusch is and how this is disclosures coming and how dare you question him, right? Where are these people that have all this time every day during business hours even? I've spreadsheeted it to literally spend an entire day harassing people who don't believe Dave Grusch's narrative, who want to see evidence. So I write here, interesting that the majority of Twitter accounts attacking anyone asking critical questions, and I mean about the Grusch story, are all brand new anonymous accounts, usually less than a year old or even more recent. Who or what is behind this effort to stifle healthy debate, critical thinking, skepticism, and people asking valid questions? The attacks are incredibly toxic, designed to shut down criticism and stop people from asking questions. This is a perception management operation, much like tactics used by cults to silence critics. And here's just I got these examples super quickly, but I am tracking all of this and every post all of these accounts make. And I think we're going to dig a little more into this situation of the fake sock accounts that are all defending the Dave Grusch story. And by the way, you know, I guess I wouldn't care if they were simply defending the Dave Grusch story, but the fact that they're literally threatening and harassing people for asking questions, belittling people, insulting people, harassing people, you know, this is a tactic used to silence opposition. It's an opposition silencing operation. Who's behind this? And these are just a few of the accounts that I found. This one started in February 22, February 2023, August 2023, July 2023, June 2023, May 2023, June 2023, March 2023, June 2022, that one's a little older, July 2023, April 2023, August 2023. Look, brand new account. Spends all day telling people how wrong they are about the Dave Grusch situation, right? September 2023. Geez, God, that one's hot off the presses. It's from September of this year. July 2023. And we're back to May 2023. So isn't it interesting that there's some organized effort by someone who's behind this? Is it just a coincidence that it's all brand new, nameless, faceless Twitter accounts that are defending the Grusch story? And by the way, they're also defending anybody, right, who is critical of Elizondo. So maybe we can offer you 3 guesses for who may be behind many of these accounts. I know what I believe, but let me know what you believe in the live chat. Is it odd that all the people attacking anybody asking questions on Twitter are all brand new? And by the way, not all. We don't want to paint with too broad a brush, but the majority are nameless, faceless, brand new Twitter accounts. Nameless, faceless, brand new accounts. I think that says an awful lot about this situation, right? Why do they need to do that? Why does somebody need to try to manage the perceptions around the David Grusch story? Why does someone need to silence anybody asking questions? That's very troubling that someone would go to this length. You know, for all we know, it could be one person that is just using all these fake accounts to convince people that the Grusch story is real and correct, and that these silly debunkers don't know what they're talking about, right? And I mean, this is an active campaign to shut people up. And by the way, you're not shutting me up that easy. Bunch of fake accounts. Like, you know, I'm just going to keep going and keep asking questions. Yeah, Halgene contactee says they are intel agents, Steve. Yeah. Yeah, I tend to agree. I think that we have former intelligence officers that are pushing these alien stories. So I guess using intelligence agent tactics to make the grift work would kind of be par for the course. I would think, right? I mean, I don't know. Interesting that we have just done the least little bit of investigation, and what we found is all of these fake Twitter accounts. And by the way, these that I'm mentioning all spent, you know, there's this huge thread on Twitter now, all tell me, you know, how terrible I am for for raising questions about post-traumatic stress disorder, or the man having autism being a concern. I'm not allowed to have a concern. I'm not allowed to raise questions or concerns. That means you're in a cult. I'm sorry if you didn't realize it already. If you can't question anything, you're in a cult. That's the way it is. And if you're part of some organized effort to silence people who are asking questions, then again, you're in a cult. By the way, I am aware of at least one person that I have met sort of strangely that does cult deprogramming. So if you need some help, I hear it takes 2 days to deprogram yourself from a cult, right? Yeah. Yeah. So we want to take a moment to recognize and welcome the live chat. Last night we did part 1 here. Yeah, thrice greatest has got a good point. Someone tells you they've been lying to you for 75 years. That doesn't mean you got the truth. That means you're dealing with the same group of liars. Yeah, well, the government, people that are from the government are not going to give you the disclosure you so desperately want. At least I don't think so. Yeah, that's a very good point. Zippo Fanatic. Let me know in the live chat. Would you be okay with your airline pilot being having post-traumatic stress disorder, being a former mental patient, and being autistic? Would you be okay with that? Would you think, oh, no problem, or would you be concerned about your safety? You know, God forbid we raise these questions, right? Yeah. This DJ 808 says, you know how big the intelligence matrix is on the USA alone, UFOs or whatever. Concerned BlackRock futures worth trillions, and no person with PTSD is going to provide anything about this. Yeah, you could be right, this DJ. You know, I think it's healthy to be skeptical when people are making out of this world claims. All I want is to see the evidence of it, or I don't want them to continue making money from a story that has no evidence, because then it has no value. And by the way, let's be clear. If Grusch dropped the smoking gun evidence and proof of alien visitation on Earth, he'd be the most famous person on planet Earth. He'd be a billionaire in very short order. So if he really had the evidence, wouldn't you do that? Wouldn't you just say the hell with it? Because what is the government going to do to you? If you really are the person that drops smoking gun evidence and proof, are they going to lock you up for it? The public would go ape shit. They wouldn't allow that. You'd be a hero to the entire human race. They couldn't get away with locking you up or martyring you or killing you or whatever. I don't think so. That's my opinion. You know, so all these people claiming to have all this smoking gun overwhelming evidence, and yet they won't release it. So there's your gatekeepers of disclosure right there. People who refuse to release the evidence they have, you know, like a giant spaceship, the location of a giant spaceship that's so big they couldn't move it, right? Amy Collins is here and says, an entire generation of UFO grifters born, married, and buried slowly makes room for the next generation of grifters. Flying saucers and ET bodies were never classified. 2 facts. You are correct. Yeah. So we're going to get to the remainder of this interview, but I thought it important to address the controversy. By the way, if you're so offended that I ask questions, just really tune off, because that's what we do here. That's the job of a good reporter or show host, is to ask questions and to call people on their BS. I'm never going to apologize for doing that, right? Do you want me to just do what everybody else does and play along to get the clicks and views? Don't you want the layers of deception peeled away from you for you? Do you want to just live in a delusional fantasy land where incredible stories require zero evidence? You just believe them because you like them? Then this isn't the place for you. I'm sorry. And hey, no harm, no foul, you know. Go listen to people telling fairy tales. There's some great Mother Goose UFO channels that you can go to and get the fix that you want, that hopium, that it's all real, it's all true, even though the evidence for it never seems to actually come. You know, like I said, no hard feelings. Best of luck to you. You know, I hope you find that which you're looking for. But I will say this, and this is a very important statement. It's very unlikely that you will ever get the truth out of people who have provably been lying to you for years. I'm going to say that one more time. It's very unlikely that you will ever get to the truth. You will ever get the truth from people who have been provably lying to you for years and years. You know, history matters, track record matters, and maybe you've experienced this in your own personal life. I know I have. Have you ever had a friend or a family member who lied to you multiple times? At some point, you say, I'm not going to believe anything they say as truth. I have to verify everything they're saying because they've provably lied to me multiple times. You know, at some point, everybody has to ask themselves, how long are we going to believe Jeremy Corbell and Ross Coulthart and all these other people who've been caught selling these completely and totally fake stories many, many times? You know, and by the way, I don't think that it's mistakes. It's not honest mistakes to sell a bunch of flares as an alien spaceship. It's not an honest mistake to claim you have conclusive proof of alien technology when you got nothing. They do this on purpose. This is how the grift works. So we're allowed to question people, especially people who've been caught lying so many times. In fact, I encourage you to. And by the way, if you'd like to help me with this perception management operation, just post on your Twitter or Facebook, I don't believe that Grusch is telling the truth. It's been 100 days and there's still no evidence, and see what happens. And if you get anything good, especially from brand new nameless, faceless accounts, you can send those to me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. I think it's important that we document whatever's going on with this. And we take that weapon away from them. We take that perception management operation away from them. They should not be allowed to threaten, intimidate, and silence people from asking questions about this narrative. Actually, I think we should all ask more questions and ask them louder. But please be respectful, because if you're not respectful when you ask your questions, people will use that as an attack vector, and suddenly you're the bad guy because you dared to ask a question. Ask respectful questions, but ask them loudly and forcefully and demand those answers. We want to thank 50,000 Bees for a kind and generous $10 super chat. Says, Stephen, you're asking questions and requesting proof. You're supposed to just buy your ticket to Wackadoodle Palooza and enjoy it. I'm stealing Wackadoodle. What is it? Wackadoodle Palooza. I'm stealing that. We're going to do a show called Wackadoodle Palooza. Maybe tomorrow night we're doing a panel show. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. And thanks for helping us to praise the cash, 50,000.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, yeah. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, yeah. Praise it,
We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We thank all of you for that. Yeah, so we're gonna get into Wackadoodle Palooza tonight. That's where we're at, according to 50,000 Bees. If you're here tonight, thanks for joining us. You've got your ticket to Wackadoodle Palooza. We detailed yesterday how this content creator that did this interview, Jesse Michaels, is just. He's throwing so much stuff. He's including all kinds of disconnected stories that have nothing to do with with Grusch's claims, but somehow those unproven stories from years, sometimes decades ago, are somehow supposed to bolster the claims made by Dave Grusch. You know, it would be easier if he could just show us the evidence that he claimed that he had almost 100 days ago. That would be easier, and I think it would be better. And also, I have to remind myself that we have to skip about 3 minutes of this because there's a copyrighted piece of music from 1 hour, 13 minutes to 1 hour, 14 or 15. So we're just going to skip between 113 and 116. Sorry to have to do that, but otherwise we'll get a copyright claim. So we're going to put our fair use banner up. This is fair use. This is transformative work. And we are educating the public. We're using the video to educate the public. People are discussing it in the live chat. We'll be sharing people's comments and questions while we play the video on the screen, making it a further transformative work. And we're using this to educate the public. This is fair use and allowable by law. Let's get to the next hour. We've got about 53 minutes, but we're skipping 3, so we got about 50 minutes to get through.
What do you think about elite interest in the topic? So the Rockefellers funded Stephen Greer in the 90s.
And John Mack.
And John Mack.
Yeah.
And they funded the Princeton Parapsychology Lab. Then you have Chris Mellon, who's a Mellon, obviously sort of interested in the subject. I think there are letters between Lawrence Rockefeller and Hillary Clinton. And
yeah, it's well known and established that there are some people that got an awful lot of money that are willing to fund people's research. We saw Lawrence Rockefeller funding Stephen Greer and perhaps other researchers, I'm told, including Linda Moulton Howe and others. So, I mean, that's a valid point. But again, none of this has anything to do with Grusch's claims. It's like they did they're doing a 2-hour dance around the fact that Dave Grusch has no claims. And let's ask him all this theoretical stuff. Like, how do you think they get here? What do you think they're doing here? Wouldn't it be better spent during a 2-hour broadcast to ask him for the evidence that he said he had 100 days ago?
The 90s, where he's sort of pushing for disclosure.
That's right, because I think was David Rockefeller also involved in that, and it was like a Camp David meetup in the 90s.
And she's
holding that
the book
yeah.
by Paul Davies, Are We Alone?
And that's great. Where?
It's wild.
Certainly, if you use the Rockefellers as the most prominent example, there's certainly called old money elite interest. And maybe it's because of their interest in frontier science, or who knows?
Maybe it's because they're bloodline.
I've never talked to the Rockefellers. I have no idea what spurred that interest on. But they were certainly pushing for transparency on the issue, and that's one of the most influential families in America, right?
It is important in any scientific process to try to maintain the null hypothesis for as long as possible. And actually,
imagine talking about the null hypothesis and then pushing it's got to be aliens for 2 hours straight.
Kuhn, who wrote the Structure of Scientific Revolutions, talks about this, and he was friends with John Mack, who was the head of the Harvard psychiatry department, who tried to maintain a null hypothesis and say, I don't think this is real, because he was actually a private clinician. He started to see people who would bring up these alien encounters. And I think the thing that's really important for people is just the amount of credentialed people that once they start to have an open mind and actually genuinely inquire, and usually these people start to take it seriously.
Yeah.
Well, I have seen some very incredibly educated people take this very seriously. In fact, one of the reasons that I started taking this seriously is because I started talking on the phone to Stanton Friedman. And I couldn't get over the fact that Stanton Friedman was a super genius. The guy's a nuclear physicist, and he truly believed that there was alien spacecraft flying around in our atmosphere, possibly visiting us. Stanton Friedman actually believed that it was all something of an anthropology project for them, that we got the attention of aliens because we discovered the atomic, how to split the atom. And we set off nuclear bombs, and that got their attention. He used the analogy of, oh no, the kids got to the matches. And I was always fascinated that somebody so incredibly educated was so incredibly convinced that this was all true and this was all real. Take from that what you will.
I have a good friend, Eric Weinstein, who's is a pretty well-respected, public intellectual. I used to just wax poetic, hey, look, like, this is real. I promise you this is real. And he used to think, I think his quote is like, this is the one area where you had brain damage.
You would not come off of this point, and I was convinced that you were brain damaged on this one issue.
And now, I think, he oscillates, but he's pretty deep into the history to the point where he's
hemorrhoids from outer
this is
space.
at least something worthy of investigation.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly some scholarship there, whether it be Jacques Vallée or, Dinah Pasulka recently.
Jacques Vallée built the earliest version of the internet, ARPANET, or he helped it, Doug Engelbart, and is a serious astronomer. People have serious background.
And Stanton Friedman was a nuclear physicist, but somebody being educated or credentialed and believing this doesn't make it true.
Really hardcore intel guy working on some of the hardest, most deep black stuff. And I didn't really think much about UFOs, but then I started looking into it. I have like people in tears, like, naval officers, pilots, etc., wanting to tell me what they literally saw, and either a lot of people were having psychological breaks. There's a lot of weird weather phenomena that manifest themselves in physical, tangible, like metallic looking craft that are close. That seems crazy to me. And I'm like, well, these people deeply believe what they saw.
People deeply believing what they saw doesn't mean that it's true. It means they deeply believe what they saw. I don't know what to think about this section. It just seems like this is all these intelligent people really believe this. And I talked to many people who truly believed it. So it must be true. Well, according to Dave Grusch, he has all the evidence it is true, and he can just prove it's true. But instead of doing that, he's going to tell us about all the educated people that believe it's true and how so many people came to him that believed it's true. Why not prove it's true? 100 days now, no evidence.
And I have to take them seriously. So we need to figure out what this phenomenon is.
Carl Jung wrote a book about flying. The book is called Flying Saucers. And he talks about flying saucers as the kind of mandala, the Sanskrit symbol of psychic completeness. And it's this proto-psychological desire for us to like have this kind of revelation of like knowing everything all at once. And what was crazy about it is he wrote the book and he was like, this is just kind of a symbolic psychological archetype. And then afterwards, he became convinced that the phenomena was actually real.
There are things flying around up there that we haven't fully identified yet.
Roswell's a very interesting place. There's a lot of people that would like to
know
what's going on.
There's footage and records of
objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are.
We saw.
Yeah, and here's the false equivocation now. UFOs are real. Therefore, aliens are real. That's a false equivocation, and everybody uses this argument. They showed, like, see, the government admitted UFOs are a real thing. They show documents, famous documents that say these are real and not imagined. Yeah, unidentified flying objects happen. There's things in our sky that sometimes people are not able to identify, but it's a huge jump from that to aliens. It's a false equivocation that everybody tries to make, and that's what they're doing here.
A bright light up here in the distant western skies.
Okay, at this point in the video, you might be thinking there's actually a decent amount of evidence for UFOs. So why?
He hasn't presented any decent evidence so far. I mean, there is a decent amount of evidence that there's unidentified flying objects, but again, with the false equivocation. To many people pushing these stories, UFOs means aliens. That's not so. But, you get into an argument about language and how language is important with these people, and they don't see the issue with conflating UFOs with aliens. Certainly UFOs are real, but it's a huge jump from UFOs are real, sometimes UFOs happen, to there's aliens visiting us, they're crash landing, we got bodies, we got spacecraft.
Why are people so reflexively and often smugly dismissive of the topic?
Speaking of people smugly dismissive, I don't think that I'm smugly dismissive, though. I think that I am well-informed dismissive based on history and a thorough study of previous claimants, like our series we did with 14 previous UFO whistleblowers, all of which made very similar claims to Dave Grusch, none of which ever proved them. But that didn't stop them from making an awful lot of money while they were claiming they had all this evidence to come soon.
No to predictions, no to aliens.
Well, on the one hand, it's a fair reaction. There are a multitude of profit and attention-seeking charlatans in the space. People who have absolutely no interest in pursuing truth, who embellish stories and sell snake oil for a living. And then, of course, you have your...
Yeah, and that, by the way, sir, is all the people selling the Grusch story so far before you got here. Every single thing you just said applies exactly directly to all the people who are selling this story so far. It applies to Jeremy Corbell. It applies to George Knapp. It applies to Ross Coulthart and Leslie Kane. So what is he saying? Even though all the scammers sold this story and they're scammers, I'm not? Like, come on, bro. This is, again, these people always want the cake and eat it too, man. They always want it. You're going to call other people grifters while you have completely and totally fake images in your video? Completely and totally fake images in your video. Amazing that he can call other people grifters and charlatans and snake oil salesmen. And you did a 2-hour interview where you barely asked this man for any evidence. He hasn't produced any for 100 days. You just accepted his excuses for why he can't show you any evidence.
Counterintelligence crew throwing constant smoke bombs and trying to confuse you and throw you off the trail. But maybe the most important point when discussing the insane stigma around UFOs is that some of the biggest, most prominent skeptics over the last 50 years, the people who've done more damage to open research on the topic than anyone else.
Skeptics do damage to open research? I'm sorry, but I completely and totally disagree with that. And not just because I tend to be called a skeptic a lot. By the way, I've never claimed to be a skeptic, though I'm very skeptical of out of this world claims. Skeptics don't do damage to anything. They increase transparency. They increase discernment. They increase critical thinking and questioning of false stories. That's my opinion of what good skeptics do.
Were, you guessed it, from the atomic programs. The same atomic programs Dave is saying are responsible for initially studying UFOs and then establishing their secrecy. I find it really interesting that you have some of the most prominent debunkers, guys like Menzel
Guys like Condon, H.P. Robertson.
That's because they were physics people. Of course they would be interested in a physics problem. This is a nonsensical argument. These were physicists. These were men of science. There's no conspiracy here. If you've got some unknown object in the sky and you're trying to figure out what it is, do you know who you get to try to figure out who it is? A physicist. That's who you would get. Right?
Who were kind of big shots, who also worked on the Manhattan Project. Condon was involved in the Manhattan
I didn't realize that.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
He worked with Vannevar Bush a lot.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Edward Euler Condon was a mid-century quantum physicist, and no single person is more responsible for the marginalization of UFOs than this man and his famous Condon Committee.
Well, that might be true. The Condon Committee was kind of a sham, but so was Blue Book.
This 1966.
Oh, and by the way, there's just as many people that worked for the United States government that were physicists that became UFO believers as there were skeptics. We've got Travis Taylor, right? He's a physicist. He's a true believer. We had Stanton Friedman. He's a physicist. He's a true believer. And there's many, many more that have worked for the United States government and were not skeptical of UFOs, but were rather true believers and big supporters and promoters of UFOs and aliens. So I don't think this is this argument that, oh, some of these government scientists were debunkers is a good argument, because some of the government scientists were true believers, right?
Investigation into UFOs was paid for but supposed to be uninfluenced by the Air Force. But we now know that Condon was actually coordinating closely with Air Force officials like Colonel Robert Hippler, who had expressed clear written desire that all previous UFO research be shown as a waste of money. The Condon Committee's report... Because largely all previous UFO research was a waste of money. I don't know how much they spent on Blue Book, but they spent $22 million studying werewolves, dino beavers, and poltergeists on Skinwalker Ranch. And I, for one, as a taxpayer, don't want them to waste money on foolish things. So I think it's a valid argument if they're wasting money to recognize that and course correct. Who knows? We want to thank UFO Shane for a kind and generous $5 super chat and for being a member. Says, I have alerts on Steven. I didn't get one when you went live. What the hell? We hear that a lot. Watch my Twitter at Stephen Cambion. It's the best way to know about shows. Will David Wilcox sell his pee so we can have superpowers too? Ask Zizix with another kind and generous $5 super chat. I don't know if David Wilcox is going to sell his pee, but you know, the sickening part is if he did, somebody would buy it. And we thank Richard Crawley for kind and generous $6.99 Canadian. Says best in the biz at keeping everyone in between the lines of common sense. Well, we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. In fact, we thank all three of you for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the
Praise the cash, friends. Yeah, we're praising it tonight. Remember, every time you send me money, that makes somebody cry. Don't you want to make people cry tonight? It's a great night to make people cry, right? Cry, complain, fake outrage, get the cancel culture going, try to cancel me because I asked some questions. Can't wait to get in Warehouse 13. Okay. Anyone for a Mexican? People keep mentioning Mexico to me. I know they're having a hearing soon, right? But somebody said that Mexico just released proof of alien bodies. I don't know if that's true. I hate when people do this to me. No, I'm not seeing anything on Google, so don't do that to me during a live show. Yeah, Zippy says, if we follow stupid string theory, then dino beavers are real. Yes, and Ardent Paranormal reminding everybody where you too can follow me. And I want to make sure that we mention tomorrow night we're having a panel show. That means you too can join the show tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. We were going to do it tonight, but I thought I've got enough of this to get through. And then having 5 or 6 people with me, it would have taken us 8 hours to get through this hour.
Dealt a death blow to UFO research in the second half of the 20th century.
The backstory here is that Condon was very deep in the world of atomic secrets. Not only did he study with Robert Oppenheimer under Max Born in Germany together in the 20s, he's sometimes credited for helping Oppenheimer pick Los Alamos as the site for the Manhattan Project. Condon knew the area well, having grown up around the corner in Alamogordo. He also recruited a lot of the project's early staff and wrote the Los Alamos Primer, a document all employees had to read before arrival. Then in 1946,
this is a fairly, I suppose, good historical review of Condon and his involvement with UFOs. And notice the people that he was involved with.
Condon helped draft the McMahon Atomic Energy Act, which again, Dave is literally saying establishes the framework for UFO secrecy.
Dave Grusch is claiming that that establishes how they could cover this all up. I've never heard anybody else say that. I'm very skeptical of that claim. And by the way, there's no evidence to support that claim, but here we go. More stories, more claims, more new claims. Grusch is now making more and new claims when he hasn't proven the claims that he made 100 days ago yet. And that's what you will find with the so-called UFO whistleblowers. They make huge claims. They say they have evidence of those claims, and then they just move on. They don't provide the evidence of the first claims, and now we're on to making new claims. Now there's a vast conspiracy, and the Atomic Energy Commission are somehow behind the whole UFO cover-up, and it was their legislation that helped them to hide all these things. These are huge claims. Where's the evidence of this? Or is it just another trust me, bro?
Mann Act of 46, which was the predecessor to the Atomic Energy Act of 1954, the guys that were involved in Manhattan were overlaying the same ecosystem of secrecy and some of the same ways to protect stuff that they were protecting our nuclear secrets.
So Condon was probably clued into high-level UFO secrets from the start. And how many people were deterred from studying UFOs because this one high-prestige quantum physicist told them it was a waste of time? So was Condon just an insider who knew the truth behind UFOs? And was he used by the original atomic UFO programs and by the Air Force to downplay it?
I don't know. I would think it's a pretty big stretch to get a scientist to. I think that Condon truly believed that most UFO cases were nothing extraordinary. I think he truly believed that. If you read some of his writings and look at the historical, look at his place in history with the Condon report, I don't think he would have been. I don't know. People essentially are claiming that he was a government disinformation agent. He knew that UFOs and aliens were real, and he used his position and scientific authority to convince everybody that UFOs were a bunch of nonsense and that no one should pay any attention to UFOs. I don't really know that he was a disinformation agent, but I would have preferred if he was a little more open-minded about the topic in general and less dismissive.
Bob Lazar said he worked at a secret facility near Groom Lake.
Oh God, they're going to throw Bob Lazar into this.
Reverse engineer.
Do you think Bob Lazar is full of shit?
Bob Lazar is by far the most famous case of somebody who publicly claims to have secretly worked on reverse engineering UFOs.
He publicly claimed it 30 plus years ago. He's never proven anything. And in fact, the more time goes on, the more Bob Lazar's story falls apart. We've detailed that here extensively. He could never have worked at Area 51 based on his wife being a convicted murderer and him just declaring bankruptcy. There's an on-the-record statement from Area 51 security guard claiming he never flew in or out of Area 51 on the Janet Airlines as he claimed. Bob Lazar is a perfect example of a so-called UFO whistleblower. He's been making money off the story for 30 years. Him and his supporters have at various times claimed to have the smoking gun proof of alien visitation on Earth in the form of Element 115, but they can't show it to us.
He outed himself in 1989, and since then has remained remarkably consistent in his story.
No, he hasn't. That's a Bob Lazar camp lie talking point. Bob Lazar's story changes all the time. There's always little things added to it, changes made, retcons, right? The most recent example I can think of is on a recent appearance on Joe Rogan. Well, not recent, several years ago now, probably. Bob Lazar claimed that some of the alien spacecraft in the possession of the United States government came from archaeological digs. He never said that before. That's a brand new, freshly tacked on, new story onto the original story. That's not consistent. That's changing stories, right?
Even while detractors cite that he possibly faked his educational credentials at MIT.
He did fake his educational credentials at MIT, and he did fake his educational credentials at Caltech. His education is completely and totally fake. And in fact, Bob Lazar is a convicted pimp, fake scientist, imposter.
He ended up actually recently going on Joe Rogan, and it's still like this bizarre split where like so many people are like, he was right, and people are now using your testimony to say he's totally vindicated.
Yes, that's the wackadoo super duper prover maneuver. You see, one wackadoo came out with some wackadoo claims of alien spacecraft and alien technology and back engineering and even alien bodies by some. He backpedaled on the CNN alien, that Area 51 story that John Lear once told. But Bob Lazar never offered any evidence or any proof. So now we got Dave Grusch, which is essentially Bob Lazar 2.0. The government has alien spacecraft. They're back engineering them. We've even got alien bodies in our possession, but I have no proof of it. I can't show you any proof of it at all, just like Bob Lazar. So we've got one wackadoo co-signing or, bolstering the claims of another wackadoo. One wackadoo who never proved anything with evidence. And then we got a second wackadoo, mental patient, Dave Grusch here, that so far, 100 days in, hasn't shown any evidence of his claims, even though he promised, and all the people selling this story essentially promised he had all this evidence. We're not allowed to see any of it. Very convenient. It's the wackadoo prover maneuver. One wackadoo saying similar things with no evidence, saying similar things to another wackadoo with no evidence, somehow means they're both telling the truth. No, it doesn't. Another false equivocation.
And then the verdict's still out because a lot of ufologists or UFO people that I really respect are just pretty skeptical. So I don't know if you have a take.
I mean, I'm certainly different than him. I came at it from a different angle. I have no information on Bob Lazar. It wasn't in the scope of my looking into it kind of activities.
Does that mean Bob Lazar is full of shit if Grusch is right?
If he actually ever experienced what he experienced, I literally have no idea.
Honestly, I go back and forth on whether Bob Lazar is telling the truth all the time. On the one hand, the guy sells
at least this was a fair assessment.
Illicit chemicals on a sketchy website, invested in a brothel, and seems like a petty con man and criminal. But on the other hand, he definitely has some engineering prowess. He strapped a jet engine to the back of his Honda.
It doesn't make him a scientist. It doesn't make him a physicist. And I can educate you, sir, on how he was able to do that. Did you know that he grew up right next to a man who designed and sold rocket engines by mail order for just such purposes? In fact, he copied that person's designs.
He may have actually met with Edward Teller, and he probably...
No, he claimed he met with Edward Teller. There's no proof that he ever did.
He did do some work at Los Alamos.
Yes, he did some work at Los Alamos. He was a low-level technician, a low-level lab technician, and this has been confirmed by his former supervisors. He was not a scientist. He was not a physicist. He was a low-level technician, electronics technician.
Finally, his story just seems so consistent. He really doesn't seem like a guy who thinks he's lying.
Look, there's a lot.
He doesn't seem like a guy who thinks he's lying.
A lot of weird stuff about the Bob Lazar story. His story's been absolutely consistent since the...
Notice the talking points. His story's been absolutely consistent. We've heard that 3 times so far. Some form of his story never changes. His story is consistent. His story changed a lot if you pay attention.
Late 1980s.
It's a classic intelligence tactic to give people 95% correct information and 5% false information. You can track the flow of information by the uniquely false details in it, and you can easily discredit the leak. Bob Lazar would hang around some interesting characters, guys like John Lear, who flew cargo planes for the CIA in the 70s. Lear definitely seemed to spread disinformation in other cases. He was also the son of Bill Lear, inventor of the Learjet, who may have been involved in the original UFO program. My question is, did John Lear manipulate Lazar into spreading a bunch of pure disinformation? And so Lazar's claim that he worked on UFOs was all a complete lie.
It could be. In fact, a lot of people aren't aware, but John Lear told a strikingly similar version of the Bob Lazar story before Bob Lazar ever did. Months before Bob Lazar did his interview with George Knapp, John Lear did an interview where he described a secret subbase off of Area 51 where they had alien spacecraft and they were attempting to back engineer them. Fast forward 6 months later, suddenly Bob Lazar is working at that very same base that John Lazar described, and those two were friends and they knew each other. It's very odd. The way the whole timeline and narrative unfolds would lead most reasonable, rational people to believe that this was all a scam or a con created by a scammer and a con artist to make money. And he's been trying to make money from this ever since. He's been somewhat successful. He got a huge money deal from Tom DeLonge for publish of his book, right? And now there's a new documentary. And don't worry, they're definitely getting to the truth about Bob Lazar because they're going to have remote viewers in the documentary proving Bob Lazar is telling the truth. Great.
Or was Lazar just a disclosure test for Lear and others around him? Let's see how the public reacts to this guy. He's easy to discredit.
We all want to believe Ganja 73.
Personally, I'm not sure what to think and would love to meet Lazar myself and ask him what he meant when he told Jacques Vallée about the liquid he was made to drink.
Good. Welcome, Scrub J93.
And about his
appreciate
relationship with John Lear.
There's probably a small contingency out there that says the U.S. needs to maintain primacy. You have this exotic tech that we've found, in the case of whatever crashes that have occurred. We don't know exactly what to do with it. Maybe we made more progress early on than we have now.
Welcome, Zippo
We need to
Fanatic.
kind of refresh the talent pool and maybe out ourselves.
Yeah, let's take a moment to welcome all our new subscribers. We've had quite an influx of new subscribers. I think due to our coverage of this story, people are hungry to know, is this really the truth or are we being fed a false narrative? I'm trying to be fair about this. I really am. But what I can tell you is that Dave Grusch provably lied several times, and all the people profiting from and selling his stories have all been caught previously selling 100% fake stories. So I think it's both wise, warranted, and really necessary for everyone to be skeptical of everything this man says going forward. Everything he says is going to need to be scrutinized, fact-checked, and more.
As a program and front-run immunity, through legislature to do that. What do you say to those people?
Because that's something I tried to espouse on News Nation. 900 AD. They edited it or whatever, but it actually hurts national supremacy to keep it obtusely secret.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You can't even bring the right people on it.
Good job, Chris G.
The best theoretician.
You cracked me up, bro.
Quantum thermodynamics just happens to smoke marijuana, so he can't get a clearance. So he can't get on the program. So it actually hurts. National security by not opening it up, at least in an appropriate way that we're not compromising anything that somebody could use illicitly to hurt people.
Yeah, this is a complicated issue because let's examine for a moment. What if there are unknown aerial objects under intelligent control? And let's not care for a moment whose intelligent control they're under. And these unknown aerial objects are flying over our restricted airspace. That'd be incredibly embarrassing to the military, whose job it is to keep that airspace secure. So do I think there would be people willing to lie or cover things up of that nature? Certainly, because Imagine you're the general or the admiral or whatever, the top-ranking military people in charge of securing our airspace, and you can't do it. You're powerless as these unknown aerial objects keep intruding on restricted airspace. You'd have a hell of a motive to, cover that up or try to obfuscate what it really was. It gets very complicated when it gets into national security matters.
But at least, and that's why I use the nuclear physics example.
Yeah,
it's
the program should want to out itself.
Yeah, it's like, protect what can be weaponized, but generally allow it to be studied openly. But there's absolutely no cogent plan that I'm aware of to do so.
You couldn't study, if there really was alien technology, you couldn't study it openly because that would leave it accessible to our adversaries. And governments are very competitive. Imagine if China was in possession of an alien spacecraft. Do you think they would share it with scientists from the United States? Absolutely not. Same for Russia. Same for probably, many other countries, some of the Muslim countries that are generally considered our adversaries and more. They wouldn't share it with us, and neither would we share it with them. Can't be studied openly. It would be a national security risk to study it openly.
Congressman, do you think that these reverse engineering programs have made any progress, or do you think?
Yeah, I do. I just don't think they're going to scratch. Because if they did, we would own the skies if they had it.
Isn't it in their best interest to just get immunity for themselves and try to refresh the talent pool? If these people are, they're all old and it's completely compartmentalized and they haven't made, in the Wilson memo.
They're completely arrogant.
They're
completely arrogant. They're above the laws and they're above them. Why aren't they releasing the Kennedy files? Nobody's alive 60 years, but every president.
Do you think there's a connection between that and this?
I've heard that. I would hate to speculate.
There are people who directly say that John F. Kennedy was killed because he was going to share our most sensitive secrets with the Soviet Union, and that would be the UFO file. Not sure what I believe about that, but that's just another conspiracy to heap in with all the rest of this.
Okay. I'm more just I want the surface. Just give me the stuff.
Gotcha. Thank you.
We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought
this
or unsought.
Speech has been so used
industrial complex.
by every UFO
I have no
people.
idea if JFK's death had anything to do with UFOs, but there is a letter that was supposedly declassified due to a Freedom of Information Act request in 2006. It was from JFK to the director of the CIA at the time.
Yeah, this is a
John
famous
Cone.
letter.
Its date, November 12th, 1963, just 10 days before the president's assassination. In the letter, JFK is asking for the full data on unknowns or UFOs so we can coordinate more tightly with Russians in space and they don't mistake these UFOs as acts of American aggression or reconnaissance.
Yes, just so everybody's aware, during the Cold War, many presidents, including Kennedy, were very concerned that a UFO incursion into our airspace may be misconstrued as a Soviet attack or vice versa. A UFO incursion into Soviet airspace may be misconstrued as an American attack on the Soviet Union. So Kennedy was proposing greater communication and greater cooperation between him and the Soviet Union so that they wouldn't accidentally set off World War III. And I think that's a very reasonable thing to want to resolve before it is an actual problem.
I've called the guy who used the Freedom of Information Act to retrieve this document like 5 times now, and he's not playing ball. So I have no idea if this document is real. And an anonymous archivist that handles a lot of JFK's letters say that there are some anomalies in the letter that make him skeptical. So who knows? But
Yeah, I'm not aware if that's an actual document or not. If there's interest, we'll find the document and get you some answers on that. Let me know what you think in the
I
comments.
will say this is a very weird non sequitur from former CIA Director Mike Pompeo when asked why the nearly 5,000 JFK files still won't be released to this day.
Why'd you fight to keep the JFK files secret?
These don't hold the dark secrets that everybody wants to just hold up as the bogeyman. I saw the UFO.
They don't hold the dark secrets. Then just release them then. Why not just release them? Everybody's dead that had anything to do with JFK by now. There's no reason on God's green earth that they can't release those documents. Famously, Donald Trump was called out by Judge Napolitano for not releasing the documents because that was one of his campaign promises. He promised to do that. But apparently, Donald Trump saw the documents and told Judge Napolitano, if you saw what was in those documents, you could never release them either. So there is something earth-shattering. There is some smoking gun, really, really big deal, something in these documents. And here we have Pompeo denying that there's any deep, dark secrets in them. These two statements conflict directly.
Files too. We've got bigger problems.
What do you say to the people who say this is a psyop and they just want black budget funding, so the information might be right, but they just want to, be able to have increased surveillance in the skies and in space or whatever?
Yeah. And by the way, I would say that's one faction of the UFO community who believes that a lot of these alien and UFO stories are a form of psyop or perception management. The whole UFO threat narrative that's been going on since 2016, many have called a psyop to get funding. And wouldn't you know, it worked. Look at all these UFO organizations popping up. I believe Elizondo had a few. Ryan Graves has got one. Gary Nolan has got one. Avi Loeb's got one. Everybody is out for funding. So I think this is certainly a valid concern. But we're going to have to skip this part because of the copyrighted music. We're going to skip ahead to, they're going to talk about Jacques Vallée and the Ariel School incident.
We look at like the Ariel School event, if we believe the 100 school children that saw bipedal, hominid looking kind of NHI.
Again, with a completely and totally unproven story. I get that there was many witnesses to it, but James Fox being involved in that one gives me a lot of skepticism about that story. But what does this story have to do with Grusch's original claims? Why can't we just get the evidence of his claims that he made 100 days ago?
That seems pretty rare to have the same development where it's either extraterrestrial and we're seeing bioengineered beings that look similar to us for ease of communication and acceptance, maybe. And that is like almost like an avatar for the intelligence behind, the ghost behind the machine or whatever.
These are all tropes from the accepted and available UFO mythology. Grusch is saying nothing new. And by the way, I keep getting attacked for calling him a possible mental patient who's just repeating, the same old stories. Here he is repeating the same old stories. So pardon me for being skeptical or stating a fact. Here's a mental patient repeating the same old stories from UFO mythology that have never been proven to be true. They're just stories.
They were engineered specifically to look like that, and it wasn't natural.
Jacques' heir in the UFO theory world is a guy named Mike Masters, a biological anthropologist at Montana Tech University, who believes that aliens are basically just humans from the future who figured out time travel and are going back in time to visit us in the present.
Boy, let's really get into the woo, right? So, of course, there are multiple hypotheses for what is behind or who is the pilot of these unidentified flying objects if they are piloted. And of course, the main hypothesis is that it's alien organisms from another star system. Then you have cryptoterrestrials, right? They come from inside Earth. Then you have the time-traveling human theory, that it's humans from the future who have figured out time travel somehow. Then you have the interdimensional. Some people think that these things are actually demonic or angelic in nature.
We see them less often because we're just one small blip on their geographic map of time.
I like the sort of, beings from the future hypothesis for a few reasons. So there's actually a concept in evolutionary biology called neoteny, where your distant offspring looks like your kids currently. And if you think about a lot of these sort of close encounters of the third kind, they often are described as, the beings are sort of childlike.
Yeah, I've always found it weird that, especially the prevalence of the gray aliens, 3 foot tall, no hair, big heads. It is very childlike.
Nature. If you think about how we're actually evolving as a species, our bodies are becoming somewhat vestigial. We have
got to throw in an alien hoax while you're talking serious about the possibility of aliens, right?
An abundant amount of resources that are being distributed to us. We don't need them.
Our morphologies are going to change.
Just wither away a little bit, and then our brains are becoming actually more important. Decision making is becoming more important. If we have any sort of latent intuitive powers, that's going to be more important. And these things are supposedly a little more telepathic. Their eyes are sort of slits. You're going to, have more screen.
Again, more accepted stories from UFO mythology. It's often, I've heard many different people repeat this, our brains are getting bigger, our bodies are getting weaker. Why do they resemble us or our evolutionary future? I mean, I guess it's interesting to think about.
In time going forward. And so it does feel like that's kind of the way that we're evolving.
Aliens are weirdly non-interventionist. In many of the abductions that get reported, it's almost like they have a prime directive to not say or do too much. In fact, in many cases Mike Masters studied, the abductees had to sanitize themselves, shower, or do chemical rinses before boarding the alien craft.
That's pretty interesting. I haven't heard that one before. You got to take a shower before you get in our spaceship. You got to take a shower before you're allowed to get in our spaceship. It is what it is, friends. Yeah, that's very odd.
This would make sense, as time travel involves all sorts of issues, like the grandfather paradox. You can't go back in time and kill your own grandfather. Otherwise, how would you exist in the present? Any little thing you do in the past might dramatically change timelines or trajectories.
Yeah, the butterfly effect, which is a famous theory or story that somebody went back in time and then they stepped on an insect or an organism millions of years ago, and then they went back to the future and everybody was gone because they somehow affected the entire evolutionary nature. If time travel is ever a possibility, I think it should be avoided at all costs, right? The context is here. Welcome Daniel says, wash your junk before getting abducted. Yes, absolutely.
In a way that breaks the present.
Yeah, wash your junk.
So maybe this alien non-interventionism points further towards the time travel theory. Many abductees also report lost time. Again, this might be explained by abductions occurring in another temporal dimension.
Another temporal dimension. Another temporal dimension?
Time's crazy because it's defined at some levels as the Planck length, right?
Mm-hmm. Now we're going to get Dave Grusch talking about theoretical time travel stuff instead of the evidence of alien bodies, alien spaceships that he claimed that he had 100 days ago. Sorry, but this kind of stuff annoys me. Why don't you talk about the evidence that you have, right? Oh, he can't. So we're just going to hear more speculation. And this entire piece so far has been filled with a bunch of disconnected stories that may or may not have anything to do with one another. All kinds of theoretical physics and possibilities and hope-sos and maybes. And what do you think, Dave? You're an expert.
Time it takes like a photon of light to cross.
And
Planck length.
And Planck literally, after discovering the Planck length, thought that would be the best way to communicate with aliens because it's literally the shortest length. It's like the unit. He would joke about that. So
and it's all relative, right? It's based on your reference frames, especially if you're near a gravitational source.
I've never heard that before.
General relativity, teaches us that.
It's interesting. I have heard a few people say you can only travel forward in time, not backward, which is bizarre. Why could you travel one way and not the other? And it's also disappointing because I think most people, if given the chance, they would prefer to travel to the past, right? I don't know. I would, right? Maybe I could grab myself when I was at a certain age and stop myself from making huge mistakes, right? Or something, or give myself go back in time and tell myself to invest in Google and Apple and Amazon, right? That would be a selfish use of time travel, however.
Clocks either speed up or slow down, based on where they're near a gravitational source or not, 1 over r squared. Over
That's interesting, Robot Skull.
Comes off, and we've proven that having cesium clocks on airplanes in the 70s, we actually showed.
I agree with that.
Atomic clock differences based on force of gravity. Yeah, time is really not a constant. The way we conceptualize time, it's not constant at all.
And yet the felt sense of it is constant. Maybe in true ontological reality,
Chris
time
G,
is way
I might
trickier
too.
than we realize. And maybe that speaks to this sort of alien thing, especially because people seem to see crafts and aliens when they're in specific kind of heightened states of consciousness. And so maybe time doesn't work quite the way we think it is, but in ordinary consciousness, we sort of snap it into this kind of linear classical epistemology that we experience.
That's what I was trying to espouse upon when I mentioned the holographic principle. If you want,
again, we're going to get an awful lot of speculation.
Imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface. That's the holographic principle. So you can be projected, quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross. Originally, the holographic principle was created to explain how...
And this is supposed to explain, I guess, interdimensional beings that are somehow interacting with the human species, I guess.
Information is encoded on an event horizon in a black hole. But maybe that's what we're seeing, is we're seeing higher dimensional stuff casting shadow into our space, just like how we cast a shadow on a two-dimensional surface, which is like the sidewalk, right? Well, if you were on Flatland, you would have no idea that this crazy 3D monster was, out there, but all you're seeing is the shadow, and it's called quasi-projection. And maybe some of the UAPs are not even, they're here, but they're not actually from out there.
Yeah.
And I show you a tesseract because I and you are trapped in 3 dimensions.
He claimed to be on Art Bell, yes.
Is the shadow in 3 dimensions of a 4-dimensional hypercube or tesseract. This is it.
Like if it exists outside of 4D, time, space, or whatever. Say this is, you have a 2D universe and this is a 3D object. If it intersects, you're just going to see a sliver of it. So you'll just see a disk. So that would
and this is where it gets incredibly new agey. And you hear those references, especially with secret space program people and ascension people, about ascending to 4D. Apparently, a great number of people believe that we live in a 3D reality, but other people live in a 4D reality. And you can travel down Ds, but not up Ds. It's getting awfully new agey in here.
Makes sense, I think, in 2 ways. One is that a lot of people that seem to see crafts and sometimes, quote unquote, go inside of them, the inside is bigger than the outside. So
the Doctor Who thing. For those unaware, I think that they stole this from Doctor Who. Doctor Who's been on for decades, and in Doctor Who, he steps into, something the size of a phone booth, and it's a huge cockpit inside. It's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. And UFO people who routinely borrow story ideas from things like Star Trek are suddenly saying that there are objects that are only so big, but then you go inside and the inside is bigger than the outside. That's Doctor Who. I'm sorry, that's Doctor Who. And until I see evidence or proof that it's not Doctor Who, that's Doctor Who.
Jacques Vallée describes a woman in San Jose seeing this, flying saucer. She walks in, she's in a movie theater all of a sudden.
There was one case in good old San Jose. A woman had seen something over her house. It was a big
gotta love him,
say,
even though he just
inside,
sold a completely, totally fake story.
There was this being, and the being took you on a staircase. I say, where did the staircase go?
Travel up, says False Shields. Ascension,
the side of this big
traveling down D's.
How would you
that sounds dirty, Chris G.
Well, like a movie house, like an amphitheater. I said, that's bigger than your house. Why is the inside bigger than the outside?
And so this is a constant sort of, again, if we're looking for patterns, and that's like a good way to kind of theorize, you know, that would make sense if it's this shadow casting sort of thing.
And that almost sounds like a
Harry
physical
Potter.
translation from lower to higher dimensional space. That seems to be what's
Double
going on
D.
there. And
Paul
I don't
Shields
know
loves
if we
the
have a
double
good
D.
framework on how to smoothly do something like that. I don't even know.
I think if anyone would know about aliens on Earth, it would probably be me.
He's hopping on the alien bandwagon as of the last 2 days, by the way. He did, and then he goes, somebody should win PSYOP of the Year award or something. So
I think we should have a PSYOP of the Year contest, says Elon Musk. And yeah, if anybody were to know about aliens, Elon Musk would be a person that would know that. After all, he's outside of the government's control, and he has actual spacecraft and all this intelligence and all those satellites up there. If anybody would know if we're being visited by alien spacecraft, it would be Elon Musk, and he sees no evidence of aliens. At least that's what he has said in previous statements.
I don't know what it's like. What do you think, man? What's your take?
He was just riding the first tweet of like, I'm not gonna say they're aliens, but like,
I'm not sure what's going on with him.
I think he's probably a little pissed because he's using chemical propulsion.
Yeah, exactly. Combustion-based like propulsion.
Yeah, come on, we need the Howard Hughes of our generation to.
Yeah, and by the way, if there was any better propulsion systems, I would think that Elon Musk would be on top of them instead of using, 100-year-old rocket technology.
Get access to the good stuff.
I've always found it fascinating that America's real-life Iron Man, its most impressive industrialist, seems to be so sure of the fact that we're in a simulation.
The odds that we're in base reality is 1 in billions.
But doesn't like entertaining any possible site.
Yeah, Elon Musk is real big on simulation theory. And I got to tell you, if you really want to scare yourself, go down that rabbit hole late at night. Oh, simulation theory. We haven't really touched on that too much here, but we're going to do a whole show on simulation theory because there are some freaky things. And again, just like there's incredibly well-educated, incredibly intelligent people who believe in aliens, there's incredibly well-educated people, very smart people who believe that in simulation theory, that we're all living in a false reality, a simulation. That's a scary thought to ponder.
Sightings of aliens. If we're in a simulation, why aren't you doing any speculating as to who simulated us?
I mean, if they show up, I'm like, great, okay, now this is new information.
The conventional story, especially after the Copernican revolution, is that the Earth is a lucky accident that allows for life.
You do have sort of weird aspects of reality, like the anthropic principle. Like the idea of Planck's constant was slightly different, or hydrogen bonded with oxygen in a different way that didn't form these perfect crystal structures. Ice wouldn't float above water. Usually solids sink below liquids, and we wouldn't have a habitable Earth.
Yeah, it's incredible to me how incredibly well dialed in all the dials of the universe, and especially Earth, worked. I mean, that's why I believe at least in an intelligent creator, because or intelligent design at the very least, because it'd be an awful lot of accidents for this to all happen by accident.
And so you have all these sort of things in physics that if they were slightly different, we wouldn't have this sort of Goldilocks, perfect habitable zone.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Earth's like very finely tuned, right? The temperature gradient is just enough. Right?
Is that a coincidence, or did aliens set this up?
I don't know.
You could even think of like Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, where you can't measure position and momentum at the same time, as like a computational caching function.
Oh, interesting.
So you can't compute everything.
Yeah, your RAM's not that good, so.
Yeah, I've often thought that the dials of the universe are set a little too perfectly. And if one little dial out of millions was just a little bit askew, life would not have originated in the universe. And that's a strange thing to ponder. And I think especially for somebody that's an atheist, I don't really understand. But maybe it's just my Catholic upbringing, and how it was drilled into my head that we were created by God. I can't really ponder the whole universe being an accident. That's just me.
And maybe if we are in a simulation, our perceptive capabilities were artificially limited by the simulators.
So what's all this stuff? Now he's throwing simulation theory in here. We just got done yesterday. At the end of it, there's a huge conspiracy theory in this that people created string theory to throw everybody off of anti-gravity, and that would require the cooperation, essentially, of every physicist and scientist on Earth, right? All right, we're all just going to look into this string theory thing, and we'll leave anti-gravity alone because you guys want us to work on string. It doesn't make any sense. Now we got simulation theory. We just had time travel. It's getting so deep in here. Why not just get the evidence from Grusch that he claimed he had 100 days ago?
See between 400 and 700 nanometers.
It's like they don't have any. Grusch has no evidence, so we just got to keep throwing all this crap out here.
Of the electromagnetic wave spectrum. We only hear certain frequencies. That's why dog whistles are inaudible to humans. If we really wanted to create safe artificial general intelligence, we might initially experiment with artificial life so limited in its perception that it doesn't even know we exist. So it definitely can't hurt us. Forward-looking infrared caught the famous Tic Tac video in 2004. What if we had infrared sensors, or for that matter, gravity wave detectors in our pockets? How many more sites?
Well, there are gravity wave detectors on Earth. And by the way, that's another argument for why Bob Lazar's spaceship stories don't work. Because if a spacecraft or any craft on Earth operated the way Bob Lazar claimed, then those gravity wave detectors on Earth would detect those gravity waves, and they never have, nowhere near Earth. So that's a problem.
Sightings would we have? That explains why UFOs are disproportionately picked up by military bases. It's the robust multisensory detection that you find on those bases that makes all the difference.
There is no understanding of alien visits that has them only visit restricted Navy airspace to be picked up by pilots.
It's an observer.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm not defending anybody, but Neil deGrasse Tyson makes a lot of stupid statements. I'll just put that out there. I think, he means well, right? But he just says a lot of blanket stupid statements, like they only appear on military bases. No, they don't. There's sightings all over the world. There's more evidence when they appear over military bases.
Observer and collection bias issue where you have all the eyeballs and all the sensors in those areas.
Sure, that's a good point.
If you were to do an activity-based intelligence across the globe, we actually could have an open and honest kind of collection system.
Yeah.
I think we'd probably see some hot spots that don't even make any sense. I don't like throwing shade, but like Neil deGrasse Tyson, right?
Oh yeah,
he's made.
Oh, this is where he like challenges Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Made up his mind. I've read his tweets, and I'm like, dude, you have a PhD in physics. Where's your curiosity? I can't even believe.
Yeah. There's no evidence that would convince an authentic skeptic.
I have credentials too. Yeah. And I'm happy to go toe to toe with you. Yeah. If he wants to debate me, I'd be fine with that.
Oh yeah, that'd be great to see. Maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson could ask you for the evidence that you claimed you had 100 days ago. And boy, he's looking a little full of himself as he's issuing big challenges to world-renowned scientists. No matter what I think of Neil deGrasse Tyson, he is a world-renowned scientist.
Let's do it. When I started studying physics in college and I became an Intel guy and I got briefed a lot of programs, I figured, I would know if it's a thing. Yeah. And I kind of ascribed to the Enrico Fermi thing where, wouldn't it be obvious when they just be flying around and they wouldn't care and they would just land and say hello.
Yeah.
But that's like an overly simplistic thought.
Humanistic too. Very humanistic.
Humanistic. You're assuming that they have the same kind of.
Okay, so he's making excuses for a lack of verifiable evidence of alien visitation on Earth. This is the mental gymnastics that you have to do.
Of intent in us, you assume they operate in the electromagnetic spectrum that we can observe normally, and then also you're assuming that they would want.
I agree, Sandy. That's my personal belief.
Kind of interaction, and are not doing cover concealment techniques where they're obfuscating their activity because maybe there's observing us for some purpose.
Or what if they're von Neumann probes, right?
Do you guys know von Neumann probe?
No.
Von Neumann
No, there's
replicator.
actually
Which is like
another one.
self-replicating tech that's disposable.
By
in
the way,
nature.
this video was made with this content creator's friend, and there is a new documentary that is being prepared with the other YouTube channel that worked on this interview. And I have something that I could share about that. This Jesse Michaels says, could not have done any of this. This is the person who created this video without At Yes Theory, their friendship and incredible production team. Stay tuned for their UFO documentary with Grusch and others coming September 24th. So that may be the documentary deal that we correctly reported Grusch had before he ever went public. And by the way, just so everybody is aware, this Jesse Michaels and Grusch have been talking, according to Mr. Michaels, for several years now. Take from that what you will. So Grusch has been talking about aliens for a long time, apparently. Oh, 1 second. Yeah, and by the way, I have a very important question for Mr. Michaels, Jesse Michaels, who created this video. Did you pay Dave Grusch for his participation in this video? I mean, after all, you're going to make what, between $10,000 and $25,000 from this video? Are you going to? Did you pay him, or is he profiting from this?
Organism, like I think the big
is the other content creator, I believe, seen here in the black shirt, who's creating a UFO documentary with Grusch and others, going to pay Grusch? These are valid questions.
Mystery is, how does chemistry turn into biology? And we have these people that say, oh, it was just this primordial soup, and you had all these chemicals kind of like floating around, and they've done experiments like this and never been able to recreate life through those experiments. And it's a really open question, like how did
could be
life
soil
form?
up in 900 AD?
And I think it's probably much more trippy and interesting than like just a chemical soup. Just the chemicals happen to bond in a certain way.
I can picture that, Amy
The
Collins.
view was
I
that
could-
DNA
yeah.
could not have emerged accidentally from the primeval soup on this planet in just 100 million years. It needed much longer. He still bought into the primeval soup idea, but not on this planet. What he came down to was that
That's
there must have been
interesting,
some other
Chicago
planet somewhere
420,
else,
yeah.
where a primeval soup had existed, and there had been enough
I
time
agree, William
for
Rudder.
DNA
Yeah.
to emerge from the accidental bumping together of molecules. That's, by the way, something I'm a bit skeptical of anywhere.
There was actually a French kind of evolutionary theorist and philosopher named Jean-Luc Rousseau.
You're right. I don't
who thought
understand
the sun
quantum
was
physics.
somehow essential to evolution. If you think about it,
That makes sense.
it's
Some sense.
mutations.
Yeah.
You need mutation. You need genetic
All right,
mutations
we'll see
for
you later,
evolution to
Jester
work.
X. Thanks for stopping in.
You know, it's at least putting out ultraviolet. So
Totally.
it's nice, right?
Why are we worried about a Japanese nuclear spill? What happened at Fukushima and Chernobyl? You had an acceleration of
Yeah, so
evolution
far nil.
due to radiation.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And this is a very good point that William Rudder raises. People always forget all the government folks and private folks that we have had looking in space for life for decades, and so far, nil. Well, they have found some exoplanets that may be promising, but they have not discovered an intelligent species anywhere in the universe, or life anywhere else in the universe but Earth so far. Which is interesting, because all these people keep claiming that aliens are visiting us. Then why can't we see any evidence of aliens out there in the universe? And that, I believe, is a fair and critical question to ask these people who are claiming aliens are visiting us.
Maybe the sun is an extremely sophisticated nuclear fusion reactor that powers the Earth, and the Earth's electromagnetic field was simulated to support life. Astronauts often have to take Schumann resonance
Chris,
machines up
let's
with them to
be
space
kind
to
about his
mimic the
appearance.
electromagnetic field of the Earth. Otherwise, their bodies
Yeah.
often malfunction. You know, if you put a frog embryo in a Faraday cage, it does not develop normally. And then if you can change the cell gradient of like a tadpole, where you've severed the arm of the tadpole
to the cell gradients of the head cells, and you can grow a chimeric two-headed tadpole. And so there's something around kind of the
Now we're talking about two-headed tadpoles. This is getting wild.
electromagnetic field that is orthogonal and maybe even upstream of DNA in terms of morphology.
Yeah, because they've done experiments too with plant growth around high powerful Wi-Fi routers, and that actually they don't grow right.
No,
it's like so it's kind of concerning. I think about the Wi-Fi in my house. I'm like, oh man, am I like cooking myself slowly or something?
He's cooking himself with Wi-Fi, friends. Cooking himself. Cooking himself with Wi-Fi.
Like this. A lot of shit.
What's the name of the llama? Playboy. Playboy. Yeah. I think the name of the llama was Boy.
Yeah, and see, here's where it gets weird, because how can this guy Jesse Michaels be objective? He's hanging out with him and llamas, right? These guys are cooked, says Daniel from the context. Yeah, full wackadoo engaged. Yeah, we got llamas now, because that is totally relevant to this discussion. Got to have llamas. Yeah, let's hang out. Let's fly drones together. Let's go quadding together. I could be completely and totally objective about you and all of these alien claims that you've been making for 100 days now with no evidence while we're hanging out and palling around together.
You recognize me? This is stuff on ATV. Represent.
Over the past days, you shared with us that you were diagnosed to be on the autism spectrum. How has this served you in your life and in your career, and how has it hindered you?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know.
Well, this is interesting because here is we've heard other people claim that he has autism. Now we have the admission from him himself that he has autism. And sorry, not sorry, I think that's relevant to his claims, especially when he has provided no evidence of his claims for 100 days now.
You know, that I was autistic until I was like in my early 30s. So, I mean, it served me well in the government because I was super good at, doing intel and like, Dave, we want you to target this facility. Okay, you have 6 months, figure out everything, and of course I do. And it's, that was very good. But I think, especially if you're trying to maintain relationships and stuff, and how to read people's emotions and how to show your own emotions with, autists, especially if you're, deeper in the spectrum, when you get Asperger's and that kind of stuff, you don't know how to even present your emotions in a way to a partner or, a spouse or whatever.
He would come home and tell me like general stuff, and I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there's probably aliens. Like, that makes sense.
Well, that's interesting. And now he's including his wife, I suppose, right?
Unfortunately, Dave can't talk about the backlash he's received from inside the government.
Oh, he can't talk about that, right? But then we have the grifter selling his story who have talked about that, right? All right, let's continue along, I suppose.
Because of an ongoing investigation. But a good example of a pretty despicable marginalization attempt from the outside was an article written a few
Yeah, the hit piece. Listen, we're going to go, do we have to go over this again? This was not despicable. This was not a hit piece, Jesse Michaels. All the people selling this story forgot and lied to everybody, even claiming that Grusch had no mental problems. Then a real reporter looked into it and found out that he was a mental patient and correctly factually reported that Grusch had mental problems. This was not a hit piece. This was accurate, factual reporting, which, by the way, was purposefully left out of the story by everybody selling Grusch's story because they knew that people wouldn't believe a guy making alien claims with no evidence who was also a mental patient.
2 weeks after the hearing by The Intercept. The article describes Dave's hospitalization back in 2018, an episode of alcohol consumption and suicidal ideation that led to a 911 call. But the article failed to mention any of the factors that led to this incident.
Yeah, definitely experienced some really nuts stuff.
Not only has Dave been very open with us and other media about his PTSD from...
Yeah, he was open with the media. He was open about this being the case with everybody that he talked to, and they all left it out of the story, all except for one reporter, Ken Kleppenstein, that people accused of doing a hit piece on Grusch. He didn't do a hit piece. He told the truth when everybody else selling Grusch's story lied by omission.
Combat experience and having a close friend die.
Well, here we have claims of combat experience. So that's a claim that we can check with the DOD and the Pentagon. We can check what Grusch's, or we can at least attempt to check on Grusch's military career and what combat experience he had. Here we get a big claim that Grusch has combat experience.
While on duty.
I had a friend of mine that died doing the same stuff I was, 6 months later, going to the same locations.
He's also discussed all of the suffering that's resulted from that experience and the proactive techniques he's used to heal from that trauma.
So like EMDR therapy, HRV breath work, all that stuff, I was not a believer, but holy crap, at least it worked for me. And I highly recommend anybody that has issues with that, maybe try some of that stuff, because it seems kind of non-traditional, but it was very valuable.
Critiquing the substance of Dave's argument, saying that they're high level or secondhand, that's all within the public and media's right. But this was a clear cheap shot, a low blow, and one that I suspect was probably driven by a political ulterior motive, concealing the truth.
Oh, come on. They're gonna put him together with real whistleblowers like Snowden, who violated all their NDAs, who broke all the security oaths, and provided a mountain of evidence of the claims he was making as a whistleblower. You can't compare Snowden to this man who has come forward, got documentary film deals, I suppose is making money, and 100 days in has not provided a single shred of proof of all of his alien and UFO and alien body claims. That's extremely problematic, if you ask me.
People like send me memes or like TikToks. I'm like, yep, that's mine.
Have you, in your time in the Navy, have you ever seen something that you couldn't explain, or something that...
We have a cabin up in the mountains, and our former neighbor, he was so interested in UFOs, and he moved to Roswell, New Mexico, because he wanted to be close. He claimed he did see something.
Another completely and totally disconnected UFO story.
Another question that I always get is like, why is it always an American thing? Like, why is this always happening in America?
The phenomenon's global, 100%. Like, I mean, you look at...
Oh, and here we're about to see a very deceptive tactic used, because Grusch is about to talk about Russian UFOs. And while Grusch is talking about Russian UFOs, Jesse Michael or his crew put a picture on the screen purported to be Russian UFOs. That's actually a building with lights on it that's round, that is in the United Kingdom, not Russia. So this is, another part of the deception.
Aerial schools, Russians have reported stuff.
That image right there is not an image from Russia. That image is of a building, a round tower that's very flying saucer-like, that's in the United Kingdom. That's what that is. That is not a Russian UFO as being displayed here or presented as. So that's very deceptive.
The Chinese have what they call the Journal of UFO Research, which is a published periodical in the People's Republic of China. And you got to remember, the CCP does not allow fringe beliefs.
Bros on a vacation, Ganja. Absolutely.
It's basically tacitly endorsed.
That I've heard. Wi-Fi isn't good
since
for
I think
you.
the late 90s, I want to say.
Do you think the three-body problem, kind of the dark forest analogy of aliens, was maybe sort of a form of soft disclosure from the Chinese government?
I mean, I don't know for
They're getting real close.
They've allowed this
Chris G.
sci-fi series to be published by this Chinese author. That's like pretty trippy.
Really trippy.
And I don't know, maybe that's a way for the Chinese government to acclimatize the populace. You do note in the South China Morning Post, I want to say it was June 2021, and they had an article like, oh yeah, we have a UAP task force too. We're using AI ML to look at UAP sightings. And that's really been their own overt messaging on UAP, at least to an English-speaking kind of audience. So, oh yeah, we understand it's a problem. We have a task force too.
Isn't what's happening?
Very interesting, but again, more speculation and no evidence. Gabber Beast TV is here. So why is Dave Grusch lying for? Well, I would assume for profit, fame, clout, whatever. What does he have to benefit from all these lies? It's all secondhand information. He saw nothing. He saw some nothing burgers with double cheese. Yeah. It is what it is, though. We got 15 more minutes
in
of
Ukraine, kind of an argument against the practical application.
We're going to make it through. We're going to make it through this whole thing.
Wanted it kind of definitively win.
Crap show.
And had this kind of faster than light travel thing.
Well, you'd have to be willing to reveal your ace in the hole.
It's Grusch.
Because once you use it, then you burn it, and then now everybody knows.
Gotcha.
Perhaps this is a good time to talk about the frame of the public debate on UFOs, which is frustratingly stupid and simplistic. It's frozen between a sensationalist, indiscriminate belief in everything and smug, elitist dismissiveness. The whole conversation is...
Yeah, I try to run the middle line between those two things, right? The middle path. If you study Eastern philosophy or Buddhism, the middle road is usually the right one, not the extreme one way and not the extreme the other way.
Is basically, is this a psyop or is this real? The answer is it's both. Those two things aren't mutually exclusive. In fact, if the phenomena is real, there are more likely to be psyops surrounding it. And those psyops are going to be more effective if the phenomena is real. And if there are vehicles in the sky running...
At least he admits there are sometimes UFO-related psyops, because after all, the Paul Benowitz case, if nothing else, proves 100% that the United States government runs psyops involving UFOs and alien disinformation. And they did so to hide their top secret projects.
Circles around American state-of-the-art fighter jets. Do you not think the government would try to get in front of that narrative and at times use it for its own purposes? We know the Air Force tried to marginalize UFOs with Blue Book, but later in 1979, the Air Force drove a man crazy by playing up his belief in aliens.
Paul Benowitz, are you familiar with him?
I've heard about it, yeah.
He, saw some strange craft activity and didn't know what it was. And Richard Doty, who was an Air Force disinfo guy,
at least
they assigned to screw him up mentally.
Yeah, he literally drove him crazy.
So we know UFOs are part psyop. That's old news. The real question is this only a psyop? Because if it is, it cuts against everything we know about our pretty dysfunctional government. It's basically the best psyop of all time. It runs across government
great
agencies
theory
that don't always get along.
Presidents
on both sides of the aisle, fighter pilots and radar operators who adhere to a culture of humility, and of course, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of average civilians. The null hypothesis that this is purely a psyop is almost harder to defend than just admitting the existence of non-human intelligence. But you shouldn't blindly trust me or Dave Grusch for that matter. Do your own research.
After throwing like 100 disconnected stories that have nothing to do with Dave Grusch's original claims or allegations, now he's telling us don't trust anything we say. After making the hard case that UFOs and aliens are here for an hour and 40 minutes, now he's telling us don't trust anything I say.
You have people like Steven Pinker who are like, this is the best we've ever had it. I think that's BS. So maybe violence is at an all-time low, but it's because we have nukes now. So any war is mutually assured destruction. And so if there's a world beyond the material world, and that can somehow be accessed or communicated with in any possible way. It might be sort of a crazy Hail Mary, but you got to throw the Hail Mary now.
Yeah.
You can't run the ball.
I can't run with the ball.
Something you would like to say directly to someone too?
On the program?
Yeah, I know if you're on the program, I understand empathetically, the risks, what you put yourself through. We're trying to create a time where we can get this out there, recruit better people, hopefully protect those who want to go forward. If you want to go forward, there is a legal process, either through PPD 19, if it's an Intel thing.
Yeah, we need more. Why does he need any more whistleblowers? He's already got 40 of them. This is a strange thing. If you already had 40 people with smoking gun evidence and proof of alien visitation and life on Earth, and you've interviewed them all, you've got all their evidence, even though you can't show us any, right? Funny that. I got all this evidence. I interviewed 40 people, first-hand witnesses. Can't show you none of it. Not a single shred of it. Can't show any of it. Now they're going to beg more whistleblowers to come forward? Why would you need more whistleblowers? You've already got 40 of them. This, more than anything, proves that they got nothing. They're still fishing for stuff that they can use to sell these narratives, in my opinion.
Other inspector generals, you do have the right to go directly to Congress. And then, of course, some of the senior leaders that have known about this stuff, and I understand they were in positions where they had to make decisions just like anybody else, and they're not at the top of the pyramid.
So he's giving them a pass for a huge cover-up and a conspiracy?
I think the time is right to cement maybe your final legacy and to help out, even though I know there'll be...
This is Lou Elizondo language when he recruits people for his, secret missions, right? Secret missions. Oh, no. Jaime Maussan is unveiling aliens. Oh man, what is that? Shane, UFO Shane just sent me this very funny video, but I don't know that I could play it. Oh, I can if I mute it. Apparently, they brought alien bodies of some sort, the Nazca mummies. Oh my God, that's what somebody was talking about. All right, we're gonna have to. We'll get to that. We'll get to the alien bodies in Mexico in a moment. You wait till you see this crap.
Some admittance of, maybe decisions you've made that you wish in the past maybe you didn't make. But I think it's time to move forward, and I think we'll be stronger as a nation and as a world. I think it's going to enhance national.
Why does he need anybody else to come forward? He's already got all the evidence. They all claimed he had all the evidence 100 days ago.
Security, enhance peer competition policing so people aren't doing things unethical and immoral. If everything's in secret, everybody can get away with things that might be illegal, unethical, immoral, and hold our adversaries accountable publicly if this is a thing that we acknowledge. And once again, nuclear physics, broadly studied. Nuclear weapons development, that's classified. So that's all I have to say. It just come on.
Do you think in some ways UFOs are like...
Yeah, so he's telling people, hurry up and come forward and drop your evidence, even though I won't drop any.
Rorschach test. And the way I mean that is that you could use them as an auspice to sort of clamp down and create one world government or something, and create extra surveillance and say this is this big threat, and we're not at the top of the food chain and they're apex predators, and we've got to be careful, watch your step. Or they could be incredibly libertarian because it's like actually terrestrial governments aren't as powerful maybe as we thought that they were.
Well, that could probably be true.
I think it could go in either direction.
Yeah, or it's just like they're just simply waiting until we generally care about that. We've just we look at it, we're like, huh, that's interesting, and then we go about our day, and then we don't even integrate the phenomenon into our lives.
In terms of people's reaction to this, look, I'm angry about possible white collar crime, especially this, people possibly being driven crazy or to their death. That's horrible.
Yeah.
And then I also think on some level, people are too focused on government kind of recrimination.
It is time for.
Oh, wow. This is just, how much more are they going to throw at the viewer here to try to prove Grusch's claims with no evidence?
Transparency.
Yeah, everybody wants everybody to be transparent except for the talking heads. Why doesn't Dave Grusch release the Dopser documents and be transparent?
And not on the fact that this is the nature of reality. These things might make you a biblical literalist.
Ezekiel saw the wheel, baby. First chapter. I'm with you.
Do you believe that the phenomenon is the next big great religion in the world?
Yeah,
I think
basically.
the phenomenon has probably already influenced all the other religions already. So it's just maybe we're looking at the source code.
Yeah, if you're looking at the source code,
we're at the graphic user interface level. It's like IP header, and we're finally getting into the information flow.
In her book American Cosmic, Diana Pasulka makes the pretty convincing case that many seemingly divine contact experiences in the past could have actually been what we now call UFO experiences. Just take the case of St. Francis of Assisi. His close confidant, Brother Leo, documents the experience, describing sound and fury creating atmospheric sparks, a spinning disc, telepathic communication.
More strange science.
The disc. And then Francis is wounded.
We gotta have more strange science.
Francis interprets
because we don't got
these
any
hand wounds
evidence
as the stigmata of Christ. But Pasulka speculates that maybe this was just radiation damage from a UFO experience.
You're right, Emily. Praise the aliens.
Reasonably
Emily
religious, but nothing
Louise, praise the
crazy,
aliens.
kind of average. Studied physics. I became kind of agnostic. I was like, I don't know about all this kind of woo-woo, stuff that the church espouses and stuff. And then, oddly enough, I've kind of come full circle in some sense where there is this higher sentience. There seems to be, I think we're created beings in some manner, whether it be some panspermia from little g gods or big G god. I think about the people, the journey I had, and the most random people that I've known that were placed in my life like 14 years ago, shut the door in my office at NGA and were like, look, dude. And, they started telling me all this stuff that and they brought these like crazy intel reports. I guess I was kind of the right guy that was chosen to do.
Oh, here he's the chosen one, friends. He's the chosen
this
one.
thing, I guess. But so yeah, I've come full circle in my belief system.
He's the chosen one, the UFO Messiah.
For me, it's inspiring because it's like this idea that it's just, eat, drink, and be merry or whatever.
Yeah.
You live, you pay taxes, you work a job, and then you die.
Yeah, that's meaning to life. And just like the Vatican Observatory saying, yeah, we're like cool with other sentient life that shows God paints like a,
Bring the Vatican in again. The last time he brought the Vatican in, it was when he was talking about a complete and total fake story.
Brush, and
that's pretty cool.
And the Catholic Church is very accepting on that, and it just shows
that's true.
God's providence and God's creative powers. If there's actually other interesting sentience besides us, it's like what was it? In the movie Contact, it's a total waste of space if it's just us, right? It's like the famous line in the movie.
Yeah, what is your
great communicator? Probably one of the best.
Yeah, he also met a lot with Kit Green towards the end of his career. It was CIA guy very into UFOs.
Yeah, you were telling me that. I didn't know that. So,
you can count on Jesse to tell you these weird facts.
I thought I had a lot of useless knowledge. No, this guy's like.
Good to hear that.
It's not useless, but it's pretty
it's pretty useless until now.
This is like the mega interview we're covering.
Oh my gosh.
Every potential trippy / esoteric / conspiratorial thing at once.
This justifies me being paranoid in my room.
Yeah, this so-called interview is more like a documentary full of bull.
Reading about weird shit.
Yeah.
It's bull, speculation, and unproven stories of the past regurgitated and repeated.
And being criticized by friends and colleagues for years.
Yeah, this is like...
And a lot of extra science scoop thrown in speculation about everything.
This is more you educating me than me saying anything for some interview or whatever right now. So... So it's kind of cool. Yeah, I'm always learning something when I'm talking to you, and sometimes I'm like hanging up the phone. You call me, and I'm like, I don't know about this guy. Like,
he's going crazy.
I think he's like,
Yeah, and these two have been talking and friends for quite some time now. That's a little suspicious to me. You can't be objective as a journalist if you're too friendly with the subject that you're studying or investigating.
really going deep. Where I think he's losing his grip. No, but
oh my god,
that was a crazy hummingbird.
that was a crazy hummingbird. Maybe it was DARPA spy cam or something. Oh man, that's a good sign, bro. It shows my mind versus yours.
2-hour documentary
science and religion together in a way that these two things have been sort of cleaved or bifurcated since the Enlightenment.
No, Chris, I believe that they backed off of Grusch because Grusch and the government are literally investigating them by their own admission for leaks that they're putting out in their stories that sometimes come from allegedly classified sources. So I think they had to hand off the Grusch story to others because they were already under investigation for his involvement somehow, for their involvement with him somehow.
This could possibly reconcile those two things, which would be absolutely amazing, where you could read the Bible and you could say some of this stuff could actually happen in the context of aliens.
Panspermia, creationism, this might actually prove certain.
Exactly who I want to know. You know, when I'm wondering how the world was created, I want to hear from a mental patient who's talking about aliens and alien bodies with no evidence for 100 days now.
Religious texts and what they've espoused with, like, little g gods. And at least for me, spiritually, at least my belief system, it certainly opened my eyes to the universe is not clockwork. Everything we see in our day-to-day life is not everything that exists. And if there's
that's true. Anybody that has a religion believes in a material world and a spiritual world.
Truly other sentient intelligences, I mean, it just inspires my curiosity. Like, I'd like to know what their belief systems are and how, and maybe we'll find out that matches with ours, and it actually bolsters our,
maybe we can ascend to the per year.
Oh my God, they're talking about ascension now. How new agey has this gotten? And funny, I think Emily Louise from Weird Reads by Emily Louise posted this clip or said that this was her favorite, where they start talking about ascension in 5D
video in the Berkshires. Yeah. You want to repeat it, Amar?
Yeah, I mean the ending result is the universe ignoring us
because we're not at their level yet. We haven't reached that height of awareness as a society, as a people.
This guy made that garbage piece.
An opportunity for us to examine ourselves.
This guy's a total garbage peddler too.
To figure out why we have not been a part of this bigger ecosystem.
Interesting friend visiting us as well.
An alien visit.
Non-human intelligence.
Non-human intelligence. We have evidence of non-human intelligence.
Yeah, this is the only evidence of non-human intelligence they've showed us so far. We're an hour and 47 minutes in. They've showed us no evidence of Grusch's original claims that he made almost 100 days ago now. It's staggering to me that you can make a 2-hour interview documentary and just gloss over the fact that this man made huge claims about aliens, alien bodies, spacecraft, and all of that, but he can't show us any evidence. So we'll just talk nonsense for 2 hours straight.
One of the most powerful witness testimonies that I've seen in all the interviews that I've consumed over the past 3 years was one of the girls from the aerial school case when Dr. John Mack was interviewing her, and he's trying to understand how the telepathy was working. And then she goes out of nowhere, I think in space there's no love, but down here there is.
Well, that's like the near death experience.
Oh, now we're on to near death experiences. Man, how much junk are they going to throw in this thing? We've got time travel. We've got string theory was purposefully put into the world to throw everybody off of real physics and anti-gravity, which was getting close. We've got near-death experiences now. Proof of heaven
by Eben Alexander, medical doctor. Yeah, he has a very interesting scientific outlook of his near-death, and that was like this overarching, loving energy, something when he ascended to this. It sounded like,
Oh, well, here we go. The word ascension again. This is sounding like an episode of David Wilcock's show right now.
another like dimensional plane, if you will. His
Same stuff David Wilcock pushes: near-death experiences, ascension.
he had basically fasciitis
Love
of the
and
brain,
light.
where it was like, he had,
Right?
he was probably going to be brain
Love and
dead if
light.
he even survived, but he miraculously came back and he was totally fine. But all this knowledge and all this stuff he experienced.
Well, that's a super common thing in alien abduction experiences, whether it's the aerial school or Commander George Hoover of the Navy actually talked about this. Aliens often come down, they say, you don't know how powerful you are. You don't know.
Yeah, the Space Brothers theory. Now we're into the Space Brothers. Jeez, man. I'll give them this. They sure threw a lot into this 2-hour presentation of nothing burgers.
Know how amazing and powerful you are. And in a lot of mystery rituals, like the Eleusinian mystery rituals and others, you experience sort of noesis, or
Art Lewis,
it's
you're
often
correct.
accompanied
They
by
threw
kind of a near-death
everything at
experience
this.
or something.
Just everything.
But you experience knowledge of your primordial soul, and you get this sort of loving state, and then you come back down, and there is this sort of a la Jesus translation function issue, where he's known to speak in riddles and mysteries. There's a great book actually called Flatland by Sir Edwin Abbott.
That's super classic.
In the late 19th century, where it's like if you were a 3D person speaking to a people
I don't think they wanted him in
2D plane.
Yeah, there's bad
or,
blood there.
Plato's cave. Like you see the light, you come down, you can't really tell people, and then you get persecuted.
You're right.
Well, yeah, he
Emily,
said
we're going to cover that
this
next.
knowledge. He understood it when he was in that plane, but when he came back and was trying to verbalize it and write it down, he could not find the human words to translate
Yeah,
it.
I remember
it's like
that.
Almost like
Chris.
our symbol rate is too slow to communicate the information effectively.
Oh, we can't communicate with the aliens. So wow, friends.
We're living in a very interesting.
And now it's going to end with no evidence from Dave Grusch. 2 hours of wasted opportunity. No evidence at all.
Where it goes, and you're playing a massive part in it. So I appreciate everything. Your service, just on a fundamental level, and
look at they're all. Why don't they all just blow them already?
And
Jesus
you're a real
Christ.
example of like a modern Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, and you're not doing it in this sort of totally reckless wrecking ball sort of way. You're going through the proper processes.
No, these are the excuses for why he has no evidence. Real whistleblowers break oaths, break security clearances. They don't care about their security clearances being preserved, and they drop all the evidence they have. So far, Grusch 100 days in, he's no whistleblower. A whistleblower that says, "Hi, I'm a whistleblower," but then they don't give you any evidence for 100 days. It's not a
And doing
whistleblower.
things legally,
Look
but
up the
also you
technical
have
definition.
agency, and you're
The
doing
legal
it
definition.
strategically, time after time again. People just get like neutered when they're in government, and you are doing a big thing. So it's cool.
Oh, he's doing a big thing. All right, this may be the biggest bluff in the whole history of big bluffs
for young people to see.
Oh, look at everybody's going to applaud him. They love bomb him. Look at that. And look at this, right? Look at the special thanks. Stefan Taylor, Gary Nolan, Eric Weinstein, Jacques Vallée, Robert Hastings, Michael Masters, Diana Pasolka, Nick Cook, and Paul Shatskin, many of which are, well, not Eric Weinstein, but the rest of these, Gary Nolan, Hal Puthoff, Jacques Vallée, Robert Hastings, these are UFO people, right? So thanks to them. All right, friends, we made it through. And now let me do something real quickly. We may have a special guest joining me. Oh, he's ready. All right, good. All right, just breaking. This is breaking news. Breaking news, friends. And here we have more people. Cambian and other journalists cannot cross-check David Grusch's claims because they don't have Section 10 or 50 clearance, so can never be told anything, not even a hint. It's a shame you're too stupid to know how legal framework is for whistleblowers and security clearances. If you had half a brain, you would know that he has given to the ICIG can be told to the public, or nothing he has given. Go do some homework on the topic. And they have a ribbon. They have a ribbon. Yeah. I don't know if you heard this, but apparently at the Mexican UFO hearing, Jaime Maussan brought 2 boxes with alien bodies in them. I'm not making this shit up. And we're going to bring you the details of that. And joining us to do that, the master of Twitter Spaces, who, by the way, I love and hate Twitter Spaces because I started listening to them while I do other things. But and our guest tonight will agree with me that occasionally people start talking shit about me in Spaces while I'm just supposed to be doing something else listening. You know, like I was working on the cabin. Somebody kept saying all this stuff that wasn't true about me and trashing me in the space. So then I have to get my phone and then I'm going to set this record straight and talk on this space or whatever. And our guest tonight hosts these spaces. Here we have UFO Shane. Welcome.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. Hold on. Why am I not getting the side-by-side? There we go.
All right. I had to wear this, because I went against the Mexican Congress, so people want to dox me now. Before we start, though, once again with the Grifter 9000s, get this baby started.
All right. Well, I do have that video that you shared, but it might have copyrighted music. So let's just watch this and show this to my audience, and then we'll explain where this shit came from, because this is hysterical. Jaime Maussan, the most grifter in the world of UFO grifters, with the possible exception of Third Phase of Moon, who has hoaxed more things than anybody in the world of UFOs, with the possible exception of Third Phase of Moon. He just hauled 2 boxes with what he said was alien bodies into the Mexican hearing on UFOs. And this is incredible footage that we have here. 1 second, we're gonna bring it to you, friends. I'll get ready. Shane, you gotta tell me, what was your reaction when you first saw this?
Yeah, so I was in a space talking about just what's going on with ufology in general, and then a friend of mine sent me the link, and I was like, "There's no way this is true."
There's no way he did that.
Yeah,
because we'll get into
it.
why I couldn't believe that they did this either. Because first of all, there are human remains included with this. So here's Jaime Maussan talking, and he's got some aids, and they got boxes. They got boxes of alien bodies, friends. There's the alien bodies.
Chestnut coffins, man. And then, this is the thing. And so people started coming up in the space and arguing with me about it. And I said, well, if you'll notice in the nest, I've listed 46 other lies this man's told that do include the mutilation of human remains and botched taxidermy to promote his grift. And I'm getting shit on from all areas right now on UFO Twitter, dude. People are like, they're real. How dare you? I'm unfollowing you.
I can't believe that everybody missed this hoax the first time.
Yeah, Nazca mummies, man.
For those unaware, this is the Nazca mummy hoax, in which it was proven that essentially or allegedly Jaime Maussan paid some grifter friends of his to glue together a bunch of human and animal body parts with plaster and make them look like aliens. Somebody robbed graves to get human
dug people
body parts to do this.
That's somebody's grandma or dad in a box right there. You know what I mean?
Or pieces of them. There's pieces of multiple bodies in each of these fake alien mummies. These are not alien bodies. These some grifty grifter robbed graves to get human remains, body parts, bones and skeletons, and then they used plaster and animal parts to glue them all together. And Jaime Maussan just walked this abomination into Congress in Mexico, claiming that they're alien bodies and that they have reptilian DNA. None of that is true.
And
none of that is true.
Someone told me, they said, well, the DNA evidence proves that they were alive. I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but humans and animals were alive at one time. It's not like mummies are new. Even
Yeah, if that's your evidence, oh, these body parts were alive at one time. It must be aliens. No,
really,
of course
they were
alive
alive.
at one
That's
time.
so crazy. I've never even known what that means. Like, what's being alive mean? Like they were
Yeah, the believer. I can't believe people are lapping this up as real.
Oh, Patty, they are not just lapping it up. They are drinking it through multiple straws.
This video is pseudoscience conspiracy diarrhea. We covered this hoax. At the time that it happened, we covered this. We had a series on people who grift with human remains. And we included Stephen Greer with the Atacama humanoid.
Yep.
We included Lloyd Pye with the Star Child skull.
Oh, yes.
And there's so many people that have grifted off of human remains, claiming that they were aliens somehow when it clearly were not.
People want to believe so badly that the problem is that you want to believe so bad. Like, I'm an experiencer, man. I've been on your show talking about what I saw. I want to believe too, but that doesn't mean that I should write off 46 lies from this guy.
Yeah.
And then just assume that this is the on the 47th or probably the 500th time he's telling the truth. This is total bullshit. This is just there's no way this is true. And people are just so mad.
Don't you think? Listen, if it was my decision solely to make, I would criminally charge Jaime Maussan with desecration of a human body. Do you think that would be fair?
Dude, I think it's even more fair to go deeper than that. Someone asked me, what do you think he's just doing this for money? And I literally said, I paused for a second. I was like, he's the most famous dude when it comes to this in all of Mexico. Yes, of course he's doing it for money. What other? No, he's making a bank off this. Like, people just think people aren't making shit tons of money off of this somehow.
Yeah, and by the way, I got in trouble. I got in trouble, Shane, because I once said that I believe that Latino people are more apt to believe in superstitious things. I got really attacked for that, but
that's the truth, though.
I believe it's the truth based on my experience doing shows. When I did shows, we did stage magic shows and illusion shows, and many Mexican people or Puerto Rican people would come up to me after the show and say, like, "Oh, Diablo," meaning like I made a deal with the devil to get superpowers. Yeah. They believed that it was real, and I just pretended it was tricks or something. Like, that's just been my experience. They're a little bit more, I don't want to say gullible, but they believe in superstition more.
Well, it comes from how you're brought up, right? You know,
yeah.
I mean, come on, man. My grandmother was super superstitious. You know, like I'm Sicilian. My Sicilian family's super superstitious. It's wild to me though that this right here. I literally saw a post from someone.
I can't believe they have that. They even brought coffins, man. They got props for this.
His post said NASA 0, Mexican Congress 1, Viva la Mexico. And I literally put down below in all caps, what the hell are you talking about? They just wheeled out fake alien bodies.
They just wheeled out They just wheeled out fake alien bodies. But the worst part is that people lapped it up and believed it was real.
Bro, they're drinking it with they went and got like metal straws, welded them together, and just sucked
I can't believe that everybody missed this the first time. And for the benefit of those that may have missed our previous coverage, it was called the Nazca mummy hoax, yeah. Nazca humanoid mummies. There's videos about it being a big fraud.
It's such a joke, man. Like, come on, man. Do you think like someone told me too? They said, what if they're using Jaime Maussan for disinformation? I'm like, well, what's more apt to believe? That this stuff was found and that the government didn't just put it in a warehouse somewhere, or they were like, all right, now we begin this extremely long disinformation campaign with Jaime Maussan. Like, you're just making shit up at this point. Just like this is made up bullshit. It's such a joke. I look like this is going to damage all of ufology, just like a lot of this stuff doing. Where
I can't believe that they wheel those things in. And by the way, this is a very credible story that debunks the entire thing. I'll put it in the description of the video, and I'll copy it into the live chat. Mysterious three-fingered mummies from Peru are not human, scientists claim.
There it is.
Right?
Well, don't read past the title, though, right? You don't want to look.
Yeah, don't read past the title. A Russian scientist, who, by the way, isn't a real scientist, claimed that strange alien remains on Earth. Oh, by the way, this isn't the debunk. This is the
actual article.
This is the actual original article. Others are skeptical, pointing to the fact that the video's creators are trying to charge people to download information from their website. It was all a money grift. And there's Metabunk detailed analysis by Mick West, which is correct. A documentary from Gaia claims that what looks like a mummified corpse is evidence of a new species, possibly of extraterrestrial origin. Yeah, it came from Gaia.
From Gaia, man. The most credible of all sources.
Yeah.
Gaia.
The fetal pose of the three-finger mummy is also consistent with the typical pose of genuine mummies, which were bound in the bundles of cloth. And here are some other images of mummy. A modern fake mummy created from a combination of human and animal bones, created for the show. So this whole myth of these fake aliens was completely and totally destroyed as a hoax. I can't believe that these people are wheeling that. They said it to Congress, dude. They said we're going to put this. We're going to put these.
All in.
This is. Dude, you got to admire. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't play the audio.
No, you have to admire. I've said this before.
You have to admire the grift spirit here. They're like,
yeah, dude.
Let's wheel them fake ass. Let's wheel those fake ass aliens into Mexican Congress. We'll get some coffins. We'll do it up. And what is that? They're sitting in sand or something.
Look how nicely stained they are. Those are some nice cabinets with them.
There's some nice caskets. Yeah, nice coffins.
I can only hope that I get buried in something that nice. Jeez. I think that's like silk pillows.
People are complaining about where your walrus is, man.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have it up right now.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have a plushie of my walrus behind me. I'll get one.
I keep saying I can't believe they wheeled fake bodies made out of glued together human body parts into a government office. This is crazy. Somebody better get arrested. I'm calling the Mexican government tomorrow. I want to know who's getting arrested for the desecration of a human body, multiple human bodies, to create this.
Now it was human. It was human. It was human remains and animal remains.
UFO Shane, guess who's down there in the same room with him while they're doing this?
Ryan Graves.
Ryan Graves is in the same room.
He went up next after
this. Doing this with the alien bodies. Ryan Graves is sitting in the same room while they're unveiling. Boy, nothing says credible like being in the room when Jaime Maussan wheels in the fake aliens. Oh my God, this is gold. Ryan Graves, you clown. You're a clown.
He got his free trip down to Tijuana, man.
Remember, Shane was very upset that Ryan Graves would accept this invitation. And I said, like, if you're gonna like work with Jaime Maussan, you gotta expect that some weird shit's gonna happen.
And it
Look
did.
At this. Ryan Graves is in the same room watching this. Where's his comment? Condemning the use of alien and human remains to fake stories about aliens and make money.
Everyone keeps saying the same thing. I'm going to wait for the analysis. And so I asked Gary Nolan, and then a friend of mine who knows Gary asked Gary Nolan. Then Gary started posting about it, and he's like, he won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. He's using his usual Gary Nolan stuff, where he's like, there's enough experts on this. It's already been disproven 1,000 times. Like it's
and by the way,
does it look like real aliens?
By the way, I believe that there really was some sort of investigation by law enforcement into this. So that's why I'm doubly shocked. I really, from the best of my knowledge and recollection, there was some kind of investigation because they were stealing body parts from protected archaeological sites, and you can't do that. It's totally illegal. So this is why I'm so shocked and surprised that he pulled these things back out. I mean, he must have been keeping them in his basement or something. This is years ago. With the original article, this is 2018. So it's like 5 years ago now.
It's such a joke. Like this is the thing about ufology though, is like there are legitimate cases of legitimate things that are legitimately crazy and unexplainable, but this is what we get. We don't get Pascagoula. We don't get like deep dives into other cases like Sigmund Adamski and things like that. We get this. We get Jaime Maussan wheeling out fake alien bodies to the Mexican Congress, and everyone just laps it up. I'm getting it.
And by the way, I did find this. Look, archaeological frauds threaten Peruvian cultural heritage.
I read that too. Yeah.
Curious case of supposedly alien mummies in Peru strangely led to a congressional proposal in a country with rich historical traditions of ancient cultures. More recently, endemic corruption. Fraudsters have exploited both in numerous international fraud schemes, including related to the country's treasured antiquities. In 2017, that's when the story is from, so it's 6 years old, Gaia began promoting a video series, Unearthing Nazca, that suggested researchers had discovered a potentially extraterrestrial mummy in the Andes region of South America with an elongated skull and only 3 extended digits on each hand and foot. Initial teaser video enticed videos with you had to pay for the series that included experts analyzing the mummy they named Maria, that bore a striking resemblance to another Nazca mummy promoted by Peruvian YouTuber. Wow. Eventually,
Stephen.
And here's what happened. Eventually, in late 2018, then Peruvian Congressman Armando Venezuela proposed a bill to officially declare the investigation of the Nazca mummies an item of national interest, which could potentially provide resources to analyze them. By the time he made his proposal to the Peruvian Congress, scientists concluded from at least 4 independent analyses of DNA samples and other mummy materials that they were modified pre-Columbian mummies. Modified mummies. The man,
people's ancestors, man.
Yeah, and the man who reportedly discovered the mummies had previously been arrested by police for possessing forged banknotes and gold. Fake gold. The guy was faking gold. How grifty is this? So the story is busted by real scientific analysis. These were human mummies that were modified to look alien in order to sell the story. And we want to thank Scrubby J93 for a kind and generous $10 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We're praising the cash. Praise the cash, man. Praise the cash. I still can't believe that they wheeled those suckers into Mexican Congress. This is crazy. I gotta show that again.
I'm imagining like them like bringing them there in like an armored vehicle, and it's like it's just a real deal, man. Like you know, like people just want, like I don't know why people look to the government for answers for any of this shit anyway. Like if it's real, they're never going to tell you about it. But Jaime Maussan's definitely not one of them. 46, and I've posted that thing multiple times. 46.
By the way, Shane, just so you're aware, I had several people that are good researchers that I trust contact me after that 46 thing went around, and it's really more like 60 or 70. They missed a lot because this guy's putting out so many fake stories, and people forget some of them that you lose track.
My favorite one is his documentary. It's like 2 hours long with the Italian like sightings, and then it turns out it was all balloons the whole time. Yeah, somebody told me.
Oh, Jaime Maussan loves those festival balloons. If you've ever been to Mexico during a Mexican festival, they put up these big balloons, and they do look a little strange. I remember seeing them and going, "Wow, those are weird balloons," but they're still balloons. But people push those as aliens. This is crazy. They look. Shane, I'm always saying that like Bob Lazar or George Knapp or Jeremy Corbell should have went to our UFO hearing with the Element 115, right? And walked in there with balls and threw it down and said, "There's the proof, bitches." Jaime Maussan just did that with fake alien bodies. Here's the proof. Hey, we have alien bodies right here to show you. And they're totally, completely, and totally fake.
He's just dropping the mic like, take this.
There's going to be days of people arguing over these being fake or not, even though this was completely busted in 2018.
I'm already getting it, man. My whole feed is just people calling me a piece of crap. It's real, bro. It's real. I'm like, yeah, it's not. It's not real. Yeah, I get it. I get it, though.
Completely debunked as a hoax in 2018.
Yeah, but people want to believe so badly, and like I don't need anyone's validation to know that a lot of this paranormal stuff is real. I've seen it. I don't know what it was, but this isn't the way to go about it. It should be actual research.
Well, you can tell Shane's about to start his own show because he's giving everybody the paranormal insurance. I do that sometimes. I go, just because I bust all these fraudsters' balls doesn't mean that I think it's all fake. I think there's something to it, or I wouldn't have such an intense interest in it all.
Yeah, I just don't believe in Space Brothers and shit. I mean, my bad.
Yeah.
Like, my bad. I'm sorry. I don't believe in med beds.
Chris G says, "There's the proof, bitches. We got alien bodies up in this bitch." I can't believe they did this. This is so crazy.
Yeah,
this is
dude,
one of the craziest things I've seen in conspiracy land.
Me
in
too.
this
You were
past
talking.
year.
You were talking, watching that Jesse Michaels thing, which God, whatever. And I was like, oh man, I have to tell you this right now. Like I couldn't believe it. I was arguing with everybody at the time. It was like I'm afraid to open my Twitter up right now.
Somebody said in the live chat that the Mexican Congress just showed alien bodies, and I'm like, oh, that didn't happen. I thought they were messing with me.
No,
I thought somebody was messing with me, and then
he didn't bring one. He brought two.
2 alien bodies, 2 fake alien bodies. This is better than 1 fake alien body.
Yeah, here's what someone just told me on Twitter. He didn't personally find them. It was a man in Peru, Nazca, who found them. The guy who was painting rocks to be fake gold. They were stored in the University of Ica for a while. I'm aware of this because I'm aware of this article. So that's another thing. This is literally what someone just told me. This is the defense, but they won't go and read the articles. They'll just read the first article. That's where their beliefs lie, and then they won't look at anything else. You have to do your research, man. You know, I want this stuff to be real more than anybody, but the fact of the matter is, there's too much fucking money involved.
Yeah, watch the F-bombs. We're trying to still praise the cash.
Oh, my bad.
I think we can get away with a few per broadcast, so no worry. But try to not drop it. Because we have this issue going on since we've started covering Grusch critically, where they just turn the ads off, and I don't want to give them the curse excuse. So we've been actively trying to not curse so much or whatever. My gosh, Jaime Maussan, biggest UFO hoaxer in Mexico, maybe in the world, just wheeled fake alien bodies into the Mexican Congress.
You could
you heard it here first, friends.
You could only hope to be as good of a grifter as this man. He's been doing it for what?
This is the griftiest grift. This is the ballsiest, griftiest grift I've ever seen because he's risking jail time for the desecration of human bodies.
Well, maybe that's the good part about this. Maybe this will finally stop this crap. I don't know, though. I feel like he'll just do it again. He has for years. So,
yo, could you imagine the look on Ryan Graves' face sitting there watching this? Ryan Graves, you clown! This is what you signed up for when you decided to work with Jaime Maussan. Come on. Oh my God, I cannot believe this. I'm gonna retweet this just because, or I'm gonna quote tweet this. I'm gonna hashtag it UFO Twitter to try to tamp down. I'm gonna say complete and total hoax from 2018.
Yeah. Yes. A good friend of mine just messaged me. I hope this isn't something that you're wrong about. And I was like, I don't think it is. Pretty sure it's not. I mean, heck, man, dude, all it would take for me or you is to be wrong one time, and then we have full on disclosure, but it hasn't happened yet. It's not
Glued together human body parts.
Well, do you want to add that they were alive at one time? Because I think we need to make that clear. Like human body parts were alive at one time. My God,
not
scientific
aliens.
studies show.
Human body parts.
So
modified. Modified to make the scam work. That's all we could do.
Heck of a grift, man. Heck of a grift.
Geez, that is the ball. That is a ballsy grift. Oh, we got another view of it. We got a better view of it.
Oh Lord.
Oh, we can hear this one. Hold on. Oh, am I sharing the right thing? Let me see. Oh yeah, I am. Okay. And we thank Jess Go Kicks Rocks. This is the this is the participate. This is the presentation of the alien bodies hoaxed in Mexican Congress. Dude, they should arrest him just for embarrassing the Mexican government like this. And that's probably children's body parts in that one. Look at that.
You know it is. And you can literally see the paper mache from here. It's a joke, dude.
Yeah, and what if that was like your son or daughter that died? I know this is this could be hundreds or thousands of year old body parts, considering
It's
they
still
were
related
taking,
to you. Probably related to everybody. Then at
they
that
were
point,
stealing from archaeological sites, so it could be thousands of years old. But like, I don't know about you, Shane, but like, I object. Even when I'm in a museum and I see a mummy, I feel bad for that person.
Yeah,
Like,
just keep them in the ground, man.
yeah, tens of thousands of people are walking by them, gawking at them. How do you rest in peace if you're a dead person? You know, like, we should have more respect for human remains. There should be these grifters have no line. They're willing to use human remains to grift for alien dollars. This is crazy. We're gonna have to get a transcript of what he said.
It'll be out. It'll be out in less than 24 hours.
Yeah. Wow. Well, we'll mute that and keep talking over it. This is ridiculous. This clown just wheeled human body parts glued together to look like aliens, probably children's body parts, into the Mexican Congress. Jesus God. There is no line they won't cross, Shane. There's no line.
Not at all. There's not. And I mean, what the balls on this man, dude. Just the absolute.
Yeah, somebody should go to jail. Somebody should go to jail for this.
It's wild, man. Like, you can't make this stuff up. Like, who thought we'd be talking about this week? Not me.
Yeah. Yeah. This is an unexpected development.
I agree with Arden. It's the most disrespectful thing you could ever do.
And by the way, Shane, if you don't mind, I'm going to cut this out and post this video separately of us talking about this complete and total hoax that was just wheeled into the Mexican Congress during the Mexican UFO hearing by known UFO hoax promoter extraordinaire Jaime Maussan, who Ryan Graves has hitched his wagon to. Great, right? And remember all those people making. Do you remember those people making all those excuses for why Ryan's just doing what he thinks is best, and he's trying to raise awareness?
He's
and
just
all this.
trying to bring it to the people.
This is what he signed up for, you stupid idiots! And people, the only people besides Shane and me that I'm only aware of a few other people that really raised alarm bells and said, Ryan Graves, you can't work with this guy. This is why we said you can't work with Jaime Maussan, Ryan Graves. This right here.
That's right here.
Wow.
I mean, but I don't even think Ryan Graves could have guessed this was going to happen. My God. I would have left. I would have left immediately. I was like, no.
Maybe he got up and left. Yeah. You're like, oh man, all those people on Twitter
His
were right about Jaime Maussan.
presentation was actually right after this, Stephen.
Oh my God, he had to go right after this.
Yeah, dude, he's right after.
How do you can't follow alien bodies and mummies, man? When all you got is stories of like squares and circles.
That's like having Dave Chappelle go up before you at a comedy night. You're not going to do good at that.
Yeah. I cannot believe that this happened.
Look at it. Just look at it.
Looks like it does look like paper machete because it is. It's plaster. It's made out of body parts and plaster.
Out of poor, indigenous children, man. Like, I don't know. It's so wrong.
It's really sad that they did that. But
it's aliens, and they were alive at one point, and the data shows nothing of this. I mean, literally, anyone should go read Gary Nolan's comments, and it's just him like with a 10-foot pole, like, nope, I was too busy. I didn't want to deal with this. I already got effed over on the Atacama skeleton, so nope.
Yeah, and you're right though. I think even like imagine if Ryan Graves really did like make an assessment, like, all right, he's talked about a lot of fake stuff and pushed a lot of fake stuff, but I'll get to speak in front of Mexican Congress, and like if he justified to himself working with Jaime Maussan. But you're right, like there's no way on earth that Ryan Graves could have possibly imagined they were going to wheel human body part fake alien mummies right in front of the Congress right before he had to give his speech. Oh my God.
Jaime Maussan was like, you saw some stuff on our radar, bro? I got alien bodies.
I got alien bodies. Oh my God. Oh my, I think this is going to make the national news tomorrow, but they'll just do a quick blurb on it that those were fake.
Well, unless they're real, and then it's going to be the greatest story of all time. I think we're safe on that one.
You mentioned the damage that this does. This is why people say everything's fake, because so many of these fakers push this fake shit and they're so bold about it. And then instantly people say it's all fake. Look, these guys are wheeling fake aliens into the Mexican UFO hearing.
Yeah, well, Viva la Mexico, dude. NASA 0, Mexican Congress 1.
According to Masan, yeah. Here's the bodies, bitches. Oh my God.
Check it out, man.
This is crazy.
You can't
Absolutely
make it up.
crazy. Well,
I couldn't believe it.
I couldn't believe it either. When are you starting your show, UFO Shane?
Well, I had a family member pass this week, and I was going
I'm
to do it
sorry to hear
yesterday.
that. Yeah.
But so I've been a little depressed because she was real close to me. But it'll be sometime this weekend, probably.
All right, because people are asking me, like, I'm like, I'm not his goddamn producer. I don't know what the hell he's doing over there. And besides, I'm a little pissed off because you already got Spaces locked down, and I don't run Spaces, so I thought you should just stay over there because I don't need any more competition, right?
You know who also said that?
No, I think honestly, I bust your balls, but I think that you're going to do a really good show and a valuable community service. Also helping separate fact from fiction here, and there needs to be more skeptical voices that are going to call it like it is, and you have that ability, so I'm glad that you're doing a show.
Well, it's like I said
and best
earlier,
of luck
though,
to you.
Thank you. I just want to say this, like I said earlier, when someone asked me about what I thought about the NASA report or with Grusch, and I said, look, I mean, that's all well and good, but we've already had 80 years of no evidence. Is it so much to ask that before I die, or we've already had tons of generations that we see, if this is real, we see some real actual evidence? Is that too much to ask? So the next person because I've been hearing about other whistleblowers, they better come out with a piece of the Roswell craft with hieroglyphics on it, or some memory metal, or something, or I'm just going to write it off every time. So, what's up, Panda?
Yeah, I think you got thanked in that documentary we just covered, Red Panda. You should tell me why they were thanking you.
He's friends with Jesse Michaels.
Oh, okay. You should tell him that he needs to get somebody a little more skeptical. But I get it that you're his friend. Maybe you won't. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Red Panda Koala drops in here once in a while, throws a couple bucks in our hat, and we thank Red Panda Koala for that. I was trying to be fair to him, Red Panda Koala, but what we got in that documentary interview was 2 hours of speculation and regurgitated old stories that prove nothing about what Grusch has claimed. Did you know, UFO Shane, we are now officially up to 100 days since Grusch made his original claims, and we still haven't gotten a single shred of any evidence from him of any of his claims, no proof whatsoever.
Well, I thought it was within 90 days though, right? So we're just extending it out, or
yeah, I don't know. We're at 100 days now, so I'm curious. How long will it be before even the true believers get bored and say he doesn't have the evidence that he claimed he had at the beginning of this 100 days?
The year 2135.
Really? They're going to wait that long? Yeah, somebody joked this guy's going to be on Finding Bigfoot this new season coming up. Like, it's coming. It's coming. He's got to go full on grift, right?
Like everyone's got these foundations going on right now, and I've always complained about how many conventions there are, and it's just getting to the point where it's getting a little much. Like it's like Nick Pope was like, "We're going to be live 6 times this month." I'm like, 6? You have to do 6? You need to do 6 of them, bro? Like 6?
Yeah.
He was like, yeah. Like he told me, like, yeah. I was like,
and Red Panda, I would have a respectful conversation. Here's what I'll say about Jesse Michaels. He appears to be extremely well-read and educated on many subjects, but I think his problem is the same criticism I have about many people. They just read something and therefore they believe it because they read it somewhere or they heard it. You got to dig deeper into these stories, like he presented this Wilbur Smith quote of somebody, and Wilbur Smith was a nut job that it communicated telepathically with aliens from his backyard that lived on Venus. You got to give people the whole story. If you're going to use a quote to support your arguments, but then that quote is from a very problematic situation or source, I don't know.
Maybe the Venusians are coming back, man.
I will say, as a content creator, I did have a little bit of sympathy for this Jesse Michaels, because how do you do a 2-hour piece on a guy that won't show you any evidence of his claims? You got to go the theoretical route, and that's what they did. Look, here's our theories. Here's how they may be getting here. The same thing everybody does because they don't have the evidence to show. Instead of showing evidence, they just go, oh, this is how they may be getting here from other star systems. Get out that piece of paper, show how you can poke a hole through the piece of, They all do this, and I'm sorry, but I don't think that has any value when it's been done 1,000 times before.
It's been
2
done for the
hours
last
of
80
theories.
years. I
Yeah.
just think that
Yeah.
like look, Grusch it may be a great. I don't know him. I'm not gonna, I don't know. All I know is that if you're gonna come out and say something like this, then you need to bring anything to the table. Anything. Just any
Including
singular thing.
except for fake alien bodies
Yeah,
made from glued together
real
human
things, not
remains
anything.
and dead people. That's bad, you know.
Yeah, that's actually like the lowest of the low. Like that's literally it's disrespectful to an entire race of people. It's
I
disgusting.
think this Jesse means well, but I just disagree with him sitting there for 2 hours and doing a love bomb fest and hang. You can't. I'm sorry, it's just my opinion. But if you're going to hang out with a guy for weeks and know him for years, be friends with him for years, you shouldn't. You should recuse yourself and not do a story on him because you can't be objective. And you can't ask the hard questions because you want to be friendly to him and not bust his balls or, it is what it is. I think I'm glad that he did it, though, because we got some new little tidbits like the claim that Grusch was in war zones or battle somehow,
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're going to look into that claim,
Yeah, you can look that up, I think, for sure at the DoD. So, but I have no doubt in my mind that he probably fought in Afghanistan or he has PTSD. I don't really know.
But Shane, he was an intelligence officer.
Yeah.
They don't fight in battles generally. They're behind safe lines doing the intelligence work for the people who are in the battles. So, I got in all kinds of trouble for just asking questions about the PTSD. I don't believe anything Grusch says because we proved he lied several times now. Remember, they asked him if he had any mental problems. He said no. Then we find out he got locked up in a mental institution and he has PTSD. So, and he lied, according to John from the Black Vault, who's very good with the way all this works. He lied about the Dobser process in this.
Yeah, I read that.
Interview.
I read that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. So if the guy lied twice already, provably, I'm not trusting anything he says. I want evidence and
I just
proof
want to
of
see some
every
evidence,
statement
man.
made. Yeah,
it can't
that's
be
where
too
we're
much
at.
to ask for just like all these people have seen all these things. Just show me anything, one thing, just one. I mean, all of it's all any of us need.
Could be a fishing expedition. Yeah. Well, we've been here for just about 3 hours. I appreciate you bringing this to my attention so we can include it tonight. Maybe we'll talk about it more tomorrow if we get some more information. But thank you, UFO Shane, because this is an unbelievable story. Mexican UFO hearing and a known UFO hoaxer brings in fake alien bodies made from human body parts. Incredible.
Disgraced archaeological dig sites. Proven to be false more than 5 years or 5 years ago. That's a joke.
Well, all you have to know is that the story originated on Gaia to know it's fake. Gaia is the home of everything fake. Reptilian aliens, Corey Good, David Wilcock, it all comes from Gaia.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't watch Gaia.
No. Well, good luck with your new show. I hope you won't be a stranger. Come back again. Nice disguise there, secret agent man.
Gotta protect myself.
All right. You have a good night. There we go. Surprise guest, UFO Shane of Twitter Spaces fame. Hey, that rhymes. UFO Shane of Twitter Spaces fame. All right. Listen, we have done our due diligence, friends. We're almost at 3 hours. We made it through the Grusch story, and we gave you a little bonus story here. I, for one, think it's incredibly despicable to use human remains to sell a scam. And that's exactly what Jaime Maussan did with Gaia TV and this proven scam artist that discovered the bodies. The person that discovered the bodies is a proven scam artist. Great. And by the way, he's a fake scientist, not a real scientist from the best of my recollection. So there's that. Yeah. Unbelievable that Jaime Maussan would wheel completely and totally fake aliens into the Mexican UFO hearing with Ryan Graves going right after him with his speech. This, Ryan Graves, is why you should listen to people when they strongly caution you not to work with a known UFO hoax promoter. Because how foolish do you look now that you were at that same event working with Jaime Maussan, doing your presentation directly after his fake alien bodies made out of glued together body parts doesn't look good, friends. And the fact that people are believing it, amazing to me. Absolutely amazing. But given the current climate, everybody's talking about alien bodies. I guess I could see how people who missed the boat on that hoax the first time it rolled around are somewhat hopeful or, want to believe it's true. I just cannot believe that they wheeled human body parts glued together, pretending to be alien bodies, into the UFO hearing. But this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. So we have done our due diligence for today, friends, and we're going to call it a night here. But don't worry, because let me get my banner ready here. We will be back. Wow, that's weird. I lost the tomorrow's show banner. So I'll just tell you verbally, especially for the benefit of those listening on the audio podcast. We'll be back tonight because it's past midnight. By the way, that also means that it's now 100 days since David Grusch has provided a single shred of any evidence of his claims. But we'll be back tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we're doing a panel show, meaning you can join the show tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. I don't know what to say about the panel shows. They can tend to be crazy and chaotic. Sometimes they're very fun and entertaining. People keep asking me to do a panel show again. So tomorrow night, you too can join the show. 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be accepting up to 10 panel members, and we're going to be discussing open topics. We'll talk about this Mexican UFO hearing where alien bodies were wheeled in. We'll probably talk about Dave Grusch some more, even though I'm really tiring of this man with no evidence claiming to be a whistleblower. And we'll talk about all things strange and unusual. And by the way, everybody is welcome. We ask that you wear headphones, no nudity, and yeah. So what else can I say, friends? We've done our due diligence for today. That's all I got for you. But I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time with you. Don't just watch the show. Don't just listen to the show. Tomorrow, come here and be a part of the show. All are welcome, and I hope you'll take me up on that. I'll be posting that show early tomorrow, along with the link to join the show. You need a webcam. Well, you need at least a microphone and headphones. You can do just audio if you prefer. We prefer that you do full video. Remember, it is a video broadcast, so we prefer people, have a webcam. And you should have decent internet, because sometimes people join with like their phone internet and it's just awful. There's all kinds of echoing. Nobody can hear them. And we spend all this time, screaming at back and forth, and it's not good. So please have a decent internet connection, sufficient for HD video streaming. And we'll welcome you tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. First panel show in a while. We'll see how it goes, friends. So that's all we got for you. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you.